The young man had not yet understood what was happening when he was abruptly pulled into a completely unfamiliar space, his entire body stunned. Right before his eyes, an unexpected notification appeared, confirming that 10,000 saviors had fully assembled. Among them, only Chu Mo was an ordinary person, while the remaining 9,999 were all orthodox cultivators. The system continued to announce that the login function had officially been activated. The first day of login grants the power of a 1,000-year demon beast. The second day rewards the combat experience of a legendary martial god. Umo raised his hand and pressed to claim today's reward, immediately receiving a notification that the first day login was successful. The power of a 1,000-year demon beast had been issued. Please check. Instantly, a surge of power welled up and spread throughout Chumo's body like a rushing tide. At the same time, in the real world, people walking on the streets all heard a strange voice in their ears, announcing the invasion of another world and the imminent opening of a secret realm. A total of 10,000 cultivators had been granted the identity of saviors. They would enter the secret realm to confront demon beasts invading from another world. The secret realm would be broadcast live globally and was closely tied to the shared fate of humanity. If the saviors failed, after 365 days, the gods of the other world would descend, and human civilization would face the risk of collapse. The crowd discussed in panic. Where did that voice come from? Did everyone hear it? I heard it too, so strange. My phone automatically downloaded an app called Secret Realm Livestream. The app screen quickly displayed the words "Welcome to the Secret Realm Livestream channel." Secret Realm is a buffer zone between the real world and the other world, built by ancient cultivators as a defensive line to protect Earth. When the saviors achieve victory, Earth will restore its spiritual energy and enter an era of universal cultivation, where everyone has the chance to obtain long life and extraordinary power. Hello everyone, I am the super artificial intelligence VTuber Lei Xiang. It is an honor to host the Secret Realm livestream, and I hope for your support. Beside me are the 6th elder of Taiyi Harmony Manor, Jai Xing, and globally renowned idol Yishuang. Li Xiang cheerfully asked before the program began, "Do the two of you have any words for the audience?" Jai Xing replied solemnly, "In the face of the invasion from another world, the sects have made thorough preparations. The demon beasts are formidable, but we cultivators are always ready to meet them in battle." Yishuang added gently. The elder's words truly put everyone at ease. Li Xiang continued enthusiastically, introducing that the livestream app is not only for watching but also has a special gifting function. Each account receives a certain amount of lucky coins every day to send to their favorite saviors, and those coins will help enhance their strength within the secret realm. Next, we will introduce potential saviors one by one. Thank you both for sharing. The channel will record the brave moments in the secret realm. And now let us move to the livestream room of the first savior. At the same time, in Chen Fan's livestream room, he was crying and desperately begging for his life. The shocking scene right at the start left the audience stunned. What exactly is happening? The three hosts also showed clear astonishment, because the savior was defeated instantly the moment he set foot in the secret realm. Is this truly a cultivator, or merely prey presented before demon beasts? Xiang quickly said, "Let us try switching to another livestream room." In Long Yu's room, he was running while panicking and crying for help, saying he did not want to end like this. Li Xiang was flustered but still tried to reassure, "Switch rooms quickly to the next room." Yishuang apologized to the audience with concern. "The backup plan being ineffective is my responsibility. I promised an exciting broadcast, but it has turned into a frightening scene for everyone. Had I known, I would have reconsidered." Jai Xing said worriedly, "Something is not right. The initial trial should have been only at a basic level." The system immediately issued a warning. The gods of the other world are intensifying their invasion. The secret realm difficulty has been raised to level F. 500-year demon beasts may appear. Li Xiang exclaimed in shock. Everyone look. There is another new notification from the secret realm. Jai Xing grew even more tense. He did not expect 500-year demon beasts to appear so early. Yishuang asked, "Elder, how powerful are 500-year demon beasts? Could you explain it more clearly for the audience?" Elder Jai replied, "The longer a demon beast exists, the stronger it becomes. While Earth's spiritual energy is weakening, The strongest cultivator today is only comparable to a 1,000-year demon beast, let alone those participating in the secret realm who are young and limited in strength. Even a 300-year demon beast is enough to make them struggle. Li Xiang concluded, "Dear audience, you must now understand the severity of the situation. For the future of Earth, the saviors are facing extremely dangerous demon beasts without respite. Use the lucky coins you have to support them. Those who step forward to save others deserve respect rather than criticism. Do not miss the upcoming developments of this thrilling broadcast." The camera shifts to Chumo's room, the space filled with instant noodles leaving everyone stunned. The young man is eating with great enjoyment. The atmosphere in the commentary room gradually cools and mocking remarks begin to appear. "See that? Just a moment ago, he made me trust him so much. What did the host just say? Fighting with all his might through hardship. From sorrow to cheerfulness in no time. French fries, cola, instant noodles, he has it all. Did he come here for a picnic or something? Aha, truly different. While other rooms are struggling to survive, he is leisurely eating and drinking." The three hosts exchange awkward glances, unsure of what to say. Yishuang bursts into amused laughter. "Ha ha ha, this noodle-eating cultivator must not be ordinary, so calm and composed." The esteemed elder replies disdainfully, "A cultivator. There is not a trace of spiritual energy on him. He is clearly just an ordinary person. It is truly puzzling why the secret realm chose him as a savior." The audience watches with both excitement and curiosity. Did everyone hear that this savior Chumo is actually just a normal person? Cultivators lose face, while a mortal leisurely enjoys himself. This is too hilarious. He is just lucky. If he meets a real demonic beast, he probably will not last. How about we bet on how long he can hold out? The number of viewers flooding into the livestream surges. Is anyone planning to send gifts to this guy Chumo? Who would waste lucky coins on an ordinary person? Better to send them to cultivators. I just want to see how he handles this. Look, there is movement in the corner of the screen. Seems a demonic beast is heading toward Chumo. Haha, keep it up, you guy who does not know cultivation. This time he probably cannot escape. Yishuang says anxiously, "Why would this secret realm let an ordinary person be a savior? Esteemed elder, is there any way to get Chumo out?" Gui Xing hesitates. "The secret realm was created by ancient great powers. We cannot fully control it. Now it is already too late. Facing this 100-year demonic beast, an ordinary person can hardly stand firm." Chumo continues to observe quietly. "Oh, this one has 6 eyes. It looks far more formidable than the previous one. It seems to be an enhanced version. Even though the system grants him the power of a 1,000-year demonic beast, he still feels uneasy because monsters in stories often reach tens of thousands of years in strength. Speed is quite slow, dodging should not be difficult. Could it really be weak?" The demonic beast launches an attack, but Chumo vanishes in an instant. He calmly analyzes the situation. "I cannot be careless. It likely has high defense but moves slowly. It is deliberately luring me to attack first. If I am careless and create a rebound force, I will fall into danger. I must test it to confirm my assumption." He tightens his grip on the sword left by the cultivator Wu Tong and swings it toward the demonic beast. The strike lands, but he does not wait for a reaction. The demonic beast remains still, beads of sweat appearing. Then it seems to sigh in relief, as it is completely unaffected. Chumo continues analyzing, just as expected. It takes advantage of the recoil when opponents attack. "Luckily, I used the sword as a medium. Otherwise, the one harmed would have been me." He looks at the chipped blade. The audience bursts into laughter. "Haha, the esteemed elder guessed wrong again. Said 3 seconds, but it is still standing. Brother Chumo is truly outstanding. The demonic beast has not even touched the hem of his clothing. It seems his evasion ability has already been honed to perfection, but even if he dodges faster, can it really change the situation? Did you not see that strike just now? Even my sword could not withstand it. Are we here merely to tickle the demonic beast? What do you mean by that? Chumo is just an ordinary person. Reaching this level is already remarkable." Li Xiang watched excitedly, truly beyond expectations. Who would have thought that Chumo could evade all those relentless attacks? Yishuang also looked astonished. "I was genuinely startled by his performance. Perhaps he can even turn the tide against that demonic beast. What do you think, elder?" The elder replied in a deep voice, "I must admit I underestimated him." From that exchange, it is clear Chumo is a martial artist from the secular world who has reached an extraordinary realm. However, only attacks imbued with spiritual energy can truly harm demonic beasts, and that belongs to cultivators, even though his martial experience allows him to dodge with agility. His attacks can hardly affect the demonic beast. It is unfortunate for this mortal. This is almost a battle with no chance of victory. No matter how many moves Chumo manages to dodge, a single mistake and getting hit once would be extremely dangerous. At this moment, Chumo also realized the situation was highly unfavorable. Earlier, he was too focused on dodging that he did not notice the surrounding terrain. Now he had been forced into a narrow corner with no escape route at all. He decided to take a gamble, feigning a counterattack while lightly pushing the demonic beast backward. He hoped it would hesitate, allowing him to find an opening to escape. That seemingly gentle push produced an unexpected effect. Chumo's eyes lit up as a thought flashed through his mind. Did I not just lightly touch it? This demonic beast does not seem as formidable as imagined. Below the stands, the spectators began discussing animatedly. What did the elder say earlier? Did he not say only cultivators could defeat demonic beasts? Now look at how impressive Chumo is. I have truly fallen for Chumo. In my opinion, a fake savior would only know how to run when chased. A true savior only needs a light move to make the opponent stagger. Within Chumo's field of vision, the system interface suddenly appeared. Because of the admiration for Savior Chumo, he received more than 5,000 fortune coins from the audience. You can add 50 strategy points. He looked at his hand as the reminder sound of the secret realm echoed. Fortune coins gifted by the audience. Is this a new feature? Although strategy increased, it does not seem to cause any obvious change. The system continued to suggest checking methods to enhance the host's combat power. Current strategy is 10,000 plus 50. At the same time, at President Su's company, subordinate rushed in anxiously to report, President Su, something major has happened. Chumo has started another live broadcast. President Su calmly said, such a trivial matter makes you panic. The subordinate remained worried. It is not an ordinary broadcast but a live broadcast from the secret realm. Chumo was chosen as a savior and even defeated a demonic beast inside. What if he comes back to find us later? President Su immediately interrupted. Enough, I already understand this matter. Subordinate hesitantly asked, President Su, have you considered the possibility that Chumo may refuse reconciliation? President Su sneered coldly. Do you think I want reconciliation because I fear him? He is merely a secular martial artist who luckily dealt with a century-old demonic beast. Even if he is a cultivator, so what? In high society, the existence of cultivators is no secret. I can easily invite several of the same level to besiege Chumo. If he refuses to compromise, the only option is to send him away permanently. Back to the studio, Li Xiang excitedly announced, since the secret realm opened it has been over an hour, the situation is changing. Many cultivators are continuously overcoming powerful demonic beasts. We hope the audience continues to support the brave saviors with coin, and we also thank the elder for his in-depth analysis that helps viewers understand the developments clearly. Yishuang smiled. I find the elder's remarks about Chumo even more impressive. Honestly, I would like to invite the elder to join our entertainment program. He replied sternly, please excuse me, I am not in the mood for jokes. The real situation is far less optimistic than everyone thinks. From demonic beasts of several decades to those of 100 years that appeared at the beginning, followed by 200 years. The difficulty of the secret realm will gradually increase over time. According to the evaluation scale, a 100-year demonic beast has combat power of 100, 200 years is 300, 300 years reaches 500, 400 years rises to 1,000, and 500 years reaches 2,000 when 500-year demonic beasts appear. Cultivators will face the most severe challenge. Li Xiang voiced his own perspective. I see this matter differently from the esteemed elder. The saviors are giving their all out there. We should place our trust in them. Just as when AI also known as Chumo, once effortlessly defeated a 100-year demon beast. Perhaps we should continue watching his broadcast room. Who knows, there might be another surprise. Image shifted to Chumo completely at ease, sleeping soundly and even letting out steady snore. Comment section immediately became lively. Viewers joked that it was too funny. Li Xiang had chosen wrong as well. Better stay away from this room to avoid bad luck. The miracle everyone had hoped for turned out to be nothing more than a peaceful half-hour nap in a perilous secret realm. I even sent him a reward earlier. Who would have thought that the moment I turned away, he would be fast asleep? The savior like this, I would rather keep my coins to myself. If he cannot be a savior, he might as well find an ordinary job and live a normal life. Get it, many other saviors are still striving. Since he is so unreliable, there is no need to support him. Let us switch to Bai Mengjun's broadcast room next door. I am also watching Bai Mengjun. He just defeated two 200-year demon beasts by overcoming the strong with the weak, and now he is preparing to face an even stronger opponent. It is truly captivating. Xiang added, in truth, Chumo is not a cultivator. Do not be too harsh on him. I hope everyone can comment more rationally. Gui Xing continued, I agree. After all, he is merely an ordinary person. His previous defeat of the demon beast was far from as simple as it appeared. It was the result of constant evasion and a full-force effort to unleash that strike. Yishuang added, Chumo's current state is disappointing. Since Dan Mo has mentioned Bai Mengjun, perhaps we should switch over to watch that side. Crowd cheered excitedly, Mengjun is so handsome, keep it up, I have just sent a reward. The screen changed to the tall figure of Mengjun, and the audience who had just left Chu Mo's room immediately became animated. At a glance, he appeared to be the kind of savior who inspires confidence. He was facing an extremely ferocious demon beast head-on. The beast lunged forward with overwhelming momentum. The audience grew anxious as the screen filled with smoke and dust, wondering who would gain the upper hand. The destructive power of the demon beast was astonishing. The beam it swept across reduced the surroundings to ruin, yet Mengjun remained unharmed. Brother Mengjun will surely be fine. I have just sent a reward. Everyone should support him as well. Gui Xing's expression changed as he warned, this is a 300-year demon beast. Challenging it without knowing one's own limits is no different from pushing oneself into danger. Xiang wondered, there have been saviors who defeated 300-year demon beasts before. The esteemed elder explained, that is different. Those individuals were all core disciples of major sects with outstanding talent equal to Bai Mengjun, whereas he is merely an unaffiliated cultivator with ordinary aptitude. Defeating a 200-year demon beast is already a miracle. Challenging a 300-year one is nothing short of excessive risk. The scene on the screen showed a corner of the street reduced to ruin. Amid the hazy smoke, Mengjun still stood firm and spoke with confidence. Is this all a 300-year demon beast can do? It truly disappoints me. When will I encounter an opponent who can force me to use my full strength? He stood proudly before the demon beast, clearly not regarding it as a worthy opponent. The audience immediately erupted in excited cheers. This is incredible. What a relief Mengjun is still safe. Why does it seem like the situation is about to turn around again? This time Chu Mo is not even here. As the demon beast continued to lock onto its target, someone suddenly exclaimed, everyone look, someone is stepping out from the rubble. Oh my, is that not Chu Mo, who just said he was not present? Chu Mo's leisurely appearance left the elder momentarily stunned. So this is the reason for the sudden reversal. Another comment interjected. What a coincidence, I had just left Chu Mo's room and came here only to encounter him again. Truly a strange twist of fate. Chu Mo yawned and complained, I woke up to find everything in ruins. This secret realm is indeed full of risks. Hey friend, do you need assistance? That one does not look easy to handle. Mengjun replied coldly, stay where you are and do not move about. I alone am sufficient to deal with it. The sword light of Bai Mengjun flared brilliantly as the spiritual energy around him surged densely. He unleashed the supreme sword technique Dawn Tide. The tip of his sword aimed straight at the opponent, ending the battle in an instant. Immediately a burst of light erupted from within, its power spreading and leaving the viewers in astonishment. This is truly astonishing. Could it be that a 300-year demon beast has fallen with just a single strike? My brother Mengjun is truly both handsome and powerful. As expected, he has not disappointed the one I have always admired. In just an instant, Bai Mengjun struck with his sword, causing the gigantic beast to collapse immediately. Mengjun, be careful behind you. He immediately turned around, but the monster had not disappeared. It seemed to be recovering at an astonishing speed. His eyes turned cold, filled with vigilance. Spiritual energy around it suddenly fluctuated far more violently than before. The situation seemed to have reversed. Mengjun leapt into the air and unleashed a powerful mountain-cleaving sword technique. A domineering slash struck the demon beast's body, making it roar in agony. Thunderous explosion resounded, followed by surging waves of energy spreading outward. Chu Mo sat nearby with a chair, munching on potato chips while watching the battle with great interest. Truly amazing, even more spectacular than on screen. After the sea-severing strike came the Zheng metal sword art, with Moon Slash following without pause. Sword techniques were unleashed one after another, while the demon beast kept falling and regenerating. The audience outside discussed endlessly, worried for Bai Mengjun. This thing is like it has immortality mode on. It has been heavily injured dozens of times and still stands up, truly unbelievable. It seems Mengjun will have a hard time this round, he just cannot bring it down. If it were me, I would have given up long ago. First, everyone intended to criticize Mengjun for taking so long, but when they glanced at Chu Mo, they changed their mind. Better to stay quiet, having someone as a backdrop makes the contrast clearer. One side fights with earth-shaking force, the other just finishes another bag of potato chips. Indeed, without placing them side by side, the disparity would not seem so great. Xiang hurriedly asked the esteemed elder, can this demon beast truly not be destroyed? This is a type of demon beast with extremely fast regeneration, among the hardest to deal with. If a fatal blow is not delivered instantly, it is very difficult to bring it down completely. Normally, multiple cultivators of the same level must cooperate to restrain it. Yet Meng Jun is only an independent cultivator of ordinary aptitude, and his combat power is not inferior to the core disciples of major sects. If he had lived in the ancient era with abundant spiritual energy, his achievements would have been unimaginable. Unfortunately, he now faces an immense danger. At this moment, Bai Mengjun felt the spiritual energy in his body nearly exhausted, and his stamina had reached its limit. Am I going to stop here? No, I am unwilling. Even in this era of depleted spiritual energy, I will still seek the traces of ancient myths. Abandoning countless opportunities and overcoming myriad trials, I finally entered a cultivation sect, only to be told my aptitude was insufficient. With my path blocked, I could only leave with my sword in hand. On the journey of seizing opportunities, obtaining rare medicines, competing for the position of savior, and even attracting viewers for rewards, I have never regretted it. The path to immortality is a brutal race, one step slow and a lifetime is lost. Only by seizing opportunities can one reach the peak. After so many hardships to attain today's swordsmanship realm, how can I give up? The ancient secret technique is fraught with danger, but now is the time to give it my all. Having made up his mind, Meng Jun shot toward the demon beast like an arrow released from a bow. It immediately projected a dense energy barrier to protect itself and avoid a direct hit. Chumo watched the burst of light as the two clashed and clicked his tongue in praise. The effects are truly extravagant. Is this his real strength? But how strange, why is there no further movement? Could something have happened to him? Thinking this, Chumo stood up and walked closer to take a look. Upon arriving, he casually asked, his mouth still carrying the scent of buttered popcorn, "Hey buddy, are you all right?" Bai Mengjun's body was covered in wounds, yet he responded firmly, "I am fine. It is over. That demon beast has finally been defeated by me." However, the truth was not as simple as he had just said. The monster still stood there, seemingly completely unharmed. He looked at the scene in utter disbelief. Why has it not fallen yet? In a moment of confusion, the demon beast gathered spiritual energy into its mouth, preparing to launch an energy sphere at astonishing speed. Fortunately, Chumo promptly raised a shield to block the attack and sent it back. He calmly restrained its advance, then turned toward Bai Mengjun. "Sorry, what did you say just now? I did not hear it clearly." Meng Jun also spoke up to apologize for his earlier carelessness and acknowledged his own shortcoming. At present, your cultivation level and combat power are not inferior to mine. For a disciple from a minor sect like me to encounter someone of your caliber in a secret realm is truly a rare stroke of luck. While the two were still talking, the monster suddenly collapsed to the ground as if it had lost all strength. Yet Meng Jun paid no attention and remained convinced that if they joined forces, they could definitely defeat it. Chumo glanced over and calmly said that the demon beast was already lying motionless. Meng Jun hesitated and replied that it was not that simple. This type of demon beast regenerates extremely quickly and is difficult to finish off easily. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 4 cultivators of the same level working together to dare confront it. However, if the two of us coordinate closely, there is still a chance to suppress it. It is just that my body is nearing its limit. The next move must decide victory or defeat, otherwise we will fall into the position of being hunted. Chumo rested his chin in thought and said, "I understand. Compared to you, I am still lacking in caution. I agree to form an alliance." The two immediately coordinated and simultaneously directed their attacks toward the monster. Meng Jun raised his sword, channeling spiritual energy to envelop the blade, then reminded Chumo that they needed about 5 seconds to prepare. After that, he executed the move myriad phenomena returning to origin and waited for the opponent's reaction. Chumo watched in confusion and asked what exactly they were preparing. Was it just to pose impressively? Standing still like this might even feel less awkward. 5 seconds passed, then 20 seconds, even a full minute. Time slipped by quietly, yet the monster still showed no sign of movement. Chumo asked impatiently if it had not recovered yet and whether they would just keep waiting. Meng Jun remained silent. He asked again if Meng Jun was all right, as he looked like he could barely endure it. Meng Jun replied softly that he was fine. It was just that maintaining the burst state for too long had pushed his body beyond its limits, and a short rest would suffice. Inwardly, he thought that this person had truly forced the demon beast into submission with a single move, sitting calmly yet possessing greater combat power than himself. Perhaps he was already this strong before entering the secret realm. He decided to stop overthinking. At this moment, the side effects of maintaining myriad phenomena returning to origin for too long became evident. Meng Jun's limbs began to tremble. Veins bulged on his arms as he roared that he did not want it to end yet, blood seeping from the corners of his eyes and mouth. Spiritual energy within his body surged violently, as if it sought to shatter the limits of his physical form. Immediately afterward, a loud explosion shook the surrounding space. Chumo was startled and stepped back, completely confused about what had just happened. Moments ago, they were conversing normally, and now it had turned into this. Could it be that even within the secret realm it was this dangerous, or was it a hidden attack from the demon beast? Thinking of this, he could not help but shiver, as he had not even perceived that move. It seemed he had underestimated it. While the monster still lay motionless, it was best to leave this place first. The audience outside who witnessed everything were stunned. They could not understand why the demon beast had not moved at all, yet Meng Jun had self-destructed in such a manner. Those who had previously criticized Chu Mo now turned their harsh condemnation elsewhere. Some loyal fans spoke up in defense of Meng Jun. My idol has already fallen, yet you all are still defending him, what for? The audience community split into multiple factions, engaging in heated debates. In another space, Yi Shuang watched with astonishment and said that this outcome far exceeded expectations. The one regarded as an ordinary person like Chu Mo displayed remarkable strength, while the genius Meng Jun self-destructed. What is Elder Gui's assessment? Elder Gui cleared his throat and replied that Meng Jun's ending was truly regrettable. He had forcibly executed a move beyond his limits, which led to such consequences. As for Chu Mo, he reminded him of a long-forgotten cultivation school. That is the body cultivation school, a path that imitates ancient demon beasts. While orthodox sects seek harmony with heaven and earth, using spiritual energy as a bridge to unleash power beyond limits. Body cultivation school focuses on tempering the physical body like a demon beast, refining spiritual energy into pure physical force, and relying primarily on the body in combat. Progress is rapid in the early stages, but human limits are finite, so at best it can only rival demon beasts. I suspect Chu Mo has inherited an ancient body cultivation legacy, and combined with audience reward points, this is why he has displayed such a clear advantage. Upon hearing the news at the base, President Su was so shocked that he sprang to his feet. What a body cultivation practitioner can defeat a 300-year demon beast in an instant? Is Chu Mo truly that powerful? A subordinate hurriedly reassured him that previously he had mentioned inviting multiple cultivators to deal with Chu Mo, and not everyone followed the body cultivation path, so there was no need to worry excessively. President Su immediately shouted that this was utter ignorance. Even a body cultivator possesses combat power comparable to a 1,000-year demon beast, had he forgotten Elder Gui's words. With Earth's spiritual energy depleted, the strongest cultivators only reach around the level of a 1,000-year demon beast. Yet Chu Mo suppressed a 300-year demon beast in an instant. Those I invited will likely find it difficult to match him. The assistant beside him spoke gently to calm his anger. All along, tasks that others could not handle were resolved by you. This time you will surely find a solution as well. After listening, President Su let out a soft sigh and nodded in agreement. You are right. Things have not reached a dead end yet. The amusement park is overseen by young Master Han Ning of Viet Li Group. If anything goes wrong, he will not be able to escape responsibility. No matter the situation, we must force him to make concessions and continue providing support. The urgent task is to stall for time. I assign you to go to the hospital immediately and take control of Kai Chu Mo. She will be an important bargaining chip for pressure. The assistant immediately responded, understood President Su, I will certainly complete the mission. President Su glanced over and added, tell all the brothers to withdraw from the company today and give them temporary leave. The subordinate broke into a cold sweat and cautiously asked, but President Su just said the defense system is too weak and planned to reinforce it. President Su reassured him, do not worry, I have never thought of giving up. I simply do not want them to risk their lives in vain. A man who struggled in the marketplaces, he gradually climbed to his current position. That path was stained with countless sins, perhaps only hell could measure them. Because of this, he was even less willing to give up his life. He said firmly, before falling into the abyss, I still want to behold the peak once more. At the same time, panic cries echoed throughout the city. Wu Tong, leave this place quickly. A monster with an octopus-like tail and razor-sharp teeth appeared. It had only one eye but moved with incredible speed as it pursued its prey. Wu Tong dashed into a narrow alley and leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. It is over, no one made it, my teammates have all fallen. So this is how leveling up feels. I once thought I could save the world, it turns out it was just an illusion. I should not have believed those rousing words, nor dreamed of being a hero. She clenched her teeth, When will these hellish days finally end? Right now, the only option is to keep running and stay alive until the secret realm closes. Survival itself is already a blessing. Just as despair nearly overwhelmed her, Chumo's carefree voice called from behind Wu Tong. Hearing the voice, she turned around abruptly. Huh. You are the ordinary person who appears whenever the secret realm opens, right? I did not expect you would last this long. Seeing Chumo, she awkwardly explained, sorry, I did not mean to look down on you. I was just surprised. Surviving here is truly difficult. The young man humbly replied, I have probably survived thanks to luck. Thank you for the sword you lent me. Unfortunately, it has already broken. By the way, where are your teammates? Wu Tong lowered her head sadly. They are all gone, all because we dreamed of saving the world. We come from a small sect and cannot compare to the core disciples of major sects. When facing powerful demon beasts, we did not even have proper protective gear. We were merely temporary shields. Chumo nodded slightly. That is indeed terrifying. Recently, I witnessed a cultivator lose his life right before my eyes, standing right beside him without even realizing when the attack happened. If he had not chosen to sacrifice himself, the one in danger might have been me. Tong suggested, then come with me. We will find a safe place to hide and leave after the experts finish dealing with things. If danger arises, I will do my best to protect you. Viewers outside were stunned by the scene. Someone exclaimed, did that girl just say she would protect mock god? Calm down, girl. The person in front of you is no ordinary character. And mock god is pretending too much. Does he not know that Meng Jun revealed herself? Another person immediately refuted, what nonsense are you talking about? Mock god has always been very cautious. Just let Meng Jun keep some dignity. Stop bringing up old matters. Not long after, Chumo agreed to go with Wu Tong. She led the way while reminding him, stay close to me. Based on my experience, this area is relatively safe. However, Chumo remained alert. He vaguely heard a strange sound nearby. Wu Tong turned back and asked, did you hear something? Before she could finish speaking, the moment she turned her head, she saw the same monster standing right in front of them. The city within the secret realm suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Then came frantic screams and rapid footsteps. Chumo shouted loudly, do not turn back, run into that building. Wu Tong warned, going in there will cut off our retreat. I encountered it before and still managed to escape. In short, just trust me. Chumo shook his head. I do not trust that. You just said this place was safe, and the moment we moved we encountered a demon beast. How can I believe you? Without hesitation, Wu Tong suddenly lifted Chumo, leaving him flustered. Hey, what are you doing? She replied urgently. There is no time to explain, just trust me. After speaking, she carried him and rushed swiftly into the building ahead to find a place to hide. After a while, there was still no sign of the monster. Only then did Chumo believe that Wu Tong's words were accurate. The demonic beast truly did not pursue them. Unexpectedly, they had managed to escape. I am sorry, I wrongly blamed you earlier. Wu Tong spoke while catching her breath. Its eyesight is extremely sharp, but its hearing is almost non-existent, and its sense of touch is also ordinary. In a place with a complex structure like this building, it is easier to hide. We are temporarily safe, but we still cannot let our guard down. Go up to a higher floor and wait 10 minutes before leaving. Chumo nodded and followed her suggestion. When I entered, I briefly noticed the guide map. The staircase should be on the left side. Wu Tong shook her head. There is no need to take the stairs. We will use the elevator. Upon hearing about the elevator, Chumo immediately turned pale, sweat pouring down. He suffered from claustrophobia, and merely hearing the name sent chills down his spine. Wu Tong brushed her hair and smiled. Did you forget? This secret realm simulates a real city. The electrical system is still functioning, so the elevator can be used normally. Chumo was still hesitant. Would taking the stairs be more convenient and safer? She replied, in terms of safety, the stairs are indeed more reasonable, but since entering here I have been running non-stop and even carried you for a long distance. Do you know how heavy you are? I am exhausted now. Even taking a step is difficult. As she spoke, she held her chest and breathed heavily. Chumo widened his eyes, so the stamina of cultivators also has its limit. Wu Tong said helplessly, do you think cultivators train like athletes every day? Occasionally using modern equipment is not harmful. That demonic beast from earlier is probably not intelligent enough to use an elevator. After saying this, the two decided to enter the elevator. The metal doors slid open before them. When the doors opened, the scene inside left them stunned. Numerous corpses lay scattered, the scene shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Chumo blurted out, could it be that a demonic beast has already learned to use the elevator? Wu-Tong, were these wounds caused by the one from earlier? Wu-Tong shook her head. It was not that one. The traces indicate they were caused by another demonic beast. It seems this building is the territory of something else. Perhaps the situation is more complicated than we thought. It is very likely that the previous one was merely bait, forcing us in here to coordinate with the one inside the building. The time for us to retreat is running out. If we are trapped from both sides, escaping unharmed will be difficult. We must find a place that is both spacious and concealed, shake them off, and then leave the building immediately. Chumo nodded. I understand. According to the map, there is a large office on the upper floor. Follow me. The two quickly rushed into that spacious room. Before they could catch their breath, the shadow of the monster appeared outside the door. It advanced step by step, slow yet full of menace. Every path they had taken was carefully scanned by it. Wu-Tong covered her mouth to avoid making any sound and whispered to Chumo, is it safe to hide here? It cannot hear us, and even with good eyesight it would be difficult to detect such a concealed spot. It should be safe, right? Outside the screen, the audience showed no concern, and instead cheered for the demonic beast. Demonic beast, hurry up, otherwise Mation will take you down. On the outside, Chumo appeared fearful, but inwardly he remained completely calm. One viewer kept commenting, Chumo, stop pretending. It is time to make a move and spice things up. After searching without success, the monster unleashed a new move. Its tentacles grew large eyes and extended to scan every corner. Wu-Tong softly reminded him, be careful not to let the eyes on the tentacles detect us. If we are exposed, I will hold it back so you have a chance to escape. Chumo shook his head, I can also help. I have previously defeated a weaker demonic beast. If we must fight, I do not want to merely stand by. Wu-Tong still did not trust him. Do not push yourself. Protecting ordinary people is the responsibility of cultivators. Holding it off with me is not too difficult, just trust me. Chumo retorted, you are the one forcing yourself. Wait, I hear another sound nearby. Could there be another one? Wu-Tong listened carefully but detected nothing. Your hearing is truly good. I cannot hear anything. If you combine that with those keen eyes, it would be a perfect combination. Chumo said seriously, now is not the time to tease me. The footsteps are very light, but they are approaching. Wu-Tong replied, then are we supposed to rely solely on luck and continue arguing? Despite the tense situation, the two still did not forget to bicker. Finally, Chumo sighed, you are right. At that very moment, a large-headed exotic beast plunged down from above, its body flipping upside down and striking the ground in a bizarre manner. In an instant, Wu-Tong sensed a violent surge of demonic energy and spiritual power from it. The invisible pressure bore down heavily, leaving her stunned for several breaths. She immediately deduced that this must be a demon beast with nearly 300 years of cultivation. Its heavy footsteps slowly pressed toward the position of the two of them. With her mind in turmoil, Wu-Tong could only silently pray for luck, hoping to escape. Facing such a high-level creature, how could they possibly conceal themselves? Suddenly, the monster halted. Two exotic beasts stood face to face. The atmosphere within the secret realm stretched as tight as a drawn bowstring. In contrast, the audience outside was laughing and chatting animatedly. Haha, this scene is just like a horror movie. But if the great expert hiding under the table gets exposed, that would truly be a nightmare for those demon beasts. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the great expert seriously curling up beneath the table. I am laughing so hard I cannot close my mouth. A renowned great expert reduced to hiding like this. Look, their eyes are already directed under the table. Everyone, guess how many moves it will take for the great expert to deal with them. I am just waiting to witness his peak demeanor. The audience kept discussing excitedly, eagerly awaiting the next development. At that moment, the tentacles of the big-eyed monster began to move slightly. It reached under the table, letting out an excited cheer. A3, that was how they communicated with their kind, meaning the target had been found. The upside-down-headed monster lifted its foot and lightly patted its companion on the head. It startled the other, which cried out, A3, A33. Big brother, why did you do that? Every time you suddenly step on my head, you nearly scare my soul away. The other immediately retorted, A3 ba ba, do you think I like doing that? If your hearing were not so poor, I would not need to communicate this way. Ba ba, that kid is that monster. One move is enough to humiliate others. We should pretend we saw nothing and quietly withdraw. The leader monster muttered in confusion. Ah bah, really? Then why are they still hiding? How would I know? I am only reminding you out of old ties. If you want to taste trouble, go ahead yourself. Big-eyed monster turned pale upon hearing this. Abba, big brother, I know I was wrong. Wait for me, I am leaving too. Seeing the surroundings fall silent again, Wu-Tong raised her head to look at Chumo. Those demon beasts really left. Yes, the sounds are fading away too. They have probably changed direction, Chumo replied. Wutong let out a sigh of relief and revealed a radiant smile. What a relief. I thought it would be hard to escape this time. The viewers in front of the screens became restless again. Everyone thought Chumo would take action when the two demon beasts appeared, yet they turned around and left, and nothing happened in the end. I've never seen such strange demon beasts before. Even with 2 against 2, they still did not dare to fight. It is making my stomach hurt from laughing. It is my first time seeing demon beasts retreat on their own initiative. Their survival instincts have clearly increased. There must be a suspicious reason behind it. At that moment, a voice echoed throughout the secret realm. The peak monster of the first mission is about to appear. Difficulty level, a 500-year demon beast. Location, Xiungyun Road in the 5th secret realm. Chumo sighed softly. Another announcement. I did not expect the final boss to arrive so quickly. Wutong shrugged casually. It has nothing to do with me anyway. This difficulty is truly frightening. The final boss is even a 500-year demon beast. We should find a safe place to hide and leave the secret realm after the great experts deal with it. No need to worry too much. Ironically, at that moment they were standing right on Xiungyun Road. Dazzling pillar of light descended from the sky, causing Chumo to freeze and stare intently. Wutong, on the other hand, urged in panic. Why are you still standing there? Run quickly, she shouted while running and panting. This place should be safe enough now. Even from afar, the final boss's imposing aura is overwhelming. Chumo nodded. Indeed, ordinary demon beasts are already formidable. How could the final boss be only 500 years old? Something is not right. The secret realm would not release false information. Wutong pondered. Judging from earlier events, that possibility cannot be ruled out. But as long as we stay far away, those matters are none of our concern. Suddenly, a young man ran over from behind and called out loudly. Please wait, you two. He introduced himself as Xing Jian, a disciple of the Tai Xuan sect. He hoped the two of them would join forces with them to eliminate the final boss. Wutong shook her head bluntly. Sorry, please find someone else. We are weak. We can barely manage escaping ourselves. The young man said firmly. Simply hiding will not get us through this trial. The saviors in other secret realms are all cultivators from the 4 great sects. There may be people capable of defeating a 500-year demon beast, but this is only the 5th secret realm, where most gathered have limited strength. All cultivators here are weak. If everyone runs, the boss will eventually wipe us all out. Xing Jian's eyes were resolute. There is only one path to survival. He raised his hand and pointed behind him, his voice firm. The Tai Xuan sect has a magical artifact, the thunder-controlling bottle capable of killing a 500-year demon beast, but it requires time to activate. Before that, we must hold it back. Therefore, we need more people. The more we have, the greater the chance. For the final victory, please join us. A man standing at a distance, observing, spoke up. Xing Jian, you are back, faster than expected. Xing Jian immediately reported. Young sect master, the gathering is nearly complete. Including our sect disciples, we have found a total of 164 cultivators. The young sect master was surprised. Only that many. There are 2,500 people in the 5th secret realm. Xing Jian sighed. No one expected the difficulty to rise so quickly. The number of people giving up far exceeded expectations. Young sect master, with our current strength, can we hold the demon beast long enough to activate the thunder-controlling bottle? The young sect master gently rotated a purple bottle in his hand. His gaze darkened. It is enough. In his mind appeared the image of the thunder-controlling bottle, the most precious treasure of the Tai Xuan sect, usable only once. His father's stern voice echoed. I gave you the thunder-controlling bottle not to see you so weak. The young sect master shook his head. Father, forgive me, I cannot do that. His father spoke slowly. Is it not enough to gather all the cultivators, claim you are preparing to activate it so they exhaust the demon beast, then when it weakens you use the thunder-controlling bottle to finish it? The young sect master hesitated, but that would cause many casualties. Moreover, the thunder-controlling bottle does not require that much preparation time. His father said sternly, have you forgotten? To grow stronger in the secret realm, besides audience rewards, you must defeat the final boss. Only then will you gain more opportunities. You must win the grand prize. The young sect master was resolute. Without schemes, I can still defeat the boss. I do not want to lose my principles for rewards. Do you not trust me, father? His father pondered. Have you forgotten our dream? To bring the Tai Xuan sect to stand alongside the 4 great sects. He placed a hand on his shoulder, his eyes full of expectation. 30 years of effort have brought us to today's position. This is the highest goal I can reach. You remember when disciples of the 4 great sects once scorned us. In their eyes, there are only 2 kinds of sects in the world, the 4 great ones and the rest. That is the harsh reality. No one regards us as their equal. Now that the secret realm has opened, it is a great opportunity. Absolutely no mistakes can be allowed. To stand equal with them, we need not only strength but also people's support. He raised the thunder-controlling bottle. You must drive the cultivators here into despair and then appear as a hero, making them bow in admiration. Only then can we accumulate the power to contend with the four great sects and gradually surpass them. The young sect master frowned, then spoke decisively. I understand what must be done. Returning to the present, he whispered softly, I am sorry. The Tai Xuan sect, for father, your sacrifice is unavoidable. After preparations were complete, the entire group set off. Someone could not help but feel doubtful. Can the thunder-controlling bottle really defeat the boss? The delay be to make us human shields. Another person reassured him. Young Master Luo Tiancheng is known for his integrity. He would not deceive us. Besides trusting him, what other choice do we have? The young man with slanted bangs thought for a moment and nodded. You are right. Rather than waiting, we might as well take a gamble. If we are lucky enough to defeat the boss, we might obtain a fate coin and become a powerhouse. Someone sneered, it is hard enough just to survive, yet you dream of rewards. Out of more than 200 people, only one gets a fate coin. Do you think you are the chosen one? Amid the argument, Chumo spoke. Stop persuading me, I will not quietly withdraw. Wu Tong turned to him in annoyance. You really plan to fight the boss with them? It is very dangerous. What can an ordinary person like you contribute? Chumo replied calmly. I once obtained a fate coin, so I have some strength. Everyone is risking their lives, I cannot just stand by. She widened her eyes in shock. So you used a fate coin to increase your combat power. No wonder you qualified to enter the secret realm. He explained slowly. Not long after entering, I was lucky enough to receive a fate coin that increased my combat power once. After that, I got more, but it did not increase further. Tong pointed at the gold coin. That is normal. If it could increase infinitely, gathering them for one person would create a war god. The essence of a fate coin is pure spiritual energy. A cultivator's body has limits. When filled with spiritual energy, it cannot absorb more. Only through battle or breakthroughs can the capacity expand. Usually only cultivators can use fate coins. The fact that you can use them is already strange. She rested her chin in her hand, observing him with curiosity. Even stranger, there is no fluctuation of spiritual energy from you. Could you be a hidden master pretending to be a novice? Suddenly, Chumo's expression turned serious, his gaze cold. I am telling the truth, no more hiding, it is time to reveal myself. Tong burst into laughter. That sounds like classic lines from stories where someone trains alone in a secret realm and becomes a superhero. I did not expect you to be into comics too. Chumo smiled faintly and calmly admitted his preference. I am quite surprised as well. I did not expect cultivators like you to enjoy novels and comics. She giggled playfully in response, of course. Do you think modern cultivators still live in seclusion deep in the forests, without delivery services, unable to order food and lacking Wi-Fi? Who could endure that? Spiritual energy on Earth has long been depleted, so no matter how hard one cultivates, it is difficult to make breakthroughs. In such circumstances, only a few exceptionally gifted cultivators persist on the path of cultivation. Most blend into modern society, and some even become obsessed with fame and wealth. In another corner, isolated from the bustling noise, several men gathered in the shadows to discuss matters. One of them spoke. President Su has already received our sincerity. His payment was indeed generous. Person opposite replied calmly, that was only the advance payment. Once the task is completed, there will be an additional reward. The three men exchanged glances and placed their hands on their chests solemnly. Once we take the money, we will see the job through. It is merely dealing with a brat, yet all three of us are required. He must be highly valued. President Su spoke meaningfully. I have already sent Chumo's file to you. In the secret realm, he defeated a 300-year demon beast with a single punch. His strength must not be underestimated. Another man interjected confidently, President Su, please rest assured. We have never failed. It is true that Chumo gained fame by defeating monsters in the secret realm, but from the livestream, he is merely a body cultivator who relies on brute strength. Lacks advanced martial techniques and real combat experience against demon beasts and cultivators. He sneered calculatingly. With Earth's spiritual energy in decline, the power gained from destiny coins in the secret realm cannot be brought outside. Therefore, Chumo can easily be suppressed by any of us now. President Su laughed sinisterly. So that is the case. It seems I was overly cautious. Look, the difficulty of the secret realm has increased again. The final boss is actually a 500-year demon beast. Chumo and his team appear to be preparing for a full assault. One man mocked, perhaps before it is even our turn. Chumo will already become the demon beast's meal. This trip would then be a wasted effort. President Su said leisurely, if Chumo dies in the secret realm, I will still pay the full reward. The three men immediately smiled with satisfaction. With those words from President Su, we are completely reassured. At that moment, a burst of blue light suddenly erupted from the ground, startling him into shouting in alarm. Boss, something is happening outside. Others instantly became tense, their expressions serious. What is going on with such powerful spiritual energy? President Su curled his lips into a calculating smile. They have arrived already, faster than expected. 3 immortal masters, there is no need to worry, that is a distinguished guest I invited. To ensure we can deal with Chumo, I invited another expert. All eyes turned toward the newcomer. The senior advisor of Lee Financial Group, rumored to be a bounty hunter specializing in targeting cultivators. Returning to the battle in the secret realm. Rules here have been interfered with by the god of another world. 8.055 strength. Far beyond that of an ordinary 500-year demon beast. On the rooftop of a skyscraper, the young master asked sternly, is everything ready? Xing Jian replied respectfully, young master, the cultivators have dispersed according to plan, positioned around the final boss area. When the demon beast leaves the cluster of immortal light, they will take turns luring it and keep it within the firing range of the thunder suppression array. Before the thunder suppression array is fully prepared, they will do their best to hold the demon beast back for you, young master. The young master nodded with a resolute gaze, I understand. I will activate the thunder suppression array as quickly as possible to minimize casualties. Elsewhere, Chumo looked curious, so not everyone rushes in together to attack the boss. Wu Tong leaned back wearily. Do you think this is a team-based game? If we confront it head-on, we would be wiped out in less than 2 minutes. Divide into 50 small groups to attack and withdraw in rotation to buy time for the thunder suppression array. Chumo said worriedly, but the bait teams will be in great danger. She shook her head gently, her eyes helpless. There is no other way. This is the plan of Tai Xuan sect, sacrificing the few to save the many. If something happens, it can only be considered bad luck. But when it comes to escaping, I am very confident. Before I see the ending of that novel, I will not fall. That national classic has existed for over 100 years. Chumo smiled and nodded. I am also a loyal fan. The last time I faced a desperate situation, I happened to reread it. It helped me regain my faith and motivation to live. Wu Tong said excitedly, really. Once we leave the secret realm, I will introduce you to that artist. Chumo widened his eyes, truly. Mad Eater has never appeared in public and is known as the mysterious artist. I've always wanted his autograph. Wu Tong said gently, Mad Eater is also a cultivator like us. The only difference is that his purpose in cultivation is to stay healthy and create more beautiful art. Chumo replied enthusiastically, cultivating for art is truly an inspiring professional ideal. Please make sure to let me meet him. He smiled softly. You once said your sister is still waiting for you. Now you have another reason to keep living. We must strive to survive. Hearing this, Chumo was momentarily stunned. A warm smile gradually appeared on his lips, silently agreeing. Yes, we will definitely leave the secret realm safely. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light tore across the sky. A thunderous sound erupted right beside the monster's feet. The monster spoke in a deep and arrogant tone. This is the secret realm. To come here, I requested the Divine Master to reduce my strength to the level of a 500-year demon beast. It licked its lips greedily, the flesh and blood of cultivators. It is time to hunt. It immediately assumed a stance to unleash its opening move. The opposing side also prepared simultaneously and shouted loudly. Get ready, it has noticed us. One person thought silently that everything was proceeding as planned, his eyes tracking every movement of the monster. A sudden sweeping strike sent everyone flying. Everyone was shocked and terrified. Damn it, what kind of speed was that? A violent gust stirred up dust, completely obscuring the view. Within the dust, the monster had seized an unfortunate cultivator. Its voice dripping with mockery. Go on, scream loudly. If you can lure more of your companions here, I might grant you a quicker end. Despite being restrained, the man replied stubbornly with sarcasm, a beast with an underdeveloped mind speaking human language, truly a spectacle. Then he laughed arrogantly. The monster's eyes flared with rage, and in a frenzy, it ended the man's life in an instant, plunging the scene into chaos. I like spirited prey the most, especially when I personally send them off. Its face twisted with madness. Very well, where is the next prey? It sniffed lightly. Yes, the nearest scent is to the right. At that moment, Wu Tong was still pretending to stroll leisurely through the city. The monster frowned in confusion. I can smell spiritual energy. Even though you have scattered, each location has at least 2 people. But here there is only one woman. I am very curious about the reason. Before long, it appeared right in front of her. Tong sneered, "You cannot be serious, you cannot even figure that out. Dealing with someone like you, I alone am enough." The monster roared with interest, "Oh, an intriguing woman, let me see what abilities you possess." Wu Tong responded firmly, "As you wish." With that, she unleashed a powerful strike that swept through the surrounding. Radiant light burst forth, flooding the entire street. The monster remained unharmed, its lips curling in disdain. "Is that all? Modern cultivators are so weak that it makes me laugh." At that moment, Chumo suddenly rushed forward and stood in front of it. He clenched his fist tightly, gathering energy into his punch, preparing to strike. A single punch slammed into the ground, forming a streak of golden light that shot straight toward the monster, forcing it to step back cautiously for a brief moment. I instinctively avoided it. It leaped up excitedly. "How interesting. Among these cultivators there is someone like this. Come, let us have a satisfying battle." But when it looked around and saw no one, it shouted angrily, "Where did everyone go?" They all ran away. In another observation room, members were closely monitoring the situation. Li Xiang asked in astonishment, "Is the fifth secret realm boss a mutated entity? What does that mean?" According to the materials provided by the program team, the stronger a demon beast becomes, the more human-like its form. The boss of the fifth secret realm has begun to take on a human appearance. Yishuang explained that normally this only happens at over 800 years. Li Xiang widened his eyes. "Is this not breaking the rules? It was said to be 500 years, yet now it is over 800 and in the weakest secret realm." Hui Xing spoke calmly, "The announcement of the secret realm is not wrong. It is simply that, at the same 500-year level, the difficulty of the boss in the fifth secret realm far surpasses the others." Yishuang asked doubtfully, "But such a powerful demon beast managed to evade Chumo's attack. What is Elder Gui's assessment?" Gui Xing wiped his sweat and replied, "For now I will withhold my opinion. Please switch the view to the first secret realm. The boss there is entering a He-Nirnayak Anus phase." Elsewhere, Wu Tong scanned her surroundings cautiously. She breathed heavily and thought to herself, "Facing the final boss while pretending to be calm is truly thrilling." My heart almost leaped out of my chest. According to the plan, I strike first to draw its attention, and Chumo takes the opportunity to launch a safe ambush. Thinking of this, she felt annoyed. Chumo is clearly stronger than me yet pretended to be weak, making me worry for so long. In the end, just one strike frightened the boss into retreating. Suddenly, she froze as she realized something was wrong. Wait, the boss is not chasing either. Could it be that it was so frightened that it lost track of us? If it moves beyond the range of the thunder suppression array, it will be a major problem. She had not even finished her thought when a familiar sound echoed from behind. "How annoying, I am standing right behind you. My original target was your teammate over there. That means I could not track his spiritual aura. Then I suddenly thought that if I defeated you first, he might come to me on his own." Tong was instantly overwhelmed with panic. Her mind remained clear, but her body felt completely locked. What is happening? Her whole body was stiff as if frozen. She struggled in vain. "This is bad, I am done for." A surge of black smoke erupted. The monster swung its arm, preparing to deliver the final blow. Chumo reacted in a flash and immediately reached out his hand. He directly blocked the attack with his bare hand. Being blocked only excited the monster further. It roared loudly. "Excellent, the human expert has finally appeared. Let us continue the unfinished battle from earlier." At the same time, Chumo's livestream room exploded with activity. Comments flooded in, "Fight, fight, Mock God has finally made a move." Some frowned and urged everyone to quiet down because the situation seemed unfavorable. Others expressed concern that an elder once said this boss far surpassed a 500-year demon beast. Third person chimed in, "Mock God retreated earlier. Perhaps even he is not confident of victory." Another comment mocked, "Is not Mock God's strength always accompanied by caution?" Someone urged, "I am still waiting to see the thunder command bottle. Hurry up a bit." At that moment, a thunderous explosion rang out across the city. The ground shook violently. Cultivators nearby were horrified to hear the relentless sounds of battle. While the crowd was still stunned, a stern man spoke, "This is the perfect opportunity." The person beside him widened his eyes. "An opportunity? Have you lost your mind? Are you planning to secretly steal the boss?" He laughed, "What is there to fear? Turning a bicycle into a motorcycle is far more exciting. Who would not want the reward for slaying the boss? We join forces, and if we succeed, we split it evenly." The other hesitated before nodding, "Fine, although it is risky, I do not want to miss this. We split it evenly, do not go back on your word." The bald man smirked, "We have cooperated so many times, why doubt now? And there is an expert above holding the demon beast back. Nothing to worry about." On Chumo's side, the monster raised its claw and sneered mockingly, as if everything was already decided. It lunged forward and struck straight at his chest. Luckily he dodged in time. Chumo froze for a brief moment. His eyes widened in shock. The monster glanced sideways and taunted, "Where are you looking?" Immediately after, a punch slammed into his abdomen and sent him flying. His body flew more than 10 meters before crashing hard into a concrete wall. It laughed loudly, "And you can still stand up. My intuition was correct. A tremendous source of power lies hidden within you, yet you do not know how to use it. What a waste." The livestream erupted again. "Where are those who were so confident earlier? Mock God has already spoken like that. In the end, he is just a punching bag, unreliable at the crucial moment. If you are so capable, go fight the demon beast yourself." Someone mocked, "Do you need to know how to cook to say a dish tastes bad?" Another retorted, "I am not some world-saving hero who must charge into battle." But another concluded, "Enough arguing. Arguing is pointless. Seriously speaking, anyone who can should support Mock God with practical action." On the battlefield, the monster continuously unleashed heavy blows on the protagonist. It laughed gleefully. No matter how he defended, with accumulated damage like this, his body would soon collapse. Chumo silently endured. His gaze remained resolute. The monster moved slowly as if savoring the moment. "Let me end your suffering." It leapt high into the air. Its right arm drew back to strike. Strange glowing patterns appeared around it. At that moment, Wu Tong rushed forward and lashed her whip fiercely at its body, activating condensed light lash. The whip tightened around the monster, causing it to halt for a brief moment. It roared in anger, "What trick is this? Why can I not move?" Seizing the opportunity, Chumo immediately gathered power, clenched his fist, and charged forward. A straight punch to the face left the monster unable to react. A brilliant flash of light erupted at the point of impact. Wu Tong coughed several times and muttered, "What kind of bizarre magic artifact is this?" Even after exhausting all her spiritual energy, she could restrain it for less than a second and even injured herself. "Has my right hand fractured? I can only hold it off this much, Chumo, do not fall." Chumo still stood on the monster's body, maintaining his previous offensive stance. He thought to himself that although he counterattacked at the right moment, the damage was clearly insignificant. Worse still, his body began to grow numb. The hidden power it mentioned, how exactly should it be unleashed? At that moment he sensed someone approaching. A group of cultivators suddenly appeared. Their eyes lit up when they saw the monster lying motionless. Someone cheered, "Excellent, we arrived just in time. The boss is severely injured and down, charge together." The subordinate immediately responded, "Understood, boss." Seeing this, the protagonist quickly stopped them. "Wait, this demon beast is still extremely dangerous." The bald man sneered, "Do you think I will believe you? After working so hard to defeat the boss, would I let others steal the reward? Dream on, the reward belongs to us," he said while laughing maniacally. Suddenly the subordinate turned and stabbed a sword straight into his chest, calmly saying, "No, the reward is mine." The bald man was struck and turned back in horror. "You bastard, did we not agree to split it evenly?" The subordinate sneered, "What right do you have to blame me? Even if I did not strike first, with your nature you would have harmed me anyway. I simply acted first. What is wrong with that?" "Aha, no one expected that I would be the one to finish the boss." The demon beast that seemed to have fallen suddenly sprang up, its fierce eyes roaring. "Who did you say you would kill, you annoying worm? Do not interfere in my battle." Its long arms cast a shadow over his head. His face turned pale as he thought, "What is going on? Was it not about to die? If I had known, I would not have come." On a nearby rooftop, Yan Xingjian looked down and sighed as he said to Luo Tiancheng, "I did not expect the final boss to be a humanoid demon beast." Tiancheng nodded thoughtfully. "At this level, it is likely no longer just a 500-year demon beast." Yan Xingjian immediately reported, "Young master, the Thunder Command Bottle is the supreme treasure of the Tai Xuan sect. Eliminating a 700-year demon beast is not difficult. There is no need to worry too much." Tiancheng watched the battlefield. "I am not concerned about whether the Thunder Command Bottle can kill it. What draws my attention is the young man fighting there." Chumo stood in the center of the battlefield, his aura blazing like the scorching sun. Luo Tiancheng looked on with great interest. Even outside the four great sects there are such geniuses. Even their core disciples may not compare, such talent truly inspires envy. Yan Xingjian agreed, with the combat power of that demon beast, ordinary cultivators can hardly intervene. But in the current situation, no matter how strong he is, he cannot hold out long against an opponent beyond his level. "Young master, when will the Thunder Command Bottle finish activating? If we coordinate with him, the chance of defeating it is very high." The young sect master took out the artifact and said decisively, No need to remind me, I have already accelerated the activation. Letting such a genius die at the hands of a demon beast would be a loss to the entire cultivation world, even to the mortal world. No matter what, I must save him. After dealing with the group that intended to seize the reward, the demon beast turned around. Its cold gaze fixed on Wu Tong as it said in a chilling voice, "You meddlesome worm, now only you remain in this battle." Chumo immediately shouted angrily, "Beast, your opponent is me. Do not target the wrong person." The wolf demon beast turned back, its voice filled with disdain. "I have never liked using auxiliary spell. The strong only need pure power to resolve everything. But because of you, today I will make an exception. Cast Dark Prison." Instantly, bands of darkness surrounded Chumo, obscuring his vision. He was shocked. What is this? This is the innate ability of the demon beast. It lasts for a short time. With Chumo's strength, it would take about 20 seconds to break the dark cage. It is more than enough time for it to defeat his companion many times over. The demon beast raised its hand to control Wu Tong and laughed arrogantly. "If you want to save her, surpass your own limits. Otherwise, you can only witness a tragic ending." Trapped within the darkness, Chumo roared in fury and struck the walls repeatedly. "Is this underhanded trick all you are capable of?" Outside, the demon beast sneered, "I was only joking. There is no need to wait for you. Now I will render her completely unable to resist." Rage surged, Chumo swung his arm to shatter the cage and roared, "Is that so? Your last chance has come to an end." The demonic beast stared in shock, an unbelievable thought rising in its mind. How could this be? Yet he actually escaped. Under that astonished gaze, Chumo merely curled his lips into a faint smile. "Perhaps I should thank you. Thanks to this prison, I seem to have understood how to wield my power." Hearing this, the demonic beast narrowed its eyes in anger, its voice filled with sarcasm. "How interesting, you truly have surprised me. As a reward, I will return your companion." As soon as he finished speaking, he released his grip and let Wu Tong fall freely downward. Chumo immediately rushed forward to catch her, shouting loudly, "Miss Wu Tong, wake up, can you hear me?" The demonic beast stood with arms crossed, watching coldly and sneering softly. "Rest assured, she has not lost her life, she is only temporarily unconscious. Even so, it will be difficult for you to leave." Holding Wu Tong tightly in his arms, Chumo raised his head and looked at the opponent with icy eyes. "Running away before a victor is decided. I will not leave this place." The opponent laughed loudly in response. "Do not be so self-satisfied. You were merely lucky to break the weakest of my techniques." By tasting this move, a stream of dense darkness surged out from him. However, when it reached Chumo, it was no different from a gentle breeze. He merely waved his hand lightly and dispersed the dark veil. Chumo curled his lips in disdain. "I see. Is this your second weakest technique? Do you have any move more worthy than this?" At this moment, the wolf demonic beast could no longer remain calm and roared fiercely. "It seems I have underestimated you, human. Since you are a worthy opponent, I will no longer use such crude techniques to insult you. I will make you pay the price and keep a fragment of you as a souvenir." But while he was still gathering power, Chumo had already vanished from his original spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind it, his expression filled with irritation. "Enough, you talk too much." Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the demonic beast cried out in terror within its mind. "How could this brat close in on me so quickly? He is merely a small human." That very moment, a brilliant ray of light shot out from Chumo's palm. The ray pierced straight into the opponent's body. A howl of pain mixed with resentment erupted from the demonic beast. "Do not say you would not use spells anymore. Then what is this? How do you explain that position-swapping trick?" Just as everything seemed to be over, the demonic beast gradually reappeared from the lingering shadow. Its body trembled as a hoarse and weak voice sounded. "Human, are you truly human? A physique trained to this extent resembles a demonic beast more than me. Even though you have defeated me once, have you ever regretted it?" His eyes became frenzied, each word as sharp as a blade. "To enter this secret realm, my strength was suppressed. Ironically, that fall just now opened a new limit. Pray, according to the rules here, before you can defeat me, how long can you withstand my full power?" In another area, at the peak of a towering structure, Yan Xingjian gazed toward the battlefield and asked softly, "Do you see it? It is hard to believe that Cultivator is actually gaining the upper hand against the demonic beast." Luo Tiancheng nodded lightly. "Yes, what a coincidence." Xingjian asked in surprise, "Young master, what do you mean?" Tiancheng replied calmly, "The Thundercloud steed is already prepared. It is time to conclude the mission of this secret realm." Xingjian exclaimed excitedly, "That is wonderful, young master. Then let us hurry over to assist." "Wait, that demonic beast in the middle of the city, is emitting a light with astonishing power. Yan Xingjian looked down and cried out in shock. My heavens, it has become even stronger. This spiritual power is terrifying. At least 800 years, perhaps even 900 years of cultivation. This is the first time a mission has produced such a monster. Could it be that we are meant to be buried here? Luo Tiancheng stood frozen in place like a statue, remaining silent even after several seconds passed. Xingjian turned anxiously and asked, Young master, are we still going to provide support? Tiancheng lowered his gaze and sighed thoughtfully. Perhaps I was mistaken about something. The activation time of the Thundercloud steed has not actually been completed. I miscalculated. In Luo Tiancheng's livestream room, the audience began to discuss fervently. Seeing the demonic beast grow stronger and immediately backing down, you really change your stance quickly. I knew it. In the end, we still have to rely on Chu Mo. So it turns out you only intended to seize the credit. Your maneuver was good, but next time do not interfere. The stage back to Chu Mo. Inside the secret realm, after restoring its tall and pitch-black form, the demonic beast laughed heartily. I have finally returned to my original appearance. Chu Mo replied coldly. You constantly belittle humans, yet in the end you take on a human form. When you were still a puppy, you looked better than you do now. Struck at its sore spot, the demonic beast roared in fury. Shut up. I am completely different from the likes of you. You are only worthy of becoming food. Only we demonic beasts represent the pinnacle of evolution among all species. In the livestream room, Jai Xing and Yishuang were still conversing. The first 4 bosses of the secret realm have been defeated one after another. The plan has been completed. It is truly thrilling. I have goosebumps. The audience must feel the same. Thank you to the cultivators for their devoted efforts in battle. Elder Jai beside him continued with a solemn expression. The divine power from another world truly cannot be underestimated, even directly affecting the secret realm and forcing an increase in difficulty. Looking at the current results, I am both surprised and delighted. Perhaps I underestimated the secret realm established by our predecessors and also failed to properly recognize the efforts of the younger generation of cultivators. Li Xiang quickly shifted the topic. Since the first 4 secret realms have been successfully cleared, please direct your attention to the 5th secret realm. There stands a tall and pitch-black demonic beast that makes everyone uneasy. Li Xiang looked at the screen and was stunned. What is that? We have only just reached the 2nd stage of the final round. Elder Jai pondered and assessed. A final boss in human form can only be an evolution achieved by a demonic beast with more than 1,000 years of cultivation. Shuang said worriedly, 1,000-year demonic beast. This has already exceeded the permitted limits. Elder Jai's expression became serious as he explained. A 500-year demonic beast has combat power below 2,000, but a 1,000-year one reaches the 10,000 mark. That is the level of a peak cultivator on Earth. With his current strength, it means Chu Mo is battling an opponent regarded as the strongest in the world. Inside the secret realm, the confrontation between Chu Mo and the demonic beast grew increasingly fierce. Both sides were locked in a stalemate, neither yielding to the other. After 7,749 seconds of decisive battle, Chu Mo finally displayed an overwhelming aura, delivering a finishing strike that caused the opponent to collapse in defeat. Gong Hei spoke, puppy, this is the full strength of humanity. To be honest, I am somewhat disappointed. Despite taking the blow, the demonic beast remained unwilling to concede and stood up with a darkened expression. Do you think you have already won? He laughed eerily, his face gradually transforming and his eyes filled with calculation. To avoid being detected by the secret realm's cameras, I only used 30% of my strength earlier. Chu Mo calmly replied, then I am relieved, because I have only used 20% of my power. The demonic beast became even more smug. I was mistaken. Earlier, I only used 1/10 of my strength. Chu Mo laughed mockingly. Is that so? It seems your mathematics is flawed. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them charged at each other once more and the battle erupted again. Beneath the livestream, comments flooded in rapidly. I thought the spells in the first secret realm were already the pinnacle. Until seeing Chu Mo, this is the true combat style of a real man. Chu Mo Dong's livestream room was packed with viewers. Incredible, all of my rewards have been given to Chu Mo brothers, follow along. With strength like this, why not reward the other cultivators as well to increase the overall combat power? The person who had just spoken was immediately met with a fierce backlash from the community. He asked in confusion, I only made one comment, why am I being attacked so harshly? A subordinate stepped forward and sighed, boss, you are still watching Chu Mo's livestream. Even if you advise them to stop giving rewards now, it is already too late. Boss smiled faintly. What do you know? Chu Mo's current strength may still be somewhat lacking. That makes it easier for the demonic beast to eliminate him from the competition. Earning money without doing anything, is that not extremely profitable? By the way, where is third brother? Why is he taking so long in the restroom? Second brother shrugged. Earlier he sent a message saying he forgot to feed the cat, so he went home for a trip. Upon hearing this reason, the boss immediately understood and sprang to his feet, shouting loudly. That fellow became afraid so quickly. Chumo's strength in the secret realm is due to the audience's rewards. Once he comes out and loses that source of support, what is there to fear anymore? At that point he suddenly paused, his eyes narrowing with scrutiny as he muttered that there was nothing to worry about, and upon further thought several details became clearer. His face instantly turned gloomy, and he immediately turned around and left the place. Standing before Director C, he forced an awkward smile. Director C, I am sorry, I suddenly remembered that I forgot to take care of my cat at home. Please allow me to leave for a moment and I will return right away. At the same time, the secret realm issued an announcement that left everyone stunned, detecting that the combat power of the final boss had exceeded the limit of an F-level mission, reaching the level of a 1,000-year super beast, and after 1 minute the system would automatically proceed with elimination. Hearing this, the demonic beast frowned slightly, his voice tinged with regret. Discovered so quickly already, I had intended to determine the victor with you before leaving the game. My apologies, human expert. Chumo was still gathering power and replied with a faint smile. What are you talking about? Is there not still 1 minute left? Rest assured, I will deal with you before the time ends so that you will have no regrets. Demonic beast bared his teeth in a grin, his eyes blazing with excitement. Human, you have also felt the thrill of battle, have you not? Before the clock runs out, let us enjoy it together. Both sides immediately charged forward and continued their clash. This offensive was even more ferocious than before. Inside Director C's office, he stared intently at the person opposite him, his voice lowering. The 3 cultivators I hired all fled midway. When facing Chumo, are you truly confident of victory? Joe did not answer immediately, only tilting his head slightly and frowning as he asked in return. Are you afraid? Then he calmly continued. Cultivators nowadays largely lack real combat experience, accustomed to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. It is not surprising that those 3 fled. I never held any expectations for them. Director C was still uneasy and lowered his voice to analyze. The strength Chumo displayed in the secret realm far exceeded our expectations. To ensure success, perhaps you should contact Li Bao to request additional manpower or report to a higher level of the corporation. When Joe laughed, his eyes cold. Do you want me to expose my incompetence before the boss or stir up the issue of the park project deficit and cause Han Ning to lose face before the family? Rest assured, after deducting the rewards, his strength and mine are evenly matched. However, in a life and death battle, victory is not determined solely by strength. Although he possesses outstanding talent, he lacks real combat experience, and that will be his fatal weakness. Inside the secret realm, the sound of the countdown echoed steadily. 20 seconds, then 10 seconds. Chumo and the 1,000-year demonic beast continued to struggle fiercely. 5 seconds remained, then 3 seconds. That crucial moment, he unleashed a decisive strike. The system announced that the final boss of the 5th secret realm had been defeated by the savior Chumo, and due to the combat power exceeding the mission level, the reward for the savior was 2 million destiny coins. Outside, the livestream room erupted with comments. Clearly, the demonic beast was enhanced to challenge newcomers, yet I feel that Mation was the one dominating. Mation is the first to receive such a huge reward. It is quite reasonable. Now, with an additional 2 million, he will probably sweep through the upcoming missions without leaving anything behind. Another viewer quietly commented, a moment of sympathy for the demonic beast. But has anyone noticed that even after winning, Chumo's expression remains very serious? Someone immediately replied, are you a new fan? Mation has always been like this. The smoother things go, the more cautious he becomes. It is precisely this caution that has made him as strong as he is today. On the private control panel visible only to Chumo, the final notification appeared. 4 million destiny coins from the mission had been transferred into his account, and after unlocking all new functions, he discovered that besides increasing combat power, they could also be used to exchange for pills, equipment, and supplies in the secret realm shop. He focused on the notification panel, frowning slightly. Where were the remaining 16 million destiny coins? Operational and marketing fees perhaps. Cultivators have also kept up with the times, thinking of the power limits. He suddenly realized that they might also be useful in the secret realm shop. At that moment, Wu Tong awakened from her unconsciousness and staggered over in panic. You frightened me to death. Did you really defeat that wolf boss? Chumo did not answer directly but asked instead, why are you already awake? Lie down quickly. It is not good for your wounds to move too much. Once outside, you should go to the hospital for an examination. Wutong rubbed her right shoulder and said, after the mission ends, the secret realm will automatically heal the savior. My injuries have already fully recovered here. Chumo calmly nodded, I see. It seems that sometimes the secret realm also knows how to help people. Hearing this, Wutong looked at him suspiciously. Could it be that your injuries have not yet recovered? He replied briefly, no, I was not injured. Wutong exclaimed in astonishment, not injured and yet you defeated the boss alone? Is this the level of a true expert? Are you not the closed disciple of a hidden sect or a 1,000-year genius? Chumo frowned and immediately denied it. How could there be such a strange thing? I am just an ordinary person. At this moment, the sky above gradually changed color, and the surrounding scenery began to distort. Chumo raised his head and asked, what is happening? Is the secret realm about to collapse? Wutong calmly explained, once the mission is completed, we will return to the original world. When we get back, the first thing I will do is take a hot bath and have a good sleep. Chumo let out a soft sigh, so we are finally going back. So many things have happened. Only half a day, yet it felt like an entire month. Being able to safely return to reality is truly wonderful. Wutong glared and said, come on, great expert. For you the secret realm was like a stroll. Do not act as if you are on the same level as novices like us. Seeing her pout, Chumo laughed and asked, why do you look unhappy? Are you regretting your destiny coin? That moment the system issued a new notification. The host has excellently completed the beginner mission, specially rewarded with the passive skill spiritual energy solidification. The host's domain is unaffected by the spiritual energy environment. Even on Earth where spiritual energy is depleted, it can still exert full combat power. In addition, a pet will appear after 2 days. Please prepare to receive. Leaving the secret realm, the scenery of reality gradually became clear. Rows of towering buildings, wide streets crowded with vehicles, and the bustling noise of people echoed, look everyone, it is Mation. Mation, please give me an autograph. The crowd surged forward, raising their phones to surround Chumo. Mation, can we take a photo together? I want to record a clip to post online. Suddenly surrounded, Chumo was slightly flustered but still patiently signed autographs and took photos with each person, causing the fans to cheer excitedly. I did not expect Mation to be so friendly. I love him. Now that I have a photo together, I must post it immediately. After everyone had dispersed, Chumo let out a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered, finally it is over, what exactly is happening? He was still bewildered. A voice sounded. All events in the secret realm were broadcast live worldwide. Others may not realize it, but I am certain your fame has already surpassed that of a top-tier celebrity. Sooner or later brands will invite you to be their ambassador. Wutong standing beside him quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Chumo asked in surprise, is it really to that extent? If so, then that is good. I no longer have to worry about money. Hearing him mention money, Wutong immediately asked, are you lacking a lot? He nodded. To treat my sister's illness, I borrowed quite a sum, and the hospital has never been able to cure her completely. If I have enough money, perhaps I can find a better place. She immediately said, why did you not mention it earlier? I can contact skilled doctors along with several famous cultivators proficient in medical arts. Once you have money, you need not worry about medical expenses. During her willingness to help, Chumo extended his hand to shake hers. Then I will trouble you with this. If a suitable hospital can be found, that would be wonderful. I will repay the expenses later. She shook his hand and replied, do not be so polite. You saved my life. That small amount of money is nothing. Let us eat first. I have been hungry for a while, and then we will visit your sister. He nodded and said, let me call a car first. Wutong took out her phone to make the booking. Before she could proceed, a white car had already stopped right in front of them. She exclaimed in surprise, I have not even booked yet and the car has already arrived. Technology is truly fast nowadays. Chumo looked at the car and frowned. It is them again. Them, she asked in surprise. From inside the car, a man in a black suit stepped out and placed his hand before his chest in greeting. Apologies for the disturbance, Mr. Chu. President Su invites you to the company to resolve several previous misunderstandings. Chumo replied frankly, misunderstandings. Calling the act of forcing me to confess and take my own life merely a minor misunderstanding and still remaining calm. Even if you had not sought me out, I would have come to clarify matters with you, but today I have other affairs. Seeing his refusal, he lowered his voice. I am only conveying President Su's intentions. If my words were inappropriate, I hope you will not be angry. Go on, what does he want? President Su has already invited your sister beforehand. If you do not come then. Before he could finish speaking, Chumo stepped slightly to the side, his eyes turning cold. Perhaps I have overestimated your limits, while you have underestimated my patience. The aura around him suddenly became terrifying. Man stepped back in fear. I am only following orders. I am already old and still have a family to support. I truly have no other choice. Chumo took a deep breath to regain his composure, coughed softly and rubbed his forehead. I am sorry, I lost control for a moment. Lead the way, complete your task. After saying this, Chumo and Wu Tong stepped into the white car, and the vehicle slowly drove away. Upon arrival, the man in the black suit pointed ahead. President Su is waiting upstairs. I will not accompany you further, please go ahead. Then he turned to Wu Tong and whispered, I hope you will not tell President Su that I escorted you here. Wu Tong crossed her arms and replied, if you want to stay safe you should know how to keep your mouth shut, rest assured, I will not say a word. He bowed in gratitude, I am already over 30. If I lose this job it will be difficult to find another. She waved her hand, all right, you should leave first. This place may not remain peaceful later, then I will go ahead. Chumo looked straight ahead, I can handle this matter myself, you wait for me downstairs. She immediately objected, what are you saying? I am not a heartless person. That boss has seen your strength in the secret realm yet still dares to threaten you. He must have prepared another trump card. In the secret realm you increased your strength through destiny coins, but did not bring all of it back to reality. If you are careless you may still encounter danger. Chumo spoke softly, actually I just wanted to say that. She smiled, shook her phone and blinked excitedly. I have already contacted a few familiar cultivators. They will arrive soon, this way everything will be more secure. Inside the sealed room, Yun-jo said gently, your state of mind is already in turmoil. President Su frowned and replied, standing at the boundary of life and death, am I not even allowed to worry? Yun-jo said calmly, in the Art of War by Sun Tzu, there is a saying that the victorious army wins before going to battle, meaning the outcome is largely decided before the fight begins. President Su replied indifferently, do you truly believe you hold the upper hand? I admire such confidence. Your battle is beyond the reach of an ordinary person like me. Why bother about my feelings? Yun-jo explained, it is not like that. You have greatly influenced this battle. Cultivators may be powerful, but with an unstable mind they cannot fully unleash their spiritual power. The most formidable are those whose minds are as calm as still water. Fortunately, such people are rare. You once said Chumo values his sister deeply. Keeping her is enough to disturb his state of mind. Bringing her to such a secluded place is enough to distract Chumo. Even with his extraordinary body cultivation, his strength will be significantly reduced. Chuckled softly, if you let the workers continue as normal, thinking about their safety, Chumo will find it hard to go all out in battle. President Su asked sternly, is it necessary to go that far? That is hundreds of lives. Do you feel no compassion? If a major incident occurs, my company will not survive either. Yun-jo replied calmly, this is how I handle matters. When facing a powerful opponent one must first find ways to neutralize them. If you will not follow my advice, at least appear confident in front of Chumo. I do not want your fear to strengthen his resolve. President Su nodded, then I will restrain my emotions and appear composed. I hope the details you calculated are truly useful. You are quite the perfectionist. In the main hall, Wu Tong and Chumo walked in. She looked around and said the building is empty. It seems President Su is prepared. Will you not wait a bit longer? My friends are on the way. Chumo replied, I have already decided. My sister's safety is still unknown. I cannot stand still. Wu Tong said softly, then I will go with you. Chumo shook his head, you staying behind will be more helpful. If anything happens you can provide support from outside. Wu Tong reminded him to hold on until her friends arrive. I understand, he replied. The door swung open and Chumo stepped inside. Yun-jo and President Su were already waiting. President Su spoke first, it has been a long time since we met. Was your trip into the secret realm enjoyable? Chumo replied coldly, stop beating around the bush. Where is my sister? President Su smiled, calm down. I invited your sister as a guest to show goodwill. As long as you overlook the misunderstanding, I will not pursue the deficit from the park project, and I will even offer generous compensation. Chumo replied, bring my sister out first, then we can talk. President Su shook his head, not yet. You must either reassure me or become an ally. Until then your sister remains an important bargaining chip. What if I refuse? Chumo asked. He continued, then I will have Miss Yun-jo of the Lee Group negotiate with you. Chumo frowned, Yun-jo. His sharp gaze swept over the person before him. Yun-jo briefly wondered who this young man truly was. Her body stiffened. Even the slightest intention to attack left her unable to move. Her instincts, honed through countless dangers, warned her repeatedly that strategy could not compensate for a gap in strength. Confronting him directly would likely end badly. Chumo's eyes glowed red as he asked in a low voice, are you standing with the one who is holding my sister? He hurriedly waved his hand, you misunderstand. I am only a senior advisor of the Lee Group. You may call me Advisor Joe. I came because I heard you suffered injustice and wanted to clarify matters. President Su frowned slightly, showing his displeasure. Yun-Jo said confidently, the mistake made by a partner like President Su is our oversight. Your sister will be returned safely, and we will fulfill any reasonable requests. Sumo asked again, truly, what if I want to hold President Su accountable? Yun-Jo replied, no problem, even if you did not say so, we would need to provide a clear explanation. Yet he thought to himself that his spirit treasure's warnings of danger were always accurate. Could it be that Chu Mo had already reached peak strength before entering the secret realm? Or perhaps he has mastered the method of using that power beyond reality. If that secret is unlocked, I alone cannot contend with him. I can only stall for time until the League Group's people arrive. President Su shouted, what are you saying? Is the League Group wary of a mere youth? Yun-Jo said calmly, we value fairness. You made a mistake and must bear the consequences. If Chu Mo wishes to vent his anger, we will not interfere. President Su's face darkened, so I have been abandoned. Are you not afraid that I might act recklessly? Yun-Jo said coldly, are you threatening me? Starting from the bottom does not grant you the authority you imagine. President Su sneered, indeed I cannot compare to the League Group or you, but even a cornered rat will fight back. Chu Mo, do you know what lies beneath the park? Quiet, say another word and I will show no mercy, Yun-Jo shouted, already drawing her blade as a warning. Chu Mo spoke from behind, let him continue. President Su said, beneath the park is the group's secret base. The amusement park is merely a facade. I know there are many similar places. Some corporations learned early that demon beasts were coming and even contacted them. The financial loss was also because young Master Han Ning sought personal profit and cooperated with me. Do not believe in so-called righteousness. Those bearing great names are often the true threat to cultivators. Chu Mo replied briefly, that has nothing to do with me. I only want to deal with you alone, leaving President Su stunned. Yun-Jo said, you have investigated quite thoroughly. The existence of the base is true, but accusations of collusion require solid evidence. As for framing and detaining Chu Mo's sister, those were your own decisions. You have cut off your own path. President Su took out an object. It seems negotiation is impossible. If I must fall, I will not fall alone. The game has begun. You should recognize this. Yun-Jo recognized it as a suppression core from the ruins of Continent X, capable of weakening cultivators and hunters. Although it can only be used once, its value is immense. She did not expect him to have hidden it from her. President Su stared at the object in his hand. Because from the beginning you looked down on an ordinary person like me. Before gaining power, you already defeated a cultivator. Now try underestimating me again. Yun-Jo remained indifferent. Even if my power is weakened, you as an ordinary person still cannot do anything. President Su sat down on the ground. The entire building and amusement park have been rigged with explosives, with a single press of a button. Before he could finish speaking, a blade pinned him down. Yun-Jo turned to Chu Mo and apologized to prevent any danger affecting the park. I had no choice, President Su sneered. You are worried about the base beneath, are you not? Yun-Jo replied, does that still matter now? You can no longer activate. He shouted, fool, the activation mechanism is embedded within my heart. Yun-Jo realized it instantly, but it was too late. A thunderous explosion echoed everywhere. In an instant, the building collapsed into ruins. Yun-Jo was stunned. I am not injured at all. How is that possible when my spiritual power was suppressed? I should have suffered severe damage. He slowly opened his eyes, originally thinking he could not escape safely. It turned out he was being carried on Chu Mo's shoulder. He thought to himself that Chu Mo had saved him. Even under the suppression core's effect, he still managed to carry him out in time. Such strength could not be underestimated. This was also an opportunity. Chu Mo seemed distracted and his spiritual power was weakened. A sudden strike might allow him to seize Chu Mo's secret. Chu Mo turned to look at the ruins. What kind of explosives could destroy an entire building like this? Oh, Miss Yun-Jo, did you faint from fear? My own mental fortitude seems lacking as well. He set Yun-Jo down and suddenly remembered Wu Tong, hoping she was safe. Yun-Jo opened his eyes slightly, calculating in his mind. Chu Mo is distracted searching for someone. This is the perfect moment for a sneak attack, but fear made his body stiff. Cannot wait for reinforcements from the League Group. Only I can obtain that secret. I must overcome my fear. Facing someone stronger, even knowing victory is unlikely, I must give it my all. This is what I learned through 10 years as a bounty hunter. Body move just this once. I want to return to being a free hunter, not an advisor bound by a corporation. In his hand was the high-grade secret treasure fire feather serpent venom, extremely toxic, capable of stealthy attacks. It could disrupt the nervous system of extraordinary beings and enhance the user's intuition. Many cultivators had fallen before this secret treasure. treasure obtained from deep within the ruins of continent Yi, known as the Slayer of Cultivators. Today it released an unprecedented amount of poison. The poisonous mist shot straight toward Chumo. The force rebounded, the poison instead invaded Yunzhou's body, leaving him horrified. The suppression core was supposed to weaken Chumo, yet the secret treasure's attack could not penetrate his defense and was reflected back. Was the gap in strength truly that vast? How ironic to harm oneself. Only then did Chumo turn around, rubbing his shoulder and saying how strange. It suddenly felt sore just now. Perhaps it is due to working overtime recently. It seems I should take some time to relax. Yunzhou's consciousness grew hazy, yet he clung to hope. I cannot die here. Chumo surely has a spirit medicine, he called out with a trembling voice. Chumo frowned. Miss Yunzhou, why are you coughing up blood? I already brought you out of the explosion. You are severely injured. Should I call an ambulance? Yunzhou clutched his chest and replied, an ambulance will not make it in time. Please give me a healing spirit medicine. I will certainly repay you. Chumo was surprised. What is a spirit medicine? I have never heard of it. Yunzhou was furious. Are you pretending? How can a cultivator not know what spirit medicine is? Chumo's expression suddenly darkened. So that is how it is, I understand now. Yunzhou's mind was in turmoil. This is bad. Chumo was merely probing to see who attacked. Yet I inadvertently mentioned spirit medicine used for extraordinary injuries. I underestimated him, thinking he was merely reckless, not realizing his cold and unfathomable nature. And the price I must pay stems from my decision to use fire feather serpent venom. Chumo hurried over. Wenzhou, hold on a little longer. My companion is a cultivator. She should have spirit medicine to save people. Let me find her first. Wenzhou, why are you vomiting blood even more severely? Hey, why did you faint again? Chumo spoke continuously but received no response. It turned out Wenzhou's soul had left his body. He lost his life because of a moment of recklessness. Elsewhere, the red-haired girl asked worriedly, was he shaken to pieces in that building? Wu Tong beside her replied softly, yes, it was my fault, if only I had gone up with him. Man in brown reassured Wu Tong, do not worry too much, let us keep searching. Chumo is the leader in the secret realm, nothing will happen to him so easily. The young man in a cap sneered, Chumo may be famous, but in the real world he is only at this level. The fact that explosives were needed proves the opponent was just an ordinary person. If it were me, I could have controlled the situation and stopped that explosion. The red-haired girl snapped, shut up. If you do not know how to speak, then keep your mouth closed. What is the point of boasting now? The man in brown raised his hand and pointed ahead. Everyone be quiet. I think I see Chumo over in the east. He is running this way and seems to be carrying someone. Chumo carried Wenzhou and approached step by step. Someone cried out in shock as if witnessing something eerie. The person in his hand was the legendary assassin cultivator. Defeated by him in such a short time, truly unbelievable, and he himself was completely unharmed. Wenzhou was gently placed on the ground. Chumo glanced around and said, so you are all Wu Tong's friends. Thank you sincerely for coming to help despite the trouble. Red-haired girl replied, do not be so polite. You are the hero who once saved the world. As long as you are in trouble, we will never stand by and do nothing. The young man in the cap added, besides, we actually did not help much. Chumo smiled, do not say that. Just having everyone here makes me extremely grateful. You have probably heard from Wu Tong, President Su and I have a conflict. He kidnapped my sister. The mastermind has been dealt with, but my sister's whereabouts are still unknown. When Joe's uncle was there at the time, after a round of friendly exchanges with fists, he chose to stand on my side for justice. Unfortunately, he is now severely injured. And Joe may know where my sister is being held, but to save her, we must first have spirit medicine to treat him. At this moment, in the eyes of Wu Tong's group of friends, Chumo's image and his words took on a different meaning. He imagined Chumo with his hands in his pockets and a cold expression, saying that the mastermind had been taken care of, that assassin cultivator had collapsed after a friendly exchange of fists, but he needed to extract all the information from him, so hand over the spirit medicine to save him immediately. The young man in the cap stepped forward to Wenzhou, young Master Chu, leave it to me. I am skilled in healing. Each type of injury requires the corresponding spirit medicine to be effective. Chumo nodded, then I will trouble you. If Wenzhou dies like this, it will truly be a big problem. Suddenly the young man widened his eyes and exclaimed in shock, young Master Chu. It seems he is no longer breathing. Chumo's expression darkened, is that so? Then it cannot be helped. To find my sister I will have to use more forceful methods. The young man in the cap trembled inwardly. I was truly foolish to try to curry favor with such a terrifying figure. If I anger him, I might be in great trouble. Red-haired girl quickly said, Young Master Chu, I know many people in the city. I can help you find your sister. That is right, young Master Chu, do not be anxious. We will also help. The man in brown added, This small matter does not require you to act personally. Rest assured we will definitely help you find your sister. Towering skyscraper appeared before their eyes. Inside the building corridor, a security guard spoke while pointing at a room. Young Master Chu, the person you are looking for has been found safe and sound, right here. President Su's subordinates have also been subdued by us. Subordinate was escorted away by two people. The security guard added, If you need further assistance, please contact Dong Yun Group. Young Master Chu, we will take our leave first. A man who witnessed everything sighed. Tusk, Dong Yun Group got there first again. Nearly the entire East Sea City was mobilized to find Chu Mo's sister. Their strength is truly impressive. The other person continued, Even more formidable is Chu Mo. Everyone knows how powerful Dong Yun is. Even the four great sects and bounty hunter organizations show them respect. Yet they lowered themselves to befriend him, because he is the top savior of the secret realm. A woman beside them added, Even without considering strength, the reputation of a savior among the public is valuable enough for major corporations. Small companies like ours find it hard to get close to Chu Mo, cultivators, secret realms, invasions from other worlds. Who knows where the future is headed? The elevator doors slowly closed. Chu Mo said, Wu Tong, your friends are truly like you, both warm-hearted and likable. Thanks to them I found my sister so quickly. I even planned to treat them to a meal in thanks, but they left early. Wu Tong felt slightly awkward, warm-hearted and likable. Perhaps they were afraid you saw them as clean and appetizing and planned to deal with them. Chu Mo was stunned. What do you mean by clean and appetizing? Wu Tong looked in his direction. Stop thinking about it. Go see your sister first. I feel something is not right. Chu Mo walked closer to his sister. You noticed it too. I thought I was the only one who felt something strange. There is a trace of demonic beast aura on my sister. Though faint, it is unmistakable. Sister remained with her eyes closed, sitting quietly in the wheelchair. Chu Mo continued, It is exactly like the demonic beasts we encountered in the secret realm. A bizarre aura intertwined. A few months ago my sister suddenly fell into a coma. I am afraid it is not an ordinary illness. It be that the invasion of demonic beasts from another world has truly begun in secret. At a spacious villa, Chu Mo pushed his sister's wheelchair and said, Sorry to trouble you. Can my sister and I stay here for a while? Wu Tong replied, No problem, you can stay as long as you like. Corporations may be colluding with another world. Demonic beasts may have infiltrated Earth long ago. Your sister's coma could be part of a conspiracy. But do not worry too much. If major corporations truly joined forces with demonic beasts, the four great sects would not sit idly by. Chu Mo said in a deep voice, but even the secret realms of the four great sects may have hidden issues. After defeating the final boss, the system reported a reward of 2 million destiny coins. But I only received 400,000. The leaderboard does not display specific numbers. I am likely not the only one shortchanged. In the worst case, the cultivators of the four great sects may have secretly allied with demonic beasts. Wu Tong stroked her chin thoughtfully. Calm down. If all four great sects had betrayed us, the secret realms would have collapsed long ago. The loss of destiny coins may be due to anomalies from damage within the secret realm. At worst, only a small portion of cultivators have been lured by demonic beasts. Thinking of this, she realized that if it were true, the problem would indeed be serious. Chu Mo turned to leave. I understand. I will find a safer place, Wu Tong hurriedly said. I did not mean to drive you away. He continued, Your sister's physique is originally good. An ordinary person eroded by demonic beast aura for so long would hardly survive. To recover, she needs spiritual energy to regulate her. It is more convenient here. If other cultivators learn outside that your sister carries demonic beast aura, it may cause more trouble. Chu Mo operated on the screen. Then consider this as rent. Wu Tong smiled helplessly. Fine, I give in. If I do not accept it, you will not feel at ease staying. Then transferring 2 or 300,000 is enough. Your account has received 600,000 destiny coins from the savior Chu Mo. She was stunned. 600,000. Chu Mo explained, Destiny coins no longer increase my combat power. Although artifacts in the secret realm center can be exchanged with them, I cannot use them. Rather than letting them sit uselessly, it is better to give them to someone who needs them. Wu Tong was astonished. Do you know how valuable these destiny coins are? Even if you cannot use them, you can exchange them with other saviors for cash, Chu Mo said calmly. I needed money before because of my sister. Now you have helped my sister. So what is the point of me keeping so much money? Consider it my investment. When you become stronger in the future, you can protect me. Wutong smiled softly, of course, she thought to herself. Even body-refining cultivators at their strongest are only comparable to thousand-year demonic beasts. There are many threats ahead. Along with the shadows behind corporations and secret realms, Chumo must be under great pressure. I must work even harder. Chumo replied definitely, thinking to himself that he could not rely entirely on the login system. This time he received a pet as a mission reward to be claimed tomorrow. Who knows, next time the login reward might just be a steak. At a luxurious restaurant, a customer shouted loudly, "Hey, where is my beef Wellington? Is it still not ready? Do you not want to do business anymore?" The waiter bowed to the guest, raising his wine glass. "Sorry, young Master Lee. Please wait 2 more minutes. It will be ready in just 2 minutes." After the commotion, whispers arose. Is that not the famous young master of the Lee group? Han Ning, at this point he still brazenly shows up at the restaurant. What trouble has he caused again? The man lowered his voice. Have you not heard? He ran into Chumo, the top ranked in the secret realm. The result was his amusement park exploded, and the newly recruited subordinates who claimed to be bounty hunters specializing in hunting cultivators were also defeated by Chumo. Not only that, beneath that park a secret shelter belonging to the Lee group and the Chen group was exposed. Half an hour ago social media was in an uproar. All kinds of speculations spread, saying the corporations wanted to preserve their own lives, even colluding with demon beasts. The other person was surprised. That is strange. Why did I not see any news? The man replied, because everything has been suppressed. Mu-C's account was locked. Trending topics were removed to prevent troublemakers from fueling conflict. It concerns the reputation of the Lee group. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. Be quiet, Lee 2 is here. A man wearing black leather shoes slowly walked in. Han Ning turned around, his voice calm. Brother came here as well. It has been a long time, I have missed you. Before the greeting was finished, Lee 2 gave a glance as a signal, take him away. 2 bodyguards immediately twisted Han Ning's arms behind his back. Yes, boss, he shouted, wait. My beef Wellington has not even been served yet. Han Ning was slammed to the floor. Leaning against a nearby sack, he coughed violently. Lee 2 crossed his arms and watched, his tone cold. This lesson will stay with you for life. Do you know where you went wrong? Han Ning coughed as he spoke. I should not have provoked Chumo and exposed the shelter. Lee 2's face darkened. Wrong. The mistake is that you failed to deal with Chumo. You and that self-proclaimed hunter are the same, both useless. But offending the Lee group is unforgivable. Chumo must pay the price. Lee 2 looked at him lying on the ground, his voice mocking. Does it hurt? It should. I am overwhelmed with work and still have to clean up your mess. I am far more exhausted than you. Moreover, this is father's decision. I am not taking the opportunity for personal revenge. Do not resent it. Lie there and reflect on your mistakes. Outside the restaurant it suddenly became deathly quiet. Han Ning glanced around. What is it? Not enough yet? Do you want to teach me another lesson? A man standing nearby with arms crossed said, your brother Lee 2 left 10 minutes ago. Han Ning asked Ziachu, how long have you been watching? The other replied, since you were dragged into the alley, you looked miserable. Are you angry? Or do you want me to step in and save you? Han Ning gave a faint smile. How could I? You are a crucial piece. I will not let you reveal yourself now. The one who should have shown in the secret realm today was you, not Chumo. You gave up the savior title for me. How could I blame you? Zia Chu interrupted. Do not say it like that. I gave up the savior identity to investigate the conspiracy between the corporations and the cultivation world. To be honest, I still do not fully trust you. And Ning leaned back, but do you have any other path? Without strength nothing can be done, aside from setting up killing traps. Your investigation alone is meaningless. Zia Chu questioned, do you feel proud trading your comrades' lives for information? How does it feel watching them trust you and then fall? Where were you when Tao Ming died? He was your friend too. And Ning replied softly, Shibai, Jiangen, Su Yizhen, I have not forgotten a single one. Old Cow, nearly 70, still left home to come to the Baisong base to fight alongside us. He volunteered as bait even though it was his grandson's birthday that day. He said as long as I lived I must not let children make sacrifices. Jiangen was only 16, studying while cultivating. He even had a girl he liked. To investigate the lifeform anomaly, he infiltrated the Chen group's shelter and never returned. On their side there were members from the 4 major sects, disciples from minor sects and independent cultivator. There were also countless ordinary people without special abilities. Facing the alliance between corporations and demon beasts we were too weak. If we were not short-handed, I would not have hired that kind of hunter who only cared about profit. Zia Chu said, in the end he still lost his life. I remember you hired him less than a month ago. Han Ning slowly stood up. That is right, he was a reckless man. I sent him to mediate with Chu Mo, who would have thought it would turn into a conflict. Chu Mo's real-world strength exceeded expectations. The plan involving the shelter beneath the park is completely ruined. That is why I sought you out. Two fallen individuals working together is better than being alone. Zia Chu crossed his arms. Perhaps next time it will be my turn. Han Ning shrugged. Who can say for sure? The next one might be you. He laughed. I will not apologize for the sacrifices of my friends, nor do I regret what I have done. If necessary, I am willing to wager my own life. Zia Chu replied, for now I will cooperate with you, but I will be watching. If one day you waver or reveal yourself as a traitor to humanity, I will deal with you personally. Han Ning pointed at Zia Chu. When that time comes, you can end me with your own hands. I will not complain. Now we begin the first mission. I contacted you urgently because the commander of the interdimensional demon beast vanguard will arrive on Earth tomorrow. Zia Chu was stunned. How is that possible? Even with the secret realm as a cover, the demon beasts can infiltrate this early. Li Han Ding said, according to the information I received, a corporation possesses a cross-realm stone that connects to another dimension and transfers demon beasts to Earth on a small scale. The approaching commander will at least retain strength equivalent to a 2,000-year demon beast on Earth. We must identify the target before they appear. If we fail to stop this plot, in time the world will be in danger. Zia Chu interrupted, but we still do not know where the demon beast will land. Ning said firmly, in Donghai City. The one welcoming the commander is my brother Li Tu. He is likely planning to use the demon beast to eliminate Chu Mo, and we will follow and give him a surprise. At Wu Tong's house, Chu Mo was sleeping when his phone sounded a notification. The login system reminded, in 8 hours your pet will arrive, please be patient and wait. Inside a magnificent palace, the pet appeared. An enraged demon beast shouted, on what grounds did the Divine Master choose AI as the Vanguard commander? The one beside him replied, do you dare question the Divine Master's decision? General AI may come from humble origins, but her strength and achievements are known to all. He grew even more furious. Do not joke, that tiny demon beast is only fit to be a pet. She climbed to this position through luck and flattery. The glory should belong to a powerful race like ours. The other sneered, you are quite dissatisfied. The assistant arranged by your father secretly went to Earth beforehand. Everything was prepared, yet AI still seized the opportunity. He rushed forward and grabbed the other's collar. Watch your words. Say another word and I will not be polite. The other laughed loudly. Sorry, I am simply used to speaking the truth. Inside the grand palace hall, Ji called out, Lady AI the cross-realm gate is about to activate. You may depart now. Are you still training your combat skills at this hour? AI spoke sternly. And Ji, our race has always been weak, so we must not waste time. Otherwise we will forever be oppressed by higher-ranked demon beasts. And Ji stammered, I am sorry my lady, you have worked so hard to protect us. I should not have spoken out of turn. AI continued. And Ji, this time when I go to Earth what worries me most is you. When I am not here you may be treated unfairly again. What I have done is still not enough, if only I were a little stronger. Ji said emotionally, that is not true my lady, you have done so much. You improved the cultivation techniques so we could become stronger, and even risked secretly going to Earth to carry out a hidden mission. That was never a burden you were required to bear. AI stepped closer with a smile. I must go. Only by completing the mission given by the Divine Master can I prove the value of our small race. It is time to depart. And Ji reminded her, you must be cautious. Demon beasts sneaking onto Earth can only retain strength equivalent to a 1,000-year demon beast. Those high-ranked ones already dislike you. If you are surrounded, they will stand by and watch. AI walked toward the cross-realm stone, leaving a sentence behind. Do not worry about them. The Divine Master has chosen me as the commander. Even alone, I can complete the mission. And Ji, before I return, protect yourself well. After saying that, she disappeared, and Ji whispered, Lady AI you must return safely. Within the stream of spatial transit, AI felt her strength diminishing. She was likely nearing Earth. Unexpectedly, she still retained power close to 3,000 years. In that place she might be the strongest. This mission seems smoother than anticipated. At Wu Tong's house, a pillar of light suddenly shot straight into the sky. A notification sounded. The login system reminded, your pet has arrived. A certain level of danger was detected, so harmless neutralization has been carried out. Chumo rubbed his eyes in annoyance. Only someone with a problem would choose to deliver at dawn, and it is unclear where the system delivered the pet. Could it be that he still has to go downstairs to get it himself? A faint glimmer of light suddenly flashed before Chumo's eye. AI manifested and exclaimed in shock, "What is happening? My landing point was clearly not here." AI looked at herself in astonishment. "Wait, there is something more serious. My body has shrunk. Where has the demonic power accumulated over 3,000 years gone? Could it have vanished completely without leaving a trace?" Chumo spoke to reassure her. "Do not worry, I am not a bad person. Whose child are you to appear here?" he thought to himself. Could this girl be the pet the system gifted? Human trafficking would be illegal. AI shot him an annoyed glance. "Be quiet. I am in a bad mood. Do not bother me." She calculated silently. This is troublesome. She thought this was just an ordinary residence, who knew there would be the aura of a cultivator. She scanned the entire room now that she had lost her demonic power. If a cultivator discovered her identity, the consequences would be dire. This is dangerous. Pretending to be a normal child would not work. Appearing suddenly like this is too suspicious. It seems there is only one path left. If this weak human lives with a cultivator, then there must be a close connection. As long as she controls him as a shield, she will have a chance to retreat safely. The combat skills she honed for years will not betray her. Even though her current body is that of a child and her power is gone, her close combat ability still surpasses ordinary human. AI swung her fist toward Chumo. "Sorry, be obedient and become my hostage." She closed in within arm's reach. Chumo slightly tilted his body to dodge and casually restrained AI. "Little sister, acting like this could get you hurt." She struggled and thought in despair. This man is not the weak human she imagined. The door remained closed. Perhaps the noise was loud. Wutong opened the door and walked in. "Chumo, what is going on? I heard strange sounds in your room." Seeing the scene before her, she asked in confusion, "What exactly is happening? Why are you holding a little girl like that?" In Wutong's house, the warm yellow light glowed gently. A little girl with an innocent face and sparkling eyes spoke in a tender voice. "I truly do not know anything. I just woke up and found myself here." She then turned and pointed at Chumo, shouting, "Moreover, this big brother was trying to do something strange to me." Suddenly the system voice sounded. Pet information as follows: name AI species bone mink, belonging to the weakest demonic beast race of another world, short fur, not picky about food and will eat anything. The host can freely switch it between bone mink form and human form. After receiving the notification, Chumo calmly said, "I had no strange intention," then turned to Wutong and stated seriously, "This child is a demonic beast." Wutong asked in surprise, "A demonic beast? Such a cute child is a demonic beast, but there is no trace of demonic power on her, and she looks so weak." Hearing this, AI felt humiliated inside. Being considered weak by a cultivator was truly disgraceful. But at this moment, she could only continue pretending to be naive. She put on an innocent expression and said, "What are you talking about? I do not understand. What is a demonic beast? Can it be eaten?" At that moment, Chumo suddenly remembered that this pet could switch between bone mink form and human form at the host's will. Chumo's gaze turned cold as he ordered, "Come here." AI still wore a fierce and puzzled expression. Suddenly a pair of small ears sprouted on her head. She clutched her head in panic and shouted, "What is happening? My body is not obeying me. What have you done to me?" A sound rang out before Chumo. An AI blinked and transformed into a bone mink. Seeing this form, Wutong widened her eyes in amazement. "It really is a demonic beast, so soft and adorable," Chumo reminded her. "Although I seem to have control over it, you should still be careful." Wutong held the struggling bone mink in her arms and said excitedly, "Then can I keep it?" Chumo rested his chin in thought. "It can transform into a human and may have lived for thousands of years. It is very dangerous." Hearing this, Wutong replied seriously, "That is indeed dangerous. Perhaps we should deal with it now. We could even add bone mink meat to dinner." He joked along, "How ruthless. Let me find a cookbook first." Hearing their discussion, the bone mink broke into a cold sweat. Thinking these two humans must be trying to scare her, fine, she would continue the act. Transforming back into a human, AI said tearfully, "I am sorry, I should not have deceived you. I am just a small bone mink. Because I can transform into a human, I was sent to the vanguard as a shield. I never wanted to fight but could not resist stronger demonic beasts. If you spare my life, I will do whatever you ask." Chumo looked at her and said, "It just so happens I need your assistance. As for how to deal with you, we will decide after the matter is resolved." At the end of the corridor, a heavy silence filled the air as they approached a room. Inside the room, Chumo brought AI to the bedside of a woman who had been unconscious for months. He said softly, "She has been unconscious for a long time. Do you have a way to save her? AI widened her eyes, save a human, but the human body structure is completely different from demonic beasts, and I am not skilled in medicine. Chumo's face darkened as he stared and said, "Stop pretending, you must recognize the demonic beast aura on her. It is what caused her coma. As a demonic beast you should know how to resolve it." AI frowned and replied, "I am sorry, I truly do not know. We demonic beasts do not use such roundabout methods. It may have been done by someone else." She looked at him firmly while explaining. Suddenly she remembered something. "That is right, before the secret realm opened, a human corporation contacted us. They secretly researched the fusion of human and demonic beast cells. Your sister's condition may be related to that experiment. If you find them, there may be clues to save her." Chumo pressed on. "Which corporation?" AI froze. "Such confidential matters are not known to a mere vanguard like me, but there is a way to trace them. It is just quite dangerous." Chumo said in a low voice, "Speak. I will not spare the one who harmed her. If you help me, I will protect you." She replied, "According to the original plan, members of that corporation on Earth were to receive me. As long as we contact them, you can follow the trail to find the mastermind, but it also means facing that terrifying human." After hearing this, Chumo said decisively, "Contact them as soon as possible." AI nodded. "I understand." AI pondered. She still had an important mission unfinished and could not stay here long. Borrowing the corporation's power to eliminate these two ordinary cultivators was the optimal choice. In a modern room, a voice sounded. "It has been over 2 hours past the scheduled time." A green stone emitted a mystical glow. Someone said, "The cross-border device is still functioning normally." "What is happening? Could the transport have malfunctioned?" Another replied, "Wait, the machine has lit up again." Two men in black suits conversed. One said, "There is a signal from the demonic beast commander AI." The other rejoiced. "Finally there is news. What is the situation?" The report indicated that the commander had arrived in Donghai City, but the landing point deviated from the plan. Therefore the device has set a new rendezvous location. He too tilted his head. "A new location, Jia. Lead a team to receive the guest from another world immediately." He hesitated. "With my status, this task may not be appropriate, and the opportunity to receive the honored guest was secured by you." Li Tu fell silent and then said, "To secure the reception rights, I paid a considerable price. But compared to a cross-border incident, it is insignificant. I must investigate the cause of the deviation and report to the Alliance. You are my most trusted aide, and trusting the reception of Lady AI to you puts me at ease." Beneath the bridge, the water flowed quietly, the scene strangely serene. Jia reminded sternly, "Demonic beasts appearing on Earth are extremely dangerous. They lack humanity. Even if they take human form, never treat them as ordinary people. Cruelty is their true nature. In the past, a demonic beast caused a horrific incident over a meal that led to hundreds of deaths. If you wish to live peacefully, you must maintain reverence and fear." Hearing this, everyone responded in unison. "Captain, rest assured we understand." Someone muttered, "Who would dare offend a demonic beast? I still want to live a few more years. What bad luck to have to serve such a terrifying species." Suddenly a cold voice rang out, "A terrifying species? What are you talking about?" AI slowly approached from a distance. Seeing the little girl appear, Jia angrily shouted at his men, "Did I not tell you to evacuate? Why is this child still here? How are you doing your job?" He looked at AI and spoke gently, "Little sister, it is dangerous to be outside so late. Go home quickly." AI replied calmly, "You are from the Lee Corporation, correct? Why did you not come to receive me and instead want me to go back?" Jia asked in astonishment, "Are you Lady AI?" Hearing this, everyone hurriedly bowed. "We apologize for not recognizing your identity." Seeing them act submissively, she said softly, "There is no need to be so tense. I can sense an unusual power from you that is different from cultivator. You are bounty hunters, correct? Are there others? Call a few more here." Jia replied, "Yes, we are high-level bounty hunters, each with our own duty. For now this is all of us." Though he remained calm on the surface, he was secretly worried about the demonic beast's intention. AI braced her hand and replied that this was acceptable. The current numbers should be enough to manage, and she secretly calculated that dealing with two ordinary cultivators like Chumo and Wu Tong would not be difficult. Seeing AI lost in thought, Jia broke out in a cold sweat, wondering if she intended to make them an appetizer. But he suddenly thought of an excuse to preserve his life and spoke up, saying that Lady AI in truth, they had come to Donghai City with an important mission. Turned his gaze toward AI and said that there was a cultivator possessing cunning comparable to a 1,000-year-old demon beast within the secret realm, and if he were allowed to continue growing, he might complete all the missions and ruin the plan to merge the two worlds. In reality, he was also extremely powerful, and frankly, they alone would find it difficult to defeat him. But if she took action and they led the way, dealing with him would be much easier. AI then replied that allowing such a talented cultivator to exist would indeed become a major obstacle to the grand plan of merging the two worlds, assuring them that she would personally handle him in the future, while secretly thinking that the limitation on her strength was likely related to Chumo. And once those bounty hunters eliminated him and she recovered her power, the cultivators on Earth would no longer be a concern. Jiadu respectfully bowed and said, "Lady Ai on behalf of the Lee Corporation, I thank you for your assistance." She responded that there was no need for courtesy, as she was merely following the will of the Divine Lord, and then asked them to recount all the information related to that cultivator. Someone stepped forward and handed a tablet to Jiadu, who took it and said that his name was Chu Mo, and all personal data were contained within this device. Ai softly repeated the two words, Chu Mo. Ai widened her eyes, pointed forward, and asked what the Chu Mo they mentioned actually looked like. From afar, Chu Mo leisurely walked over, and the moment Jiadu saw him, he exclaimed in astonishment that it was such a coincidence, never expecting him to come here on his own. Ai immediately dashed forward, and Jiadu said in amazement that Lady Ai was truly the commander of demon beasts, fearlessly charging ahead even when facing such a powerful cultivator. Running up to Chumo, Ai proudly said that, "Master, those people were all lackeys of the corporation, and she had already brought them here." The system displayed a login notification reminding that Ai's favorability toward the host had increased by 5, unlocking the pet favorability function along with 2 rewards including damage sharing, where when the host was attacked the damage would normally transfer to the pet, and a binding function allowing the host to sense the pet's emotion, and continued increases in favorability would unlock many more features that were highly anticipated. Hearing the notification, Chumo was surprised and wondered why the favorability had suddenly increased and even granted 2 rewards, questioning whether 5 points of favorability were already considered very high. The system continued to display the pet's status. Ai belonged to the bone-hiding insect clan with a favorability of 5, and if you were killed by a truck, she might even dance happily in front of your grave. Ai spoke, saying that, "Master, she had already verified that those hunters were merely insignificant, and with his strength, dealing with them would be as easy as turning over one's hand, and she had always trusted Master." Outwardly she appeared delighted and raised her hand in agreement, but inwardly she was irritated at why he was so powerful, fearing that it would be difficult to eliminate Chumo this time. Yet she still told herself that she could not give up, and Chumo seemed to hear these thoughts and silently concluded that this was the effect of the binding, while the damage sharing function was also very useful, and if favorability increased further, even better rewards might be obtained. Afterwards, he turned to look at her and said that since she still had some value, he would not deal with her for the time being. Upon hearing this, Ai was startled and waved her hands, saying how could he bear to act against someone as adorable as her. Jiadu's subordinates discussed in panic, wondering if they had heard wrongly, as that demon beast had called Chumo her master, and he was supposed to be a cultivator, so how could he be connected to demon beasts? They also whispered that such a powerful demon beast behaved obediently like a pet before him, questioning whether his true identity was a major figure from another world. One subordinate, pale-faced and trembling, said that they were finished, as they had loudly declared earlier that they would deal with him, and after offending such a figure, whether they still had any chance to return alive. Faced with this situation, Jiadu frowned as cold sweat streamed down, saying that Lord Chumo should forgive them, as they had previously been unaware of his identity, and their intention to take action was only due to the plan of merging the two worlds. Everything was a misunderstanding. Then he turned to ask Lady Ai what the true identity of Lord Chumo was. Ai strode forward aggressively toward Jiadu and shouted for him to shut his mouth, declaring that lowly hunters like them were unworthy of knowing her master's identity, and that they had even dared to incite her to conspire against him, a crime that was unforgivable, ordering them to kneel and beg Master for forgiveness. Hearing this, Jiadu's group hurriedly knelt before Chumo. In his heart, Jiadu understood that resisting would only push them toward death, and fleeing before these two terrifying beings was even more ridiculous. Now they could only wait for the judgment of that monster in human form. Jiadu knelt with his head bowed to the ground, recalling the information that had once analyzed Chumo as being relatively gentle toward strangers, and that by showing humility, there might still be a chance to preserve a path to survival. Ai happily said that, honored master, their attitude in admitting their mistakes was also sincere, and asked whether the punishment should be reduced. Chumo glanced at them and replied that he had thought they would fight, but since they had apologized, it could be let go. Hearing this, Jiadu was overjoyed and said that Lord Chumo was thanked for his generosity, inwardly sighing in relief that the decision to kneel had been correct, and Ai interjected that they were truly fortunate to have encountered such a benevolent master. Inwardly, AI calculated that since these hunters already knew her identity as a commander, it would be difficult to spare them to maintain secrecy. She revealed a meaningful smile and said that according to their rules, those who offended their superiors must endure 3 days of painful punishment before being burned to ashes. But since Master had forgiven them, they could choose a gentler end, either to resolve it themselves or let her handle. Upon hearing this, Jiadu broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that compared to being dealt with in that manner, ending things themselves seemed slightly better, yet either outcome offered no escape, leaving him uncertain about which choice to make. Chumo lifted AI up and asked whether he had not said to spare them, and if she intended to defy his words. He looked toward the hunters and said that they need not worry too much, that he was merely an ordinary human, not a demon beast, and would not commit cruel acts, that they had only been following orders so he understood, and as long as they answered a few questions they could leave safely, first asking who had sent them to find him. Jiadu thought to himself that such a simple question could be answered by fabricating a random name, allowing him to avoid betraying young Master Li Ziu. But he suddenly realized that this might be a trap because AI knew they belonged to the Li Corporation, and Chumo likely already knew as well. If he lied, it would become an excuse for punishment, while telling the truth would brand him as disloyal. Jiadu's eyes, Chumo became increasingly terrifying. He believed that not mentioning Li Ziu would be deceit while mentioning him would be betrayal, and that Chumo had deliberately claimed to be an ordinary person to lower their guard, truly befitting a major figure from another world, both powerful and deeply calculating, leaving them completely beyond their expectation. Chumo grew impatient and said that his patience was limited, asking how long Jiadu intended to remain silent. Jiadu replied in panic to wait a moment as he would speak, inwardly relying solely on luck. He opened his mouth and said that their boss was, but before finishing half the sentence, he suddenly began to cough violently. Unexpectedly, Jiadu spat out blood. The coughing grew increasingly severe, and the other hunters also collapsed one after another following bouts of choking coughs. All of this was observed by someone through a surveillance screen. Inside a spacious and luxurious room, a voice rang out asking what was happening, that Chumo was actually the master of the Demon Beast Commander, outwardly appearing as the savior of the world. Questioning whether he was truly a major figure from another world, Li Ziu stared at the screen in shock, and if he belonged to the Demon Beast faction then everything would make sense. Wondering why there had been no prior records of any sect, yet he possessed such immense strength and even dominated the secret realm. Questioning whether the Demon Beasts harbored other schemes, clenched the remote control in his hand due to tension. Li Ziu continued to analyze that it could be even worse, as Chumo was a cultivator whose strength far exceeded expectation, not only disrupting the boundary-crossing stone, but also causing the Demon Beast Commander to betray them, regardless of his identity. Provoking him would be enough to push the Li Corporation into the danger of annihilation. Cold sweat seeped from Li Ziu as he said that fortunately he had activated the hidden poison within the hunters' bodies in time to buy more time, and that Han Ning, who caused trouble all day, had provoked such a terrifying opponent. At that moment, Han Ning smiled and said that Big Brother had just mentioned him, expressing how touching it was that he was still remembered. Walked closer, causing Li Ziu to startle and shout at Han Ning, asking where the bodyguards at the door were, and how he had managed to enter. Han Ning sneered and asked whether Li Ziu felt uneasy without guards, remarking that dangerous tasks were assigned to subordinates while he hid in a safe place watching cameras, and that even taking action against Han Ning required bodyguards to act on his behalf, truly befitting the outstanding heir of the Li Corporation. Li Ziu glared unhappily and asked whether Han Ning intended to teach him how to work, calling him his foolish younger brother, stating that if he had not shouldered the family's responsibilities, Han Ning would not have been able to leisurely remain a useless young master. Han Ning gritted his teeth and replied by asking how his excellent elder brother planned to deal with the Demon Beast Commander, noting that any slight mistake would lead to the destruction of the Li Corporation in his hands, and that such responsibility was no small matter. Li Ziu asked in astonishment how Han Ning knew about the Demon Beast Commander, stating that this building exceeded his security clearance, questioning how he had found him and where his bodyguards were, and demanding to know what a useless person like him ultimately intended to do. Li Ziu reached out to feel for something, and suddenly sensed unease in his heart. Ning smiled and asked whether he was looking for this, stating that he had noticed the dangerous item on the table and conveniently put it away. He drew out the pistol, lightly spinning it in his hand, and said that Li Ziu intended to use this to deal with his own younger brother, remarking that such behavior was truly disappointing. Han Ning pointed the gun at Li Ziu and asked him to reveal how many demon beasts had secretly infiltrated Earth, and what their purpose was. Only then did Li Ziu understand, saying in shock that Han Ning had secretly sabotaged the plan to merge the two worlds, that everyone had thought him useless, but questioning why he would do such a thing and whether he intended to betray his family and social class. Li Ziu said in a deep voice that Han Ning had gone mad, asking whether he knew what he was doing and urging him to stop acting impulsively and lower the gun. Han Ning replied coldly not to test his limits, stating that even if Li Ziu attempted to stall for time, the bodyguards would not be able to enter, demanding that he answer what the purpose of the demon beasts infiltrating Earth was or choose his own ending. Hearing the threat, Li Ziu spoke in fear, asking him to wait and insisting that he was not the mastermind, that he did not fully understand the demon beast matter and was merely a pawn within the corporate alliance, acting only to secure greater benefits for the Li Corporation, but that he could reveal the location of the boundary crossing stone. Han Ning smiled faintly and said that this meant Li Ziu no longer had any value, and that as for the location of the boundary crossing stone, he had already followed him today to discover it and had only come here to speak with him after obtaining. Li Ziu trembled and said that Han Ning should wait, reminding him that they were family, even if from different mothers, he was still his biological elder brother. Ning sneered and replied that being family meant nothing, as his comrades had fallen while trying to stop their cruel plan, and they too had families, yet their sacrifices were neither respected nor mourned. He continued angrily, stating that Li Ziu was different, as his death would become the pretext for a full-scale conflict between the corporate alliance and Chu Mo. Just for fun, those old values have been buried by greed. I fear they will soon be buried along with you. A dry explosion sounded. Li Tu staggered and collapsed. After Han Ning called to report that my side was done, Li Tu was gone. The plan changed. Do not get entangled with Chu Mo, withdraw immediately. On the other end, Zia Chu asked in a low voice, did you really kill Lei Tu? Would it not be more useful to keep him alive? What do you mean the plan has changed? Han Ning laughed and replied, no, Li Tu disappearing benefits us the most. Chu Mo's strength far exceeds expectations. He can make a beast commander call him master, whether he is a major figure from another world or a peak cultivator. He is extremely powerful. Approaching him now is too dangerous. Li Tu came to Donghai not only to pick up the beast commander but also to target Chu Mo. Now that he has crossed the line and Li Tu is gone, all resentment will be directed at Chu Mo. No matter his identity, provoking conflict between the corporation and Chu Mo is the most beneficial choice for us. Zia Chu said coldly that was a despicable tactic. I must confirm whether Chu Mo truly subdued the beast commander to protect this world. If he is indeed a major figure from another world, I will deal with both Chu Mo and the beast right here. Han Ning panicked upon hearing this. Are you serious? Do you think you are strong enough to face them? Hello, do not hang up like that. Beneath the bridge where Chu Mo appeared that day, AI spoke at this moment. Master, those hunters are all dead. Should I check if they carried anything useful? Chu Mo glanced over and replied, no need. I can sense someone approaching. Suddenly a voice rang out, Chu Mo, nice to meet you for the first time. I am Zia Chu. It is hard to believe that among the younger generation of cultivators there is someone as strong as you. Zia Chu walked closer and continued. At this distance I can clearly sense that your combat power in reality is no less than in the secret realm. Chu Mo calmly said after hearing this, you are not weak either. It is just that you do not seem strong enough. Tilted his head to look at Zia Chu and said calmly, the strange thing is the pressure you give off is even more intense than in the secret realm. Are you someone from the corporation sent to target me? Zia Chu replied, no, I am a cultivator. The corporation and the beasts are my enemies. If you stand with them, I will act. The little girl beside you is a beast commander from another world. Why does she call you master, Chu Mo? Who exactly are you to be traveling with a beast? Chu Mo replied, you mean AI She fell into my room today and became my pet. As for me, I am just an ordinary person. If you want to fight, I will defend myself. Zia Chu asked in surprise, a beast commander sneaked onto Earth and accidentally fell into your room, then became your pet. Do you think I would believe that? He secretly sensed no power from the beast, and Chu Mo was only on par with a 1,000-year beast. Perhaps they had just arrived and were still weakened. This was a good opportunity to strike. Chu Mo turned and questioned, are you not suspicious? When I was interrogating them, those hunters suddenly died, and right after that you appeared. It is hard not to think you were behind it. Since you do not trust me, there is no need to say more. If you want a fight, I am ready. Otherwise, I will leave first. Zia Chu softened his tone. Sorry, you make sense. I was too impulsive just now. This concerns the survival of the world. Let us set aside suspicion and speak plainly. Beasts invading Earth and joining hands with the corporation is a major threat. Since you have subdued their commander, you should know why they came here. Chumo nodded slightly, I understand, then turned and asked, why did you come to Earth? The sudden question left the girl stunned. Widened her eyes and replied, Master, I truly do not know about this. Chu grew impatient. Are you joking with me? Hand that beast over to me, I will make it tell the truth. Chumo stepped forward to block him. She is telling the truth. It sounds strange, but I have a way to determine whether my pet is lying. Chu's face turned cold. Are you trying to shield it? Beasts are the enemies of humanity. Do you really believe their commander does not know what its subordinates have done? Shouted angrily, do not underestimate me. I am still a beast, Commander. If I say I do not know, then I do not know. I came to Earth to find a beast strong enough to represent us in negotiations with the corporation. As for those low-level ones, I could not be bothered with what they did. In reality, because she came from a lower race and had once been overthrown by high-level beasts, she was kept in the dark, but her pride would not allow to appear weak before a cultivator. After hearing this, Chumo said firmly, I believe her words, therefore. Chu immediately replied, then there is nothing more to say, and dashed toward Chumo at astonishing speed. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a lightning-fast punch straight at him. Caught off guard, Chumo pulled back and shouted, hey, launching a sneak attack without warning, do you still have the bearing of a cultivator? Chu said sternly, my target is that beast. There is no need for honor when dealing with beasts. If it knows nothing, then it should be eliminated even more. Leaving it alive will only bring trouble in the future. Chumo replied, I do not agree. I have promised to protect Even if she is a beast, I will keep my word. Was stunned and said emotionally, Master Chumo, I did not expect there to be such a good person among humans. System's voice sounded, reminding that favorability toward the host had increased by 5. Pet status panel, hollow bone insect race, favorability 10. If you were hit by a truck, she would happily dance in front of your grave and place a small bun before the tombstone. During the notification, Chumo looked at who was excitedly shouting that her master was the best, and thought to himself that her favorability had increased, yet she still planned to dance before my grave. Maybe I should just deal with her now. Seeing Chumo's resolute attitude, Chu unleashed his aura. In that case, I will not hold back either. Chu clenched both hands, two surging streams of power converging together. He rushed forward to attack, but Chumo promptly erected a barrier to block it. After blocking the strike, Chumo praised inwardly, interesting, 2 different attributes coordinated seamlessly. You are indeed quite capable. Seeing his opponent unharmed, Chu said, just as I thought, ordinary moves cannot harm you. Try this, 5 elements reversal, fire reborn through metal. As he spoke, he executed the move, thinking that the secret art of reversing the 5 elements was listed as a forbidden technique. Each use would throw the internal energy of the one struck into chaos, ultimately causing them to self-detonate and perish. Strange patterns appeared on Chu's face. He believed that no matter how strong Chumo was, it would be hard to resist destruction from within. Chu's entire body emitted intense heat as he shouted loudly, Chumo, now this is the real battle. Chumo let out a soft sound of surprise upon hearing this. As his words fell, the two clashed, their colliding forces creating a violently shaking scene. Outside, cheered excitedly, they are fighting. Finally, there is a cultivator strong enough to be Chumo's opponent. When they are both injured, no, it would be best if they both exhausted themselves. I will take the chance to slip away. At that moment, the system sounded again. The system reminded that it had detected the host had suffered an attack of unknown level. The damage transfer function had been activated. Immediately after the notification, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, shocked and unable to understand what had happened. Her face darkened with worry as she thought, clearly those two humans are fighting, so why am I the one coughing up blood? Chumo stepped out of the smoke and sneered, it is time to stop. Is that all your attack amounts to? It feels no different from scratching an itch. Chu roared in anger upon hearing this. Shut up. He rushed forward and threw a punch, but Chumo blocked it. A streak of red light tore through the air, bringing with it powerful tremors that shook the ground. Chumo said seriously, his eyes glowing with a cold golden light, no matter how many times I try it still feels strange. I clearly blocked it, yet I was still hit. What kind of fist technique is this? It is truly worth studying. Chu's fists continued to strike, shrouded in blazing red light with astonishing power. This time the punch struck Chumo's body. Chu thought that this time he would find it difficult to avoid. But then Chu was shocked to realize that his opponent seemed to have deliberately taken the blow. Chumo remained calm after being hit, quickly assuming a stance and said, "Now it is my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, Chumo launched a counterpunch that caught Ziachu off guard. Ziachu was immediately sent flying more than 10 meters away. Force of the impact caused the surrounding walls to crack and shatter. Dust billowed up and filled the space. Hachu coughed violently and staggered out, thinking to himself that fortunately the 5 elements reversal state had boosted his defense. Otherwise that punch would have taken his life, but in the end it was not a loss. Hachu forced himself to stand firm and calculated that Chumo had taken 8 of his punches, which should be enough to throw the spiritual energy in his body into disarray. The advantage must now be leaning toward him. Seeing that he was still standing, Chumo exclaimed in surprise, "You are still alive. It seems I underestimated you. Your overall strength is not outstanding, but your fist techniques are truly formidable." Hachu was stunned and wondered how this could be, then shouted angrily, "You still have not fallen. Could it be that my strikes were not strong enough?" On the other side, knelt down trembling and cried out, "Stop, you two, stop fighting." As soon as she finished speaking, she spat out a mouthful of blood and coughed weakly. "If this continues, I definitely will not be able to hold on." Chu calmly observed and felt a chill down his spine, thinking that perhaps Chumo could transfer injuries to his pet, such a despicable tactic. His combat skills were bizarre and both his offense and defense were unbelievably strong. If struck a few more times he might not survive. Exchanging injuries was useless. Even if he killed the demon beast commander, he might still not be able to reach Chumo. He shifted into a defensive stance, and told himself that it was probably time to use his ultimate move. With that thought, he suddenly accelerated and dashed away to find an escape route. Chumo could not react in time and could only think helplessly that he had just looked ready to risk his life, but it turned out to be a feint for retreat. He rolled his shoulders and sighed, accepting reality, deciding there was no need to risk life and death against that freak. Fighting further might truly be unbearable. His current injuries were still affecting him. Continuing the battle would be dangerous. Chumo said, "My whole body aches and feels stiff. Even that little dog in the secret realm has never put me in such a miserable state." In a residential area in the heart of the city, Ning supported Hachu as they walked and scolded him. "Are you out of your mind, insisting on confronting Chumo? If something happened to you, where would I find such a useful opponent again?" Hearing this, Hachu replied in a deep voice that he had been too arrogant. Chumo was far more terrifying than imagined. Even disregarding his ability to transfer injuries, his body far surpassed that of a 1,000-year demon beast, and even his internal organs, which were difficult to temper, could withstand the 5 elements reversal. Ning laughed and comforted him, "Do not be discouraged. The fact that you survived against Chumo already surprised me. Monsters should be dealt with by monsters. His matter is no longer something you need to worry about." Hearing this, Hachu asked in surprise if his plan had already succeeded. And Ning smiled while holding his phone and said that the family had just made contact. The whereabouts of Li Tu's protective treasure had been exposed, and the Li Corporation was determined to hunt down the prime suspect in the inheritance incident, Chumo. At a vast and magnificent villa estate, Chairman Li arrived with 2 bodyguards to meet a man. The man said nervously, "Chairman Li, please show mercy. I am merely a small figure. This is the residence of the demon beast lord. Even with your esteemed status, you should not come here uninvited. Please return." Chairman Li spoke sternly, "Step aside. Until I meet Lord Jia Lai, I will not leave." As soon as he finished speaking, a deep and steady voice echoed, "Enter." Door opened and strange black-purple smoke poured outward. Chairman Li and his 2 bodyguards stepped inside. Subordinate turned his head and sneered, "Just a gatekeeper, yet acting arrogant, daring to block our path." Before he could finish speaking, a stream of black-purple smoke shot straight into his head. At that moment, a figure appeared and unleashed a spell toward the remaining 2 bodyguards. Chairman Li broke out in a cold sweat and trembled as he said, "Lord Jia Lai, since you allowed us to enter, why attack my people?" Jia Lai replied coldly with deep eyes, "I do not recall inviting your subordinates. Those who trespass into my domain are dealt with as a matter of course. Now it is your turn, old man, make me laugh and I might consider sparing your life." Surrounded by Jia Lai's massive hands, he hurriedly said that his son Li Tu had gone to the East Sea to receive a demon beast commander but failed and disappeared. He had been brutally harmed. The interdimensional artifact of the corporate alliance was also stolen, and he begged Lord Jia Lai to help him take revenge. Jialai laughed loudly, a demon beast commander missing. You have truly fallen low, tell me who the culprit is. I can help with revenge, but the interdimensional artifact must belong to me first. Chairman Lee replied slowly that it was Chu Mo. He had killed a senior corporate advisor and exposed the underground base. Lee too went to the East Sea to eliminate him. Although all records had been erased and there was no evidence, he was certain Chu Mo was the prime suspect in the disappearance of the demon beast commander and the artifact. Upon hearing the name, Jia Lai shook his head. Chu Mo, then forget it. I do not work without profit, you may leave. Seeing the indifference, Chairman Lee quickly said that Chu Mo was merely a body-refining cultivator with thousand-year combat strength. His potential was limited, and he even acted foolishly kind. Dealing with him would be effortless for someone like Jia Lai. Jia Lai sneered, foolish and kind are not words for Chu Mo. He is the most outstanding prodigy of the secret realm. After the first phase ended, we investigated all his records. His calm exterior conceals a cold and disciplined nature. From childhood to adulthood, he never showed signs of being a cultivator. Do you understand what that means? If he had always been a cultivator, then his ability to conceal himself is terrifying, living in the information age without anyone noticing anything unusual. Even when his sister was gravely ill, he never revealed his identity. And if he only began cultivating after entering the secret realm, that is even more horrifying. Lai continued his analysis. This proves that in an extremely short time he went from an ordinary person to the strongest cultivator on Earth. Although body refinement has limits, such rules do not apply to a monster like him. After understanding the laws of the secret realm, he deliberately attracted attention and popularity. Jia Lai listed each of his actions, such as casually dozing off in his seat. In the game of hide-and-seek with demon beasts, the image of him hiding with Wu Tong vividly resurfaced. He also mentioned the scene of him eating while broadcasting in the midst of adversity. Jia Lai continued, he deliberately acted foolish to draw attention, creating contrast with his overwhelming strength in defeating demon beasts in an instant, thereby gaining more fate coins to boost his combat power. Thinking of the cultivators who had been eliminated, Jia Lai asked if he truly believed Chu Mo was kind. To enhance the show's effect and earn more fate coins, he did not care about the lives of others. Calling the chaos caused by demon beasts, he continued that Chu Mo was strong enough but only saved people selectively, always keeping his trump cards hidden and manipulating the audience's psychology. In some ways, he was more like a demon beast than they were, and starting a war with him now would lead to enormous losses. Chairman Lee said firmly that if he was that dangerous, he could not be allowed to live. He would become a threat to the plan of merging the two worlds. Lai clapped mockingly. If you care so much about the plan, then handle Chu Mo yourself. Your corporation claimed it would pay any price. Dealing with a thousand-year cultivator should not be difficult. Chairman Lee was speechless and could only utter this matter. Jia Lai said disdainfully, why the hesitation? Facing the one who harmed your son, you still weigh benefits and losses. We will kill Chu Mo, but there is a more important matter. You can prepare in advance so that our actions will proceed smoothly. Knowing he could not argue, he lowered his head and said, Lord Jia Lai, please give your orders. Inside a luxurious room bathed in daylight, Jia Lai turned back with a smile and said, that old man from the Lee family has left. Come out. You still keep the habit of eavesdropping. Nai appeared like a shadow and replied that because of her talent for invisibility, they always thought she was a lurker. She had come to report that the trap for the second phase of the secret realm had been completed. Jia Lai said with satisfaction, well done, Nai, then we do not need to share the credit with AI anymore. Speaking of which, we should thank Chu Mo. Perhaps he has already dealt with that troublesome woman for me. Nai replied that she hoped so, but AI on Earth still retained at least thousand-year combat strength. Escaping should not be difficult. Scene shifted to Wu Tong's residence. Chu Mo returned carrying AI who had reverted to her original form and looked dejected. He said, Wu Tong, this bone ferret seems depressed. Maybe we should roast it and be done with it. Lights in Wu Tong's house were shining everywhere. Wu Tong looked at Chu Mo with concern and said that the corporation's hunters and those unfamiliar cultivators sounded truly dangerous. If only she were stronger, she could help instead of being a burden. Chu Mo spoke gently. Do not think that way. Without you protecting my sister, I could not have gone out with peace of mind. Wu Tong gestured around the house and said she had just set up a concealment formation. Only authorized people could enter or leave. The corporation could not track this place. Even if they entered the secret realm, there would be no worries. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Chu Mo went to open the door. The delivery man stood there and said, Mr. Chu, here is your food. Chu Mo replied, thank you. Seeing this, Wu Tong immediately became alert and said, "Something is not right. How did you find this place? Have you been following me?" Delivery man excitedly boasted that this place was truly hard to find. Luckily, the company had just upgraded to an advanced positioning system. Even if you hid at the top of a tree, I could still deliver right to your door. Truly, the age of technology reigns supreme. Wu Tong forced a smile inwardly, silently cursing advanced technology as troublesome. It seemed her formation would need further upgrade. AI appeared in a powerful human form, in the demon beast world where hierarchy was strict. She came from a lowly background yet rose through perseverance to grasp power and influence, dominating battlefields everywhere. The title of the undefeated war goddess became the dream and symbol of prestige for lower-tier demon beasts. The scene shifted to another room. In contrast to her former glory, AI had now lost all her demon power and was treated like a pet by cultivators, acting as a living shield to take blows. She lay sprawled on the sofa muttering in frustration, unwilling to continue, only wishing to return home. She tapped her own head and told herself, "What nonsense am I thinking? Even though high-level demon beasts on Earth are all enemies, and that corporation is filled with profit-driven people, I must still survive and complete the mission assigned by the Divine Lord. If I give up, my companions will once again be trampled like toys in the hands of the strong." While AI was still ruffling her hair in thought, the door gently opened. Sumo walked in carrying a bag of food, asking if her injuries had improved and bringing her something to eat. The moment she saw him approach, AI immediately shouted, "Demon, stop right there. What tricks are you planning now?" Seeing her retreat, Chumo spoke gently. "Are you still angry? I am sorry for injuring you. I truly did not mean it. Besides, you also hid your identity as a demon beast leader. Let us call it even. You must be hungry after staying here so long. I only brought some food." Hearing this only made her more irritated. She shouted back, "I am not some small wild beast for you to look down on, detestable human. Do you think a few dishes can bribe me?" A table of steaming hot food was laid out, its aroma irresistibly enticing. AI's expression instantly changed. Her eyes lit up with interest as she swallowed eagerly. Before long, more than half of the food on the table had disappeared. She happily bit into a fried chicken leg and could not help exclaiming, "This is truly delicious." Seeing her eat so enthusiastically, Chumo smiled. "It seems you really love fried chicken." Suddenly she froze, sensing something was off, wondering what had just happened, why she seemed to have lost awareness for a moment, and when she came to, half the food was gone. Could it be that she had eaten all that fried chicken? As a demon beast commander, she had lost to her own instinct. Her face darkened as she refused to believe it, insisting, "Impossible, you must have put something strange in the food." Chumo glanced at her and extended his hand. "I have no time for such things. If you do not believe me, I will take the remaining chicken away." Before he could touch the plate, AI hurriedly slammed her hand down on the table to stop him. He looked at the fragrant food before her in confusion. Clearly it was just meat from weak creatures without demon power. Yet why was it so delicious? The crispy skin wrapped tender sweet meat with colorful exotic seasoning, completely irresistible. The memory from moments ago flooded back. It truly was food of a demon. Seeing her fall silent in thought, Chumo asked, "Did you not say you would not eat? Why are you stopping me from taking the chicken?" Her face flushed with anger as she shouted, "Be quiet, I am not tempted by food. I only want to prove that even if there were poison it would not affect me. Look, no matter how much I eat I remain unharmed." After saying that, she continued eating enthusiastically. Chumo thought to himself that as long as she was happy, it was fine. At that moment, the system issued a notification registration reminder. AI's favorability toward the host increased by 1, then increased by another 1. Looking at the display, he pondered, the system data is indeed accurate. Raising her is quite easy. Just a few pieces of fried chicken and pizza increased her favorability. The hunter's death means complete opposition with the League group. Their next move will be the real danger. I must quickly raise AI's favorability to unlock new ability. Just as the atmosphere was quiet, Wu Tong rushed in anxiously. "Chumo, this is bad. The League group has made a move against you." Chumo was slightly surprised so quickly. What exactly happened? Wu Tong pointed at her phone. "They have pushed you to the top of the trending searches." Chumo replied calmly, "Is that all?" On a bright and sunny morning, radiant light bathed the buildings. Passers-by buzzed with discussion about the introductory cultivation class in the Magic Secret Realm recruiting student. Some invited others to join a master. Others pointed at livestreams saying the course sounded like a scam, with talk of cultivators and demon beasts feeling too far-fetched. They only wished for a peaceful life. while some hoped the savior Chumo would soon end the invading threat. Upon hearing that name, someone turned and said, Chumo. His background was completely exposed this morning. His plans collapsed and he even topped the trending list. The person beside him could not believe it. How could that be? He continued whispering. A phone dropped to the ground, yet its screen was still filled with breaking news about Chumo. A photo of two people standing face to face appeared. People said if you do not believe it, check the trending searches. Video data and black materials surged. Yesterday, before the secret realm opened, Chumo and Zia Xiaomeng went up to the company rooftop together. Then came images of the girl falling from a high floor. Minutes later, Zia Xiaomeng met with an accident. Although there were no cameras on the rooftop, many speculated that Chumo harmed her. In addition, employees accused him of embezzling company funds, causing project losses, forcing subordinates into despair to fabricate a scene. Young man still doubted. Is it not too hasty to conclude based on just one video? The person beside him frowned and said, do not rush. There is more evidence. Images appeared of Chumo meeting a man. People claimed that after the secret realm ended, he returned to the company and used his status as a savior to pressure his former boss for money. When footage of the building explosion and fire was replayed, they accused Chumo of causing his boss's death after being refused and blowing up the company to erase evidence. These clips were released by a well-known account to expose his true face. Seeing this so-called evidence, a black-haired young man asked in confusion. Even an account known for spreading positive energy says this. But Chumo is not a cultivator. Could he really be that greedy? The person beside him replied, who knows, maybe he has psychological issues. There are also claims that Chumo's sister was once gravely ill and his boss paid for her medical treatment. Yet he was still greedy, and now his sister remains in critical condition. Thinking about his sister lying unconscious, someone sneered. He calls himself a savior yet cannot even care for his own sister and even harmed someone who once helped him. Do you still believe he can save the world? Hearing this, the black-haired young man said indignantly, I did not expect Chumo to be such a person. I even donated rewards to support him before. In an office, two women discussed that before entering the secret realm, Chumo was already a cultivator, pretending to be ordinary to exploit others, kindness for extra rewards. The other agreed. Many analysis videos claim Chumo deliberately harmed many cultivators to boost the program's effect. The cultivators in the fifth secret realm were truly pitiful, and he took all the huge rewards for himself. An interview appeared where the interviewee stated bluntly, for someone like Chumo, I have nothing to comment. In chat groups, countless attacking comments appeared, saying Chumo acted deeply like an outstanding protagonist, pretending to suffer to gain sympathy. Some even told him to disappear, joking that they feared he might track them through Wi-Fi, concluding that no one would donate rewards to him anymore. In a luxurious office, a middle-aged man handed a report to Chairman Lei and said, Sir, everything has been released. Social media is flooded with negative news about Chumo. His reputation is essentially ruined. He continued, but is this enough? He is the one who caused young Master Li Tu's death, and the demon beasts that crossed the border also refused to deal with him directly. Mere online defamation cannot avenge this. Chairman Li smiled with satisfaction. This is sufficient. Although the demon beasts refuse openly, they are secretly gathering spiritual energy to manipulate the army. Do they think they can deceive us? They are about to make a major move. Spreading negative news about Chumo is actually at their request. He clenched his fist and said, when one's spirit is attacked, a cultivator's strength declines. This means their plan to eliminate Chumo is ready. In another house, Wu Tong said angrily, do these netizens not think? They just follow the crowd. You risked your life to save people and still get scolded. Is that fair? Chumo replied calmly, saving the world was never my goal. I only want to save my sister. I have never considered those grand ideals. Seeing his indifference, Wu Tong asked, are you not angry? They understand nothing yet speak so harshly. Chumo simply said he did not care. He smiled faintly, crushed the phone in his hand and said, what matters is that you believe in me and even get angry on my behalf. That is enough. What strangers think is not worth my attention. She fell silent after hearing this. Wu Tong sighed, if you had not crushed the phone, that statement would have been more convincing. You are clearly angry. Chumo said thoughtfully, these rumors are likely orchestrated by the Alliance Corporation. My anger toward them has reached its peak. They treated my sister as an experiment and must pay the price. My first target will be the Li group. Suddenly, a mysterious blue light flashed in the room. The system issued an urgent warning. The second secret realm will open in 10 minutes. All saviors please prepare. Chumo was stunned. What is going on? We just entered the secret realm yesterday. Will the saviors not be given a few more days to rest? Wutong was also astonished. It has only been a day since the last time, yet it feels so long. Thinking about everything that happened yesterday, from entering the secret realm, rescuing your sister, Ai's descent, to confronting the hunters, it truly was a long day, but if the mission has arrived, we can only accept it. Standing before the entrance of the secret realm, slowly opening amid the raging storm, Chumo spoke calmly, considering that today the Lee Corporation still had a bit of luck to extend its existence for another day. Wutong announced that everything had been fully prepared. She crossed her arms and looked at Chumo, saying that she had upgraded the new concealment formation. Its effectiveness was extremely stable. She had just placed food outside, but the delivery person could not find this location. Hearing this, he nodded and replied that he had also arranged everything, and it was time for them to set off. Shrank into the form of a skeletal ferret, trapped inside an iron cage and emitting mournful cries. A dazzling streak of light flashed, followed by a series of echoing voices. Why was the Secret Realm livestream continuing today? Had not the plan already changed? Such a sudden shift disrupted my schedule. I even have an important brand ambassador promotional event today. Doing this means the remuneration must be increased. Asai responded, "What are you saying? The livestream has already begun." At that moment, Yishuang appeared with a bright smile, welcoming everyone to the Secret Realm broadcast channel. Li Xiang, do not be angry anymore. Being a brand ambassador is not as important as live streaming the Secret Realm. Li Xiang retorted that she did not understand what Yishuang meant. She was a VTuber, and she could completely live stream the Secret Realm while also participating in the ambassador promotional event. Hearing this, Yishuang responded excitedly that it was true, praising Li Xiang for being impressive. At this moment, Jai Xinghe gently interjected, suggesting that they first observe the cultivators entering the secret realm for the second time. The screen displayed Ma Yuyu cooking, causing the comment section to explode. Incredible, am I seeing this wrong? This cultivator is eating hot pot inside the secret realm. Heavens. He is even putting demon beast meat into the pot. Is he not afraid of being poisoned? The streamer is truly bold. Donations and likes are skyrocketing. Eating demon beast hot pot is nothing. Go check out Lee Haeyu's stream. That is the true pinnacle, boldly eating while filming. Camera switched to Lee Haeyu's livestream. He placed his hand on a gigantic egg and said, "This is a 50-kilogram demon beast egg I just unearthed. I am not joking. Today I will directly enjoy it in its original form." The comment section immediately erupted. What is this? Is there really such a huge egg? That is a gigantic demon beast egg obtained while going out to sea in the secret realm, and the streamer says he will consume it on the spot. Eating it in its original form, truly a bold style. Witnessing this scene, Li Xiang sighed helplessly, saying that she truly could not understand whether this was a secret realm channel or if it had turned into a culinary program. Shuang calmly explained that it was not difficult to understand. They were imitating Chumo, eating while live streaming in the secret realm to attract attention and earn additional rewards. Then she turned to ask Elder Jai whether cultivators nowadays were all so quick to follow trends. Jaizing smiled and replied that those people were rogue cultivators in the fifth secret realm. Their strength was not high, so they relied on this method to gain additional destiny coins to enhance their combat power. Although it was not worth encouraging, they were still fighting for humanity, while cultivators of the four great sects would certainly not choose such a path, and now they should look at the first secret realm. In the livestream area of the first secret realm, Kim Min Kayat prepared to dine and said, "Everyone see this. This is the most common demon beast here, with a plump body and strange tentacles. It is said to have nourishing effects, and today I will personally verify." Seeing this, Jai Xing frowned and blurted out that it was truly reckless. The image shifted to Shizhen Cheng's stream. He cheerfully said, "Everyone guess what I have just discovered. It is Chu Mo. Surely everyone is curious about the impact of this morning's breaking news on him. And now I will try to interview Chu Mo. Please stay tuned." He turned toward Chu Mo and Wu Tong, who were walking, and called out loudly, "Chu Mo, may I ask you a few questions?" Hearing the voice, Chu Mo stopped and asked what he needed from him. Zhen Cheng casually said that before becoming a cultivator he worked in media. Regarding the rumors this morning about Chu Mo killing his colleagues and superior, was he willing to accept an interview? Chu Mo replied coldly that it was false information spread by the Lee Corporation because he had discovered their conspiracy. Not only Lee Corporation, but possibly other corporations were colluding with interdimensional demon beasts. Strange creatures had already been concealed to infiltrate Earth with unknown intention, and he hoped everyone would remain vigilant. Hearing this, that man laughed with suspicion, saying that demon beasts infiltrating Earth sounded unbelievable, and asked how Chumo would explain the deaths of Xia Xiaomeng and President Su, along with the video recorded at that time. Chumo responded that the video only extracted a portion of the events. In reality, President Su wanted him to bear the project deficit, and thus ordered Xia Xiaomeng to attack him. After hearing this, Shi Jincheng exclaimed that it was truly outrageous for two ordinary people to dare target a cultivator. Chumo calmly replied that before entering the secret realm he had also been an ordinary person, which made Shi Jincheng even more curious whether Chumo had truly become this powerful in just one day, leaving them feeling ashamed. That dialogue immediately prompted netizens to comment that it was all nonsense, even claiming that demon beasts had infiltrated Earth, saying anything just to clear his name. No way could anyone really believe this, becoming a top cultivator after entering the secret realm for only one day. If Chumo's words were true and demon beasts had secretly infiltrated, it would pose an enormous threat to our world. In a room in the real world, Yishuang spoke that if the infiltration of demon beasts into Earth was true as Chumo said, the danger would be extremely serious, and asked what Elder Jai thought. Jai Xinghai stroked his chin thoughtfully and said that he would notify the sects to investigate the Li Corporation. But there was no need for excessive worry. If demon beasts had truly infiltrated, the four great sects could not possibly be completely unaware. Yishuang's expression darkened in contemplation, saying that hearing him say this only made her feel even more uneasy. Camera swept across the entire city within the secret realm. Wu Tong remarked that his composure was admirable, that Cultivator merely wanted to use him to increase his popularity and did not truly believe his words, and if it were her, she would have taught him a lesson. Chumo calmly replied that he understood those words were never meant for that man. In the real world, all his statements could be erased or silenced. Only live streaming in the secret realm was the hardest to control. He only hoped that one more person would know the truth to make preparations and gain a little more hope of survival. Suddenly the ground shook violently, causing both of them to stagger. What is happening? The secret realm is trembling. A voice resounded announcing that the secret realms were being interfered with by interdimensional deities, and the 5 secret realms would merge into one. Chumo's system appeared, announcing that the second-day login in the second secret realm had been activated. Due to the sudden incident, the rewards were doubled. The legendary martial god combat experience had been granted, and the host should check it. Wu Tong said the shaking had stopped and the fusion was complete. It did not seem much different from before. Chumo reminded her to be careful, as there was a strange creature ahead that might have come from another secret realm. Pink creature appeared, its mouth emitting the sound Bomi. Wu Tong exclaimed that it was so adorable, asking what Bomi meant and whether it was talking to her. The creature approached Chumo and Wu Tong in a friendly manner, repeating the sound Bomi as it walked. Bomi Bomi Bomi. Suddenly it changed demeanor, opening its mouth wide to reveal sharp, chilling teeth. Chumo waved his hand and unleashed a strike that sent it flying, thinking that his body reacted even before his thoughts. This was the combat experience from the legendary martial god reward. He looked at his hand, clearly sensing the surging power within his body when he attacked, as if it were resonating and boiling. From another direction, 3 more robust Bomi with bulging muscles appeared, calling out Bomi in unison. Wu Tong warned him to be careful. More Bomi were approaching, and they were even larger than before. She looked at Chumo and asked if he was all right, saying that he seemed somewhat different. Chumo released his aura and replied asking if that was so. He said that he had never felt as exhilarated as he did at this moment. In his heart, Chumo thought that words like joy or excitement were insufficient to describe his current emotion. The image of the Bomi flashed in his mind. That was it, he had understood. He realized it was the ultimate sense of exhilaration, when power surged uncontrollably. A jet-black surge of energy erupted. That Bomi was split into 2 halves. The residual force of the attack shot into the sky. Chumo charged straight toward the remaining Bomi, thinking that there was still lingering fury. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his rage seeming ready to crush this twisted world, and an explosion resounded. The violent blast illuminated the entire area. The system issued a warning that the martial god's backlash will was restarting. During this process, the legendary martial god combat experience had reached 5%, and the host must continue fighting before completion, or the surging power could harm his body and risk losing control. Tong called out to Chumo in concern, asking if it was over. She replied that all the Bomi had been eliminated, but his earlier demeanor was truly frightening. Chumo sighed and apologized for being overly agitated, inwardly blaming the system for not warning him earlier, otherwise Wu Tong might have been in danger. Strangely, the system said the surging power would be harmful, but he only felt soreness in his muscle. System continued to remind that it had detected the host suffering backlash from the martial god experience and activated the damage transfer function. AI was gravely injured and spat blood, weakly transmitting her voice. Chumo, you are playing tricks on me again. I am truly furious now, just you wait. Chumo paused after hearing this. Today he had nearly killed her by his own hand. It seemed that before completing the reboot process, he must strictly avoid combat. Scene shifted to another location. Yishuang asked Guizing, Elder Li, what was going on with Chumo's abnormal state just now. Guizing replied it was likely due to the pressure of public opinion. His mental state wavered and his power began to spiral out of control. During battle, he lost his clarity. Such a state not only harms others but also causes his own body and mind to collapse. He frowned and continued, I once witnessed a cultivator I deeply respected fight until his last breath in a state of lost control. The matter of Chumo killing someone still needs verification. Yet those hiding in safety hurl insults at a savior who once fought for humanity. That is truly unjust. The scene shifted to the streets. The two cultivators exchanged words while panting. We should be safe after running this far. What madness struck Chumo today? Fighting a single demonic beast and turning the whole street into ruin. If we had not fled quickly, we might have been in danger, the other added. What else could it be? His glass heart shattered. The so-called strongest savior could not endure a few harsh words. Such a fragile mindset. Black-haired cultivator snorted coldly. Strongest. Is his strength not just the result of hoarding coins? With that many coins, even an ordinary person could become a master. He never considered that this method took away opportunities from other saviors and would harm many people. The other young man nodded. That makes sense. What is the point of him hoarding so many coins? Body cultivation has its limits. Giving them all to him is a waste. After a few more secret realms and accumulating coins, we might even surpass Chumo. Suddenly a chilling voice sounded behind them. Are you talking about Chumo? I did not mishear, did I? The young man felt a chill down his spine. This terrifying aura, could it be? He turned around. It was Udala. He silently lamented how something so cute could frighten him. The appearance was adorable, but the voice was eerily chilling. The black-haired cultivator quickly stopped him. Do not act rashly. That is a core disciple of Donghua Tianmen, the pet of the genius Tianzin. We should not provoke her. Udala growled. What are you whispering about? Tell me where that worthless Chumo is. My master is furious. So furious that she wants to crush Chumo. A wild cultivator from the fifth secret realm dares to call himself the strongest. Elsewhere, an assistant reported, Master, your plan has taken effect. He looked at the report and said, Chumo's spirit is collapsing and his power is in chaos. Once he leaves the secret realm, he will be nothing but a cripple. Unless someone lends him a hand, Chairman Li chuckled softly. No one will step forward. He continued, when Chumo stood at the peak, he was admired, but once he falls, he will be ridiculed. They will only feel contempt, jealousy, and resentment. If anyone truly intends to help Chumo, you know how to handle it. The assistant replied, yes, master. The online troll army is ready. Anyone who defends Chumo will be publicly smeared on livestream. Chairman Li said, helping Chumo only brings trouble. Not only will there be no additional coins, but there is also the risk of being implicated by his loss of control. Even Wu Tong, whom he once saved, will distance herself. That is human nature. The internet was flooded with mockery, so a cultivator teamed up with the useless Chumo. Birds of a feather truly flock together. It is best not to get involved with her or risk being dragged down by Chumo one day. All of it is pointless. Wu Tong's livestream room. Comments flooded in. Help, I just rewatched the livestream. This host is truly a disaster magnet. In the first secret realm, all teammates died while she alone survived. What can she do besides relying on others? We suggest tying her and Chumo together and keeping them away from harming others. Sister Wu Tong, quickly stay away from Chumo. He lost control earlier and nearly hurt you. Wu Tong sighed softly after reading the comment. Chumo asked what was wrong. Wu Tong turned away and replied, I think the commotion just now might attract more demonic beasts. We should leave first. Chumo responded softly and thought to himself, Wu Tong has been uneasy since earlier, constantly distracted. She must have been frightened by my outburst of power. Right now I am like a ticking bomb that could endanger those around me. Looking at her pensive expression, Chumo thought she might be reluctant to say she wanted to act separately out of concern for him. He decided to take the initiative to speak since it was his responsibility. The two walked along the street, as Chumo silently hoped for a suitable opportunity. As soon as the thought ended, prey appeared. Chumo secretly rejoiced that the opportunity had arrived. Quickly said, Wu Tong, go ahead, I will hold this demonic beast back, but she stepped forward instead. Chumo asked in surprise what she intended to do. Wutong replied she was sorry for not realizing his condition sooner. Wutong said sadly, "Outwardly I remain calm despite countless criticisms, but the pressure you bear is far beyond what I can fully understand. Perhaps that is why your power erupted out of control." Chumo replied, "It is not that serious, but my power is indeed unstable, so if you stay while I fight, it will be very dangerous." Wutong immediately said, "Then let me take action." Chumo let out a surprised sound. Wutong unleashed spiritual power around her body. She summoned her weapon into her hand. Her battle attire enveloped her as Wutong gripped her sword tightly. "This time let me protect you." The monster roared and charged forward. Wutong tightened her grip on her weapon and rushed to meet it. She swung her sword and clashed head-on with the monster. Memories from the past suddenly flooded back. An image of Wutong holding a sword appeared. She asked, "Does that mean I have passed the assessment?" The man replied, "Your strength and skills meet the standard, but I do not intend to accept you as my disciple yet." Wutong was surprised, "But my father has already paid the tuition." He said, "You were once a disciple of Donghua Tianmen. Your talent is decent. Besides an old man like me, you can choose other masters of Bai Xiang sect if you want me to accept you then." Wutong asked, "Do I need to pay more money?" The man rubbed his forehead helplessly. "Unless you clearly explain why you left Donghua Tianmen and why you chose me, only then will I consider accepting you." Wutong said, "I once believed the ultimate goal of cultivators was to become immortals. But do you believe immortals truly exist?" He replied, "An interesting question. There has never been any concrete evidence of immortals." Wutong continued, "Then what is an immortal, eternal life? Control over laws, creating the power of the world, or pure wisdom, noble virtue, transcending the mundane and living freely?" Man replied, "Heaven and earth coexist with me. All things and I are one. That description is not wrong. I once believed so until I encountered the real world of cultivators and saw them colluding with the powerful and Chinese letter. Wutong said, "Disciples compete to flatter for resources. Once stronger, they bully others. Some use spells to deceive ordinary people. When I left, I was scolded by my father. He supported my cultivation only to expand connections for his career." He continued, "To maintain my identity as a cultivator, I could not remain in Donghua Tianmen. My father brought me here. How ironic, in this era of depleted spiritual energy, can we still hope to become immortals? Are people like us even worthy?" The man replied, "Most cultivators are satisfied with superior power and see immortality as a fantasy. But in any era there are still those who never forget their original aspiration and seek new paths. Have you ever heard the name Yu Tianren?" Wutong was puzzled. Yu Tianren? That name sounds like someone who claims to stand for all beings in heaven and earth. Would he not fear being disliked? He explained that there were once 8 powerful ancient sects, 4 of which confronted Yu Tianren, and now only the 4 great sects remain. Wutong was astonished. "I never knew such a figure existed." He replied, "Many records of Yu Tianren have been erased. I suspect he achieved immortality or reached that realm. Due to the loss of information, uncovering the truth is difficult. I can only study the remaining traces. If you wish, you may join me in this pursuit." Wutong was delighted. "So you agree to accept me as your disciple?" He replied, "Yes, but you still have not explained why you chose me." She smiled and said she heard he was weak, so being around him would be more comfortable. He sighed and said there was no need to be so honest. In the end, she successfully became his disciple and assisted him in his peculiar research. She recalled the humble cave dwelling in the outskirts after her master established his own sect. Although he was not strong, his character and pure research spirit attracted many people. The number of disciples grew steadily, perhaps also because the place was free and relaxed yet maintained a serious cultivation atmosphere. Everyone gathered around Wutong. "Senior sister, this is the iced tea I brought for you. Senior sister, this is the new comic release." As the earliest senior sister, she received the respect of many people. From that moment until the day her master's cave dwelling was leveled, Wutong's memories seemed drenched in haunting shades of red. Countless people gathered to surround them. She clearly remembered her master's grandmaster, the sect master of the White Elephant sect, along with many other sect leaders and disciples, forcing them into a desperate situation. They insisted that Yu Tianren's cultivation method was merely a deception, accusing her master of fabricating it to attract hundreds of cultivators for fame and profit, and the arguments echoed endlessly. They also claimed that many cultivators had been bewitched by that heretical path, causing heavy losses to their sects, with quotas reduced by 40%, demanding that her master admit his fault and accept severe punishment. The other disciples only needed to bow their heads and admit their mistakes to be spared. She had loudly protested that her master had never deceived anyone. They mocked her, saying she was still young and easily deceived, telling her to look around and see who still stood by her master. The disciples and followers had all left, and in the end only she remained. Fear surged within her, and her master told her to admit her fault first, and she obeyed. But her master firmly refused to bow his head, saying that the world needed someone who would not confess to a crime. Then he gripped the sword in his hand tightly. The memory was filled with sorrow. Her master fell, and harsh laughter echoed beside him. They ridiculed him for daring to claim he had researched the Yu Tianren method while being so weak and shameless. Even if it could be restored, it was not something ordinary people could learn. It was reckless of him to act alone, and even worse, to drag disciples from other sects into wasting their time, truly harming others. As they mocked him, she could only stand there staring blankly. Afterward, her father transferred her to another sect, and she lived her days in indifference while her heart was filled with regret and anger. Returning to the present, Wu Tong's eyes reflected deep sorrow. With a single strike, she knocked down the monster. Wu Tong told herself that this time she would not retreat and would no longer bow her head to admit fault. System announced within the secret realm, "Congratulations to the savior Wu Tong for defeating the boss's clone. After 30 minutes the second boss will appear, with difficulty equivalent to a 500-year demon beast." Yishuang said excitedly that the boss appeared so early and was only 500 years. It seemed today could end sooner. Wu Tong was not she the cultivator accompanying Chu Mo, Elder Jai? The difficulty decreased because she eliminated the clone, correct? Jai Xinghe replied that this was correct. The boss this time was a fused demon beast. If the original strategy reached 2,000 years, it would exceed the limits of the secret realm and trigger the elimination mechanism. But when the main body separated from the clone, it was reduced to only 500 years, allowing it to bypass the restriction. The interdimensional fusion of the fifth secret realm likely intended to use it to wipe out the cultivator. Fortunately, the clone was dealt with by Wu Tong beforehand. Otherwise, the saviors would have had to face a 2,000-year demon beast. Li Xiang, acting as host, said that they should thank Sister Wu Tong. Thanks to her, the difficulty had greatly decreased, and the fifth secret realm now only faced a 500-year demon beast, making it as easy as turning one's hand. Back inside the secret realm, a pillar of purple light suddenly shot into the sky. Someone shouted that the pillar of light had appeared and the boss's location was too far. They needed to speed up. Another replied that there was no need to rush as there were still 30 minutes remaining. Other groups of cultivators also hurried forward. After the fusion of the secret realms, the numbers had increased, and if they did not secure a leading position, they would lose their advantage. Perhaps the boss would be defeated before they even had a chance to act, and the person beside him agreed. Someone joked, "Look over there." Even those cultivators who were eating and filming videos while catching seafood have rushed over to join the excitement. Ma Yuyu exclaimed upon seeing Li Heiyu, saying she remembered him as the tall guy from last time and asked if he was also going to fight the boss. Li Heiyu sighed that there were only 30 minutes left and there was no time to collect items. Fortunately, he had just obtained a demon beast egg, then told her not to mention him as she had also stopped cooking. Ma Yuyu laughed, saying her cooking show had ended, so she came to watch the boss for fun. If there were no benefits, then enjoying the spectacle was enough, and asked him to sell the demon beast egg to her, as she planned to make tomato fried rice. Li Heiyu replied that he had already eaten it raw. Ma Yuyu widened her eyes, asking if he had truly eaten it raw and praising his boldness as a culinary streamer, then asked whether he had any stomachache and how it tasted. Li Heiyu fell silent for a few seconds, lifted the bucket and said it was fine and edible, urging her to hurry so they would not miss the boss's appearance. On the rooftop of a tall building, Shadow looked down and spoke in a low voice. Everything was proceeding according to plan. He laughed sinisterly. Those fools believed the reduced difficulty was a stroke of luck. They could happily step into the trap he had prepared. A pillar of purple light still stood towering. Wu Tong looked at the purple glow and wondered whether what she had just defeated was truly only the boss's clone, and if she had not misheard. Chu Mo said that even if the announcement was mistaken, the pillar of light would not deceive anyone. Asking if she had been injured earlier, Wu Tong replied that she was fine as the demon beast had been too weak and fell before she even needed to exert herself. Chu Mo smiled, saying it was because she had become stronger, and with her protecting him, he felt very reassured. Wu Tong teased with a smile, asking who had once doubted her when she said she wanted to protect him. Chu Mo hurriedly denied it, saying she must have seen it wrong. Yudala suddenly interjected, saying that he had clearly seen it. He looked at Chu Mo and asked if he was Chu Mo. Chu Mo replied by asking who it was. Yudala was about to introduce itself when Wu Tong pinched its cheek. Yudala cried out in pain, asking what she was doing and to let go, while Wu Tong delightedly remarked that the new demon beasts were all this adorable. Udala bristled and protested for her to stop pinching, saying it was not a demon beast and calling for its master to come over because Chu Mo was here. Wu Tong was surprised and repeated master. A young woman approached and spoke, saying that she had been searching for Chu Mo for a long time. Chu Mo asked who she was. The girl replied that she was Tian Xin of the Donghua Heavenly Sect and challenged Chu Mo to a duel. Chu Mo was surprised, asking if she had sought him out just to fight and noting that they had no grievances and that he did not know her. Tian Xin shook her head, saying that on the contrary she greatly respected him, and that seeing him defeat a 1,000-year demon beast with pure strength in the secret realm had ignited her passion, prompting her desire to challenge him. Wu Tong, still pinching Udala's cheek, said to wait a moment, pointing out that Tian Xin was the strongest in the second secret realm and a core disciple of the Donghua Heavenly Sect, and since their common enemy was the demon beasts it made no sense to start an internal conflict, asking if her mind was all right, while Udala cried out for her to be gentler as its head was about to burst. It separated its soul from its body and wailed for her to release it, calling her a hateful person. Wu Tong hurriedly apologized, saying she had been too excited and accidentally caused its soul to separate, asking if the little spirit was all right, and then realizing it had just become a spirit, wondering if this was a split soul. Tian Xin stuffed the soul back into Udala and said it was fine and could simply be put back, then explained that there were two reasons for the challenge. The first being that Chu Mo's battle with the 1,000-year demon beast in the video had made her unable to suppress her desire to fight him. Chu Mo expressed doubt, saying that her current expression did not resemble someone burning with fighting spirit. Tian Xin raised two fingers, stating that the second reason was that Chu Mo, as a rogue cultivator, had become more prominent than the four great sects, causing them to lose face, and only by defeating him before a global audience could she restore honor to the Donghua Heavenly Sect. Wu Tong burst into laughter, remarking that she spoke so directly and that her senior elders would surely feel embarrassed hearing this. Tian Xin replied calmly that they had intended to wait until she accumulated enough destiny coins before issuing the challenge, but she felt it was unfair and could not wait any longer, so she wished to fight immediately. Chu Mo responded by thanking her for her frankness but stated that he had to decline for now, as after the battle with the demon beast his power had gone out of control, and he had nearly lost his reason, making a duel at this moment dangerous for both of them. Tian Xin said she understood the pressure of public opinion. Chu Mo added that he accepted the challenge but asked her to wait until his power had stabilized. Tian Xin asked why the delay seemed disadvantageous to him and why it was considered unfair. Tian Xin explained that he belonged to the body cultivation path and that its maximum limit was only comparable to a 1,000-year demon beast. She could use destiny coins to enhance her strength, but he had already reached his ceiling. Chu Mo nodded, confirming that destiny coins could not further increase his power, and that body cultivation was limited to around the 1,000-year level. Udala interjected proudly, saying that even with one hand it would be enough to suppress him. Tian Xin continued, explaining that body cultivation simulated the cultivation methods of demon beasts to temper the physical body, but the human body had limits and the 1,000-year level was the highest it could endure. She added that it was also constrained by the Tao heart, and to control such immense power one must possess pure spirit and will. Even orthodox cultivators needed to cultivate their mental state to resonate with the world in order to surpass the 1,000-year threshold, and historically due to limited spiritual energy and scarce resources, only a few talented individuals could become cultivators, with body cultivation being a unique exception. Tian Xin explained that in theory anyone could walk the body refinement path, but the process was extremely harsh, like self-torture. The probability of ordinary people becoming cultivators through this method was even lower than the orthodox path. She continued that according to records of the previous Otherworld invasion, the body refinement faction was only useful in the early stage. As the war escalated and intensity increased, this system was gradually eliminated. Udala interjected that the path was both difficult and had a low ceiling, later becoming almost useless. Only someone with problems in the head would choose body refinement, yet people still pursued it today, truly baffling to the four great families. Wu Tong warned coldly, "Little ghost, do you want your soul to leave your body again?" Udala hurried behind Tian Xin, still speaking stubbornly that everything I said is the truth. Do you think I am afraid of you? Yue Tianzi spoke that Chu Mo being able to pursue body refinement in this era, and even reach the highest strategic level in the first secret realm opening truly made me admire him. Tian Xin asserted that many cultivators who gathered enough copper coins would try to defeat Chu Mo to prove themselves. But the one who defeats him can only be me. I will not let any coward humiliate him. Whoever dares to challenge him, I will handle it. Wutong frowned and asked, "Little sister, you are quite confident. Do you think you are very noble?" Tianzin replied that for the honor of great sex, someone would certainly come to find Chumo. Do you have a better plan? Wutong said in a low voice, "If they cannot even get past me, they have no qualification to face Chumo. Leave all challenges to me." She pointed her sword straight at Tianzin, starting with you. Tianzin's expression turned cold. "To verify whether you have enough strength to protect Chumo, I will go all out." Dala shouted arrogantly, "You dare insult my master. See how this axe teaches you a lesson. The humiliation you caused, I will repay many times over." Wutong looked at the two and said, "Two against one. Even a spirit body wants to join the fight. I do not mind." Tianzin replied, "Udala is originally a weapon." As soon as she finished speaking, Udala transformed into an axe. A massive surge of energy erupted instantly. Tianzin carried the axe on her shoulder, her tone calm but full of pressure. "This battle is very dangerous. It is still not too late to admit defeat now." Wutong sneered, "You are getting overly friendly. Now we are opponents, you should worry about yourself first." Tianzin tightened her grip on the axe and charged forward. "Then I will not hold back." Both sides rushed straight at each other. Streams of energy collided, creating violent shockwaves. Just billowed, someone who had just arrived exclaimed, "What is happening? They have already started fighting. Has it not even been half an hour?" Someone asked if the boss appeared early. Everyone gathered quickly. Another laughed that this scene was more exciting than fighting the boss. There were also rumors that Tianzin and Wutong of Donghua Tianmen were fighting over a man. Truly hard to believe, who would dare compete with a genius of Donghua Tianmen. Li Haoyu was surprised. "Wait, is Wutong not the one the system announced had defeated the boss clone, and also a key disciple of the four great sects? Why have I never heard of her?" A blue-haired cultivator laughed and said, "You just do not know. She comes from the fifth secret realm. People from great sects have always looked down on small sects and loose cultivators like us, and now they are not even as good as the fifth secret realm." Li Haoyu sighed with emotion. "Aside from Chumo, the fifth secret realm has produced other experts. It seems the secret realm is quite fair. Ordinary people like us can still rise if we seize the opportunity." The other continued, "But you must dare to risk it. Look at Tai Xuan Men. Oh no, that Tai Zong Men sect master. In the first secret realm mission, he pretended to gather everyone to fight the boss, but when Chumo fought, he stood still and in the end backed down. I watched the recording and almost burst out laughing." Yan Xingjian shouted from afar, "What are you two whispering about?" Li Haoyu turned back and replied, "Oh, about Tai Xuan Men, we were just chatting casually." Yan Xingjian was furious. "Why are you silent now? If you have guts, then repeat it." Luo Tiancheng hurriedly pulled him back. "Forget it. Do not argue with them." Yan Xingjian was still indignant, but Luo Tiancheng admitted they were not wrong. "My previous performance was indeed terrible. Even my father was disappointed. When I went home yesterday, it was the first time I saw him so angry." Yan Xingjian comforted him, "Young master, your father only has very high expectations. Last night he even stayed up all night using precious materials to reinforce the lightning warding jar for you." Luo Tiancheng suddenly understood why he had taken back that artifact. Yan Xingjian added that he still cares about you, he is just not good at expressing it. Luo Tiancheng looked at the lightning warding jar in his hand and softly said, "So that is how it is." It seemed that something was inside the jar. The faint figure of a gloomy spirit could be seen. Back to the battle, the dust filled the air. Tianzin admitted, "You are stronger than I thought. Can you not just obediently admit defeat?" She swung the axe and said, "Continue then, the outcome will still be my victory. If I release all of Udala's power and accidentally seriously injure you, Chumo will be sad." Wutong replied, "Then let me see the true power of little ghosts. Do not just talk big." The two charged again. A shadow flashed past. Yue Tianzi did not even have time to blink. Her weapons suddenly disappeared. She wondered in shock what happened. Was my weapon taken away during the fight? Tianzin was also stunned. Chumo appeared, holding a weapon in each hand and said to stop them, "Calm down. It is only a spar, do not go too far." The system displayed a notification that the combat experience of the legendary martial god was being reloaded. Progress reached 50%. Tianzin asked worriedly, "You are not angry, right?" Chumo returned Udala and explained, "I only stopped the battle for your safety." Tianzin sighed, "Chumo, I was too impulsive. In battle you easily disarmed me without me noticing. Your skill has reached the pinnacle. From the very first mission you hid your strength. We were all fooled. I am still far from being able to challenge you." Chumo smiled, you flatter me, it was just a bit of luck. Udala returned to spirit form. Tianzin said, Chumo, you are truly humble. In that situation, even the strongest of the four great sects would find it hard to intervene as easily as you did. May I follow you for a while to learn from you? Wutong asked suspiciously, you are a key disciple of Dong Hua Tianmen. Is it appropriate to say that, or do you have other intentions? Tianzin replied directly, I only respect Chumo. Whether he accepts me as a teammate is up to him. It has nothing to do with a loser like you. Wutong sneered, a loser. I do not remember that we have determined a winner. Tianzin said confidently, if Chumo had not stopped us, the winner would have been me. If you do not believe it, ask him. I trust Chumo's judgment. Both of them turned simultaneously to ask who had the upper hand just now. Chumo was embarrassed about that. Just then someone approached. It turned out to be Jing Xian. He said, Tianzin, your competitive nature should be restrained. Do not always cause trouble for others. Tianzin said irritably, it is Jing Xian from your Dan Tai Bai Dong again. You set tedious rules all day, trying to be a role model. Do not impose your rules on me. If you want to preach, fight me first. Dala cut in, what I hate most is your sanctimonious attitude. If you are not convinced, then come here. Jing Xian said calmly, I do not intend to dispute. Miss Wutong, your talent and willpower are rarely matched. I want to invite you to join Dan Tai Bai Dong. Wutong let out a soft exclamation of surprise. Others also hurried to invite her. Join Tai Yehu Fu, we will offer you the best treatment. Another person interjected, choose our sect. Tianzin whispered to Wutong, ignore those small sects. Both Dan Tai Bai Dong and Tai Yehu Fu promise you a core position, with a future chance to become a Dao Seeker. But Tai Yehu Fu has declined recently and already has 16 core disciples, not the optimal choice. Dan Tai Bai Dong has only one core. If you join, the future successor position to Jing Shan will almost certainly be yours. Jing Xian stepped forward and said, Tianzin, you spoke softly but I heard everything. However, one point you made is correct. If Wutong joins us, resources will be prioritized for her. Wutong shook her head, thank you for the invitation, but for now I have no intention of joining any sect. My talent and willpower are not that outstanding. She added that her current combat power was largely due to Chumo providing many copper coins. She still doubted whether the four great sects were connected to demonic beasts. Her family was controlling a demonic beast leader, and Chumo's sister also carried that aura. Joining now would only bring Chumo more trouble. Jing Xian replied, you are too modest. Even with many copper coins, without talent and effort they cannot be converted into strength. If you change your mind later, come find me. After speaking he left and everyone gradually dispersed. Someone said, let us disperse. I thought we could recruit talent for our sect. Another laughed, even the four great sects could not recruit her, let alone us. Chumo spoke, please wait a moment, since everyone is here, I want to announce something. Jing Xian turned back and asked, Chumo, the strongest savior of the fifth secret realm, what do you intend to say? The purple gate from earlier had now turned blue. Chumo said, I hope cultivators with sufficient strength will investigate the matter of corporations colluding with demonic beasts. Comments appeared, Chumo is starting again, who would believe this? Always blaming demonic beasts while claiming innocence. If corporations truly collude, can you be completely clean? In Chumo's livestream room, someone commented that he should first present evidence to prove his innocence. The audience watching the livestream was bewildered. Demonic beasts invading Earth. How could that be? The secret realm is a supreme defensive line established by ancient cultivators. Before the savior failed completely, it should have been impossible for demonic beasts to enter. In any case, I do not believe it, truly do not believe it. Tianzin spoke up to affirm, Chumo, I believe you. Chumo merely responded softly with a sound of acknowledgement. Jing Xian said thoughtfully that this hypothesis was quite noteworthy. Although the probability was not high, it should be investigated. After the secret realm ends, I will report it to the sect to examine the corporation. Chumo gently expressed his thanks. Jing Xian replied that there was no need for courtesy. Protecting the world and staying vigilant against the threat of demonic beasts is our responsibility. As for the corporations, we will discuss it after defeating the boss this time. The gate ahead grew increasingly radiant. Everyone exclaimed in shock, what is happening? The boss's light is suddenly expanding. Could it be about to appear? Wait, the light is still spreading. Gate continued to expand. Someone stared wide-eyed at the gate. What exactly is going on? A shadow on the rooftop of a skyscraper spoke coldly. Transfer begin. In an instant, the gate opened in a completely unfamiliar location. How you frowned as he looked around. Where is this? The person beside him said the light just now transported us here. Another doubted, was that not where the boss was supposed to appear? Why is there no boss now and no notification either? Truly strange. After observing, Chumo reminded everyone to be careful. Something here is wrong and very dangerous. Wu Tong nodded and said, I understand. The mission is certainly not simple. Then he lowered his voice. The previous mission said a 500-year boss, but a 1,000-year one appeared. Who knows what variables there will be this time? The green light began to contract bit by bit. Suddenly the system displayed a notification. The second mission has been activated. The final boss has appeared. Demonic beast difficulty 500 years. Mission location confirmed. Demonic beast manifested, its body massive and its eyes blazing red with killing intent. Someone said casually that I do not know what is going on, but as long as we defeat this 500-year demonic beast, the mission will be complete. Thinking that way makes everything simpler. We only need to do one thing. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword. He rushed forward and swung his sword repeatedly, but the opponent was almost completely unmoved. A recoil force from the blade sent him flying. What is going on? There is no damage at all. It is only a 500-year demonic beast. It cannot be that it cannot be defeated in one strike. It is not even scratched. His face turned pale as he realized the spiritual energy in his attack had been greatly weakened. Immediately after, the demonic beast threw a straight punch at his head. His vision instantly plunged into darkness. Witnessing this, 3 people panicked. The man with a top knot cried that something was wrong. That is an elite disciple of Tai Yi Fu. The person beside him trembled and said he was knocked down by a demonic beast in a single blow. Hao Yu was also puzzled. Is this really a 500-year demonic beast? Seeing everyone wavering, Jing Xian explained that it was not that the opponent was too strong but that we were weakened. Have you not noticed that the spiritual energy here is extremely scarce? Attacks cannot exert their original power. Suddenly Bumi appeared with an almost harmless face. Bumi. Immediately after, it revealed its massive and muscular body, with a giant snake and squid beside it. Yan Xin exclaimed that not only the final boss but even ordinary demonic beasts had been transported here. This is utterly hopeless. Our strength is suppressed and we are surrounded. Could it be that the secret realm intends to drive the saviors into a dead end? The system switched the scene to a gloomy and cold place. A voice echoed that this is not the secret realm. A stranger with horns on his head appeared, arrogantly declaring to the cultivators, saviors, and livestream viewers of the Huan Ning secret realm, welcome to Earth. Jing Xian asked, who are you? You say this is Earth. The spiritual energy there has not declined to this extent. The man replied, no, this is indeed Earth. More precisely, a resort on a small island in the Pacific Ocean. Around the hotel, a large-scale formation that seals spiritual energy has been buried. He sneered with contempt, this is a special trap prepared for you. As for my identity, did Chumo not already say it? Demonic beasts have long infiltrated Earth. Livestream viewers discussed that I am not seeing things wrong. Chumo's words are actually true. Where are those who doubted him? Why are they silent now? Hurry and apologize. All eyes were now focused on Chumo's livestream room. Someone said that regardless, even if demonic beasts truly infiltrated, Chumo's suspicions have not been clarified. Another retorted, stop arguing. The demonic beasts are about to surround everyone. What is the point of debating right and wrong now? In the observation room, Li Xiang asked Elder Li about the situation. Jai Xing replied that upon receiving the news they had already identified the island where the saviors were being held. Li Xiang sighed in relief and immediately ordered, very good, quickly dispatch people to rescue them. Elder Jai said worriedly that the rescue team had arrived, but according to reports the island vanished without a trace. It no longer appears on satellite maps. No reinforcements will be able to reach them. Jia Lai's figure appeared. Jai Xing's voice grew heavy. I'm afraid there is no longer any hope. Jia Lai revealed a mocking smile. Cultivators, just enjoy your final moments. Use your beloved livestream to witness the downfall of Earth's protectors. Chumo stood facing a demonic beast twice his height. He said if the secret realm's rules are still in effect, then elimination should allow us to return to reality. Correct. Energy surged within him. Then let us give it a try. The scene shifted back to the town within the secret realm. Explosions rang out in rapid succession. Bullets pierced through a demonic beast's head and killed it instantly. The man with the top knot maintained his sniping posture and softly said, how does the demonic beast find sensing vital energy through a bullet? He walked toward the demonic beast's corpse with a light laugh. As expected, bringing a sniper rifle was a wise decision. Before entering the secret realm, Abin even laughed at me. As he said this, he suddenly paused and called Abin. At the same time, another cultivator was knocked down by a different demonic beast, Abin. Hearing a loud noise, he turned his head and whispered, Bumi. Its massive body stood towering before him, as if wearing a cold smile. He immediately raised his gun. Damn it. I have to risk everything. A scream rang out. Bumi bent down and subdued him in an instant. Leisurely lifted one hand, ignoring the top-knot man's pleas to let me go. Bumi opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp, glistening teeth. He cried in despair, "Do not." Elsewhere, Chumo and Jialai clashed. He raised a sturdy shield and said calmly, "Do you hear that? The sorrowful cries of those cultivators are truly pleasant." "Obstructive brat," Chumo sneered. "Do you think I will let you do as you please?" Jialai curled his lips. "You are the most dangerous savior. If I let you eliminate Niu easily, then the game I arranged would fall apart." He turned and ordered Ru, "Go to the grassland and deal with them. Do not waste too much time." Chumo pondered that this is troublesome. With him obstructing, I cannot defeat the boss. If the secret realm does not end soon, it will cause heavy losses and my power may go out of control again. Jialai suddenly charged forward. Chumo, losing focus during a fight is not a good habit. A person holding a fan stepped in front of him. I completely agree with that assessment. Burst of light erupted behind him, causing Jialai to halt. The fan waved lightly, and the space around Jing Xian ignited brilliantly. Flame Emperor Fiery Blood. As the words fell, flames surged violently and began to burn. The heat made Jialai frown, a fanciful technique, and you think you can ruin my fun with this. Tianzin swung her staff and rushed forward. You do not get to say whatever you want, Jialai sneered. This kind of superficial attack is useless no matter how many times you try. Sword emitting purple light appeared along with a voice. It is not over yet. Behind, Wu Tong raised her sword high and brought it down with all her strength. The smoke gradually dissipated. Jialai remained unharmed. Do you still not understand? With that level of strength, you simply cannot harm me. As he spoke, he clenched the jade before his chest and continued. Only Chumo remains. Where has Chumo gone? At that moment, Jing Xian spoke up. You must have guessed it. He has gone to pursue the mastermind. His eyes were still filled with disdain. So that is it. This is your plan, even if you risk your lives. How long can you delay me? Tianzin was determined to fight to protect Earth. Regardless of everything, Wu Tong was the same. For the final hope of this world, we have prepared ourselves for the worst. Instantly, a blazing ring of fire appeared around Jing Xian. He then waved his fan, controlling the flames at will. Suddenly, the fire surged forward and tightly bound Jialai, completely restricting his movements. From the sky, a shadow shot downward toward him. It was Tianzin, her eyes shining with unwavering determination. At the same time, Wu Tong accelerated and rushed forward. The two launched simultaneous attacks at the dark mat. In an instant, the shadow gradually dissipated. Seeing this, Tianzin murmured, "Have we won? It seems too easy." Realizing something was wrong, Wu Tong said, "This is not right. With the strength that monster displayed before, we were no match. How could we defeat it in less than 10 seconds? Jing Xian spoke in a low voice. What we defeated was likely only one of his subentities. If I am not mistaken, his true target from the beginning was Chumo. You saw it when the barrier covered the grassland. At that moment, the entire secret realm was enveloped by a dim purple glow. Jialai calmly stepped through the barrier. Even you would find it difficult to break it in a short time. At the same time, a hand appeared, gripping Miu's head. So Chumo deliberately lured me here to personally defeat the boss of the secret realm. The goal was to trap me. Quite a bit of effort indeed. Hearing this, he laughed eerily, as expected of the most dangerous savior, remaining calm even after falling into a trap. Let me guess. You are wondering why the secret realm has not collapsed even though the boss is defeated. It is because this barrier blocks the realm's judgment. So even if the ox is gone, it cannot confirm it. Shenmo spoke up. Why are you standing there giving a long explanation? What exactly is Yuan's objective? He stepped closer and tried to tempt him. Chumo, you are the savior with the greatest potential on Earth, fighting for the world yet misunderstood and resented by ordinary humans. Is that not pitiful? Join us and you will be treated fairly. Your talent will not be buried. He added, rest assured, within this barrier the live stream has been cut off. No one on Earth can hear our conversation. Livestream viewers immediately commented, that monster thinks everyone is stupid. The broadcast has clearly not stopped. Another replied, the fool is you. It is deliberately deceiving Chumo to force him to betray humanity before the entire world. Chumo's livestream room, comments flooded in. Why is he still silent? Has he wavered? Does he really intend to turn his back on humanity? Someone retorted, Mo God has not even spoken yet and you are already imagining things. If it were me, I would join the demonic beasts. People like you do not deserve to be saved. Suddenly the system announced, loading combat experience of the martial god legend. Progress has reached 70%. He maintained a contemplative expression, thinking that the progress was not yet complete and he needed to stall for more time. Despite Jialai's persistent persuasion, Chumo remained silent, making him impatient. Chumo, my patience has limits, answer me. If you cooperate and submit, I guarantee you will not be treated poorly, but if you refuse, do not blame me for taking action here. Finally Chumo spoke, our cooperation ended long ago. You gathered large quantities of spirit control cores from your continent and thought you could deceive the corporate alliance. You even set traps against the saviors without warning, yet you still speak of trust. Hearing this, he smirked and laughed loudly. Haha, you claim to be part of the corporation. That is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. Ignoring the mockery, Chumo continued, then what about the failed arrival of the demonic beast commander? Do you really think it was just a coincidence? The smile on his face vanished as his gaze darkened. Human, what are you implying? How could a figure like the demonic beast commander fail due to coincidence? Chumo smiled sarcastically. You still do not understand, truly a species unwilling to think. If you secretly set traps for us, we would naturally return the favor. The demonic beast commander is a valuable experimental subject. We have studied your cells for a long time, did you not realize it? Jialai's fury erupted instantly as he roared, despicable humans. It was your alliance that initiated cooperation. Is that what you call sincerity? Chumo looked at him with contempt. Did you think our corporation was willing to be your lackey? The cooperation collapsed long ago, fool. Suddenly he burst into laughter. Earlier I said the barrier could cut off the livestream only to deceive you. Now the true face of your alliance has been exposed to the entire world. Who is the fool now? At that moment, the system reported that the Martial God Legend Combat Experience update had reached 99.99%. After reading the notification, he paused slightly. Seeing this, Jialai laughed triumphantly. Chumo, why are you silent now? Where is your previous composure? Are you stunned? The noble savior turns out to collude with demonic beasts and even unintentionally reveals the corporation's experiments. Now you have betrayed both sides, there is no place for you on Earth. Chumo replied immediately, it is unfortunate that you truly know nothing about that experiment, but I must thank you. You have personally admitted the connection between demonic beasts and the corporation. That is enough to clear my name. Jialai's expression changed. What did you just say? He suddenly roared, how is that possible? Chumo's eyes were filled with scorn. It seems you understand now. The one who has disgraced himself before the entire world is you. He still argued stubbornly, do not try to deceive me. If you are not part of the corporation, how do you know so much? You knew there was a live stream and tried to change your image, did you not? In contrast to the chaos, Chumo calmly said, investigating intelligence about the enemy is only natural. Then presented evidence one by one. First, an image of a man sitting on the floor with lifeless eyes. Next was a young boy helplessly taking care of children. Finally, a girl sitting in a wheelchair. Then Chumo asked, is that still not enough? He continued, causing Jialai's face to darken. After leaving this secret realm, the first thing I will do is eradicate the Lee Corporation, though you will not have the chance to witness it. Jialai asked grimly, when did you realize that the barrier could not block the live stream? Chumo replied calmly, I knew from the beginning. You explained too much about the barrier's abilities, saying it was hard to break and could prevent the realm from confirming the boss's death, all to implant the idea that it isolated everything. Then you hinted it could cut the live stream. Such a clumsy trick. Comments flooded in, what just happened is unbelievable. Beyond astonishment, there are no words. Chumo is truly outstanding. Another added, I said it before. His previously naive image was only a facade. This is his true self. Chumo's livestream room. Comments continued, the title of Mo God should be changed. He is not only powerful but also profound. Calling him master strategist is not excessive. Someone said joyfully, even though the saviors are trapped in a scheme, as long as Chumo is here I feel reassured. Suddenly, the system displayed that the Martial God Legend Combat Experience update had reached 100%. He looked at the notification and thought, finally it has reached 100%, the timing is perfect, but wait, why is the progress bar still increasing? New notification appeared, the Martial God Legend Combat Experience update has reached 101.5%. Chumo frowned, system, are you joking with me? Is not 100% already full? What is 101.5? The demonic beast before him was extremely enraged and seemed about to attack. If the progress is not complete, will I lose control midway? System immediately explained that due to the host's high compatibility with the martial god, exceeding 100% grants a new skill, and after reaching 100%, engaging in battle will no longer cause power to go out of control. Jialai looked at the energy gathering in his hand and smiled coldly. Chumo, I underestimated your cunning, that was my mistake, but within the secret realm I created. He clenched his fist and charged forward, roaring that the fate of humanity would be decided by strength today. The punch struck with immense force, but Chumo stood firm and raised a shield to block it. Jia Lai was astonished and gritted his teeth, thinking the attack was blocked. No, he could not even feel any impact on a physical form. Chumo raised his hand and grabbed Jia Lai's wrist, kneel. As the words fell, he gently turned and pulled him along. Lifted into the air, Jia Lai was bewildered, unable to understand what was happening. His body felt weightless as he was about to be slammed to the ground. The next moment, Jia Lai hit the ground heavily. A loud crash echoed as flames erupted and engulfed his body. At the same time, in another room, Dich Zhuang covered her face, her cheeks flushed as she praised with admiration. Chumo was cold and stern as if piercing straight into the heart, his wisdom overwhelming and his strength crushing his opponent. The demonic beast lay completely under his control. Perhaps only a deity could achieve such a feat. Xiang coughed lightly in resignation to remind her. Sister Dich Zhuang, calm down. The title of the strongest savior bestowed upon Chu Mo is indeed well deserved, and I believe that many people watching the screen owe him an apology. At that moment, smoke rose from outside, accompanied by a resounding voice. So you are still alive, truly tenacious. Quickly remove the barrier and order the demonic beasts to stop attacking the cultivators, ending this secret realm. Chumo stood facing Jia Liat and said indifferently, if you can do that, then I can spare you a path to survival. After the series of relentless attacks, that man collapsed to his knees yet still sneered, human. I had already predicted that your strength exceeded all calculation, therefore I had long prepared a contingency plan. In the blink of an eye, two murderous black figures appeared. He asked coldly, you summoned two pitch-black demonic beasts into the barrier to join forces and besiege me. However, Chumo remained calm and questioned, is that your calculation? Jia Liat erupted with surging energy as he replied, no, they are merely my reserves. They transfer power to free me from the limitations of spiritual energy and temporarily restore my peak state. The initial weakness vanished, replaced by overwhelming arrogance. Your combat skills make me admire you. To express my respect, I will use my ultimate power to send you out of this game. Suddenly a hand slammed heavily against the barrier. Wu Tong exclaimed anxiously, this is truly strange. This barrier is far too sturdy. Yue Tian shouted, keep attacking. Sooner or later we will rescue Chumo. Sunken, do not stop fanning that fan. Kentine behind them pondered and speculated. The demonic beasts suffered heavy losses and used the final boss as bait to trap Chumo. Why do they not stop us from breaking the barrier? Perhaps because this formation is sturdy enough that even Chumo would struggle to break it. Our attacks are insignificant, or they are preoccupied with something more important. Suddenly a dry sound echoed. Everyone simultaneously looked toward the source of the sound. A bell rang, accompanied by whispers and confusion spreading through the air. A gigantic object floated in the sky. Someone shouted, stop staring and run or Pummy will catch up. Wait, when did that demonic beast appear? The gigantic shadow holding a bell shook it as it spoke. The moment has arrived. Humans, saviors, cultivators, after 1,000 years of convergence, the opportunity for the fusion of the two worlds begins. Now is the intermission. I bring greetings from another realm. Everyone was stunned. Someone exclaimed that this demonic beast was enormous and completely different in rank from the others. Another questioned, what does intermission mean? The surrounding demonic beasts have all stopped moving. Could it be a ceasefire? Shadow curled its lips into a smile. In the battle determining the fate of this world you have already lost, but we have no intention of pursuing you to the end. Continued, as long as you abandon the title of savior and submit to us, I guarantee the safety of you and all humanity on earth. By becoming subordinates of the demonic beasts, you can still live peacefully. Luo Tiancheng shouted loudly, do not even think of deceiving us. We will never submit to those monsters. The words of demonic beasts are never trustworthy. Another person echoed, the young master of Tai Xuan sect is right. It wants to divide us and shake our fate. Hearing this, the shadow became even more disdainful. In this world there are no eternal enemies, only enduring interests. Cultivators can become our resources or close allies. Many have already joined us. It was through the tokens they carried that we were able to bring you to this island. He spread his arms and said, anyone who possesses a token should come before me. Housing and food are already prepared. The The cultivators who have been marked will receive my protection after the intermission ends. Luo Tiancheng roared angrily, "Stop fabricating lies. I do not carry any of your tokens. Why do I still have a mark? This is clearly a deception." He looked at him and replied, "I remember now. The bottle on your body bears a teleportation mark given by your father. Even if you did not intentionally carry it, he entrusted me to take care of you. Come here." Hearing this, he clenched the bottle tightly and said in disbelief, "Impossible. Could it be that my father has relied on the demonic beasts?" Shadow replied, "Because he is a man who understands the times. Your world had long been infiltrated by us. Many have secretly sided with me, except reality. The earth is now the playground of the demonic beasts. Humanity will sooner or later belong to us." At this moment a cage was shattered and someone escaped. The girl clenched her fists and said disdainfully, "Do you think this broken cage could hold me? I am the mighty commander of the demonic beasts." She snorted coldly, "Who would want to be your pet? Do not think that a few snacks can buy me over, Chumo. I will definitely make you pay for what you have done." Though her words were firm, she still picked up the cake. Her strength had not yet recovered, so she was temporarily no match for him. While enjoying the cake and soda, she thought, "Could it be that I can only retreat helplessly? My body has improved, but my mind remains sharp. I must find the point that makes Chumo wary." Suddenly she jumped up and exclaimed, "As long as I control the woman Chumo cares about most, he will obey. Even without my strength, I will still complete the mission of the Divine Lord and save the weak demonic beast race." Thinking this, she headed toward the forest where Chumo's sister was staying. In her mind appeared the image of a gigantic shadow threatening a small cat. "But I do not sympathize with humans." She lowered her head and muttered, "I simply hate the strong oppressing the weak. If I do that, how would I be any different from those fallen high-level demonic beasts?" After thinking it through, she ran off. For now it is best to retreat from Chumo territory. Suddenly the system displayed a notification. "Host detected under attack, activating damage transfer function." The rustling sound echoed, causing her to suddenly recall something. She fell face down onto the ground and cursed angrily, "Chumo, you are despicable." Streams of power converged toward the small figure in the distance. Yahello revealed a sinister smile, his hand glowing with purple light as he said, "How long do you intend to keep running? This is a fair one-on-one battle. Could it be that your skills amount to nothing more than this? Is maintaining distance your sense of safety?" Chumo nimbly evaded each wave of attacks. He seized the opportunity to dash forward, gathering his strength to counterattack directly at the opponent's face. Yahello was struck and sent flying dozens of meters away. Despite being blasted away, that man still laughed arrogantly and shouted, "Human, look above." Chumo raised his head. A massive mass of energy was forming. A thunderous explosion resounded. Thick dust and smoke engulfed the space. Yahello slowly approached and said, "It seems you are seriously injured. This is the first time I have seen you spit blood." Chumo held his wound and replied softly, "It is the same for you. I am afraid you are not faring any better." He laughed loudly with self-satisfaction. "I am at my peak period. These minor injuries recover very quickly. While you lack spiritual energy for defense and healing, your wounds will accumulate. Before I am exhausted, you will already struggle to preserve your life." Chumo sneered, "And you still dare to mention the word fairness." Suddenly the system sounded again. "Host under ambush, activating damage transfer." Yahello prepared to strike again. "As long as he wins and survives, any method is acceptable. Do you see the points of light on my hand? They represent the cultivators who have abandoned the savior identity and submitted to us. Chumo, this is your final opportunity. Submit or disappear." Chumo replied indifferently, "Thank you for your kindness, but I do not need it. What I hate most is receiving charity." In another space, an eerie atmosphere spread through the mist. A group of people discussed, "I do not want to fight anymore, but entering there and abandoning the title of savior is no different from betraying humanity and the earth. Forget it. It is difficult to survive outside as well. What is wrong with not being a savior? We have already borne too much." And I spoke, "The intermission is about to end. Why hesitate any longer? You are our honored guest." Luo Tiancheng's face darkened as he angrily shouted, "Be quiet. I will never submit to the demonic beasts." After hearing this, Nai said, "Since you have refused, you will lose your life here. Not only that, your father and sect will also find it difficult to escape disaster." He clicked his tongue. "Your father painstakingly paved the way, yet you intend to bury everything of Tai Xuan's sect. Consider carefully which choice is correct." Luo Tiancheng tightly gripped a mysterious vial of medicinal liquid. He smashed the vial, energy erupted, and he shouted loudly, "This is my answer." That surge of power rushed toward Nai, but was easily blocked by him. Luo Tiancheng stood frozen, his eyes filled with shock. A deep voice echoed, "You made the wrong choice. Luo Tiancheng was startled as a gigantic hand with sharp claws appeared above his head. As the words ended, that hand slammed down upon the spot where he was standing. Witnessing this scene, the people outside discussed in horror. After enduring such a powerful strike and still being unharmed, can we truly resist that demonic beast? I and the demonic beasts laughed eerily. The intermission has ended. Are the cultivators ready to become our feast? Gigantic curtain of light covered a corner of the city. At that moment, Chu Mo was trapped within the barrier, his hand gripping his wound as he staggered to keep from falling. Notification sounded from the system, announcing that the martial god experience synchronization had reached 150% and hit the maximum threshold, unlocking the skill combat footwork, which triples normal combat strategy, and when actively activated, can unleash tenfold power for 10 seconds. In the year 184 of taping, a slave of the royal dynasty rebelled, causing the decaying dynasty to fracture as warlords fought and the common people suffered. Later, cultivators pacified the chaos and sealed the ancient aberrant creature. Great Luo Heaven, the divine kingdom of theocracy, was established with Tei Harmony Palace and Donghua Heavenly Gate leading the 8 great sects, ushering in an era of peace as recorded in their chronicle. A hand extended a pouch of silver, saying, "Your winnings are 50 coins, take them." The man accepted the money pouch from the officer and cautiously requested to resign. The officer asked again, "The pay is high and the work is stable. Can you find such conditions elsewhere?" He replied that he only felt exhausted. After saving for several years, he had enough capital and wanted to return home to open a small shop. The officer sighed and said, "I understand. Complete one more trip before you leave." The man said he had worked as a porter for 5 years. Since demon beasts appeared, Great Luo Heaven built secret realms to prepare for interdimensional war, gathering criminals as sacrifices, but this time they were all ragged men, women, old people, and children like ordinary villagers. There was even a one-eyed old man separated in a carriage. Beside the blazing campfire stood a silent carriage. Inside the carriage was a one-eyed old man who asked the young man if he was curious about their story. The man sitting under the tree replied calmly that according to regulations, transporters were not allowed to speak with sacrifices. The old man did not mind and said his village was in a barren mountain region, surviving by gathering and farming. When demon beasts attacked, many died, including his son and granddaughter. The villagers wanted to seek protection from cultivators but could not afford the cost. The man interrupted coldly, "I do not want to hear it. Rest early, we depart tomorrow." The old man continued muttering, saying that to resist demon beasts they could only rely on themselves. Ordinary weapons were useless and they had no cultivation talent. He found a demon beast corpse, and as a physician he dissected and studied it. The villagers agreed to experiment with fusion to gain power. In the deep forest only his voice echoed, regretting that those who underwent the experiment showed no change. The transporter asked if he lost his eye because of the experiment. The old man replied that due to his research the entire village was labeled criminals. He was deemed a madman, even injured in the eye and then isolated. The man shook his head and said he was indeed too extreme. A remote village doctor believing he could help ordinary people surpass cultivators to fight demon beasts. The old man smiled faintly and admitted it was insane, but they only wanted to live, hoping those without talent could still defend themselves. The next morning, the bound group was silently escorted along a forest path. Shackled boy suddenly shouted, "Do not touch my sister." The man was violently knocked aside, the scene leaving everyone stunned. Someone asked what happened. Another replied that the bound child had knocked down a guard and shattered a boulder. From inside the carriage, the one-eyed old man burst into mad laughter, saying he had succeeded and asking them to release the child because he was a hybrid, the hope of the future. Someone frowned and said the old man had relapsed again, then intended to report the strange phenomenon to the officer. The man pressed the tip of his sword against that man's throat, making him stammer and ask if he was joking. That man accused him of being crazy, saying he was not only releasing the child but also the old man. Did he know the consequences? The man replied calmly that perhaps he was crazy, or perhaps this world was the one that was insane. He had transported many criminals, some deserved it, some did not. He looked up at the sky and said these sacrifices should not die. Perhaps they were the key to ending the world's madness. Many years passed inside a small wooden house. A teenager looked worriedly at the man who had just awakened from a coma and asked how much time he had left. He replied that the demon beast flesh he had fused was eroding his body at most 2 years, and since he was hunted as a heretic, he might not even last half a year. The blue-haired young man smiled and said that was enough, feeling guilty for dragging a cultivator like him into danger. The teenager said irritably not to be so arrogant. I volunteered. I was merely drawn in by you. He responded calmly that it was his own curiosity that got him expelled from his set. The teenager sighed and admitted he had been curious about humans wielding demon beast power. He said that thanks to him, he discovered a way to grow stronger without demon beast flesh, but regretted that the pioneer had to suffer such a painful fate. The young man sitting on the ground sighed and said, "Since you are a genius, find a way to keep me alive longer. I still want to try your new method." The teenager snapped that it was not that easy. The rejection was draining your lifespan. Where do you expect me to find more years for you? Without my care, you would have collapsed long ago. The young man looked at the children nearby and said he still wanted to live longer to see body cultivation recognized by Great Luo Heaven, no longer labeled heresy. These children were brought back by me. Protecting them is my responsibility. After speaking, the two looked at each other without a word. The space fell into heavy silence. Finally, the teenager sighed and accepted, agreeing that after he was gone, he would take care of those orphans in his place. On the fence, several wind chimes tinkled in the breeze. The teenager was startled to realize the warning artifact had activated. 3 squads of Great Luo Heaven totaling 60 people were approaching. The young man reassured him not to worry. He had fought off 5 squads before. The teenager replied that after that battle all allies had fallen. He had fallen into repeated comas, and now only they and the children remained. How could they resist? The blue-haired man said that after that time his body reached its limit, and when his mind entered a frenzied state he could unleash brief explosive power. Those cultivators would be his responsibility. He should take the children and leave first. The teenager shouted that he would die, yet he calmly replied that perhaps he would if he fell. Remember the promise. The teenager called out and asked if he had any final wishes. He smiled and said the next generation would not need to rely on demon beast flesh. Though cultivation would be difficult, it would be safer. They could fight as ordinary people and end as ordinary people. No longer sacrifices or fuel for secret realms that would satisfy him. Many years later, a voice sounded, saying this was the last chance. It was not too late to give up. The man curled his lips into a smile, saying he thought Great Luo Heaven would execute him outright. Luo Tiancheng said slowly that he was the strongest combat force of the secret realm and was therefore granted another chance. As long as he publicly admitted he had been incited in the past, all charges would be cleared. Otherwise, he would duel with a spirit official. The man looked at his hands and realized this was a way to replace the death sentence with a duel, then said he could leave. Luo Tiancheng was puzzled, saying that as long as he admitted his mistakes, everything would be forgiven. He had helped body cultivation gain recognition and become a powerhouse, yet now he wanted to abandon glory and become a criminal. The man replied that he had only done what was right. Those words were not madness. Many years ago he discovered that spiritual energy was dwindling, and to maintain power Great Luo Heaven sought to merge the 2 realms, deliberately traveling to the other world, leading demon beasts to wreak havoc to justify capturing people as sacrifices to build secret realms for war. Luo Tiancheng asked if it was worth it. Great Luo Heaven acted for the benefit of cultivators. He had spent his life seeking recognition. Now that he had achieved it, did he really want to deny everything? The man walked forward and said the efforts of body cultivation were to protect ordinary people without talent. He might betray himself, but he would not betray their efforts. He stood atop the high fence and declared that he needed neither status nor recognition. From now on he would fight as a mortal for mortals, then resolutely accepted the duel. Luo Tiancheng said he had reached the limit of body cultivation and stood little chance against a spirit official. The man replied calmly that perhaps that was true. Luo Tiancheng mocked that he would only waste his life, while he thought to himself that even if he fell, this battle would inspire more resistance, passing hope to future generations just as his predecessors had done. A heavy and oppressive aura suddenly surged from Chu Mo's body. His opponent shuddered, thinking this pressure was truly unusual. Was this really Chu Mo? Chu Mo stepped forward and asked if he still had not realized it. He asked warily what he was supposed to realize. Chu Mo wiped his hands and said coldly that he was already a man of the past. The scene shifted to a deserted island where despair loomed. Explosions roared continuously and flames raged everywhere. 2 people hid behind a wall. The one in yellow said it was temporarily safe, but inwardly trembled as even those powerful cultivators had been easily slain by demon beasts. The one in blue turned pale, thinking that continuing to fight would only leave him an anonymous corpse, regretting not choosing the hotel's main entrance earlier. Noticing the strange behavior, the one in yellow turned pale and whispered not to go out, they would be discovered. The other stepped onto the road, smiling bitterly as he asked to surrender and hoped to be friends. Behind him was a gigantic mouth with green eyes and sharp fangs. In an instant, the mouth snapped shut and his life ended. The one in yellow was trapped between two massive demon beasts and could only resent that man for drawing them here. The demon beast prepared to extend its long tongue toward its prey. Before he could react, he thought this time he was finished. But just as the tongue neared, a streak of deep purple light slashed across the inside of its mouth. Wutong swung his sword decisively. The green frog creature was instantly split into two halves. The man glanced at the situation, seeing the demon beast eliminated in an instant. He let out a breath of relief, thinking he had been saved. But he suddenly realized he could not relax yet. Behind him was still a Bomi, and as he turned his head, he saw it struck down by Tianzin with a single blow. He frowned slightly and told himself the danger had passed. Perhaps because of that, his body suddenly relaxed. Unexpectedly, another green monster lurking in ambush launched a vicious strike, causing him to collapse. Jing Xian stepped forward, looking at the scene before him, and could only shake his head regretfully. Still one step too late. I slowly revealed himself, wearing a mocking smile as he spoke persuasively. You three are far from ordinary, breaking through encirclement and saving people. With such talent, why waste your lives? Submit to me and preserve them instead. Tianzin replied irritably, if you want to laugh, then laugh while you can. Chumo will defeat you soon. He showed no concern and laughed even louder, asking if they were still relying on Chumo. He has not left the barrier. If he is not dead, then he has already betrayed you. In another area, explosions continued to echo without pause. In the hotel room, Hao Yu complained that the fighting was still too noisy. Lam Bin, sitting beside him, said irritably that the demon beasts should finish quickly. She only wanted to return home soon. Hearing that, he laughed and said they should be given some respect. After all, they chose to stand and fight for humanity. Lam Bin retorted indifferently that in her eyes they were just fools. Even Chu Mo had been imprisoned with his fate unknown. Dying here would be meaningless. Once humanity lost, no one would remember them. In Nai's area, a beam of green light suddenly descended. He looked at Jing Xian kneeling on the ground and asked if he could still stand. The only response was a few weak coughs. Looking at the two girls lying motionless, Nai remarked that his teammates had only a faint breath left. He laughed coldly and declared that since they refused to submit, they would face the highest punishment. At that moment, a brilliant golden light burst from the cage, countless cracks appearing on its surface. Nai looked over with slight concern, wondering what that sound was. Jing Xian clutched his abdomen in pain, but still realized that the barrier had shattered. Cage disintegrated, fragments scattering to reveal Chu Mo standing amid a dazzling radiance. Seeing this, he hurriedly covered his face, unable to believe it in his heart. Watching Chu Mo charge forward with overwhelming momentum, Nai was astonished, wondering if the elites of the Golden Era had all been defeated by him. He immediately executed the ghost seal technique to enlarge his body, intending to hide and wait for an opportunity rather than confront him directly. But Chu Mo had already closed in, his gaze as cold as a blade. He unleashed a palm strike covering a wide area and shouted that escape was impossible. Nai's body gradually dissipated, his eyes wide with terror, lamenting that wide-area body cultivation techniques were truly his nemesis. When he completely vanished, the sky also became clearer. Jing Xian sensed that the demon beast's aura had completely dissipated. Everything had ended too quickly. Chu Mo stepped forward and asked if Wu Tong, who was lying there, knew any healing techniques. Jing Xian replied that he knew a little, but only enough to sustain the lives of Wu Tong and Yue Tianyi. He nodded and said that was sufficient. For now, treat their injuries. Once the secret realm mission was completed, the saviors would recover on their own. Chu Mo looked toward the hotel and firmly declared that he would swiftly eliminate the remaining demon beasts. At the hotel, an unusual silence suddenly fell. Everyone inside also realized that the sounds of battle outside the forest had completely ceased. Lam Bin still mocked that those stubborn people struggled for so long in vain. The outcome had been predetermined. Mysterious green lights quietly gathered behind him. He prepared to stand and announce that the demon beasts had won and they could go home. Nai's faint remnant shadow silently hid near Lam Bin's shoulder, thinking that Jia Lik had also been defeated by Chu Mo. The demon beasts outside were likely gone. If he perished as well, the secret realm experiment would fail. Fortunately, he had prepared 8 identity tokens. He calculated that the young master of Tai Xuan sect had destroyed 1, leaving 7. As long as 1 remained, he would not perish. The secret realm could not be cleared. On this island with depleted spiritual energy, Chu Mo would eventually weaken. before that he must not be discovered. At that moment, 5 consecutive punches struck and blasted open the main door. The door burst open and flew straight inside. Everyone panicked and asked what had happened, whether the demon beasts had changed their minds and decided to kill them. Lam Bin grimaced and said the situation was even worse. Outside the door, Chumo entered with overwhelming presence, his face cold and expressionless. Yu hurried forward, fawning and explaining that the demon beasts had been cleared, thanking the divine meridian for saving everyone and begging forgiveness as they were forced to surrender due to their weakness. Lam Bin quickly echoed that they had only pretended to submit while waiting for a chance to counterattack. Chumo coldly told them to be silent. The demon beasts outside were gone, but the mission was not complete. He still had people to save and would eliminate the final demon beast at all costs. He sensed the spiritual energy in the room and said that across the island only this place still carried the aura of a demon beast. It was hiding among them, unable to distinguish who it was. The only option was to deal with all suspects. Lam Bin asked in panic if he meant to kill them all, then turned and shouted for whoever was hiding the demon beast to step forward, or everyone would be in danger. Zhang Ping trembled as he raised a crystal and said it might not be a demon beast but a marked token. The aura was on it. Everyone should hand over the tokens received before entering the secret realm to the divine meridian. Yu turned pale and confessed that for safety, he had swallowed the token. He intended to find a way to retrieve it, but dark streams of energy had already appeared beneath his feet. Nai's spiritual aura within the mark erupted upon being exposed, leaving Hao Yu only able to cry for help in agony. Zhang Ping's crystal also glowed. He screamed in terror for the demon beast to stay away. Fragments of remnant soul within the marks slowly gathered into a form. After taking shape, Nai looked at Chumo and said he was truly ruthless, willing to strike his own kind just to find him. He replied coldly that they were cultivators, while the saviors were his important comrades. Chumo looked at him sharply and said he had only pretended to threaten earlier to force him to reveal himself. He did not expect him to be so impulsive. Unfortunately, he could not save them in time. Nai loudly refuted that he should stop lying. The killing intent at that moment was real. As soon as he finished speaking, Chumo's hand had already seized his face. Chumo tightened his grip and declared that he must repay the debt for the cultivators who had fallen because of him. Viewed from outside the hotel, the atmosphere turned gloomy as 3 sinister shadows shot outward. Nai calculated silently that escaping the hall had already cost him 4 avatars, leaving 3. In just a moment, he realized only 2 remained. Nai exerted all his strength to move, his mind frantic as time was running out. He had to complete the final task. While he was still calculating, Chumo blocked his path, and he despaired, thinking escape would be difficult this time. Fear wiped the smile from his face. He wondered if Chumo had just teleported. Regardless, he had to stall for a little more time. Without giving him a chance to react, Chumo struck and destroyed that avatar. He continued sensing, and realized there was still 1 trace remaining. Elsewhere, Nai's final shadow was quietly seeking a way to leave the hotel. He poured all his spiritual power into his body, and shot forward at maximum speed. The scene unfolded before the place where Wu Tong lay, and he speculated that the demon beast might be fleeing from Chumo's pursuit. In an instant, he felt uneasy. Realizing it made no sense, if it were merely escaping, it would not head straight here. He maintained his position and observed carefully, judging that it was about to strike. Its aura had split into 3 directions, the true body hidden to mislead the target. This was bad. After saving Wu Tong and Tianzin, his spiritual power was nearly exhausted. Despair enveloped his mind. Even if he gave everything, he could only protect 1 person. If he failed, neither he nor the other would escape. Wu Tong lay motionless, a faint black aura lingering around her. Instantly, a ring of flames erupted and enveloped her, simultaneously blocking Nai's attack. From another part of his body, he transformed into a blade-like form. Ambushed, he immediately gathered his remaining strength and waved his fan to form a counterattack array. Only then did he realize the true target was not Wu Tong. The previous strike had merely been a feint aimed at him. Unexpectedly, he had miscalculated. The hostage Nai targeted was actually Tianzin. Nai activated his ability and slowly invaded her body. He laughed arrogantly, declaring that he had already defeated Chu Mo because the opponent arrived too late. At that moment, Chu Mo stepped forward, his pressure radiating outward as he replied coldly that sending him off now was not too late. He shouted provocatively, "Go ahead and attack. I will not resist. I am residing within this girl's body. If you strike, she will not survive." Nai glanced at Wu Tong and smiled, continuing that this was a favorable situation. But if he wanted to save his companion, he would have to kill with his own hands before everyone's eyes. let him see what choice he would make. Blamed himself, saying this was his fault, and asking to personally deal with the demon beast. Chumo placed his hand on Tianzin's shoulder and said there was no need. He could not even stand steadily. Rest assured no one would die. After speaking, Chumo immediately shook her body with astonishing force. Nai's form twisted and distorted. He stubbornly mocked Chumo as foolish, claiming he could not be forced out, then suddenly panicked and begged for mercy. After a moment, the fading aura was forced out of Tianzin's body. Chumo said softly that everything had been cleared away, clenched his fist, and coldly declared that he would crush the enemy. As soon as he finished speaking, a devastating punch descended. The remaining essence of Nai completely disintegrated, confirming that everything had ended. Before disappearing entirely, he still laughed defiantly, saying that many cultivators remained in the secret realm and their mission was complete. Chumo's strength exceeded the data only because he used technique instead of brute force. Being forced into tactics meant his body cultivation path had reached its limit, and the future victory would still belong to the demon beast. The system announced that the host had completed the second secret realm mission, receiving a special reward of a perfected Dao heart and unlocking the combat power limit, allowing unlimited strength growth. As the mission ended, the surrounding space gradually returned to its original state under the system's adjustment. The hotel returned to clear skies and white clouds, as if nothing had ever happened. In a room, a report stated that after the second secret realm, only 706 saviors remained alive. Li Xiang commented sorrowfully that the cost of victory was truly too heavy. Yi Shuang asked the respected elder why he left in such haste, and he replied that there was a traitor among the cultivators causing heavy losses like those in Tai Xuan sect, so he had to attend a conference to address it. She understood and said she would not detain him, then concluded the live stream with Li Xiang, as the issue of traitors was the most concerning matter. Ai Xing pondered that an even greater concern might be the impending conflict between Chu Mo and the Li group. The scene shifted to the chairman's office of the Li group. The assistant reported that they had contacted allied sects but were all refused. Those who once benefited withdrew even faster. Chairman Li merely sneered, saying such relationships were always based on mutual exploitation. At that moment, the sound of footsteps entered the room. The newcomer remarked that he had offended Chu Mo and exposed ties with demon beasts, yet remained calm, truly admirable, though the security system should be upgraded. The assistant turned anxiously and asked what the stranger wanted, requesting the chairman to step back so he could handle it. Chairman Li stroked his beard calmly and said there was no need. This was an envoy from the alliance group sent to help them overcome the crisis. The envoy smiled and said he was indeed confident. He had come to deliver the final resolution. Many chairmen wanted him to disappear completely. Chairman Li deduced that everyone had voted on whether to save the Li group, then guessed the result as 20 votes in favor, 4 against, and 1 abstention. The envoy admired him and confirmed the numbers were exactly correct. Chairman Li laughed smugly, saying they found Chu Mo's existence even harder to accept than his own. Since all were involved in dealings with demon beasts, they feared Chu Mo would escalate matters and asked about the next plan. Envoy replied that he would be taken to a safe place for temporary refuge. His disappearance would be announced, allowing the government to investigate the Li group. Sensitive records would be handled, and any errors or delays would prolong the investigation. Chairman Li calmly stated beforehand that he did not wish to be confined indefinitely on an unnamed island. The envoy reassured him that after a few months of delay, public opinion would subside, and within a year, when the other world merged with Earth, he could return to a comfortable life. He revealed a sharp expression and directly asked the most important question: how would they deal with Chu Mo? Envoy asserted that anyone opposing the group had only one path to ruin. The scene shifted to that night at Chu Mo's villa. The table was filled with food. He apologized, saying this was his way of making up for the hardship she endured, hoping she would not worry and could enjoy the meal freely. She immediately reacted that a few cheap dishes were not enough to calm her anger. She had nearly lost her life. Was an apology enough? She wanted to eat a large lobster. Chu Mo hurriedly explained that he was out of money, and if she wanted lobster, she would have to wait for Wu Tong to wake up and treat them. She had been sleeping since returning from the secret realm, and this was a video recording of the second secret realm for entertainment. AI took the iPad, somewhat satisfied, saying watching the secret realm video would pass the time, but later she still wanted lobster. After watching, she was secretly astonished that all traps were easily resolved by Chu Mo. The remaining 12 demon beasts were useless. Her lost power meant the espionage plan had completely failed. Chu Mo thought of the 12 demon beasts and smiled, suggesting AI help locate their whereabouts. Due to the system's pet bond, AI-Er's inner thoughts were exposed. She panicked that Chumo even knew this, blaming herself for her previous arrogance and recklessness. He stepped closer and asked if she did not want to eat lobster. She hurriedly shook her head and said it was unnecessary. Chicken tails were enough because she liked them. The system displayed a notification that AI-Er's favorability toward the host increased by 1 point, appearing twice in succession. Wutong walked out of the room, saying she smelled something delicious and asked if it was time to eat. Chumo asked with concern why she did not rest more. Wutong replied that she could not sleep after seeing the trending news about the League group. The chairman had disappeared and the group was under investigation, yet they were clearly stalling. Betraying humanity and harming many saviors without punishment made her furious. AI held a chicken drumstick in each hand, her eyes sparkling as she chewed, and muttered that her lobster had yet to appear. The room suddenly fell silent. Chumo asked whether the demon beasts had perished, yet she could still eat so heartily. AI blurted out that they were not her companions. Those high-level demon beasts were cruel and often bullied weaker races like her. Chumo gently said that even so, asking her to track demon beasts on Earth might weigh heavily on her, and if it was difficult, he would not force her. Hearing this, AI was about to agree but suddenly paused, thinking this might be a test of loyalty from Chumo. She recalled that since his return from the secret realm, he saw the broken cage she destroyed yet did not blame her, even bought food, realizing it was all to lower her guard. If she went against him, the consequences might be dire. AI patted her chest confidently and vowed to help her master locate all demon beasts and not betray his trust. Wutong asked whether it was appropriate to let AI assist. Chumo replied that only with solid evidence could the League group be brought down and the truth behind his sister's coma uncovered. She worried that exposing this relationship would raise suspicion and suggested seeking help from Tianzin or Jing Shan. Chumo reassured her that it was better to take the risk of bringing AI outside than to trust cultivators from major sects, then paused and asked if Wutong knew about Great Luo. Wutong slowly replied that he had once heard his master say that De Luo Tian was once one of the most powerful cultivation sects, and even established a dynasty of cultivators when spiritual energy gradually declined. When cultivators no longer interfered with worldly affairs, that place became their headquarters, but everything was now in the past because De Luo Tian had collapsed. Chumo showed a hint of disappointment and said that according to his understanding, the invasion of demonic beasts 1,000 years ago and the creation of the secret realm were both connected to De Luo Tian. The secret realm was originally a defensive line for cultivators but was easily infiltrated by forces from other worlds, as if deliberately pushing the savior into danger. Last time he even had his fate deducted, and this time there was not even the slightest reward. Wutong asked in surprise, "You were the one who foiled the demonic beast's conspiracy and saved everyone, yet you did not receive even a single fate reward. That was truly unreasonable." Chumo replied that although he trusted Tianzin and Jing Shan, he did not fully trust the 4 great sects behind them. He would find a way to investigate the suspicious aspects of the secret realm, but for now he had to deal with the League group. In a certain luxurious kitchen, the chef carried a tray of still-sealed food and asked in a trembling voice whether Lord Demonic Beast found today's dish not to his taste. The one called Lord Demonic Beast rubbed his round belly and said that he was hungry. Hearing this, the chef turned pale, his hands trembling as he stammered an apology and said he would remake it immediately. Lord Demonic Beast calmly said there was no need. "You are also a delicacy," causing the chef to be so frightened that he almost dropped the tray. A heavy black bag was placed on the floor. A staff member in blue lifted the bag and asked whether it was the chef's corpse and why it was so light. Another staff member in white advised him not to open it, saying that he had almost been unable to endure it while cleaning up earlier. The man in blue said in a low voice that this was already the 3rd case today. Lord Demonic Beast had been calm for a few days because the 2 leaders died in the secret realm, but now he had flared up again. He lamented that Chairman Li was probably enjoying himself somewhere while they were about to suffer the consequences. Staff member in white turned back and reminded him not to complain. They were all over 35 and it was difficult to find other jobs. The League group paid high salaries and held their weaknesses, so they should simply fulfill their duties. The man in blue nodded and carried the black bag away. saying he would dispose of this bag of trash first. Just as he stepped out, he heard a voice asking about the demonic beast in the room, and complaining that the underground passages were as confusing as a maze. The man in blue replied irritably that if he was a new employee, he should go to the marketing department to get an electronic map and not cause trouble. But only a moment later, he realized who the young man in front of him was and was shaken to the core. Chumo calmly said that he had only come to deliver food, a luxurious resort. A blonde female staff member with bunny ears gently said that the chairman had been waiting for a long time, and as requested this was a top-grade wine just flown in from the ham cellar 1,000 kilometers away. Another bunny-eared girl impatiently remarked that they were currently massaging the chairman. The chairman lay comfortably and laughed loudly, saying there was no need to hurry and that she should stay after bringing the wine. The blonde girl winked playfully and said that she herself was the complimentary gift accompanying the wine. Assistant Huang Xiu looked at the tablet screen and shouted to call the chairman. Seeing the assistant's panic, the chairman asked what had happened and whether there was another gift. The assistant cried out in alarm and reported the bad news that Chumo had found the place. After hearing this, the chairman almost choked and asked in disbelief what he had just said. Clear footsteps echoed within a room resembling a storage space. Hearing the sound, the demonic beast said irritably that he had already instructed not to be disturbed for an hour after eating, or perhaps someone had brought him another snack. Chumo stopped and replied that his flesh was not delicious. It seemed that the creature had already devoured quite a few people. The demonic beast glared and said that Chumo, "What dissatisfaction do you have, lowly creatures like you being used as my food is already an honor." Chumo sneered and said that he originally intended to keep the creature as evidence to be more convincing, but it did not matter. Even without it, there were still 11 others. The demonic beast's expression changed as it recognized the person before it as Chumo, and was horrified at how quickly he had arrived. While it was still suspecting betrayal, Chumo had already launched an attack that sent its massive body flying, a golden light flashing. The demonic beast roared angrily, asking to let it finish speaking. Chumo sighed and remarked that there was apparently a second phase, then swung his hand to strike again. Looking at the arm that had just executed the move, Chumo said helplessly that he had gone a bit too far in anger. Fortunately, he had still left some traces of the demonic beast as evidence. Suddenly, explosions resounded within the room. Chumo muttered that it seemed he had been discovered, so they detonated explosives to erase the evidence. Such methods were nothing new. The room was engulfed in a continuous series of explosions of varying intensity. Outside, a female reporter holding a microphone reported from the scene of the explosion in the western suburbs of Indong City, stating that the center was located within the League Group's premises and that the cause was still unknown. She suddenly shouted for the camera to turn toward the rubble because someone was walking out. It was Chumo. Chumo calmly walked out holding a demonic beast in his hand. The reporter immediately requested an interview and asked whether the explosion was caused by his assault on the League Group. She also mentioned that the group was currently under investigation and that his initiative in causing conflict seemed to stem more from anger than from justice. Chumo observed her and said that she had arrived at the scene immediately after the explosion as if fully prepared. It seemed that their actions were even faster than his. Female reporter explained that they happened to be working nearby and did not expect such an unfortunate incident to occur. She then asked whether his hasty actions could harm innocent people. Chumo feigned innocence and said that he had only wanted to speak with the staff to assist in the investigation of the chairman's disappearance. He did not expect the demonic beast to attack and had to defend himself. As for the explosion, he was also one of the affected party. At an upscale shopping mall, dazzling lights illuminated every corner. News about the League Group spread rapidly, causing heated discussions among netizens. Some rejoiced that a subsidiary company had been destroyed by Chumo, while others said the group was under investigation and had finally received its retribution. Divergent opinions continued to emerge. Some believed the investigation was merely a cover and praised Chumo as a hero of the common people. They also mentioned that millions were still watching the livestream, even though the secret realm had ended. Keywords related to the League Group were removed from the internet, so this became the only place for discussion. Some mocked why the livestream application was not also blocked, and repeated Chumo's statement about legitimate self-defense. The video of Chumo leaving the League Group was replayed. Comments flooded the screen. Some criticized his reckless actions for potentially implicating innocent people, while others cursed the group and predicted that its stock price would plummet. Bulletin board even created a meme of Chairman Lee asking Chumo how long it would take for the group to go bankrupt. He answered years, then corrected it to months. Suddenly, Chumo began a countdown of 4. The story came to an end, but the comments remained lively. Some suspected that the chairman's disappearance was not simple, mocking that his family had encountered successive misfortunes and calling it retribution. At the resort, the lights still shimmered brilliantly. Chairman Lee forcefully threw the glass onto the ground and ordered everyone to leave. Bunny-eared girls looked at him in confusion, but he snapped at them to keep silent and leave immediately. He slammed the table and panted as his anger surged. His eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and cursed those who dared to scrutinize him and Chumo, wondering why Chumo had found his hiding place so quickly and whether someone within the alliance had betrayed him. In another city, the lights were bright and bustling. Only the captured demonic beast remained silent with a gloomy gaze. Sat smiling and said to Chumo that the man had always bullied the weak and made things difficult for his subordinates. Such an ending was well deserved. Seeing her cheerful mood, Chumo asked who had helped her locate the hiding place so quickly and what reward she desired. Ai's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she asked whether she could choose anything. She wanted Boston lobster. Chumo replied helplessly that she was truly obsessed with lobster, but he would indulge her request. Jumped up in joy. The system announced that Ai's favorability had reached 30 points, unlocking the symbiotic evolution reward, allowing the host to share his power so that the pet could increase to a maximum of half of his combat strength. On the deserted street, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed. Chumo glanced back to remind that someone was approaching. Quickly high. Immediately returned to his original form and climbed onto Chumo's shoulder. Han Ning and Zia Chu approached. Zia Chu spoke first. Chumo, it was not easy to find you. Chumo looked at them calmly and replied, white hair, I remember you. Yesterday you retreated before finishing the fight. Today you brought someone else, still want to spar with me. Han Ning smiled and apologized for Zia Chu's unnecessary clash with him yesterday. To end the League Group Alliance's cooperation with the demonic beasts, we want to join hands with you. I am Han Ning, you must have heard of me. Chumo nodded, I know you are the useless young master of the League Group, planning to betray your own side. Fine, cooperation works for me. Han Ning was momentarily stunned and replied, I thought you would not trust me so easily, then froze and asked, what did you just say? You really agree? I even prepared a long opening speech. Chumo felt slightly embarrassed but spoke frankly, I do not trust you at all. If you play tricks, I will take you hostage and force Chairman Lee to show himself. That might even be more convenient. Han Ning laughed helplessly, good idea, but my father is not easily threatened. He never cared about a son considered useless like me. And by the way, I am your fan. I did not expect my first meeting to shatter the illusion. Chumo waved his hand, is that so? I only believe sincerity can create cooperation, then happy cooperation. Zia Chu interrupted, wait, before that I have something to ask. Last time you deliberately hid your strength, did you not? Chumo did not answer immediately but thought to himself, not exactly. Zia Chu continued, since we are allies there should be no misunderstandings. I want to fight you again. This time I hope you go all out. Chumo sighed, fine if you insist. I will accept, come at me. Hearing this, Zia Chu rushed forward with determined eyes, his fist already charged with energy ready to strike. However, he only received a simple uppercut from Chumo and was knocked backward. Zia Chu slumped against the wall, feeling dizzy. Chumo walked over and asked, are you all right? I controlled my strength so you would not be seriously injured. Ning placed his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. Those very words hurt him the most. He once arrogantly looked down on the 4 great sects, yet he met a genius even more extraordinary. Zia Chu's face turned pale as he muttered, I lost again, just one day and the gap is already this huge. Could I have encountered some kind of system like in comics? Chumo looked at him and asked, what are you muttering about? Such things do not exist in reality. Ning changed the subject, let us talk business. We can provide information about the group such as movements or document transport locations. Chumo waved his hand, no need, I only want to find the demonic beasts hidden by the League Group. And Ning replied, that is very difficult because information about the demonic beasts is highly classified. I can only help you identify the cities where they hide. Finding them is something you can handle yourself. Chumo spoke frankly, that was only a coincidence. I can only sense their aura within a limited range. Before bringing down the League Group, I do not want to make too many enemies, so I will only target the demonic beasts they keep. Other groups will be ignored for now. Please investigate the Alliance's collusion list. Ning smiled, truly a brilliant move. This will make my father suspect betrayal within the Alliance. As long as he wavers, we can force out the entire list. He looked at his phone and added, you just eliminated a demonic beast. The League Group is urgently relocating the remaining ones. I will inform you of the exact location tomorrow. Chumo interrupted, wait, could you lend me some funds? Han Ning spoke frankly. Oh, I forgot about your financial situation, but I am not very well off right now. I can temporarily manage 300 million. Chumo said awkwardly, no need for that much, I am only short on food money. A few thousand for lobster will be enough. System reminded that AI's favorability toward the host increased by 1. 20 days later in a mysterious city, a hidden demonic beast panicked, thinking its movements had been discovered by Chumo. What kind of work are these humans doing? Immediately after, a loud explosion echoed through the building, accompanied by an announcement, please remain calm. A helicopter will arrive in 5 minutes. Chumo appeared with cold eyes. Unfortunately, you cannot leave. I heard you have never harmed humans. If you surrender, I will spare you. The demonic beast glanced at him and replied, I would rather fall than be imprisoned. Chumo nodded in praise, admirable spirit, then as you wish. In a hidden location, Chairman Li said angrily that 4 demonic beasts had already been eliminated by Chumo. He asked the envoy why Chumo could track them before the investigation was complete. The envoy reviewed the report and replied that the cause had been identified. There was an internal leak providing information to Chumo. Chairman Li shouted in anger, who is it? I must deal with him. The one-eyed envoy replied, it is your son, Han Ning. He concealed it very well, the one who infiltrated the underground base and sabotaged the plan to merge the 2 realms was also him. He turned pale and asked again, how could it be Han Ning, a child who was always looked down upon? The envoy said, it seems you never truly understood your son. He has secretly caused quite a lot of trouble. This document records his actions over the years. Please review it. The chairman hesitated. Why would he do this? The envoy immediately proposed that it did not matter. Now that the traitor was identified, they could use him to counterattack Chumo. The scene shifted to another mysterious city. On the rooftop of a skyscraper, Chumo asked if the demonic beast had still not appeared. Han Ning replied that according to intelligence, the 5th one would pass through this city to reach a new base. Suddenly Chumo sensed a familiar aura. It had appeared. Looking at the car below, he noticed something unusual, strange. It was heading toward the city center. Inside the car, the demonic beast told the driver to stop. This was not the destination. The man replied that this was exactly where it would end. According to the plan, he would be eliminated by Chumo here. Demonic beast spoke in a deep, threatening voice. Keep driving. Explain the plan clearly or I will show no mercy. The driver pointed a weapon at his own head and said, do not worry. According to the plan, I must end myself here so my daughter can live. The demonic beast stepped out of the car and sighed. Those humans had indeed planned everything in advance. It entered the city, causing the residents to panic and shout monster. It bared its teeth and muttered, this is truly a plan only monsters could conceive. Then I will play along with your script. As soon as it finished speaking, it activated its skill and countless sharp spikes burst from its body. Vines swept forward, causing the civilians to cry out in alarm. The sharp tips shot forward at high speed. Just as they were about to hit a man, they suddenly stopped. He fell in terror and shouted for them to stop. It turned out the demonic beast had already been slammed to the ground at Chumo's feet. Chumo looked at it in confusion. Has the alliance of corporations gone mad to let you rampage freely in the city center? It replied, killing those weak humans brings me no joy. Demonic beast spoke meaningfully. It is a pity I cannot witness the moment of your destruction, Chumo. My mission is complete. As soon as it finished speaking, it self-detonated, and a fierce blue light erupted. Chumo observed quietly self-destruction without resistance. What is the purpose? A blue mist quickly spread across the entire city. It carried a sinister aura as it seeped through every street. The civilians who inhaled it clutched their throats and collapsed unconscious. Chumo walked through the chaotic scene, his mind filled with questions. On television, a reporter announced that Chumo and a demonic beast clashed in the center of Ren City. After being defeated, it released toxic gas causing hundreds of deaths. Condolences were extended to the victim. The scene shifted to the shore of a distant island. Breaking news, Chairman Li of the Lee Group appeared and publicly issued a statement. He sat before the camera and said, I am sorry everyone. For the past half-year I was controlled by demonic beasts and committed many wrongdoing. Choked with emotion as he explained they manipulated my mind. I betrayed humanity, betrayed the group and the employees who trusted me. Only today has the control been lifted. I am finally free. He lowered his head and covered his face. I do not seek forgiveness. I know I have harmed many people, but I need to meet someone. Still wearing a sorrowful expression, he looked into the camera and said, Chumo, I want to personally apologize to you. Then I will accept the law. I am waiting for you on Campbell Island. After Chairman Lee's speech, social media erupted with countless reports claiming that Chumo and the demonic beasts clashed fiercely in the city center, resulting in hundreds of deaths. Some even asserted that friends in Ren City said the number had reached 3,000. Could you truly believe the announcement from the government? Images from Ren City spreading online showed that 3,000 was merely an understatement. I am a local resident. Many streets in the central district were flattened, and the number of victims was at least over 10,000. Sympathy mixed with anger began to emerge. Many believed it was truly tragic and blamed Chumo for choosing to fight right in the city center. Some opinions stated that he never considered ordinary people, and every time he eliminated demonic beasts it brought significant losses. Previously, the news was suppressed only because the number of casualties was small. Some mocked that the one clearly responsible for death and destruction was instead praised as a superhero. It would be more accurate to call him a supervillain. The truth had not yet been revealed, and everyone was already rushing to speculate. Have you all forgotten the merits of the God of the Vein in breaking through the secret realm and saving the world? The scene shifted to a villa where negative comments continued to surge. Some hurled vulgar insults and mocked that there were still fans of Chumo. Merely seeing the words God of the Vein made them uncomfortable. Some even uttered malicious curses. Inside, the one-eyed envoy showed a pleased expression, saying that the entire world was now condemning Chumo tyranny and everything was proceeding exactly according to plan. Chairman Lee immediately asked whether the four great sects of the cultivation world had fully recovered. He smiled and replied that the cultivators were also standing on their side. If a superhero existed outside the law and could harm any corporation or city, the consequences would be plunging stock prices, rising unemployment, frozen industries, corporate layoffs, and declining income for cultivators. Envoy further analyzed that this major casualty incident had damaged the image of cultivators in the public eye. For the sake of their own interests, they would not tolerate Chumo continuing to act arbitrarily. Nevertheless, Old Lee remained worried, saying it was easy to speak, but the one who had to face Chumo was him. If he wanted to take his life, those cultivators might not be able to stop him. He reassured him immediately that the meeting was merely symbolic to help Chumo understand reality. If he harmed the chairman even slightly, he would become the common enemy of the corporations and cultivators, even opposing the entire world. His only path would be reconciliation with their alliance. Although understanding the intention, the chairman was still unwilling, asking whether after this both they and Chumo would remain safe while he alone would bear legal punishment. The envoy frowned and said that his son Han Ning had caused considerable trouble. Allowing the chairman to serve only a few months in prison was already lenient, and the Lee Corporation would also face additional sanctions. Old Lee became furious, stating that this was completely different from their previous agreement. Coldly announced that this was the final decision of the corporate alliance. The chairman could live, but the traitor Han Ning had to pay the price. Losing a rebellious son should not matter much to him. Chairman Lee understood and bowed his head, saying that it was a reasonable condition and that a traitor to the alliance deserved an appropriate fate. The scene shifted to another city viewed from above. Chumo stood silently, gazing thoughtfully at the phone screen. AI beside him gnawed on a chicken drumstick while asking whether he was still angry about those people. He smiled and said that if Chumo had not dispersed the poisonous mist in time, the number of victims could have reached tens of thousands. Yet in the end, only a little over 100 died and humans were still ungrateful. Chumo replied calmly that he only did what he believed was right and that public opinion was unimportant. What truly concerned him was the meeting with Chairman Lei, as the alliance must have prepared carefully and might even have joined forces with the cultivators. AI spoke with a hint of sarcasm, saying that it was hard to accept that a meritorious savior of the world was treated this way. Perhaps her master should join the demonic beast faction instead. Her words caused his expression to darken, his cold gaze fixed on her as he asked what she had just said. AI panicked and explained that it was only a joke. He hurriedly begged for forgiveness, admitting her mistake and hoping he would not punish her. In the blink of an eye, she reverted to her original form and was tightly rolled into a paper tube. Scene shifted to Campbell Island, the location of the meeting. Chumo's familiar footsteps landed on the island's shore. He looked around and said that he did not expect to encounter them on Chairman Lee Private Island, asking whether the four great sects had joined hands with the corporate alliance. Cantine replied that they had come to deliver a message requesting Chumo to cease attacking the corporations, with any violations to be handled by the law, otherwise he would become an enemy of the four great sects, while Tianzin defended him by stating that Chumo had done nothing wrong. Hearing this, Chu Mo was displeased, saying that knowing the corporations were colluding with demonic beasts, yet still making such a decision was truly disappointing. Cantine maintained his stance, stating that he could not change the sect decision. He did not wish to confront an old comrade, but justice without boundaries would disrupt stability, and he hoped Chu Mo would consider the greater good. Chu Mo walked past him and said coldly that he himself was the greater good, thanking him for the reminder and stating that he would bear responsibility for his own actions. Tianzin followed behind Cantine and softly asked whether they should accompany Chu Mo inside in case the alliance attempted any tricks. Cantine explained that on the contrary, the alliance was the party most eager for reconciliation. If war broke out even in victory, they would suffer heavy losses, and he only hoped that Chu Mo would not act rashly. Tianzin expressed dissatisfaction, saying that the elders controlling the four great sects were truly incomprehensible, joining forces to threaten Chu Mo while he was the strongest savior of the secret realm. Cantine sighed and said that he had once advised his master but was ignored, as his master believed that even without Chu Mo there were other trump cards, and that Chu Mo's existence was not decisive. The scene shifted into Chairman Lee's office. Seeing Chu Mo enter, he leaned on his cane and approached with a mocking tone, asking how it felt to go from hero to villain. Chu Mo calmly replied that titles were given by others, and that he was still just an ordinary person. Chairman Lee was dissatisfied, stating that an ordinary person would not relentlessly pursue the corporate alliance, and that Chu Mo's sense of justice was excessively intense. Chu Mo replied that he only wanted the chairman to agree to meet. His sister had been used for experiments, and he sought justice for her, having no personal grudge against the chairman and only wishing to know the mastermind. Chairman Lee laughed loudly, saying that it was not due to collusion but merely because of Chu Mo's sister, and that the alliance commotion was truly a waste of effort. Chu Mo asked directly that whoever they wished to cooperate with was irrelevant to him. He only needed information about his sister. The chairman then asked whether he knew of it. Chu Mo replied that he had only heard it was a sunken island and wondered how it was related. Chairman Lee explained that it was a concealed history. Over 100 years ago, a mysterious continent called Continent X emerged, containing dangerous ruins and treasures that granted ordinary people extraordinary abilities, along with strange mutated creatures. The image showed a sparkling blue sea under the sunlight, with an island appearing in the distance. On the island, two young men joyfully embraced bags of shining gold. During the exploration of Continent X, the physiques of some people transformed, granting them immense power and earning them the title of hunters. On the rooftop of a skyscraper appeared a person with light blue hair while monsters roamed the streets below. According to research, the hunter's power was linked to the monsters of Continent X, which were essentially evolved demonic beasts. This power was imperfect as the stronger one became the shorter their lifespan, and some even gradually turned into monsters. Over the past century, only one person had fully fused with this power and controlled all the monsters on the island. Her name was Ching Hai. We collected the queen cells to cultivate. After Continent X sank, the corporation could still create hunters, but the drawback of short lifespan remained unchanged. Chairman Lee added that when the true demonic beasts appeared, a corporation saw an opportunity and coordinated with various parties to cooperate with them. By combining the queen cells with demonic beast cells, it was possible to create perfect hunters, granting those in power strength and extended longevity. Chu Mo understood and asked whether they conducted human experiments and therefore targeted his sister, telling the chairman to reveal the name of that corporation. Chairman Lee smiled slowly and said that valuable information required a price. As a businessman, he could not disclose it for free. Chu Mo grew impatient and asked what he wanted. The chairman replied succinctly that Chu Mo should end his life. Chu Mo was stunned and asked whether he was serious. Chairman Lee explained that Han Ning was standing with Chu Mo against the corporation. Chu Mo said that even if his son had rebelled, it was not worth seeking death. He stated that after this meeting he would only be imprisoned for a few months, but Han Ning would not escape. Betraying the corporation demanded a price, and he could not accept such an outcome. He continued that he did not know whether Chu Mo would keep his word, but if Chu Mo took action against him, Chu Mo would become completely opposed to the alliance, and at that time Han Ning would still retain value and be given priority protection. Chu Mo said wearily that was all, and that if the chairman did not wish to speak, he would seek someone else. Chairman Lee reminded him that only a few leaders knew about the experiment and that Chu Mo sought him because there was no one else. The list in the desk drawer had already been prepared, and there was no need for guilt since the law could not punish him. and his crimes were countless. These words caused Chumo to waver as golden energy radiated around him. He asked whether the chairman had any message for Han Ning. Chairman Li calmly said that he did not understand his son but that Han Ning was his pride. Despite their different choices, he was happy to see his son live the life he desired. He raised his head and said seriously to do it, and then become a true hero. Outside, brilliant golden light spread from the room to the surrounding. In an instant, the entire building collapsed into ruins. Yu asked in shock what he had done and where Chairman Li was. Chumo replied that Chairman Li had confessed to colluding with demonic beasts and requested that he end his life. Yu did not believe it and shouted whether Chumo intended to declare war on the alliance and the four great sects. Chumo turned his back and said that this was the truth and there was no need for further explanation. If they wished to fight, he would respond. Yu sneered and muttered to the cultivators that this was Chumo's final stance, and that they should report his crimes to the four great sects. Jing Xian and Tian Xin stood behind listening to the entire story. Upon hearing the words about meeting a ghost, both of them showed clear displeasure. Jing Xian immediately warned in a cold tone, "Matters within the cultivation world are not your place to command us." Tian Xin spoke softly, "Let's go." She brushed past Yu, the other party merely let out a casual "oh." The scene shifted to another skyscraper towering in the city. On the rooftop, Li Hengxing stood silently and asked, "Did he really say I was the child he was proud of?" Chumo stood opposite and replied calmly, "Under the pressure of the corporation, your father chose to let you live, and I was the one who saw him off. If you want to end our cooperation, I understand." Li Hengxing said firmly, "I hold no resentment toward you." He continued, "As long as the dark conspiracy of the corporate alliance can be stopped and the demonic beasts prevented from flooding in, I am willing to pay any price. To halt them, countless comrades and loved ones have fallen. Now if it is my turn, it is nothing. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself, because you are now the common enemy of both the corporations and the cultivators." Chumo declared without hesitation, "I am ready. Tell me all the remaining locations of the 7 demonic beasts on Earth. You must have investigated thoroughly." Li Hengxing replied softly, "Of course, I will not repeat past mistakes. All sources this time have been verified." Chumo nodded in satisfaction. "Good, the war has begun. I will not give them more time to prepare." The scene shifted to a small conference hall where Yu walked toward the podium. Below were numerous reporters, along with professional camera crews. He stood before the crowd and announced, "Thank you to all media agencies for being present. This meeting was meant to be friendly, but we must deliver unfortunate news. Chumo has taken action against Chairman Li of the Li Corporation. After discussions with the 4 great cultivation sects, we have reached a consensus." Although Chumo was once regarded as a savior with many achievements, Yu raised his voice, "But recently Chumo's reckless behavior has exceeded our tolerance." Reporters fell silent as he continued. "Therefore, the 16 corporations along with the 4 great sects will officially issue a manhunt for Chumo after 1 day, with a joint bounty. His image will appear on the wanted order with a reward of 5,500,000,000 dong." His voice remained steady. "Today we have also invited the sect master of Dan Tai Bai Dong of the 4 great sects. Tiangxin, please say a few words." After speaking, Yu stepped aside next to Tiangxin, and reporters immediately crowded around them. Tiangxin spoke gently, "Chumo, this is your final warning. Surrender immediately and accept our punishment and supervision. Considering your past contributions, we will be lenient. If we receive no response today, we will devote all our strength to eliminating you." The crowd below instantly buzzed with discussion. Many voices murmured, "He is too reckless. It is hard to believe." During this, Yu shouted loudly, "Silence, Sect Master is still speaking. What are you whispering about? Do you want to invite trouble?" Suddenly a male reporter shouted, "Chumo has responded. He is live streaming." The scene shifted to a chaotic setting where Chumo stood among scattered skeletons of Beast King. Fires burned sporadically with thick white smoke billowing. He said calmly, "The remaining 7 demonic beasts hidden by the corporations are all here and have been dealt with. Besides colluding to let demonic beasts invade Earth, the corporations also used their cells to conduct experiments on human bodies. They deceived many ordinary people into becoming test subjects, causing severe harm to the victims, including my sister." Chumo stared directly into the camera and continued coldly, "All for the corporate leadership to extend their lifespans and consolidate power. The main task is done, and now I begin to seek justice. Chairman Kyan of Kyan Jun Corporation, are you watching? This is a declaration of war. From today we are enemies until our last breath, and the other corporations and cultivators should listen clearly as well." Chumo's eyes were filled with resolve. "I will sweep away every obstacle on this path without mercy. I will only say this once, it is best not to interfere." In the pitch-dark cave, Flickering blue lights created a cold and mysterious atmosphere. Jingxian followed behind Tiangxin, constantly persuading him, "Master, please reconsider the matter of Chu Mo. He is a key combat force in the Secret Realm War. Cooperating with the corporations to besiege him brings us no benefit." Tiangxin reproached softly. "Jingxian, your weakness is being too soft-hearted. Do you know why I brought you here?" Jingxian touched the rock wall hesitantly. "This place is very strange. The spiritual energy is unusually dense. The deeper we go, the closer it is to the level inside the secret realm." As they went deeper, the cave expanded into a vast space, and he could not help asking where this place actually was. Tiangxin explained slowly, 20 years ago, when I discovered fluctuations between the otherworld and Earth, I predicted an invasion was imminent. The sect masters of the four great sects each separated a portion of the secret realm and entrusted it to me to merge into this cave as a cultivation ground for the Dao Sun. Jingxian asked in surprise, "What is a Dao Sun?" He turned to look at him and said, "There are 4 Dao Suns who are the true successors before the next sect masters, and also the true saviors we have chosen. Are you very surprised?" Jingxian was shocked. "Then what about core disciples like me? And what were the cultivators who sacrificed themselves in the secret realm fighting for?" Tiangxin replied indifferently, "During the last otherworld invasion, demonic beasts infiltrated in advance to eliminate potential saviors. Therefore this time we prepared bait, 10,000 cultivators selected into the secret realm. That was a necessary price to ensure victory." As he spoke, the images of the 4 Dao Suns gradually appeared. Jingxian immediately objected, "Then shouldn't we be even more grateful to Chu Mo? He broke the demonic beast's trap and eliminated all the infiltrators." Tiangxin said coldly, "But he is no longer valuable." Continued, "The essence of shared destiny is to gather the faith and mental power of online viewers as a catalyst, thereby enhancing the combat power of cultivators. According to observations in the secret realm, shared destiny no longer strengthens Chu Mo. His potential has reached its limit, so before the previous opening of the secret realm we stopped allocating it to him." Jingxian refused to yield. Not only Chu Mo but the other saviors were also reduced. If they had been strengthened by shared destiny, perhaps more people would have survived the last secret realm. Tiangxin sighed, "Jingxian, you truly are the disciple I am proud of. Your intuition is very sharp. 70% of the shared destiny from the secret realm was given to the 4 Dao Suns to create a better cultivation environment. Now their combat power in the secret realm is no weaker than Chu Mo, and they will surpass him sooner or later." He said with pride, "Therefore we no longer need Chu Mo. To us, he is merely an uncontrollable variable. Next time he appears, the sect masters of the 4 great sects will join forces to deal with him." Jingxian asked in disappointment, "Why tell me all this? You could clearly have continued to hide it." Calculating look flashed across Tiangxin's face. "After 2 battles in the secret realm, the potential of you and Tianzin has been recognized. After joint discussions, you will receive treatment equal to that of Dao Sun." Jingxian fell silent after hearing this. He asked, "Why hesitate? Do you not want to become stronger?" Jingxian lowered his head and replied, "I cannot accept power built on the sacrifices of others, nor will I turn my back on my life-saving benefactor. If so, I can only disappoint you, master." The scene shifted elsewhere under brilliant sunlight. On Han Ning's phone appeared Kaiyan Lianshan, who said calmly, "Chu Mo, I am the chairman of Kaiyan Jun Corporation. I am merely an ordinary businessman. Matters of demonic beast cells or human experiments are completely baseless. I do not understand why you fabricate such things. But if you wish to challenge the honor of our corporation, then I will not back down. We will meet tomorrow in the outskirts of Qi Mountain." Han Ning laughed after hearing this. "Chu Mo, you are truly bold, provoking both the corporate alliance and the 4 great sects at once. Even Chairman Kaiyan has been forced to appear. While they focus their forces on him, you must have another plan, right?" Chu Mo replied calmly, "No, I intend to face them directly and crush them." Han Ning widened his eyes. "Are you serious?" He said in shock, "According to my information, the 4 great sects will send at least 2 sect masters and more than 20 elders. The corporate alliance is also deploying over 10 S-rank hunters." Han Ning stood up and advised, "You have always been cautious. Why are you so reckless now?" Chu Mo replied, "We have no time left. We must resolve humanity's internal conflicts as soon as possible." He added, "The secret realm controlled by the 4 great sects seems to have developed a serious flaw, which is why the otherworldly gods keep interfering and causing heavy casualties among the saviors." Chu Mo said with concern, "If this continues, the secret realm could collapse at any moment. Moreover, from recent battles, I have realized that the cultivators and corporations are not as strong as imagined. Defeating them is not too difficult." Han Ning remained uneasy. "I know you are very strong with peak combat power comparable to a 1/800-year demonic beast, but the corporate alliance and the 4 great sects are not weak. Each sect master is comparable to 10 to 300-year demonic beast. S-rank hunters may not have high foundations, but the secret treasures in their hands are very strange, and their real combat ability is formidable. A few even approach sect master level. Combined with numerous elders and elite hunter squads, they can still create tremendous pressure for you. Chumo stood silently as if calculating and then said, "Your assessment has been wrong from the start. I have never used my full strength." Night fell and warm yellow light shone from a small house among the quiet trees, creating a peaceful yet mysterious scene. Chu Yun lay motionless on the bed. Chumo looked at his sister and asked, "My sister still has not woken up." Wu Tong replied, "Her physical condition has recovered, but the demonic beast aura in her body cannot be completely removed, so she remains unconscious. My healing ability is still limited." Chumo said gently, "You have already done very well, thank you. I will obtain research materials from Kyan Jun Corporation and hope they can help treat my sister." Upon hearing this, she said, "Are you really planning to go to war with the corporate alliance and the four great sects? If so, I will go with you." He immediately stopped her. "No, it is too dangerous. When I go all out, this entire area could be flattened. It would be easy for you to be caught in." Wu Tong said worriedly, "But if you go alone and something happens, who will support you?" Ai in the form of a child ate cake while smiling and said, "What is wrong with your head? Master Chumo has declared war on the whole world. With our strength, following him would not help at all. It is best to stay home and wait for him to return." Chumo smiled and patted Ai's head. "Wu Tong has a point. In a critical moment, I will take Ai with me." Hearing this, Ai was stunned and exclaimed, "Huh." She quickly switched to a smug expression. "Master Chumo, have you forgotten? Since arriving on Earth, I have lost all my power. Now I am just a weak snow fox and cannot help at all." He said, "Then let me check first." Golden energy erupted around Chumo and swirled. When Ai's favorability reached 30, the system unlocked a new reward, symbiotic evolution, allowing her to receive half of my combat power. First day login reward was the power of a 1,000-year demonic beast. Powerful energy enveloped her. Ai thought in shock, "What is this? My power is being restored." Next was the second day reward, the passive state of battle victory law tripled combat power. Energy continued to surge around her, making her exclaim in amazement, "This feeling of skyrocketing power is unbelievable." Finally came the active skill of battle azure law, which increased combat power tenfold. A gigantic tail appeared, she thought to herself, "Who said Earth's spiritual energy is depleted? Am I not easily breaking through to the 1,000-year level?" Having been granted such immense power, just how terrifying is Master Chumo's true strength? Witnessing Ai's transformation, Chumo said with satisfaction, "The effect is very good. In a normal state under battle victory law, Ai is equivalent to one 400-year demonic beast. When activating the active skill, her combat power reaches 50, equivalent to a 500-year demonic beast. The situation is favorable. Ai alone is enough to sweep through the corporate alliance and the four great sects." The next morning, the scene shifted to a laboratory. Ian Lionshin said to Gui Yu, "Chumo is about to arrive. May I leave now?" Gui Yu immediately stopped him. "Chairman Kyan, please do not be in a hurry." He continued that beside Chumo stood an extremely formidable intelligence expert. If Mr. Bai appeared now, he would certainly be detected, and the plan to pursue Chumo would completely collapse. Today was the best opportunity to take him down. Absolutely no effort could be wasted. Tian Lionshin roared in anger, "You ungrateful wretch, earlier you said something entirely different. I have sacrificed so much for your corporate alliance. Do you intend to make me a shield like that old man Li?" Gui Jian smiled inscrutably and calmly explained that his situation was entirely different from President Li in the past. The sect masters of the four great sects were present, and the alliance had deployed more than half of its S-rank hunters along with its most elite assassin squad. This place was now considered the safest area in the world. No one could touch him. Tian Lionshin felt somewhat reassured and asked whether the hunter squads had fully assembled. Gui Jian immediately replied that it was a newly formed special unit, once designed to target the sect masters of the four great sects. Among them, the light bearer could manipulate light energy, create illusions, and fire beams nearly as hot as the surface of the sun. Gui Jian continued introducing destructive sound, who possessed the ability to control ultrasonic and infrasonic waves, capable of sealing an opponent's hearing and directly causing internal organ shock. He then mentioned each member in turn and spoke about the giant and Hugh. The giant, though not tall, could manipulate gravity and was regarded as a powerful engine of destruction, while Hugh wielded the power of curses. Once activated, she could plunge enemies into numerous debilitating states without physical contact. Finally, Gui Jian mentioned the most special member, Kong, a terrifying and mysterious S-rank hunter with spatial control abilities. He sneered and said, "Chumo, I will briefly commend your courage for daring to challenge the corporate alliance alone. Unfortunately today the strongest savior will fall at our hand." Elsewhere, the 5 people just introduced stood facing Chumo. He glanced at them and mocked that they did not even measure up to the ferret he raised. One day earlier, the light bearer had volunteered to take the most dangerous opening strike. Upon hearing this, Kong objected because his close combat ability was too weak. If he failed to teleport within 0.1 seconds, he would be defeated by Chumo. The light bearer insisted that he was mentally prepared and believed that Kong would certainly rescue him in time. Kong smiled confidently and replied that of course he would. The present moment returned. The light bearer charged straight toward Chumo, his entire body enveloped in azure light energy. A radiant light sword condensed in his hand. Chumo remained standing still, his gaze calm as he looked forward. The light bearer suddenly revealed a look of horror. Chumo looked at his opponent coldly. Dazzling golden energy erupted in his hand. The two stood face to face at extremely close range. Just as Chumo made his move, the light bearer vanished, leaving only the floating light sword. He reported that the target had disappeared. Chumo thought to himself that this ability was quite interesting. The light sword began to flash blue repeatedly. A violent explosion of light erupted, its power seeming to sweep away everything around it. The explosion, combining binding and chaotic beams after condensation, was the light bearer's strongest move. Yet within the haze, Chumo still stood firm without the slightest movement. Hunters had not expected the beam to cause direct harm but aimed for its side effect, an extremely intense blinding flash, yet Chumo remained motionless. Even Chumo could not completely avoid his vision being affected for a few brief seconds, so they were determined not to miss this life-risking opportunity created by the light. At the very moment the light exploded, the giant rushed into the center of the blast without hesitation, followed by Kong and Hugh. The light bearer and destructive sound were teleported by Kong to the building closest to Chumo to provide long-range support. However, a critical mistake occurred when the giant halted abruptly upon arrival, fear flashing across his face as Chumo opened his eyes as if unaffected. Chumo's eyes widened, a chilling aura emanated and made his opponent shudder. The giant's heart surged with dread, thinking the plan had failed and wondering how to warn his teammates. Then he suddenly realized that gaze was not focused on him at all. That gaze was merely open, as if deliberately pretending that his vision remained normal. Suddenly, the giant felt something under his foot. Panic surged within him as he thought he had stepped on something he should not have. While he was distracted, Chumo's attack passed through the illusion. On the rooftop, destructive sound distorted the sound, while the light bearer created an illusion of the giant. This created a second opportunity for the giant to charge forward, red energy erupting, speed surpassing sound, delivering a heavy strike with gravity amplified 30 times. With his vision temporarily impaired and his hearing unreliable, Chumo understood that only his body's instinct was his final line of defense. As he was knocked back, the giant thought that he had forced Chumo to use his ultimate limit. At the same time, Hugh was teleported by Kong behind Chumo and placed her hand on his back. Dark energy spread. Within 0.1 seconds, dozens of contact-based curses were activated. After completing the ritual in 0.1 seconds, Kong immediately teleported Hugh away from the battlefield. They appeared at the building where their two teammates were waiting. After a tense second, it seemed the plan had succeeded. A torrent of curses such as sluggishness, aging, illness, misfortune, and fatigue descended. Chumo rarely felt stiffness in his neck, so he casually raised his hand and rubbed it lightly. At that moment on the rooftop, Kong spoke that it was excellent. Chumo was now cursed. Proceed with the next wave of attacks. Hugh stood beside him, trembling non-stop. Seeing this, Kong asked if she was all right. With a horrified expression, Hugh replied that he should stop deluding himself. When she cast the curse, she touched the profound power within Chumo. That force far exceeded all expectation. Recalling the fierce aura surrounding Chumo, she said in a trembling voice that with their strength how could they possibly confront that monster. Kong patted her shoulder to reassure her, saying that the difference in power did not necessarily determine the outcome. In the past, they had faced many enemies whose strength was unknown. He reminded her that it was those life and death battles that earned them their current position and power. Had she forgotten? Hugh retorted that it was easy for him to say because he possessed spatial abilities and could stay in a safe place to provide support. Since that incident, had he ever faced an enemy head-on again? Hearing those words, Kong fell silent and did not respond. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the giant intervened, saying that topic was taboo for the team. If Hugh did not wish to fight, she could stay behind. They would take on her share. After speaking, he decisively jumped off the building. The remaining four exchanged uneasy glances while the light bearer tried to steady himself after the previous strike. Hugh remained silent and said nothing further. The second wave of attack, led by the giant, began. He charged with full force, swinging a 1,000-pound hammer forged from special alloy. Under gravity amplified 30 times and speed tripled beyond sound, crashing down on Chumo. The hammer tore through the air like a storm, dust billowed. When Chumo blocked the strike, the giant's key mission was considered complete. Chumo stopped the hammer with one hand. In truth, the giant's goal was not to defeat but to confine and mark. When the hammer struck the target, concentrated gravity created a powerful attraction that fixed the opponent in place. Before the battle, the light bearer and destructive sound had already marked the weapon. In the locked target state, light energy beams could converge into a single point, achieving maximum theoretical destructive power, previously shattering all hard matter in past battle. Destructive sound transmitted infrasonic waves through the hammer into the opponent's body, causing resonance with the weakest internal organs and collapsing the enemy from within. These overwhelmingly powerful coordinated attacks erupted, generating brilliant energy waves that tore through space. According to the plan, after finishing the strike, Kong would immediately teleport the two away to prepare for the third round. Everything should have proceeded that way, but an unexpected change occurred. Kong was stunned because the person who appeared before him was not Chumo. Thought of how the gravity hammer had been avoided flashed through his mind before Chumo closed in and launched an attack. Fear drove Kong to teleport to an altitude of over 1,000 meters, but upon calming down he realized a grave mistake. There was no longer time to save his teammates from the dangerous direct confrontation. He was overwhelmed with anxiety. Time seemed to slow. The distant scene in his eyes moved like a slow-motion film. Chumo gathered strength to unleash a wide-area attack. His overwhelming aura made it clear that after this strike he would lose 3 friends. At that moment, before Chumo, Hugh, who had intended to retreat, appeared and stabbed the ritual sword into her own chest, activating the ultimate curse to transform herself into an evil spirit. At that instant, Kong understood that he might lose yet another companion forever. 15 years earlier at the Donghai market, a massacre occurred in an apartment building. Hundreds died, and out of a 20-member rescue team, only 1 survivor was found. 3 days later, 32 of the 50 rescue members died in succession due to strange accidents. The remaining 18 went insane and ended their own lives. Cultivators investigated and discovered that the cause originated from the sole survivor, Yu, the heir of Tongyu Pavilion. Tongyu Pavilion, before being destroyed by Yu Tianren, was once a major sect specializing in controlling evil spirits. Its reputation rivaled the current 4 great sects. Surviving disciples of Tongyu Pavilion adopted the child with the unique constitution, and in the final ritual poured all their strength to infuse thousands of evil spirits into Hugh's body to restore their former glory. Hugh writhed in agony as the ritual collapsed. The evil spirits within his body merged into one, forming an uncontrollable entity. The ambitions of the disciples of Tongyu Pavilion vanished with their lives, leaving Hugh as the final successor. The presence of evil spirits turned Hugh into an ominous sign. Anyone who approached him was prone to misfortune. No cultivator dared to accept him. Some even wished to eliminate him to prevent future disaster. Hugh was taken by the corporation with the intention of exploiting him to awaken as a hunter. Fortunately, he was placed into a monster hunting squad. Though no one was the first to reach out to her, the corporation's specialized suit could suppress part of the evil spirit's power. Even so, those nearby still risked bad luck, yet no one abandoned Hugh because of it. The entire hunting team consisted of abandoned orphans, yet they regarded each other as family. From then on, Hugh awakened spiritual power and gradually learned to restrain the evil spirits within. Fighting side by side for many years, the evil spirits fused into Hugh's flesh and blood. Each act of suppression brought excruciating pain, yet he endured it. Hugh devoted all his strength to turning misfortune against his enemies rather than letting his friends suffer. Until today, Hugh still did not know what it meant to awaken the evil spirit's power on his own, for it was never something humans could easily control. Perhaps once the seal was broken, the first thing the evil spirit would do was erase its host, causing Hugh to disappear completely and become its puppet. But Hugh did not care. He shouted in despair, "Evil spirit, if you are truly powerful, then take my body. As long as my teammates are saved, that is my only wish." Chumo stepped forward calmly, the golden energy in his hand radiating overwhelming power. Chu watched and thought to herself, as long as the monster before her is defeated, even if Chu Mo's power continues to spread. She shouted, "Devour me completely," then faced the full force of Chu Mo's attack. Chu unleashed her move, the evil spirit's soul manifested eerily behind her. Strange force suddenly appeared, forming a spherical barrier that enveloped all of Chu Mo's attacks. The wielder of light was stunned by the destructive resonance and the colossal figure, while Hugh was astonished to realize she could freely control the evil spirit. The evil spirit's body was shrouded in a sinister purple aura. Whether due to accumulated pain or the will to save her companions, she was acknowledged. The long-dreamed plan of controlling an entity formed by 1,000 evil spirits by the Tongyu Pavilion disciples had now become reality. Chu Mo smiled faintly. "You all have some interesting tricks. You have stirred my excitement." Those words were not only for Hugh, but also in admiration of the figure about to appear before him. In the void, that figure suddenly emerged and launched an attack. Dimensional Slash, capable of severing space itself, was Kong's most powerful move, yet extremely dangerous. It could only be executed when his hand made direct contact. To deliver the finishing blow, he had to disregard his own life and close in on the enemy. Thus he had not used this move for a long time. Since the battle began, this was the first time Chu Mo had stepped back to evade an attack. It was also the first time he felt a genuine threat as the fierce Slash descended before him. Chu Mo thought to himself that Slash might be enough to tear his clothes, and he quite liked that outfit. The evil spirit expanded. On Earth, where spiritual energy was depleted, human limits were evident, but within Hugh was a fusion of 1,000 evil spirits. Even the founder of Tongyu Pavilion did not know its limits. That power was comparable to a 3,000-year, 5,000-year, or even 10,000-year demonic beast. As long as Hugh's body could endure, the evil spirit fusion would continue to grow stronger. She prepared to unleash a decisive attack against Chu Mo. Even if her body disintegrated afterward, she would have no regrets. A dark red drop fell. It was blood hell. It immediately surged toward Chu Mo, a mental attack that imprisoned the opponent's will within the evil spirit's prison regardless of strength. Chu Mo stood within an endless expanse. Before him was only infinite white emptiness. Then countless evil spirits gathered, forming a terrifying entity. If the opponent showed the slightest lapse, they would be worn down until their soul was exhausted. Yet these were illusions, destroyed and reborn endlessly. Blood hell had no boundaries and could not be attacked. After 3 days and nights of mental torment, Hugh was the one who collapsed first, and blood hell dissipated. Hugh fell to the ground powerless, while Chu Mo remained nearly unharmed. Yet this had been anticipated. In reality, blood hell lasted only half a second, enough time for his teammates to act. Chu Mo remained silent, his eyes calculating something. When he regained full awareness, the giant's gravity and a chain of radiant light had already bound his body. Everything was meant to ensure Kong's Dimensional Slash would strike Chu Mo. Dimensional Slash, combined with the giant and dazzling energy, created a finishing explosion. For that moment, Kong had transferred himself and his teammates into a private space. The scene shifted to another room. Kyan Lianshin observed everything and was satisfied with the explosion. The resources the corporation invested in the hunters were not wasted. Gui replied that the team had grown stronger and likely surpassed their limits against Chu Mo. Kyan Lianshin laughed loudly. No matter what, Chu Mo must be brought down. The so-called strongest savior is now nothing more than a fallen figure. Gui suddenly froze and stammered. Chairman Kyan looked, turned, and his expression changed. How is this possible? After such an attack, Chu Mo is completely unharmed. From the ruins, Chu Mo walked out calmly without a single scratch. Kyan Lianshin shouted angrily, "Where is the hunter squad? Have they fled?" Within Kong's private space was a small island floating in the void. The giant's voice trembled. This cannot be true. He muttered in disbelief. Before him lay Kong motionless and covered in wounds. The sound of destruction wept and choked. Kong would not leave so easily. Wake up. We still have so much to do. You spoke in a low voice. Stop deceiving yourself. Kong passed away when he transported us and suffered the backlash. The only thing we can do now is avenge him against Chu Mo. The giant nodded and roared. Hugh is right. Stop crying. We must destroy that man. Keeper of Light suddenly realized something terrifying. This is Kong's space. Only he could freely enter and exit. Now that he is gone, we may be trapped here forever. 4 months passed in that space. The Keeper of Light exclaimed in joy, success. Standing in the garden, he proudly declared that all efforts were not in vain. They had finally grown corn. The sound of destruction rejoiced. Now we will not starve to death. The giant still reminded them not to forget to find a way out and settle the debt with Chu Mo. A year later, the giant sighed in frustration. Roasted corn every night. Perhaps we should try making popcorn. The Keeper of Light held a stack of papers and explained that corn and sugar were ready, but butter required milk, and cows would produce milk next year. Then they could make butter and live more comfortably. In that peaceful place free from battle, they gradually built a happy life. Two couples were formed, the Keeper of Light with the sound of destruction and Hugh with the giant. Their next great joy was the birth of the first child, the child of the Keeper of Light and the sound of destruction. Many years later, before Kong's grave, Hugh stood leaning on a cane. Beside her, a curious child asked, "Grandmother, tell me another story about Earth." A line of text appeared, achievement unlocked, a world where only Kong was injured. Time returned to reality. The scene shifted back to the original complex. A crowd wielding various weapons shouted and charged toward Chumo, determined to eliminate him. He stood tall, gently waving his hand as energy in his palm gathered rapidly. It erupted into a massive radiant halo that set the sky ablaze. That wave of energy engulfed everything. Various ground force positions, alerts sounded. Chumo has breached the defensive line and entered the base. All units on high alert. Chumo slowly advanced deeper into the base. Along the way, countless enemies had been struck down by him. The scene shifted inside the base. EZE reported Chairman Kyan, the entire hunter squad has lost contact. Kyan Lianshin, after hearing this, immediately spat out harsh words, scolding those people as useless. Where had those cultivators gone? Could it be that they had all fled as well? Or should we withdraw first? At that very moment, a cold voice sounded from behind. Unfortunately, you no longer have a way out. He turned around in panic and discovered that Chumo had already been standing behind him at some unknown time, his entire body emitting a sharp and chilling aura. He spoke softly, "Chairman Kyan, we finally have the chance to meet." Kyan Lianshin's face instantly turned as pale as paper. He trembled and stammered, "Chumo, wait, I surrender. Everything can still be discussed." Suddenly, bubbles of unknown origin appeared, drifting leisurely throughout the room. Chumo was slightly puzzled, his gaze sweeping around as he cautiously observed every minor detail. All of a sudden, a bubble gently touched Chumo's shoulder. He immediately turned to look. Before he could react, the bubble had already enveloped him, and Chumo's figure instantly disappeared. Kyan Lianshin cried out in shock, "What?" He stared around with wide eyes. "Chumo, where did he go?" Tiangxin appeared. The bubble just now had been created by him. Looking at Kyan Lianshin's stunned expression, he sneered, "Chairman Kyan, you surrendered quite quickly." Kyan Lianshin hurriedly replied, "Sect Master, I was just about to ask you. The hunter squad has been wiped out and your cultivators have been standing by watching the whole time. Why are you only taking action now? And where is Chumo?" Tiangxin calmly explained, "You misunderstand. To prevent Chumo from escaping during the battle, thousands of cultivators formed an encirclement formation so they could not move freely. As for Chumo, he has already been sealed by me, easier than expected. It seems the previous preparations were unnecessary. My special spatial ability perfectly counters him. It is just a pity that the so-called hunter's use of space is still far too clumsy." Suddenly, Tiangxin froze, his eyes revealing unmistakable shock and disbelief. What is happening? A violent explosion erupted behind him, and a dazzling golden surge of energy swept across his figure. Chumo shattered the confining space and floated in midair, saying calmly, "Have you finished sealing me? It seems your spatial ability is only slightly better than mine, and even that is insignificant." Kyan Lianshin stood in a corner muttering, "So cultivators are only capable of this, they talk big but accomplish nothing." He asked anxiously, "Sect Master, do you need assistance?" Tiangxin showed no sign of wavering, casting his technique while replying, "No need. You people will only get in the way here, leave at once." As soon as he finished speaking, a five-colored energy enveloped the two of them, preparing to teleport them away from this place. The scene shifted to outside the building. As soon as he was transported outside, Lianshin clutched his stomach and complained, "That man teleported us without any warning, making my blood and energy churn and my head spin as if I were about to vomit. Spatial movement is truly uncomfortable." Gui, who was almost completely unharmed, reminded him, "Chairman Kyan, do not complain anymore. It is fortunate that we managed to keep our lives. Hopefully the cultivators will be able to deal with Chumo." Building from earlier suddenly exploded. Tiangxin avoided the explosion and murmured softly, "It is still not finished. Which step of the formation is still lacking?" He hovered in midair, his robe fluttering within the radiant glow, surrounded by dense clusters of glowing bubbles. Chumo appeared behind him, his hands in his pockets, speaking in a calm tone, "I am already familiar with this defensive move. Aside from this childish encirclement, do you have anything new?" Tiangxin replied coldly, "How arrogant. Let me broaden your knowledge of a cultivator's true strength." Secret technique Heavenly Net and Earthly Snare was activated, and the surrounding space became abnormal. The scene shifted to another building, where cultivators were collectively operating the formation. They stood in rows within the mystical space. and the aura generated by the formation surged with immense power. The gathered aura took shape and shot straight into the sky, forming a strange circular ring. Chumo stood in the center of the circle and laughed. I thought you had arranged so many cultivators around us to unleash something formidable. So it turns out they are only here to trap us in this circle. Are they outside just watching the show? Gangson curled his lips and replied confidently, rest assured, your opponent is only me. What you see is a formation created by the combined efforts of thousands of cultivators. It binds the two of us, and only when one side falls can we leave. Chumo laughed. Then are they not helping you find your own path to death? Where are the other 3 sect masters? Call them out as well, that would be truly fair. He replied, this is not a hunt but a righteous punishment. Therefore, only I will take action, a one-on-one duel. Gangson added, by the way, this battle is being broadcast live worldwide. Chumo, your legend began with live streaming, and it will also conclude with live streaming. The images of the two appeared on the online screen. Countless comments flooded in, saying that the corporation's hunter looked ridiculous. How could he possibly contend with that imposing aura? The odds must be completely one-sided. Is the corporation here just for entertainment? And they even dare to claim they will eliminate Chumo. Some people fiercely refute it. Would it really be enjoyable if a disaster like Chumo were to win? The corporation is not any better. I only want to say one thing. If it gets destroyed, then it deserves it. I will open champagne to celebrate. Many other comments continued to appear. How laughable after fighting to this extent. That cultivator is still putting on airs in front of Chumo. I bet he cannot last 10 seconds. In any case, up to now, the cultivators of the 4 great sects still appear more righteous. I hope they win. Kyan Lionshin hid elsewhere, holding his phone to watch the live stream and angrily cursed. These cultivators are truly bold, daring to secretly broadcast the battle, causing our corporation to lose all face. We explained, although they are not kind, we never forbade live streaming before. We can only accept the disadvantage. This is a brilliant move, turning the corporation and Chumo into foils while they appear as heroes. Kyan Lionshin roared, we still have to see whether they can win. That sect master, do you really think he can single-handedly defeat Chumo? Ui raised his head to look at the circle imprisoning the two and smiled, saying it is a one-on-one duel is merely to deceive the world. I can see the flow of energy. Besides sect master, the other 3 have long been concealed within the formation. The figures of the 3 sect masters gradually appeared. Chumo glanced at Tiangxin and asked, before we fight, I have one question. Is that secret realm controlled by your 4 great sects? He replied without hesitation, you do not even know this. The secret realm is a defensive line against other worlds created by ancient cultivators, operating according to its own rules. We can only intervene to a certain extent. Chumo smiled faintly, thank you for the explanation. Then I am at ease. Gangson was surprised, at ease about what? Chumo replied with confidence, even if I eliminate the 4 of you, this world will not be affected. That puts my mind at ease. In Danmu City, 200 kilometers away from the battlefield, everything appeared peaceful on the surface, yet it seemed to conceal unpredictable upheaval. A dark red bus was parked by the roadside, standing out under the blazing sunlight. Someone cheerfully asked, were you all also required to evacuate? Another man replied, that is right. Today the entire city was forced to leave. A group of burly men put us on a bus and brought us here. The rescue staff said to wait for arrangements regarding accommodation and meal. After hearing this, he sighed irritably. What kind of rescue committee is this? They are nothing more than the corporation's lackey. I am from Kishin City. Yesterday I was also forced to leave and had to sleep cramped in a stadium. If you want a better place, you have to pay for a hotel yourself. Even the boxed meals must be paid for. The blue-haired person widened his eyes. That is truly outrageous, so when can we return home? The bespectacled man replied blankly, we have to wait until the battle between Chumo and the corporation ends. I hope they do not damage my house. I have not finished repaying the loan yet. Blue-haired person comforted him, do not worry, the battlefield is at the suburban base of Kishin. At least 15 kilometers from the inner city, your home should be fine. Then he sighed, our Gushin city is hundreds of kilometers away and we were still evacuated. This is truly excessive. It is not the end of the world. A black bird circled across the sky, several feathers drifting down. The deep blue sky contrasting with that black hue created a sense that unease was approaching. Suddenly, the bespectacled man asked softly, did you hear something? It seems there was just a strange sound. Nearby boy pointed to the sky, look, birds, so many birds. In the outskirts of Kishin City, Mount Zyaoyu was engulfed in torrential rain. The sky flashed with a blue light, and strange crystal fragments fell like hail. Amid the violent rain, a daring man clung tightly to a tree trunk, holding his phone to livestream while shouting to the audience, right now, Kishin City is being buried by landslide. Landslides were ferocious, many high-rise buildings were buried, the wind swept everything away, and the scene of the world's end appeared through the live broadcast. He stood amid the storm, airborne debris striking his body from all directions, his voice filled with panic. Everyone can see it. Right before my eyes, that mountain suddenly disappeared. Gigantic tornado formed, carrying soil and rocks while sweeping everything away, its terrifying power clearly visible. For the first time, the world understood what the peak power of the strongest being on the planet meant. Almost everything was flattened. The once lush city was now reduced to twisted steel and thick clouds of dust and smoke. The aftermath of the confrontation between Chu Mo and the cultivators was continuously transmitted across the internet, the spectacle sending chills down the viewer's spine. The entire world fell silent. Perhaps this was the quietest moment since the birth of the internet, as everyone could only watch their screen. Reverence, hope, or fear all revolved around a single person. The city was engulfed in a sea of flames, with black smoke rising to form a haunting scene. All of this occurred within just 1 minute of combat between Chu Mo and the 4 sect masters. Tiangxin stood within a cage of bubbles, facing Chu Mo. He spoke with a mocking tone, being able to change both the weather and the terrain. Your abilities are not bad. They would be quite suitable for land development. One of the 3 concealed sect masters unleashed his move, dark purple lightning flickering dangerously around his body. Innate purple azure divine thunder was invoked. Countless bolts of lightning simultaneously surged toward Chu Mo. He nimbly dodged, easily evading the incoming lightning bolts. Elsewhere, another hidden sect master condensed masses of deep blue flame. 9 nether tribulation flame erupted with surging power. Attack descended from above at an astonishing speed. However, Chu Mo was even faster, already blocking that attack right in front of Tiangxin. He was stunned, cold sweat beating on his temple. Chu Mo slammed a powerful strike onto the ground, shockwaves of force spreading in all directions. He acted decisively and with overwhelming power, his gaze calm and unwavering. Chu Mo's attack was directed straight at the shadowy layer that served as Tiangxin's protective shield. He collapsed to the floor, coughing violently, gritting his teeth to endure the piercing pain as he realized the strike had truly pierced his defenses. The man approached, his body radiating a dazzling green glow, his bones damaged in many places and his internal organs severely affected. The price he paid was indeed immense. Rebirth against countless tribulations, he murmured softly before raising his staff and casting a healing spell on Tiangxin. In the city of darkness, a beam of light suddenly flared, illuminating the skyscrapers and the sky. Chu Mo merely observed quietly, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Not only had the opponent's injuries completely vanished, even his clothes were restored as before. This ability was practically cheating. As soon as he finished speaking, Tiangxin, now fully restored, replied in a deep voice that those words should be his to say. After being attacked repeatedly yet remaining unharmed, they had truly underestimated him. Chu Mo let out a soft snort, wondering if he intended to admit defeat. Tiangxin lowered his eyes and spoke heavily, recounting that the former sect masters of the 4 great sects were once called seekers of the Tao for pursuing forbidden arts originating from the Tao of magic. That inheritance was both a blessing and a curse, allowing them to greatly enhance their combat power and endlessly transform their spell. Just when they believed they were ready to ascend, calamity struck, and those seekers of the Tao all met tragic ends. However, the weakest seeker of the Tao in the history of Tei Harmony Prefecture discovered a different way to use the Tao seeking. As he spoke, 7 colored spheres of light condensed around him, his gaze fixed on a distant one. Tiangxin continued, that man's name was Kang Wu, determined to elevate his strength to be worthy of the title Seeker of the Tao. He discovered a secret technique that exchanged lifespan for power, forcibly ending the Tao seeking and entering a semi-ascended state. At that moment, the 3 reclusive sect masters appeared before him, their auras soaring to the heavens. Tiangxin looked at Chu Mo and said he should feel honored. Since the time of Yu Tianren, this was the first time a seeker of the Tao used semi-ascension to sweep away enemy. More precisely, 4 of them were activating that state simultaneously. Chu Mo replied calmly that they were willing to sacrifice their lifespan just to kill him. Then he would see whether such a great price could bring anything truly astonishing. Tiangxin shouted that he should stop boasting. Now would be the moment to end him. Suddenly, the system issued an urgent notification that the 3rd secret realm would activate in 5 seconds, requiring all saviors to prepare. Tiangxin was momentarily flustered, helplessly watching the situation slip beyond control. The other 3 sect masters were also stunned for 5 seconds, their expressions filled with displeasure. Chu Mo still stood with his hands in his pockets, his voice carrying a trace of regret. His figure gradually faded, leaving behind a promise that he would settle everything upon his return. Tianxin roared in fury that Chu Mo must not be allowed to leave, otherwise they would all suffer the backlash of the formation. He and the three sect masters formed hand seals simultaneously, unleashing attacks toward Chu Mo. He shouted loudly for Chu Mo to appear at once. Chu Mo looked at them calmly, saying they could temporarily halt the secret realm, but it seemed to have cost them dearly. Tianxin's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said the exit was about to close. He demanded Chu Mo return. The battle was not over, or was he planning to retreat? Chu Mo gave a faint smile, saying retreat was not the case. If the secret realm fell, demonic beasts would flood into Earth, and he questioned whether their victory or defeat mattered more than humanity's safety. He flicked his finger lightly, remarking that someone like him was unworthy of being the sect master of a great sect, truly disgraceful. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mo's figure vanished. Tianxin roared angrily that he would never let him go. In the freezing plaza, he stood tall, his long hair swaying in the wind. From beneath his feet, blue light erupted like a web of frost tearing through the ground, the radiant glow making space itself seem frozen. Someone cried out in panic that it was over, the formation's backlash had begun. Quickly deal with the formation, a trembling voice shouted. Strange shapes emerged from the black smoke. This was bad, the formation contract was based on combat, and now that Chu Mo had left, they had to bear the consequences. A shrill scream rang out as the black smoke surged into Tianxin's body, causing him to cry out in agony. His eyes turned bloodshot, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. He thought to himself that fortunately he could disperse part of the backlash to the disciples who activated the formation. Strangely, the backlash was not as fierce as expected. He then realized the other three had also shared the damage. The black smoke churned violently like a tornado, engulfing the entire area. The three reclusive sect masters were also surrounded by the smoke. Truth of the duel gradually came to light. Comments flooded the screen, with people saying that besides Sect Master, there were three other figures in the sky. Some mocked that what was supposed to be a one-on-one fight had turned into 4 against 1, truly dishonorable. The screen was now filled with dense black smoke. Someone asked where Mo Chen was. Another replied that he had entered the secret realm as seen in the livestream. But even the secret realm livestream showed no trace of him, leaving everyone wondering what had happened. Upon entering the secret realm, Chu Mo arrived at a barren land filled with rocks and gravel, and he felt a hint of doubt as this place did not seem like a secret realm. Suddenly, AI ran over in a panic, exclaiming that this was the Pale Expanse and the situation was terrible. She lamented that she should not have come and would rather be at home eating chicken legs. Chu Mo asked if this was the Pale Expanse and whether it was truly so dangerous. She replied trembling that it was extremely dangerous. This was the intersection of chaotic spacetime currents where even super demonic beasts had entered and vanished without a trace. Even her world's divine ruler would not dare come without a cross-realm stone. Chu Mo gave a soft acknowledgement, saying the teleportation gate must have been interfered with, causing the deviation. 3 differently colored stars appeared above his head. He asked if those were their world and secret realm, and that reaching them would allow their return. AI was on the verge of tears as she explained that red represented the demonic beast world, blue represented humanity, and the one in the middle was the secret realm, but all were merely projections of past spacetime. To return, they had to find the true spatial entrance. She said the Pale Expanse contained countless gateways leading to other dimensions. However, 99% of them led to dangerous deep worlds, and the chance of finding the correct path back to their own world was like a grain of sand in the sea. As she spoke, the system displayed a notification that the 3rd day of the secret realm sign-in was unlocked. Verification failed, reward granted. The next line appeared, stating that the 3rd day sign-in reward was the golden eyes of the stone monkey. The spirit monkey born from rock absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, and when it emerged, the golden light in its eyes pierced the cosmos and shook the gods. Chu Mo focused intently on the system screen, while AI's eyes filled with tears. The system continued that with the golden eyes, the nameless stone monkey could see through the essence of all things. Its abilities included detecting enemy weaknesses and analyzing object information. Chu Mo's expression darkened as he told AI to stop crying and that they would leave this place. AI nervously tugged at his sleeve, pleading with him not to wander recklessly, as the dangers of the Pale Expanse were not limited to dimensional gates. Chu Mo reassured her that following him would be safe. She grew even more anxious, saying he did not understand how terrifying this place was. D-player monsters and interdimensional powerhouses could appear at any moment, and even the weakest had 5 million combat power, making them impossible to resist. Even powerful demonic beasts chose their paths carefully, unlike his casual approach. Chumo walked forward coldly, telling her to stay behind if she did not trust him. Was stunned, wondering if he was really leaving. She thought that when he encountered a D-player monster, he would realize how naive his confidence was. She suddenly reconsidered that staying alone would be even more dangerous. Hurriedly chased after him, calling out for him not to leave her behind. Chumo looked at the large rock ahead and remarked that they had reached a fork in the road so quickly. Pointed ahead, saying her intuition told her the right path was unsafe because it was too clean without any dust or stones, likely hiding a trap. The left path seemed safer. The system suddenly displayed information that the D-player monster Karami, with 5 million combat power, was sleeping and disguised as a pathway, ready to devour any intruding creature. Seeing this, Chumo decided they would take the right path. An hour later, was astonished that after walking for so long, they had encountered no danger. There were no monsters, no interdimensional powerhouses, and no terrifying ruins, making her wonder if she had overthought everything. Chumo looked at her helplessly and said this place was very dangerous, telling her to speak softly to avoid attracting monsters, reminding her that she had been very cautious before. She replied that there was no danger at all and that D-player monsters were probably just legends. If there were some delicious food, this trip would feel like a leisurely outing. Suddenly, a chicken leg appeared, its enticing aroma spreading through the air. Was entranced, wondering why there was a chicken leg here. It was suspicious, yet the fragrance was irresistible. The alluring scent spread everywhere, making it hard for her to resist as she longed to taste it immediately. Mesmerized, she walked closer, but instead of a chicken leg, what lay before her was merely a fragrance emanating from a pile of bones. Continued murmuring about the chicken leg as she stepped forward. Fortunately, an arm pulled her back just in time. The bones suddenly shot upward, releasing a dense stench and expanding monstrously as if to devour anyone nearby. Fortunately, Chumo had already pulled away from the danger zone. Regaining her senses, she trembled with tears in her eyes, asking what that thing was and saying she had nearly met with disaster. The system displayed information that it was the remains of Lady Whitebone, who had once been defeated by the nameless stone monkey, leaving only a fragment of bone that still contained her soul and power. Chumo was slightly astonished, saying this was the remains of Lady Whitebone, and asked if she had ever heard that name. gaped. Hearing Chumo's question was like being struck by lightning. The White Bone Lady is a legend of our world, second only to the most powerful ancient demon beast under the divine lore. After entering the pale expanse for exploration, she vanished without a trace. She had lived for 70,000 years. At her peak, her combat power exceeded 60,000. Just how terrifying must the creatures in the depths be to make her disappear? Chumo calmly replied, the one who ended her was not any monster, but merely a stone monkey that casually swung its staff. Eyes widened. I would not believe such a lie. Even our divine lord felt insignificant when facing the White Bone Lady. How could she be casually defeated by a stone monkey? Faint voice emerged from the hazy incense smoke. Snow Martin, he did not lie. A woman stepped out from the pile of bones. I was indeed defeated by that detestable monkey, but that was 5,000 years ago. I did not expect anyone to still remember this secret, human. I am beginning to grow curious about your identity. Chumo felt slightly awkward. I am just an ordinary person who happened to know your past in your current state. Have you already been resurrected? He replied with a hint of regret. Resurrection is still one step away. Over the years, I have devoured the eggs of passing creatures to restore my strength. I only need 2 more and I will fully return. Chumo showed no fear. If that is the case, then I will send you off once more. Faint light swirled around as the two faced each other in a moment both tense and mysterious. The White Bone Lady said coldly, it has been so long since a human dared to speak so arrogantly before me. Chumo replied, it has been several thousand years since you were knocked down by a single strike. At your age, memory decline is normal. Do not worry too much. White Bone Lady's face darkened. You dare call me old? I originally intended to let you depart gently. Now I have changed my mind. I will make you pay. Felt chills run down her spine and trembled. White Bone Lady, he offended you. It has nothing to do with me. I am also a demon beast. Demon beasts should not fight demon beasts. I am not even tasty. White Bone Lady laughed sinisterly. After staying in the pale expanse for so long, I finally meet a kindred spirit. How intimate it feels, though little, the taste should still be acceptable. Little Snow Martin, you will become the nourishment to revive the demon beasts. Collapsed helplessly on the ground. In the end you are still targeting me. Chumo looked at her, speechless. Even the white bone lady was puzzled. Why did you suddenly lie down? At least you should struggle. Ai's eyes turned red as she nearly cried, shouting, do not think I do not know. Even if you are only a fragment of bone, your combat power must still exceed 300,000. You want to toy with us before finishing us, to watch how I and this human fight desperately. I will never let you have your way. This is my method of resistance, non-violent non-cooperation. Chumo pointed at lying on the ground. I am truly curious. Are all your demon beasts like her? The white bone lady rubbed her forehead helplessly and waved her hand, launching a punch toward the two. Be quiet at once. Nearly 10 massive bone fragments with sharp claws shot straight toward Chumo. Seeing this, he only smiled faintly. His golden pupils narrowed slightly, golden eye-shattering illusion. The sky seemed to be covered in brilliant gold as a gigantic eye appeared in midair. White bone lady stood beneath the golden eye-shattering illusion, its pressure causing space to tremble. The bone fragments she created shattered instantly, her gaze filled with shock. She gritted her teeth. Why do you possess the eye of that monkey? The system appeared. The white bone lady before you is merely a manifestation formed from residual bones. Once the illusion is broken, she will fall into a weakened state. He coughed lightly and collapsed. I waited 1,000 years to accumulate enough strength to return. The two stood facing each other in silence. She said, my luck is truly poor. Chumo replied, you should be satisfied that you could exist for 1,000 years after death. The white bone lady smiled faintly. I will not disappear. As long as I devour you to replenish my strength in slumber for 100 years, I will awaken once more. Who had been watching like a spectator, suddenly jumped up. Master Chumo, do not talk anymore. Take this chance to strike that bone of hers, that is the true body. Her eyes turned fierce. Just try it. Even 10,000-year demon beasts could not harm me. What can you do? Suddenly Chumo rushed forward. His arm passed through her body and grasped a bone fragment. So the true body is here, though the disguise looks real. The bones on the ground are only illusions. The white bone lady lost her ferocity. Indeed, nothing escapes those eyes. Chumo tightened his grip. The bone in his hand shattered instantly. The system appeared again, analyzing the weakness of the white bone lady's residual bones. Her body broke into countless fragments and gradually dissipated. Felt uneasy inside. That was the bone of the white bone lady, yet it was crushed so easily. Humans are truly terrifying. Can I defeat him and complete the Divine Lord's mission? Almost impossible. She suddenly recalled the tale of the monkey and those eyes. Could it be that Master Chumo is actually an ancient demon beast transformed into a human for an important purpose? Then following him is not betrayal. Thinking this, she convinced herself it must be so. Meanwhile, on the secret realm battlefield, a colossal demon beast stood towering. Someone rushed forward with a sword and delivered a powerful kick to it. Another white-haired person swung a punch using a tree trunk as leverage. Comments on the screen kept scrolling. In just 1 hour, the demon beasts in the secret realm have been wiped out. The saviors seem even stronger than before. Someone else waved a fan. Flames surged and engulfed the demon beasts in fire and smoke. The comments continued. But where is Chumo? Why has the vain god not appeared? His livestream is still just a dark screen. Inside a room, Yishuang walked in and anxiously asked where exactly Chumo had gone. Jai Xing replied that during the secret realm's teleportation, a certain sect master used spatial power to pull Chumo, which could have distorted the teleportation effect. He most likely fell into chaotic space. Li Xiang said angrily, you still dare to livestream? Was it not the 4 great sects that interfered? 4 sect masters joining forces to besiege him and calling it fair, truly outrageous. Jai Xing said in a deep voice, I do not agree with that action. It is truly disappointing, but I cannot deny their stance and status. I deeply respect the cultivator who just joined Tei Harmony Manor. After today, I will resign as elder and lead. Shuang quickly mediated. Li Xiang, do not be too angry. If they truly had real power, they would not be livestreaming with us. Moreover, the vain god is so strong that even chaotic space may not trap him. The saviors are already capable of clearing the demon beasts. Perhaps when the secret realm ends, Chumo will return. Jai Xing added, did you not notice? This secret realm has issued no notification. The demon beasts have been eliminated, yet the realm has not closed. The true danger may have only just begun. Inside the city of the secret realm, Wutong asked, you all feel it too? A mysterious aura is enveloping this entire place. The 3 stood at a street corner observing the scene before them. Perhaps this time they truly must risk their lives. They sighed, if only Chumo were here. Suddenly something streaked across the sky. A 2,000-year demon beast appeared. The scent of blood is truly sweet. Have all my subordinates been dealt with by you? Not bad at all. Hovered in midair and unleashed a powerful strike toward the three. Chen Fan swiftly dodged. That force is at least comparable to a 1,500-year demon beast. Tianzin turned and shouted, "Are you blind? That is clearly the combat power of a 2,000-year demon beast." The demon beast laughed fiercely. "Do you only know how to run? I heard there is a cultivator named Chu Mo who is very strong. Is he not coming? Then today will only be a dull battle." Technique brushed lightly past its hair. The cultivator coldly declared his name as Taoist Nan Henju. The demon beast gritted its teeth. "You can injure me. Your strength may not be inferior to Chu Mo. Why have I never heard of you?" Nan Henju waved his hand. "Because I have never appeared in the secret realm." The demon beast sneered. "So that is it, a nameless weakling. I will devour you first and then deal with Chu Mo." His voice rang out, "You have no more chances. Within the secret realm I have already surpassed Chu Mo." A fierce punch slammed into the demon beast. "I am the true savior." At Chu Mo's location, a spatial gate opened, and before it floated a crystal radiating dazzling light. AI asked Master Chu Mo, "Is that the exit from the secret realm?" Chu Mo nodded. "We are about to return. Hide inside my belongings first, but before we leave I still have one important matter to handle." Crystal before them emitted a starlight glow. System appeared. "This is an equipment vault created by a deity at great cost. It can transport demon beasts from the inner world into the secret realm. Currently it can bring in demon beasts up to 3,000 years old." The demon beast in the secret realm collapsed and said, "Even if humans return, you only win once. Do you think this is the end?" Nan Henju replied, "A sneak attack. My strike has already concluded. My only advice is do not struggle. That way your departure will be more peaceful." Demon beast roared, "A mere human dares to command me. What is this? The blood within my body is boiling." In an instant, the 2,000-year demon beast burst into a cloud of black mist. Its body dissolved into black sludge. Nan Henju glanced at it. "If you had not been so stubborn, at least you could have retained a bit of integrity." Someone approached silently, footsteps making almost no sound. In Tianzin village, she carefully avoided the sticky mud puddles, frowning at the black sludge everywhere, then wondered why the sect possessed such powerful techniques yet he had never used them before. Jing Shan calmly explained that the immobilization technique was meant to discipline new disciples who were overly playful. If they moved while meditating, they would feel pain like a lash as a warning. That was all. It was merely a minor spell with no offensive capability. Tianzin felt slightly disappointed, but inwardly acknowledged that the Tao disciples were indeed exceptional geniuses from the very beginning. Jing Shan looked at her and asked whether her master had never told her about the origins of the destined fortune belonging to the Tao disciple. Tianzin blushed and replied softly that she had never heard of it, asking what it truly was. Nan Henju slowly said that 70% of the destined fortune obtained by the saviors in the secret realm was secretly transferred to the 4 Tao disciples, and that was the true secret. Jing Shan inwardly cursed about when he had appeared, while outwardly mocking that his shamelessness was impressive, daring to admit it openly without any embarrassment. Nan Henju glanced over and said there was nothing to hide. Last time when the secret realm ended, their master evaluated them as equals. Jing Shan, why did you refuse that proposal? Jing Shan's expression darkened as he said he hated injustice. Nan Henju replied coldly that to defeat the other world one needed absolute strength, not childish fairness. He continued that secretly seizing the essence to gain power from the sacrifices of others was meaningless. Jing Shan sneered and said he despised them. Nan Henju turned his back, saying that results were the only truth. The mist from before rose again. The enemy was about to arrive. Those insignificant ones were not even worth being prey. Stay away and do not get in his way. A gray-white mist spread and covered the entire city. Within the fog, it seemed as if a fierce beast was lurking, waiting for the right moment. Anyone who inhaled it immediately felt their breath tight. Some clutched their heads, others held their chests, their hearts pounding so hard they could barely breathe. Yudong took a deep breath and shouted, "Can everyone still hold on?" Jing Shan told Tianzin that he was exhausted and could not fight. The opponent this time was at least a 5,000-year demon beast. Its spiritual pressure alone was enough to crush many cultivators. She replied that since Nan Henju had dismissed them as obstacles, they should let him handle it alone. Dark purple vortex surged through the sky. A white-haired figure appeared and spoke with interest. "Are you the final plan of the cultivators, being able to defeat the serpent man so quickly? Your strength is indeed not bad." Nan Henju was shocked. How could a demon beast on par with humans appear so early? She introduced herself as Lord He, and coldly ordered him to kneel and summon his 3 companions. Poisonous purple aura wrapped around Nanhenju, causing him to cry out in pain. Lord, he laughed, 10,000 years, you are mistaken. I am a 30,000-year demon beast. In the observation room, Mu Guang exclaimed in shock, what is that? Li Xiang asked in disbelief, is it truly a 30,000-year demon beast? Jai Xing said in a low voice that, judging from the live stream, she was likely telling the truth. Li Xiang turned pale but still held hope. We still have the 4 Dao disciples in Chu Mo. Jai Xing analyzed that if it truly was a 30,000-year demon beast, the gap in combat power was immense. Even at best, the 4 Dao disciples were only comparable to 3,000-year demon beasts. This was no longer a battle that a few individuals could overturn. Shuang trembled, asking if humanity was about to be annihilated and what they could possibly do. Jai Xing shook his head, saying that matters within the secret realm could not be interfered with. They could only wait for the outcome. The scene returned to the city, inside the secret realm. One spatial gate after another slowly opened. Lord, he crossed her arms and looked at Nanhenju with disdain. It seemed his companions were impatient, which was good. They could end this boring game sooner. Nanhenju shouted for them to be silent and retreat. It was not yet their turn to act. Lord, he snorted, if those 3 did not appear, he would not stand a chance. Or was he hoping those trembling saviors would rescue him? Nanhenju gritted his teeth, saying he needed no one's help, and even insults should have limits. Lord, he sneered, daring to face her alone showed courage, but under absolute power he could barely stand, which was truly laughable. Nanhenju replied that he was different from those who had lost their will. Upon sensing the pressure at close range, he realized that she might truly be a 30,000-year demon beast, but this was not her true body, only a projection. He said in a deep voice that even if her true form were present, he would not submit. The secret realm, the saviors, the 4 great sects, and even the gods would all become stepping stones for him. He stood upright, clenched his fists, and dark energy swirled around him. He shouted Kai Kai Tianya and charged forward. The attack was aimed directly at Lord He. The entire city was engulfed in swirling dust and smoke. Nanhenju stopped and muttered about dispelling the illusion, confirming that it was indeed only a spiritual projection. Lord He transformed into illusory smoke and chuckled, not expecting him to see through it so quickly. She had thought only Chu Mo was noteworthy. Once the secret realm was complete, they would meet again soon. Nanhenju was furious, saying he had endured enough of her deception. Suddenly she reappeared and said that although the shortcut could not withstand her full power, it was more than enough to transfer a 5,000-year demon beast. Whether it was an illusion or not, he could see for himself. Behind her appeared a gigantic clown-like figure. She told him to try to survive until her true arrival, mocking his arrogance. Nanhenju turned pale. It was indeed a 5,000-year demon beast. This was truly dangerous. Lord He frowned and muttered why it had not arrived yet, wondering if it was stuck. At the same time, in the pale expanse, Chu Mo grasped the overlapping point between 2 spatial gates. He realized it was the process of transporting a demon beast, found it strange, and decided to pull it out first. 5,000-year demon beast let out a furious roar. Immediately after, it was sucked back into the spatial gate. Nanhenju was stunned, wondering what was happening, what it was resisting, and whether the teleportation had failed. Jingshan and Wu Tong were also shocked to see the demon beast seemingly stuck within the portal. The clown-like creature was forcefully pulled by the suction. Lord He was astonished since long-distance transfer had previously succeeded. Comments on the screen exploded, exclaiming that it was mock God again, wondering if he had stopped the transportation. Seeing Chu Mo on the large screen, the audience cheered and challenged those who had doubted him, declaring that he was the true savior. He mocked the Dao disciples for secretly benefiting from destined fortune yet being useless, collapsing under pressure, and ultimately relying on mock God. The scene returned to the observation room. Li Xiang exclaimed in shock. Chu Mo was supposed to be lost in the chaotic flow of space and time, yet he appeared at the critical moment to block the transport. Jai Xing was deeply shaken, saying that was the pale expanse, a forbidden land feared even by spirits, yet Chu Mo traversed abyssal monsters, located the exact transfer point, and stopped the demon beast, truly a miracle. Shuang thought that perhaps it was not a miracle but part of Chu Mo's plan. He had even used Sect Master's spatial power to reach the pale expanse. Even if the whole world opposed him, he remained the one she trusted most. Jai Xing nodded, saying she might be right. Chu Mo always brought surprises, and the schemes of the great sects and the corporate alliance were trivial compared to his. In the secret realm, the 5,000-year demon beast growled as it was pulled away. Lord He shouted at the clown to stop resisting. She clenched her fists, unwilling to let it reveal such a pitiful state before humans. Looking at the demon beast before her, she recalled that her mission was to enter the secret realm and wipe out the cultivators. Lord, he decided to change her plan if he wanted to obstruct the teleportation. Then the demon beast would be sent to the Pale Expanse to deal with Chumo, the final hope for humanity's destruction. The demon beast roared and vanished from sight. On the other side, Chumo shouted to pull it out for him. The clown-like creature charged forward, creating a thunderous shockwave around Chumo. Through the screen, that man slashed straight toward Chumo. Lord Ha watched with complete confidence, believing that Chumo bringing the clown to the pale white land was a fatal mistake. Although your poetic talent far exceeded expectations, that strength was still insufficient to resist a 5,000-year demonic beast. You saved those useless people, yet in the end you could not save yourself. Turning to Chumo, he smiled faintly and said, "How interesting, has the otherworld run out of demonic beasts, that even this piece of trash was thrown over here." The clown approached with a fierce gaze and growled, "Chumo, prepare to die. Now I will deal with you." Curled his lips in disdain. "Earlier when I threw you out, I had already deliberately chosen your landing spot." The system suddenly appeared, introducing APMA KPI with an unknown strategic origin, an entity born from the instinctive fear of humanity, possessing absolute authority along with rules of control in the KPI domain. Any creature that entered would be forced to carry out a random task. Failure meant being optimized. Finally, the system coldly added, "The useless do not deserve to exist." Chumo looked at the demonic beast before him and calmly said, "Clown, you can no longer touch me." The 5,000-year demonic beast stared intently at the sheets of paper fluttering down before it. It was stunned, completely unable to understand what was happening. White sheets of paper scattered throughout the air, gliding past the gloomy statues and creating an overwhelming sense of dread, as if they were gradually swallowing the entire world. Somewhere in the distance appeared a humanoid creature with a head resembling a small television. On its screen, the words "task completed" or "sleep" were displayed, exuding both mystery and danger. The demonic beast trembled as it asked, "A task? What task is it?" Chumo caught a falling sheet of paper and said indifferently, "Something this important, and you did not even accept it." The gigantic clown, trapped within the barrier, roared, "Give it to me. Quickly hand the task over to me." Chumo looked at it coldly. "I already told you, right now you and I are not on the same spatial layer. You can no longer approach me." He continued calmly, "But who said I am a kind person? Your task within 1 minute is to do 10,000 push-ups. Oh no, now only 55 seconds remain." The clown was stunned. "Push-ups? Are you joking with me?" Chumo looked at it provocatively. 49, 48, 47, 46, 45. Through the mirror, Lord Ha saw it collapse to the ground and growl. She was astonished, unable to understand what Chumo had done to make the clown so terrified. She was puzzled because within the mirror of the radiant orb there was no abnormality, only the gigantic clown frantically doing push-ups in front of Chumo. Comments flooded in, "Am I seeing this wrong? A 5,000-year demonic beast is actually doing push-ups in front of mock god." King Xian and Tianzin were also stunned by this scene. The comments continued, "It looks like mock god is conducting military training for him. What kind of strange operation is this? Mock god is incredible." Passers-by were moved to tears. Although the scene was unbelievable, the 5,000-year demonic beast had been subdued. "We are saved." Lord Ha said coldly, "What are you humans celebrating for?" "I understand now. Chumo used an item from the pale white land or a pre-arranged demonic trap. This is a two-way barrier. The clown's actions are restricted, but Chumo also cannot directly harm it." While struggling to do push-ups and listening to Chumo's countdown, the clown was nearly exhausted. 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33. Chumo clenched his fist in encouragement. "That is already 4,763. Hurry up, faster. I believe you can do it." Demonic beast gasped for breath, so exhausted that it was on the verge of collapsing. Chumo smiled. "That makes 10,000, not bad at all." Clown collapsed on the ground in exhaustion, panting heavily. "Finally it is over." Suddenly a voice rang out, "The time limit has expired. The task of running 10,000 meters within 1 minute has not been completed. Commencing erasure." The demonic beast roared in fury, "Long-distance running. Chumo, I will not let you go." Chumo remained calm, relaxed. The task description clearly stated push-ups. "I did not misread it. Or are you planning to negotiate with Akamani?" Brilliant beam of light descended from above, beginning the erasure process. Viewers watching through the screen were collectively astonished. "Wait, what is happening?" On the screen, only Chumo's back remained amid the hazy dust, while the comments continued. Cannot see clearly, a second ago he was still doing push-ups. The next second he disappeared, not even a trace remained. Lord Ha was even more astonished, so it is over. But even if one 5,000-year demonic beast is lost, so what? The crystal layer is only inferior to boundary-crossing stone. Even a 10,000-year demonic beast would find it difficult to break, let alone Chumo. She believed that as long as the crystal layer still existed, she could continuously deploy troops through the spatial gate. However, she did not expect that Chumo would directly destroy it. A sheet of crystal shattered, fragments scattering across the ground. That was precisely the scene reflected within the mirror. Jing Xian pondered, perhaps to truly save the world, an absolute powerhouse like him is required. Nan Henju calmly remarked, "You have already lost the will to surpass me in Chumo." Looking at Chumo in the mirror, he continued, "If he relied on items or tricks, then it could still be explained. But if he defeated the demonic beast by his own strength, I will also find a way to surpass him." Nan Henju continued speaking, "Only by reaching the limits of humanity can one truly be oneself. When encountering the incomprehensible, you give up. When facing a powerful opponent, you retreat, comforting yourself that others will shoulder the burden. That is the mindset of the mediocre. That is why Master chose me as the Tao child rather than you." Jing Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. Returning to the secret realm, Chumo stepped out from the pale white land. He directly faced Lord Ha. She sneered, freely entering and leaving the pale white land, dealing with the clown, destroying the crystal layer. "We have underestimated you. Next time, no matter the cost, we will eliminate you." Chumo replied coldly, "So it was you who manipulated the demonic beasts into entering the secret realm. Then today I will deal with you." Lord Ha said confidently, "I am a 30,000-year demonic beast. If you wish to defeat me, then give it your all." Suddenly a voice sounded, "Wait." Nan Henju appeared and reminded, "That is only a spiritual body, a projection from the otherworld. Destroying the spiritual body will not affect the true body. Do not reveal your trump card before the demonic beast." Chumo said in a deep voice, "I understand, but I still want to resolve her." Nan Henju sighed, "It seems you are not listening at all." Chumo replied decisively, "Thank you for the reminder, but I do not need it." Lord Ha laughed coldly, "Knowing that I am a spiritual body, yet you still dare to take action." Chumo looked straight at her, "I have my own confidence." The system spoke again. "The purple-robed enchantress is the spiritual body of a 30,000-year demonic beast, born from violet light, proficient in illusion techniques and spiritual magic. Its weakness lies in incomplete memories and an unstable mental structure. The corresponding spiritual energy frequency can cause fatal damage to the true body." Chumo immediately launched a punch to attack. Lord Ha countered as well. The two sides were temporarily evenly matched. She mocked, "Truly foolish, daring to attack my spiritual body. Quickly show me your strongest move so that next time we can deal with it more easily." Lord Ha stared intently at the fist rushing toward her. Suddenly she felt her heart pounding, a sense of danger surge. Her intuition warned that if struck by the next blow she would dissipate. Spiraling force shot upward like lightning, blasting her out of the building. On another rooftop, Chumo dived down at extreme speed, clenching his fist and shouting loudly, "Do not even think about escaping." Below, her face turned pale as she thought, "This is bad, he is about to catch up." Lord Ha hurriedly turned and formed hand seals. A purple formation erupted around her as she gritted her teeth and shouted loudly, "World inversion." Instantly the sky darkened, black energy like tentacles surged downward, enveloping the entire city. Chumo stood beneath the massive pillar of black energy capable of devouring everything in an instant, sinking into the dense darkness and thinking, "Is this a static space?" Within the distorted space, her eyes glowed like an entity from another dimension. Her cold voice echoed, "World inversion is the final measure for the secret realm. Farewell, Chumo." And with that she decisively ended the game. Darkness descended to cover the sky. The light was completely devoured, leaving only the spreading black energy to create a perilous moment of stillness. Urgent calls rang out, "Captain, wake up quickly." The anxious voices pierced through the void, awakening the deeply sinking consciousness. The scene instantly shifted to an ancient realm, tranquil like an ink painting, everything peaceful, in stark contrast to the chaos just moments before. Chumo gazed into the distance, pondering silently. The world has been reversed. What exactly did that demonic beast do to the secret realm? Luo Shen said anxiously, "Captain, that scared me half to death just now. You suddenly staggered and would not respond no matter how we called you," while Chumo remained deep in thought, wondering whether Wu Tong, Jing Shan, Tian Xin, and the other cultivators had also arrived here. Information gathered by Jin Tong was extremely limited. Then the system issued a warning. A sealed land, a forgotten fragment of the past. The illusory demon is about to descend. Seeing him remain silent, Luo Shen called out worriedly, "Captain, are you all right?" Should we return and report to headquarters to replace you? Chumo replied calmly, I was probably a bit dizzy from the sun earlier. I am fine now, do not delay, let us enter the Liu residence. In the modern world, the audience was bewildered. The Secret Realm livestream suddenly changed scenes. Where is this ancient city? A town with an ancient atmosphere appeared, dim light draped over the eaves. Townsfolk bustled about, yet the images flickered strangely. Li Xiang exclaimed, what is happening to the saviors? Everyone seems to have lost their minds, transformed into ancient roles, from physicians to shop assistants. Could this be an immersive role scenario? She continued, this is Li'an City. How is that possible? Gui Xing said. 1,000 years ago, the first invasion of demonic beasts from another world began here. But was this city not supposed to have vanished? Aerial footage showed a massive black vortex in the center of the otherwise peaceful ancient city. A voice sounded in the southern district. All saviors have been assimilated into the residents here. A blonde player sat cross-legged in midair, surrounded by glowing communication devices. He asked about the situation. The device replied, it is the same for all. Cultivators arriving here lose their memories. Nan Henju is the same. He is now selling coffin. Blonde player sneered. He looked down on us despite being a Tao disciple seeking to stand out. This outcome is his own doing. The device warned, do not be careless. Even Chumo has been assimilated as a constable. This place is extremely strange. He remained calm. As long as we do not leave the safe zone, the rules of this world cannot affect us. Then we will save the world and open the eyes of those people. No one responded. He asked irritably, why is everyone silent? Is the device malfunctioning? Suddenly, streams of red-black energy like eerie fiery serpents slithered forward. His expression darkened. Has the safe zone been breached? The red-black energy erupted violently, devouring the surrounding space. At the Liu residence, Luo Shen pointed to the door. Captain, we have arrived. This is the Liu family where a murder occurred this morning. System announced that the main storyline had begun. The illusory demon is watching. Demonic beast 50,000 years. Strategy 4-0, weakness 4-0. Liu Nian covered his face and cried, please sir, bring justice to me and punish the murderer. My son was only 6 years old. Now my lineage is cut off. Chumo asked, could it be that your son has died more than once? Luo Shen explained softly, 2 days ago the eldest son drowned. This time it is the youngest, Liu Xiangwen. Chumo expressed condolences and asked about the situation and whether there were any recent grudges. Liu Nian sobbed, Xiangwen was murdered. I have lived peacefully without enmity. How could someone be so cruel to a 6-year-old child? Please sir, find the culprit. Chumo nodded, I will do my best, then asked where the body was. Liu Nian lifted the white cloth beside him. Here it is, sir. But when it was opened, it was empty. Chumo asked, where is the body? I see nothing. Liu Nian cried out in panic. How can that be? It was clearly here. He pointed at the cloth and shouted, look, my Xiangwen is right here. Luo Shen said gently, Liu Nian, calm down, there is nothing here. Do not make a false report. Liu Nian angrily grabbed his collar. You are accomplices. You harmed my son and now want to harm me. Liu Nian shouted, why are you doing this? What crime did my son commit? Luo Shen pushed him away. Making a false report and attacking an officer is a serious crime. Liu Nian laughed loudly, so you are no longer pretending. You want to punish me as well. Suddenly Liu Nian's wife ran out. Stop. Why are you having another episode? Liu Nian shouted, stay back. These 2 officers are in league with the one who harmed Xiangwen. Go find help. She tried to calm him. Stop talking. Xiangwen has returned. Then carried the boy forward. He is here, safe and sound. Liu Nian still shouted, nonsense, there is no one beside you. You are deceiving me as well. Xiangwen's face was cold, his eyes lowered and lifeless. Liu Nian's wife said apologetically, after Xiao Wu passed away, he suffered a great shock. Today when Xiangwen went out to play, he thought the child had been harmed. Even though the boy returned, he still has not regained his senses. The sky was clear and blue, golden sunlight streamed through the window. Luo Shen sighed, this trip was in vain, Captain. Why is it still so serious? They are pitiful. System announced the end of the main storyline. The illusory demon has temporarily withdrawn. It also warned that the historical timeline must be broken and its incarnation found, otherwise assimilation into the cycle will occur. At the Liu residence, sunlight bathed the courtyard and building. Liu Nian's wife whispered, they have left, stop pretending now. Liu Nian rubbed Xiangwen's head. It is good they are gone, they did not trouble you, did they? She scolded him for being rash. She had told him not to report to the authorities. If the coffin's secret were exposed, it would be disastrous. Liu Nian replied that he truly thought the child was in danger and panicked. Who would have known he would come back to life? He did not realize the coffin maker was so skilled. He muttered that as long as Xiangwen returned it was enough, then noticed the boy pointing and asked. On the wall, Chumo stood there with a calm expression. He asked coldly, "Old Liu, you are not insane at all." Coffin lay horizontally in the courtyard. Chumo looked at the coffin and said, "As expected it is here," then asked if it belonged to the eldest son. Liu Nian's wife hurried to stop him. "Sir, the case is already settled. What more do you want?" He replied, "Of course, to save someone." She blocked the coffin. "No one needs your help. If you want to touch Xiao Wu, you must step over me." Chumo said calmly, "If you obstruct me, I will not show mercy." With that, he brushed past her and approached the coffin. He kicked it forcefully. Coffin overturned, and a man and a woman fell out from inside. Chumo checked the bound and blindfolded woman. She was still breathing. "You are truly cruel, using a living person for a ghost marriage. This is the first time I have witnessed such a thing." Liu Nian and his wife panicked. The coffin has been opened, their minds filled with despair. Chumo cast them a cold glance. "Kidnapping and attempted murder. These are serious crimes." Liu Nian shouted, "You understand nothing." The coffin maker warned that it must never be opened. His wife argued why he did not stop it. Then both were horrified to realize Xiangwen had disappeared. Strange red-black light appeared in the courtyard. A vortex of the same color formed in the air, spinning rapidly. A wailing voice echoed, "Why was it I who had to leave?" Within the dark vortex, a sorrowful white figure spoke of his deceased wife. Liu Nian's wife trembled and called out, "Xiao Wu, is that you?" The white figure seemed to be casting a sinister spell. Chumo rushed forward, knocked it aside, and shouted to stay back. She continued calling her son in despair. Chumo turned and said, "Stay calm, that is no longer your son, it will harm everyone. Quickly tell me what you did. We may still be able to save Xiangwen." Liu Nian hastily confessed that it was the coffin maker in East City who devised the plan. After Xiao Wu's death, strange sounds appeared. Livestock vanished. Red marks appeared at the door. They were terrified and sought help. He said the resentment was heavy and required a ghost marriage. The bride and the coffin were all prepared by him. Vortex around the old man gradually dissipated. He pleaded, "That is all I know, please save Xiangwen." The space seemed covered with countless tiny shimmering lights drifting everywhere. Liu Nian's face turned pale. He stammered incoherently, "Xiao Wu's vengeful spirit has truly disappeared." Chumo withdrew his spiritual power into his palm and asked, "Elder Liu, do you truly believe that was Xiao Wu's soul? I merely gave a slight scare and you confessed everything." Turned to the others and said, "All right, the performance is over, you may leave now, your acting just now was quite good." From behind the white cloth, Luo Shen and Xiangwen stepped out, smiling as they replied, "Captain, you flatter us. It is still your method that is brilliant, no less than those cultivators." Liu Nian's wife immediately rushed forward. "Xiangwen, give Xiangwen back to me." She tightly hugged the boy, trembling as she reassured him, "It is all right now, no one will harm you." Luo Shen stood aside and laughed, "I had no intention of taking your child." Suddenly Xiangwen vanished, leaving only an empty set of clothes in her arms. Clothes and shoes fell lonely upon the cold ground. Liu Nian's wife turned deathly pale and cried out while trembling, "Where is Xiangwen, officer? This humble woman knows she was wrong. Please return my son." Chumo turned his back, his voice tinged with regret. That child never existed. He pointed into the distance. From beginning to end it was merely the illusion of that monster. The ghost was climbing the wall trying to escape as Chumo's voice continued. It dispelled the illusion to seize the chance to flee. A thunderous boom erupted from the Liu residence courtyard. Chumo had already subdued it and asked coldly, "Where is the one behind you? What is the purpose? This is your final chance." Strange clattering sound came from within the coffin ghost. The system prompted, "The coffin ghost is a phantom demon formed from human desire and fear." Chumo looked at it with disdain, still refusing to speak. "Then you have no value left." He delivered a powerful kick that tore its body apart. The coffin ghost shattered and dissipated into the void. Liu Nian clasped his hands and trembled. "Officer, you have avenged Xiangwen for us. I remember now. He was harmed by that coffin monster. This is a small token of our gratitude. Please accept it." Liu Nian's wife interjected, "Perhaps Xiao Wu was also harmed by them. That monster is related to the coffin the old coffin seller sold us. It is all his doing. Please arrest him." Chumo folded his arms and replied, "I understand, Luo Shen. Take Liu Nian and his wife back for interrogation." Luo Shen responded solemnly, "Understood, Captain." Liu Nian panicked, "Officer, what are you saying? We are victims. We were all deceived by the old coffin seller. He pointed at the girl victims, and you still dare claim that. Human trafficking, using a living girl as a ghost marriage offering, and then trying to cover up the crime. If I do not arrest you, then who should I arrest? Liu Nian collapsed to his knees. We were too frightened. Our 2 children are already gone. Please show mercy, officer. Chumo said indifferently. Luo Shen, take them into custody for investigation, and bring back the unconscious girl as well. Once she wakes, help her find her family. He replied, no problem, Captain. Luo Shen asked further, Captain, are you not coming along? Such a strange matter should be reported to the cultivator authority. Chumo walked away. Reporting is your responsibility. I am going to find the old coffin seller. Luo Shen hurriedly said, the old coffin seller may be even more dangerous than that monster. Our pay is meager. It is not worth risking your life. Chumo replied, if he escapes he will harm more people. Do not worry, I will not fall so easily. Luo Shen called after him, Captain, when you get there do not act rashly. I will return to the authorities to request reinforcements immediately. You must wait for me. System announced, the main storyline has changed. The destruction of the coffin ghost has increased the vigilance of the phantom demon. Current level is 1. Upon reaching 10, it will determine your location. Late at night, Chumo arrived before a gloomy small house and called out, old coffin seller, are you home? Henju stepped out and asked, officer, do you wish to buy a coffin? Grand opening today with a 20% discount. After a brief silence, Chumo asked, you are the old coffin seller. He smiled and replied, officer, you are looking for the boss. Unfortunately, he only comes during the day. I am just a hired hand. I can handle sales. But if you want the boss, please come back tonight. Chumo stepped closer. I remember now, you are a cultivator. Henju kept smiling. Officer, do not joke. If I were a cultivator, why would I be selling coffins like this? Chumo shook his head. No, we met before in the secret realm. He turned pale and said, what secret realm? I am only Shizin who sells coffins, just an ordinary person. Suddenly his eyes widened as he shouted. A voice echoed in his mind, I am Dayazinan Henju. Chumo asked, have you awakened? Henju rubbed his head, are we bound within this city? Chumo replied, it seems so. The other cultivators have also been assigned new identities and memories. To leave, we must find the demonic beast controlling the city. But we must not act against our assigned identities or we will be exposed, and it will hide even deeper. Henju said, I did not expect there would be something that could trouble you. He held up a communication device. Do not underestimate the great sects. We still have insiders. 3 Dayazi hidden in the void cave who have not been assigned identities can assist us. Chumo asked what was wrong upon seeing his pale face. He replied, the command token has lost its signal. Those 3 Dayazi have already met with disaster. At the doorway, Henju sat in a daze. Chumo stood beside him offering condolences and asked, were you very close to them? He spoke in a low voice, we had conflicts before, but with their strength, their sudden demise is truly hard to accept. To find the hidden demonic beast, we still need support. Leaning against a pillar, Chumo said, Wu Tong, Jing Shan, and Yue Tianian are also nowhere to be found. Both perception and strength are suppressed. This city is far too strange. Fell silent for a moment before saying, this is all the strength we have left. This place is dangerous. You should find a place to hide. Henju retorted, even with only a little strength left, I can still help. Do not underestimate me. Chumo nodded, if you are determined, then there is something you can assist with. The house looked gloomy in the night. 2 lanterns flickered faintly at the entrance. The coffin seller staggered back and shouted, Shizin, where are you? Come out. He muttered drunkenly, has that brat gone off to slack around again? I only went to a banquet and returned a little late, and you did not watch the shop. His eyes were clouded, and his face was flushed from drunkenness. In front of him, Henju was suspended in midair. A thought flashed through his mind. Has Shizin already met his end? He threw the wine jar down and shouted loudly, Gizzy, come out. I know you did this. What do you mean by hanging my employee in my shop? You keep talking about secrecy. I only came back a bit late and you already dealt with my man. An old figure slowly stepped forward. The coffin seller spun around and shouted, who is there? Come out now. Chumo sneered coldly, coffin seller. Tell me who Gizzy is and about your shady dealing. He hurriedly explained, officer, I was drunk and talking nonsense. I know nothing. I had just returned from a banquet and panicked when I saw my employee in trouble. Chumo pressed closer and asked, did I mention Shizin? And you remember the Liu Nian couple, do you not? The coffin seller nodded. Of course I remember. A few days ago Liu Nian bought a coffin. What about it, officer? He stammered. After selling it, I had no further contact with them. Chumo stepped closer. They confessed that they bought a girl from you for a ghost marriage. He denied it. I do not understand what you are talking about. Chumo said coldly, it is also related to the deaths of their 2 children and the employee hanging in your shop. Are you planning to take the blame alone to protect your accomplices? How touching. The coffin seller panicked. I will tell everything. Previously, a man nicknamed Gizzy came to me. Behind him was a human trafficking group seeking cooperation. Blinded by money, I agreed. I did not act directly. The Liu Nian family lost a child, so they bought a coffin. Gizzy devised a plan to create strange noises around their house, then used chicken blood smeared at their door to frighten them. Continued, Liu Nian became terrified, so I suggested a ghost marriage. The girl was provided by Gizzy. The act of burying her alive was done by Liu Nian himself. I only acted as an intermediary. Chumo asked further, what about the monster in the coffin that devoured their son? He trembled. What monster? I truly do not know. In the dark prison, only dim light flickered over the cold, damp stone floor. Girl forced into the ghost marriage still lay unconscious in the cell. In another corner, Liu Nian's wife muttered, why did the officer lock Xiao Wu's bride together with us? Liu Nian snapped angrily, you still call her a bride. It was all because you insisted on the ghost marriage. Now Xiang Wen is gone and we are in prison. She retorted, the girl was the one you bought. Why blame me now? What kind of look is that? Suddenly a pair of legs appeared accompanied by a flickering purple glow. Liu Nian turned pale and screamed, monster. The girl's body suddenly moved, her head twisted to the side. A strange purple light emanated from her. The Liu Nian couple cried out in terror for help. The coffin seller was horrified and could not believe the coffin master had taken action and even implicated Liu Nian's youngest son. If he truly possessed such power, there would be no need to run a small shop. The coffins he sold were now said to be unrelated. The captain questioned him coldly. The coffin elder stubbornly denied it, insisting that the hanging ghost was not the one who acted, claiming that the ghost had killed his servant and even intended to silence him, trembling as he pointed toward the familiar hanging rope. Jolted in shock when he realized Shizin was no longer hanging from that rope. Shizin had appeared behind him at some unknown moment, his eyes full of calculation, not yet making a move. The coffin elder stammered in protest, saying that debts should be settled by the ones who owed them, and that Shizin's death was absolutely not caused by him. Lion stopped teasing and switched to a stern tone, telling him to calm down. Suddenly, he froze when the coffin elder burst into a series of horrifying screams. Under Shizin's gaze, he suddenly collapsed to the ground unconscious. The captain frowned, wondering if Shizin had frightened him too much. After all, he only needed to hang quietly on the rope. Shizin frowned and retorted, telling the captain to try hanging for a long time and see if his neck would ache. Moreover, the coffin elder's reaction was clearly not just fear. A stream of purple smoke curled around the nearby coffin, its lid slowly lifting as if someone was about to step out. The figure inside resembled the coffin elder, muttering incomprehensible incantations. Shizin was stunned because the creature had no face at all. It stood upright on the coffin lid, still babbling strange sounds as if chanting an otherworldly language. Shizin watched vigilantly when he saw it attempting to approach the coffin elder's body. He rushed forward with a punch, but his fist passed straight through its hazy form. The creature grabbed the coffin elder's body, opened its mouth and sucked out a pale green aura, then declared itself the true master of the shop, saying that tonight it would invite the two fated guests to witness its ascension ritual. The captain asked coldly if it was the coffin elder, then who was the one lying there? It said that a month ago it met with misfortune in the mountains and was taught the corpse-nurturing art by an immortal, so it split its soul in two, the soul cultivating inside the coffin at night while the spirit maintained the body by day. As it spoke, it patted its face, revealing its abdomen swallowing the old body, saying it was merely excess material to form an immortal body. It admitted it did not want to absorb the spirit because it would revert to its old appearance, stroking its face while criticizing this body as ugly, too big in some places and too small in others, as if adjusting a distorted mold. It lowered its hand. The coffin elder's original face was reduced to a single large eye on the forehead, the nose bridge gone and ears growing chaotically, making it look even more grotesque. The captain looked at Shizin, whose real name was Nan Henju, and asked if this was the immortal form they desired, then stated that this kind of cultivation looked monstrous from every angle. The creature flew into a rage, red veins bulging around its giant eye, insisting that it was truly an immortal. It roared and slammed both hands onto the ground, declaring itself a corpse immortal. The roar carried immense force, sending Shizin flying backward. Captain told Shizin to retreat for now, then turned to the corpse immortal and said his junior had left, leaving only the two of them to talk, his gaze never leaving his opponent. He stared directly at it and asked why it sold coffins to the Liu family, and who had guided it onto this path of false immortality. It shouted that the immortal had not deceived it. The corpse-nurturing art was entirely correct, and others slandered it out of jealousy, because the immortal it met had a similar form. While the corpse immortal spoke endlessly with the captain, Nanhenju appeared after the fading echoes of the roar, clutching his abdomen and gasping, saying he had been careless, that the power was neither like a demon beast nor a cultivator. The sound had shattered his defenses and nearly loosened his bones, making him feel disadvantaged against such a being. As he spoke, he grew suspicious because the front was unusually quiet, unsure whether Chumo was too strong or the situation was worse than imagined. He shouted toward the house asking if Chumo was still alive, and a calm reply came from inside, astonishing him and making him wonder if Chumo had subdued it. Chumo spoke again in a puzzling tone, saying there was no monster at all and telling him to come in and see. Nanhenju walked in and saw two people sitting face to face in conversation. Seeing him still standing stiffly, Chumo invited him to sit together. When he heard Chumo warmly address the corpse immortal as Elder Guan, Nanhenju was stunned that they had not fought but were instead chatting. Chumo smiled and explained it was just a misunderstanding, saying he had always admired immortals and had been momentarily jealous and foolish, then skillfully flattered him in hopes of forgiveness. Corpse immortal happily praised Chumo, saying that recognizing one's inner demon meant he had the foundation to become an immortal and was very promising. Nanhenju also sat down and apologized for his earlier action. The corpse immortal smugly said that all who aspired to immortality were fellow travelers, and there was no need to mind. Chumo sincerely said that thanks to its awakening words he realized he had taken the wrong path and hoped to be introduced to the immortal who taught the method. Corpse immortal waved its hand, saying immortals were hard to meet, and only after it became an immortal and met its master could it speak for him. But for now it would pass the corpse-nurturing art to Chumo due to their affinity. Nanhenju questioned why such a precious secret technique was given so easily, noting that cultivation sects were extremely strict in accepting disciples, and learning secret arts required wealth or great merit. Corpse immortal laughed loudly, saying the Tao was not sold for gold and silver and could be spread even at crossroads. If everyone became an immortal, they might not be true immortals, and when it achieved true immortality, it would spread the method to save the world. It spoke of chaotic times, strange insects rising, endless wars, children starving to death, its wife dying on the road while fleeing, corrupt officials and cultivators obsessed with power. So when it became an immortal, it would teach the suffering so they could escape oppression. Chumo appeared unconvinced but admitted he was an official, asking whether it truly trusted him. The corpse immortal replied that although he was an official, he was known for integrity in Yun City, which was why it trusted him. And since Nanhenju was unlikely to become an immortal, the task of spreading the method to save people must rely on Chumo. Nanhenju asked disdainfully how it explained the deaths of the two Liu children and the ghost marriage. It stomped angrily, saying the Liu family was cruel and colluded with officials, causing countless families to be ruined, deserving retribution, and that it was merely carrying out heaven's will. As it spoke, it pointed to the bride's coffin from the ghost marriage, saying it was the key to the corpse-nurturing art, and the girl's soul within would merge into an immortal body as its Tao companion. It opened the coffin lid, revealing the girl in red wedding attire lying still, explaining that only when the yin and yang immortal bodies completed the ritual would true immortality be achieved. Otherwise neither it nor the girl would be whole. It turned back and said she would also be delighted to become an immortal together. The ritual was approaching and her body would soon return. In a corner of some prison cell, a girl with milky white eyes repeatedly slammed her head against the iron bars. The Liu couple lost sleep over this, intending to tie her up but fearing how that strange creature might react. Corpse immortal sat cross-legged, explaining to Chumo how to use incantations to seal the coffin, receiving constant praise from him. Chumo still wondered, since the ghost marriage bride required a special birth date, how it had found a suitable Tao companion among countless people within just a month. Corpse immortal replied that in Liyun City there were human traffickers whose clients could be ghosts, gods, or beings like itself, and the Tao companion was supplied by them. Nanhenju pondered and asked how to find that group. It scratched its head and said they only sought out destined clients themselves and were hard to encounter. Perhaps they would appear if one waited at the coffin shop, otherwise it depended on fate. As it spoke, it suddenly realized its Tao companion had not returned yet. The scene shifted to the prison, where the Liu couple was held. Painful banging echoed in the room as the girl in wedding attire repeatedly smashed her head against the iron bars, terrifying the two. The corpse immortal rushed out of the shop in panic, muttering that the bride might have been detained, and that it was only one step away from becoming an immortal. Chumo appeared behind it, expressing regret over the sudden mishap. He calmly said that defying heaven to become an immortal would inevitably invite tribulations. Perhaps this was its fate. The corpse immortal was unwilling to accept it and pointed at Nanhenju, saying he was the backup plan and would serve as a substitute Dao companion. Nanhenju gritted his teeth in refusal, saying he was a man, and moreover the birth date requirements were extremely strict. Grabbed him fiercely, saying it could not seek perfection at this moment, achieving a half-immortal state was enough. Male or female were the same in darkness, making Nanhenju angrily ask why it did not choose Chumo. The corpse immortal believed Chumo would spread the method everywhere on its behalf and therefore had to remain in the mortal world, unable to ascend to the immortal realm with it, leaving only him. Nanhenju firmly refused. The corpse immortal blushed and said that upon becoming an immortal and transcending mortality there would be endless bliss, then fell silent while looking at Nanhenju. Seeing it hesitate, he glared and said he hated people who spoke halfway and left things hanging. The corpse immortal covered its face and lamented that the more it looked at Nanhenju the uglier he seemed, and living together might anger it to death, so it might as well end itself first. Its expression darkened as it told Chumo that its path to immortality ended here, entrusting him with the corpse nurturing inheritance, and Chumo understood and did not stop it. The corpse immortal walked away as purple light erupted and enveloped it before dissipating. Chumo watched it go, feeling a hint of regret because despite its grotesque nature, it had once treated him sincerely. He admitted that if he had to kill it himself, he would find it difficult. Fortunately, Nanhenju was present, so it chose to end its own life. The purple mist still lingered around the coffin shop. The system notified that the historical milestone related to the coffin elder had changed. The vigilance level of the illusory demon had risen to 3, and if it reached 10, Chumo's position would be locked. Nanhenju did not expect the coffin elder to end this way and turned to ask about the next plan. Chumo gazed into the distance and speculated that the immortal in the mountains might be a demon beast manipulating this city. The clue was now broken, leaving only the human trafficking group that supplied ghost marriage brides to follow. Nanhenju suddenly recalled that the fake immortal carrying the treasured sword had been swept away by the ghostly figures like Sui Yan. The cultivators within the secret realm must have been brought here as well. It would be better to find them first and join forces for mutual support. Chumo knew there was little time left. The demon beasts would not let the two of them roam freely for long. He instructed Nanhenju to stay at the coffin shop. If she encountered those ghostly figures, she should report immediately. With his status as a constable in Ligun City, once he returned, he would enlist the authorities to search the entire city. If those people were still secretly trafficking young girls, they would surely leave traces. The scene shifted to a peaceful morning within the city. Suddenly a soldier shouted in panic and chased forward. It turned out to be just a mischievous beggar child. Clutching a bun in his hand, he tucked his legs and ran. Hiding behind the wall of a house, he panted heavily. Being chased like this just for a bun was truly reckless. Looking around, he suddenly noticed something unusual. A glimmer of light caught his eye from afar. It was a sugar blower, malt sugar shaped into tiny and exquisite animal. The sugar blower looked at him and asked if he wanted to try. The child's eyes lit up, curiously asking if those animals were shaped by hand. The sugar blower pulled the malt sugar and said that elsewhere it was shaped normally, but his had something special. He smiled meaningfully and lured the child, saying what he used was not ordinary malt sugar but a rare silent sugar. As he spoke, he took the silent sugar from a jar, kneaded it into a lump, and said that as long as one blew into the small tube, the sugar would become whatever the child desired most. The child eagerly stepped forward, impatient to try. He blew with all his strength into the small tube the man had just shaped. Silent sugar gradually transformed into hot dogs, fried chicken, and even Coca-Cola. The sugar blower widened his eyes in shock, as he had never seen such things before. The more the child blew, the more his head throbbed. His face turned pale, and he asked what had been done to him. At this moment the man revealed a sinister expression, saying it was just a normal reaction. Transforming the silent sugar required consuming vital energy, so feeling exhausted and fainting was natural. This little girl had the aptitude to become the bride of Hebo. Before she could understand what was happening, she lost consciousness, and in the darkness echoed promises of a beautiful future upon waking. The scene shifted to the present. The Liu couple followed the jailer. They had already paid a considerable amount of money to be released, but still had not left this place. The man said it was an order from the chief constable. Chumo had them arrested, did they not wish to take revenge. Liu Nian's face turned pale green, trembling as he said Chumo was a fellow officer. How could he dare to offend him? The man sneered, saying Chumo was a different kind of official, always acting lofty and disobeying superiors. The chief constable had long wanted to eliminate him but feared his background. This time there was news that his subordinate had brought the couple here and spread rumors about coffins turning into monsters and a coffin shop selling creatures. Such dangerous rumors could not be tolerated. Chumo would not escape this time. Liu Nian trembled in fear, his voice shaking as he insisted the monster in the coffin was real. He had seen it with his own eye. The man laughed coldly and said that was irrelevant. The chief constable had invited cultivators to take this opportunity to deal with Chumo. If the Liu couple caused further trouble, the ones who would disappear would be them. Within the system, someone commented asking the god of veins to take action. If the demon beast could not be found, then Lian City should be wiped out entirely since it was never meant for the living. Others questioned why the live broadcast of the secret realm had chaotic time flow, only watching for a moment, yet much time had passed. Li Xiang appeared to reassure everyone. Although most saviors had fallen into dire situations, Chumo was still seeking a solution. As for the chaotic time in the live broadcast, it was because Ligan City belonged to a lost land where time flowed differently from reality. She said the details would be explained by Elder Jai, then turned to introduce him but found he was nowhere to be seen. Her red eyes like glazed glass shimmered with confusion, as she could not find any trace of him. Yishuang stepped forward and said that Elder Jai had mentioned earlier he had matters to attend to and left first, but she suspected he had deliberately avoided them. The scene shifted to a corner on the upper level of a pavilion. Someone was loudly venting his frustration. It was Kyan Lianshan scolding those who had broken their promises. The envoy of the corporate alliance behind him, seeing the president's anger, stepped forward to inquire. He lamented that the cultivators had all left despite previously promising to deal with Chumo together. If Chumo returned from the secret realm, how would they handle it? Envoy replied that reinforcements had been requested from the alliance. The withdrawal of the cultivators had been anticipated, and the secret realm application was now broadcasting live images of Lian City. The secret of Lian City was a forbidden boundary set by the four great sects. They had dealt with many who approached it. The corporate alliance once investigated and nearly caused a major conflict. To conceal the truth, they would make Lian City disappear forever. Deep within a mountain cave, two figures advanced forward. Long-haired man was Tan Teibai, master of the Tiangxin domain. The other was Xiang Song, sect master of Taiyi Mansion. He inquired about Tan Teibai's injuries, and Tan Teibai said the backlash from using partial feathered ascension had been severe, and he had only recovered half his strength. Xiang Song irritably said they should have summoned the other two sect masters. Destroying the secret realm required caution. Tan Teibai believed this was a moment of life and death. The other two were descending to the seabed to awaken that being, and the two of them were enough to destroy the secret realm. As he spoke, Tan Teibai raised his hand to gather a hazy seven-colored stream of energy. Once the core appeared, Xiang Song would use thunder techniques to assist in its destruction. The core gradually manifested in midair, surging with immense power. Tan Teibai signaled Xiang Song to act. Xiang Song clasped his hands to erect a barrier and unleashed the innate purple divine thunder. The thunderlight merged with the energy sphere and shot straight toward the core. The collision of the two forces produced a deafening explosion. Yet the core seemed not to have been destroyed. Suddenly, a Lianshan demon suppression barrier enveloped the two of them. Tan Teibai was stunned that someone had intercepted the attack. Xiang Song seemed to have anticipated it. The one blocking them was Elder Jai. He appeared to stop them, saying that if the secret realm were destroyed, all cultivators within would perish. Earth would lose its final protective barrier, and when demon beasts flooded in, countless innocent lives would suffer. Did they truly not care at all? Xiang Song replied that if the war was lost, that protective layer would become a stepping stone for demon beasts. The casualties would be even greater. 3 Dao heirs had fallen, Nanhenju was weakened. Many cultivators had lost themselves and become puppets in Lian City. Although Chumo was still free, the overall situation was already decided. Destroying the secret realm was the best choice. Elder Jai pointed out directly that they wanted to conceal the truth of Lian City, preventing the world from knowing that 1,000 years ago the demon beasts had been summoned by cultivators of the four great sects. Xiang Song's gaze turned icy upon hearing the secret exposed, suspecting Shu Wu or Yu Tianan had revealed it. Elder Jai angrily demanded how he still had the face to mention those two. They had sacrificed so much for this world. Was the reputation of the four great sects more important than human lives? As the sect master of Taiyi Mansion, he brought shame upon the world. Tan Teibai intervened, saying time in the lost region was chaotic and the truth could be revealed at any moment. If Elder Jai remained stubborn, they would have no choice but to eliminate him. Xiang Song prepared to strike, asserting that this war would inevitably be lost. Destroying the secret realm would save more people, and they should not be forced to act. Elder Jai shouted that committing unreasonable acts under the guise of protecting the world was unacceptable. If they wished to destroy the secret realm, they would have to step over his body. His eyes were resolute, believing Chumo could accomplish what they could not. He would bring a chance to change the fate of humanity, and he would never allow anyone to block that path. The scene shifted back to the constable's residence. Chief Constable Lu Feixing pointed at Chumo, saying he had misjudged him. He used to speak of justice daily, but now did something that disappointed the people. He remained silent for a long while. He also accused Chumo of spreading rumors about monsters in the city. Such dangerous words deserved punishment. This time no one could save him. After speaking, he revealed a smug smile. It turned out to be a carefully prepared scheme. Constable beside him flattered him, praising his scolding and saying Chumo pretended to be noble and looked down on others. The brothers had long been displeased. This opportunity must be used to eliminate him. In the hall, someone bound and kneeling shouted loudly, cursing Lu Feixing for being heartless. Captain Chumo was risking his life to hunt monsters while he stabbed him in the back. He was unworthy of being chief constable. Lu Feixing sneered and called out to Luo Shen, saying Chumo had offended many people in Loyang. If not for his uncle serving as a censor supporting him, he would have met disaster long ago. He should also thank Luo Shen for providing evidence of dangerous rumors. The one pushing Chumo to his death was him, not Lu Feixing. Luo Shen angrily declared that the coffin monster was real. There might be more than one in the city. Were they going to ignore it and let more people suffer? Lu Feixing scoffed, saying how could there be monsters in Lian City, then looked at the Liu couple and demanded Liu Nian answer. Liu Nian insisted that Chumo had deceived them. When it failed, he imprisoned them, and he asked the chief constable to deliver justice. Luo Shen turned in fury and scolded them. Chumo had saved them from the demon, yet now they brazenly lie. Lu Feixing said that with cultivators from Lotus Cave stationed in the city, how could there be monsters? They protected the region's peace. If such an incident occurred, it would affect their reputation and achievement. Luo Shen did not believe it and demanded that the people from Lotus Cave be summoned for confrontation. Whether it was true or not would be clear at a glance. Lu Feixing grew displeased at such disrespect, asking whether he thought meeting cultivators would save Chumo's life. Lotus Cave wanted him dead even more for breaking the rules, interfering in cultivator affairs, and exposing the monster incident. Coldly stated that the blessed land treasures of the sects were distributed by merit points. Even if there were monsters, they would claim there were none. When the people did not accuse and officials did not investigate, that was peace. Luo Ping could not believe his ears upon hearing that order. Lu Feixing snapped that Luo Shen was still young and did not understand. Chumo understood yet remained foolish. Why offend others and invite disaster compared to bandits, droughts, or monsters that harmed only a few people? It was insignificant. Suddenly, the doors of the residence burst open. Chumo stepped in from outside, each step firm and steady. His gaze immediately met Luo Shen, who was bound. He shouted loudly, urging Chumo to leave immediately, because those people were plotting to harm him, and the cultivator was about to arrive as well. Seeing Chumo appear, Lu Feixing was overjoyed as if he had struck gold, but he believed it was too late to escape, so he immediately ordered his subordinates to rush in and restrain him. Facing the group charging toward him, Chumo merely glanced at them, his expression showing almost no surprise. Not long after, all of Lu Feixing's men, including himself, were knocked to the ground. He threatened through gritted teeth that daring to attack a chief officer would only worsen the crime. Chumo replied coldly that he was in a hurry and asked where the real chief constable was so he could find him directly. Lu Feixing's eyes widened in disbelief. Thinking Chumo was mocking him, he declared that he himself was the chief constable of Lian City. Chumo laughed leisurely and said that was perfect, because Lian City was about to face an unprecedented disaster. From now on, even Lu Feixing had to obey his orders, and all the officers in the county must carry out his commands unconditionally. Lu Feixing trembled as he cursed him as a demon, believing Chumo had gone mad to dare act this way. He warned that no matter how skilled he was still mortal, and if he acted recklessly, the cultivators of Lotus Cave would not spare him. Chumo briefly thought about the cultivators in Ligun and nearly forgot about them. He said that after handling the Yaman's affairs, he would ask Lu Feixing to lead him to them, since as a local he would be useful. Lu Feixing then smiled triumphantly, saying there was no need to worry because the Lotus Cave cultivators were already on their way, and he would see if Chumo could still remain calm when they arrived. Chumo replied indifferently that if someone protected them, he would not need to trouble himself running running around. At that moment, a soldier burst through the door, his face pale as he delivered urgent news. Before Lu Feixing could celebrate, the trembling soldier reported that the cultivators had all left, abandoning them. Outside the city, a long river had suddenly appeared, encircling everything. Anyone or any livestock that touched the water dissolved into a terrifying liquid. Outside, 3 people who touched the strange water immediately melted away, their cries for help mixed with scenes of chaotic flight. No one could escape. It seemed that all the citizens of Ligan were trapped, awaiting a tragic fate. Lu Feixing rushed outside, his face drained of color at the sight. A soldier reported that the sea current had sealed the city with no way to break through. Seeing the water that dissolved people, he panicked and asked where the cultivators were. The soldier was equally stunned, saying he had gone to Lotus Cave to check, but it was completely empty. It seemed the cultivators had abandoned them. Sweat poured down Lu Feixing's face as he muttered that it could not be true, that water only harmed ordinary people. Cultivators would not be easily affected. He still believed they would find a way to rescue them. Chumo walked to the water's edge and calmly raised a frightening possibility. What if the cultivators themselves had created this current? Lu Feixing refused to believe it, arguing that if Lian suffered disaster, the resident cultivators would not escape punishment. Such a major event could not be concealed. One of Chu Mo's eyes glowed with a strange golden light. He suspected this might be the reason they wanted to wipe out the entire city. The system displayed information that he was using the purple gold gourd, a vital treasure of Lotus Cave used for alchemy. If people were trapped inside, they would quickly dissolve into liquid, and through a formation's amplification, it could engulf all of Lian City. But destroying the gourd would immediately attract the attention of the illusory demon. Chumo decisively announced to everyone that they were currently inside a gourd. Lu Feixing followed behind, still confused about what was happening and why Chumo said they were inside a gourd, then froze when he saw Chumo calmly place his hand into the water. Golden light pierced through the surface, and beneath the ground a small snake was revealed sleeping. The system showed that it was a juvenile he-bo, capable of controlling water currents. If attacked, it would awaken its instinct and gather all the surrounding water. Chumo withdrew his hand and turned to ask Lu Feixing to lead him to Lotus Cave to see if any clues remained. Lu Feixing was in disbelief that Chumo had touched the water and remained unharmed. Chumo did not wish to explain further and coldly told him to be silent. Despite his fear, Lu Feixing became enraged and cursed Chumo for dreaming, believing that with such limited ability he could never command him. After saying that, Chumo walked straight into the cave. Behind him, Lu Feixing's face still bore the marks of the recent beating. Inside Lotus Cave, Chumo was surprised to find the place completely cleared out. He ordered the chief constable to check if anything had been left behind. Lu Feixing turned and shouted at his subordinate to follow Chumo's instruction. Everyone searched thoroughly. After a while, a soldier found a strange mirror of unknown use. Lu Feixing picked up the mirror. He said it was a communication artifact used by cultivators. He had seen them use it before. Chumo asked if he knew how to activate it. Lu Feixing was not certain. He only vaguely remembered that one had to press the patterned rim of the mirror. Immediately, ripples spread across the mirror's surface. A figure gradually appeared in the mirror, saying that a signal had come from Ligan City. Could it be that the communication mirror had been left there? Lu Feixing recognized him as sect master Jin Jiao. He hurriedly pleaded for help and described how the city was surrounded by a strange river that dissolved people. Unexpectedly, the cold voice in the mirror replied that he himself had created it. Lu Feixing was stunned and asked in panic for clarification. Jin Jiao stroked his beard and said that extraterrestrial demonic beasts were attempting to invade. They turned ordinary people into anomalies to mark their descent. As long as the anomalies existed, the beasts could descend. If the demonic beasts appeared, it would be a calamity for the entire realm. Therefore, a small sacrifice had to be accepted to prevent the anomalies from escaping. He used a magical treasure to envelop Ligan City, turning the populace into liquid to drown everything, allowing them to rest alongside Lu Feixing and the citizen. Lu Feixing collapsed to his knees, holding the mirror with trembling hands, his face filled with terror as he begged. He said he could accept the city being destroyed but pleaded to be spared because he was not an anomaly, asking for mercy based on their past relationship. Jin Jiao interrupted, admitting Lu Feixing had helped him gain considerable benefits, but unfortunately he could not save him, because even briefly lifting the seal would allow anomalies to escape, endangering hundreds of thousands of others. Hearing those righteous words, Chumo spoke, asking if they would stop the plan to destroy Ligan if he eliminated all anomalies in the city. Lu Feixing clung to hope, nodding repeatedly and saying they had traced clues to a human trafficking group called Guai Zai. which might be the source of the anomalies, he begged Jin Jiao for more time to investigate. Jin Jiao coldly said he would grant only 3 days. If the anomalies were not eradicated by then, he would erase the entire city. With that, his figure disappeared from the mirror. Lu Feixing could not believe he had only 3 days to resolve everything. He frantically called out again, but only silence remained. Chumo looked at him in his dazed state and assigned him the task of sealing the city and searching for Guaizai. Lu Feixing trembled, saying that investigating human traffickers across all of Ligan in 3 days was impossible even with all constables mobilized. Chumo calmly replied that if manpower was insufficient, then mobilize the entire administration, from the city lord to every office, even their families. If they wanted to live, they must find Guaizai at any cost. Lu Feixing was startled and immediately obeyed, ordering his men into action. Outside, Jin Jiao's disciples adjusted the purple gold gourd to its maximum state as instructed. Although he had given 3 days verbally, Jin Jiao folded his arms and declared he would destroy Li'an immediately, allowing them to die in their final illusion as a gesture of mercy. As he spoke, he retrieved the gourd, stating that for the safety of the world he could not hesitate over a small city. Moreover, maintaining the treasure consumed countless spirit stones. Those mortals were not worth the expense. He shouted an order for the purple gold gourd to immediately devour the entire Ligan city. Surging waters were forcefully drawn into the gourd. The juvenile hebo at the riverbed emitted a faint glow. Massive waves rose high, ready to crash down upon the city. Yet in an instant, everything suddenly vanished. Outside, the water still surrounded the gourd. A disciple beside Jin Jiao asked whether it had succeeded. Jin Jiao turned back angrily as the raging waves abruptly calmed. He shouted for everyone to focus their spiritual power and attack again. The group poured their spiritual energy into the purple gold gourd, and Jin Jiao repeatedly urged them on. In the past, he attempted 6 times, yet none succeeded. Furious, he took the communication mirror and contacted Lu Feixing, ordering him to suspend the investigation and check the riverbank for any abnormalities. Chumo appeared in the mirror, saying that the chief constable had gone to capture Guaizai and could not respond. Chumo smiled at the mirror and remarked that Jin Jiao's purple gold gourd seemed to have run out of spiritual energy. Jin Jiao roared, demanding to know who he was and how he knew. Before he could finish, Chumo coldly replied that to motivate the chief constable to pursue Guaizai, Jin Jiao had already lost his value. After speaking, he crushed the mirror into fragments and told him not to expect further contact. Jin Jiao glared in fury, unable to believe that a mere constable like Chumo dared to provoke him. He ordered all spirit stones to be used as fuel to power the gourd, determined to erase Li'an and all evidence, leaving that arrogant man with nowhere to hide. A trembling disciple behind him held a communication device reporting a new connection request. Jin Jiao shouted that at such a time who would dare call, if the evidence was not erased quickly, the situation in Ligan would be discovered by De Luo Heaven. The disciple hurriedly replied that the connection was from De Luo Heaven. Jin Jiao's face turned pale. Why would De Luo Heaven contact him at this moment? Could they have learned of the situation so quickly? He instructed the disciple to hand over the mirror and personally accepted the connection. A figure appeared in the mirror, smiling as he said it had been a long time since they last met, and asked about the situation in Ligan City. Recognizing him as Executive Ming Guang, Jin Jiao greeted him respectfully and asked why he was concerned despite the long distance. He claimed that Ligan City was peaceful and stable. The citizens lived in harmony and there were no disturbances. His lies flowed smoothly. The person in the mirror grew stern, seemingly having realized something was wrong when Jin Jiao had not yet destroyed Ligan City as planned. Kim Jayak was momentarily stunned. He did not understand why the deacon asserted this, as Luvan City and Lian Hoa City were clearly guarded by their faction, so why would they need to erase Luvan City itself? Min Kwang revealed a meaningful smile, recalling the incident 10 years ago when Kim Jayak, in order to save his daughter, attempted to establish a connection with another realm and secretly drew energy from the demon beast world, and from that moment onward, they had been quietly monitoring him. Kim Jayak sensed something amiss. He argued that interdimensional links were strictly forbidden by Dai Lathin, and if the deacon had known from the beginning, why did he not stop him immediately? Min Kwang gave a faint smile, saying the prohibition was only issued after too many mortals had died to pacify public opinion. and that laws were ultimately just a veil for the weak, while the spiritual energy of the world was dwindling, making the extraction of energy from the demon realm a research priority. And Kim Jae-ik's achievement even surpassed the renowned Dan Dai Bich Dong, known for spatial transformation, using Luvan City as a testing ground. Such boldness was truly admirable. Kim Jae-ik held his head in worry, admitting that Luvan City was now beyond his control, and with his current strength, he might not be able to destroy it himself. The other side replied that they would send someone, reassuring him not to worry as they were accustomed to handling situations like this. Scene shifted to Chu Mo. At this moment, he and Luo Shen stood before the territory of the Black Dragon Gang. Luo Shen remarked that aside from the government office, this was the local force capable of mobilizing the largest number of people. Chu Mo turned to ask whether he had ever clashed with the Black Dragon Gang before. Luo Shen said in a deep voice that their people had repeatedly disrupted the gang's illegal activity, creating deep resentment between the two sides, especially since the gang leader held an inexplicable obsession with Chu Mo, making it unlikely they would receive assistance. Chu Mo calmly replied that in the face of the life and death of Luvan City, the gang leader would surely choose the right course, otherwise he would not hesitate to replace the person in charge. The two walked straight into the main hall of the Black Dragon Gang. On the elevated seat ahead, a girl with an imposing presence sat there, her eyes filled with astonishment as she looked at the uninvited guest. Chu Mo looked directly at the girl, confirming that Wu Tong was indeed the gang leader, and stating that he had a matter to request. Wu Tong smiled meaningfully, teasing that Chu Mo had always been arrogant, and she never expected that he would one day have to seek her help. At that moment, Tian Xin appeared, believing that Chu Mo's intrusion was a provocation, and Chu Mo immediately emphasized that he represented the government in requesting cooperation to rescue Luvan City. Wu Tong burst into laughter, not bothering to listen further, and directly ordered her subordinates to restrain Chu Mo. A group of gang members appeared behind Tian Xin. She sneered that this time no one would be able to save him. Chu Mo solemnly reminded them that Luvan City had been isolated, and he did not wish to waste energy on meaningless conflict. Wu Tong replied indifferently that she did not care about the chaos. This was an opportunity she had long awaited, then half-jokingly asked whether Chu Mo wished to become the husband of the gang leader. Hearing this, Chu Mo felt his mind filled with questions. Tian Xin, astonished, asked Wu Tong whether she was truly serious about marrying Chu Mo. The subordinates hurriedly tried to dissuade her, reminding her that Chu Mo had always been their opponent. Wu Tong rested her chin in thought, saying she had once considered many ways to humiliate him, such as parading him through the city for days, fabricating charges, or secretly executing him in a dark alley, but none satisfied her. She stood up with a sigh, lamenting that Chu Mo had an uncle serving as an imperial censor, making those methods difficult to implement. Wu Tong gave a faint smile, saying Chu Mo had always wanted to throw her into prison, and now she was offering that opportunity to him. He stepped closer and whispered that if the two were to marry, he could investigate evidence of the Black Dragon Gang's collusion and corruption, and see who would drag whom into the mud first, asking whether he dared to try. Chu Mo maintained his serious demeanor, emphasizing that saving lives was the urgent priority and there was no time for such jokes. Wu Tong gazed deeply into his eyes, reminding him of his words about justice and willingness to sacrifice, then asked whether his reputation was more important than the lives of the citizens. Chu Mo hesitated briefly, before replying that marriage was acceptable as long as she agreed to provide assistance. Wu Tong felt irritated upon hearing this, as his overly calm reaction gave her no satisfaction, and Chu Mo further requested to postpone the wedding until the crisis had passed and asked her to locate the human trafficking group in the city first. Wu Tong draped her arm over his shoulder, agreeing to help and complaining that he always placed official duties above everything else. But finding people was merely a trivial task for the Black Dragon Gang. He sternly ordered the entire gang to devote all their efforts today to uncovering the human traffickers, even if they had to turn Luvan City upside down, and then teasingly mentioned consummating the marriage that very night. The subordinates immediately dispersed, and Wu Tong confidently stated in private that when it came to tracking people, their network of informants was even more sensitive than that of the imperial court. Chu Mo expressed his gratitude and requested permission to leave so that he could continue the search himself. Wu Tong pulled him back, telling him to leave it to the gang members and that they should now discuss the wedding, asking whether he preferred a white ceremonial robe or a red wedding gown. Chumo avoided the topic, saying he needed to check on Lu Feixing's situation, and Wu Tong disdainfully replied that her gang could handle that matter. Suddenly, the main door was forcefully pushed open. Gang members reported that they had captured the abductors and dragged a beggar into the hall. They asserted that all those people were abductors. Wu Tong frowned, questioning how they could have captured them immediately upon going out, wondering if they had simply seized people at random to meet a quota. The scar-faced man said seriously that everyone in the city had now joined the abductors, targeting officials, wealthy households, and even the underworld, and many of their brothers had already been captured. Wu Tong exclaimed in shock, wondering whether the entire city had gone mad to dare oppose the Black Dragon gang. A beggar shouted that they only wanted to live and had never done anything wrong, merely trying to make a living. So why were they treated like weeds and hunted down by cultivators who destroyed their homes? He desperately clutched his hair, saying that the river could turn people into cold streams of water, and if not for Hebo manifesting to halt the waves, they would all have perished. Chumo noticed this detail and asked how he had come to know of Hebo. The beggar, with vacant eyes, recounted that a true immortal had said many sacrifices were needed to awaken Hebo, and those who had once oppressed them must now repay with their lives. The scene shifted deeper into the city. Lu Feixing was tightly bound by the beggars, and he angrily shouted that they dared to cause unrest against the authorities. In the distance, an old man sat before a gigantic serpent with blazing red eyes, asking Lu Feixing whether he knew what the abductors were, then giving a cold laugh when he refused to believe that the entire city consisted of criminals. The old man spoke persuasively, saying that the abductors could be farmers, cake vendors, tofu sellers, courtesans, beggars, or butchers, people who had been oppressed and who rose up after the Great Flood in their struggle to survive. And from the city lord to the chief constable, none could escape. As soon as he finished speaking, the serpent behind him lunged forward, opening its mouth toward Lu Feixing. It coiled around the chief constable, its body swelling larger and larger. Abductors cheered as Hebo continued to grow stronger. The old man was still unsatisfied, urging the offering of more tributes so that Hebo could awaken sooner, waiting for the marriage to the bride, after which Lu Van City would be saved. At the old man's feet lay the beggar girl he had once lured. The entire city seemed to be shrouded in a heavy gray mist. The leader of the abductors emanated a gloomy aura, continuously muttering that the sacrifices were still insufficient and asking how many more tyrannical elites remained. A subordinate pointed toward the Black Dragon gang, saying that hundreds of people there had yet to be captured, and the old man immediately ordered them to be brought in. Subordinate reported with a trembling voice that the Black Dragon gang was heavily guarded with numerous personnel, making it difficult to breach immediately. The leader of the abductors shouted for Tuzu to accompany them and capture the entire Black Dragon gang, believing it would not be difficult with its help. Before they could depart, another subordinate hurriedly ran in to report that someone from the Black Dragon gang had arrived. The old man stroked his beard and laughed smugly, assuming the other party had come to seek peace, saying that since the sacrifice had come of its own accord, they should let him enter. Chumo stepped forward and directly asked whether the person before him was the leader of the abductors, saving him the trouble of searching. The old man pointed at him and laughed loudly, calling him the young constable who had ruined the ritual of becoming an immortal and mobilized the authorities to hunt him down, wondering why he had come together with the Black Dragon gang. Chumo replied briefly that he had come to stop the one destroying Lu Van City, prompting the old man to mock him for understanding nothing. With bloodshot eyes, the old man shouted that the world had been corrupted by cultivators and the authorities, and that only a deity from another realm could save them and Lu Van City, while Chumo had arrived too late. The old man summoned Hebo, arrogantly declaring that with only a few more sacrifices it could restore its true form. Once the wedding with Hebo was completed, a true deity would descend to guide the world. The leader of the abductors grew even more frenzied, laughing loudly as he declared that Chumo would become nourishment for Hebo and ordered the attack. Hebo roared thunderously and lunged straight toward Chumo with its claws. He crossed his arms calmly and called out, "Ai, it is time." At that moment, Ai was still tightly bound hand and foot. He slowly opened her eyes and regained consciousness. Hebo sensed this, turned its head, and roared as it called her its bride. It changed direction and charged toward Ai, seeking to merge with her. A blue flame suddenly erupted, enveloping her body and lifting her into the air. Hebo tightly coiled around her, while the leader laughed maniacally and declared that the wedding had begun, and that Chu Mo should consider himself fortunate to have kept his life. The old man said that he could change nothing, and should simply witness the descent of the deity. Chu Mo continued to silently observe everything. The system's voice sounded with a login confirmation, beginning to share the pet strategy and transmit power. A streak of blue light suddenly flashed in midair. Bo was astonished as the bride in his hands instantly turned into a pale white mollusk. He roared furiously, calling out for the bride and the wedding. A surge of power rushed in, helping AI break the shackles and escape control. The monster clan leader marveled how wondrous Bo's wedding has changed like this. Even I did not foresee it. The flood serpent was only a false image. The one who should have been devoured by the bride was the true form of Bo. Excellent, in line with the fluctuating laws of this world, Lord Bo, please guide the foreign gods to descend upon our dark land. AI ignored his words and walked straight toward Chu Mo. Are you all right, master? I arrived late. Citizens of Legon City witnessed the scene and shouted like thunder, revering Chu Mo as a descending deity and rejoicing at being saved. Su and the surviving immortals also knelt down, bowing their heads and addressing him as divine lord. The monster clan leader broke out in a cold sweat and trembled as he asked why he could be the divine lord. Chu Mo raised his hand to signal silence and ordered all immortal practitioners to follow his command. The immortals obeyed in unison. Chu Mo said sternly, "You are the ones chosen by me. You have transcended racial boundaries. Your first order is to eliminate all mortals. Use the blood sacrifice of Legon City to pave the way for the demon beast army. Establish a new order in this decaying world. Immortals and demon beasts will rule together." Observers outside were shocked and could not believe Chu Mo was the divine lord. Some thought he was merely acting. The scene shifted to AI standing beside him. Numerous questions arose about why she appeared at his side. Some believed Chu Mo was not benevolent and was about to massacre the city. An immortal in green robes said tremblingly, "It should not be like this. We became immortals to save the weak mortals and correct the world's mistakes. Why must we kill them? Have we been deceived?" Seeing his abnormal behavior, he stepped forward to question him. Instantly, that person shattered into countless pieces without any warning. The people of Legon fled in panic, their reverence turning into extreme fear. They were bewildered, wondering why the gods were not saving them. Some immortals tried to stop them, but only caused greater panic. They tried to explain that they only wanted to protect them and signaled directions, but no one believed them anymore. "We must also stop the evil god from the foreign world." Chu Mo looked at the scene and chuckled softly. "How interesting, I granted you power and life, yet all of you turn against me." Immediately, many immortals charged forward, shouting that they were immortals who must eliminate evil and uphold justice. But the sacred golden flame surrounding Chu Mo rendered all attacks ineffective. He sneered, "Foolish," then let it end. Everyone rushed in, but no one could harm him. Standing atop the pile of immortal corpses, Chu Mo grabbed the monster clan leader and lifted him into the air. A dazzling beam of light shot from his hand. In an instant, the old man was twisted beyond recognition. Nan Xinju stepped forward. Chu Mo turned and said, "You have arrived. I sensed hostility. Do you also want to kill me?" Nan Xinju did not answer but instead asked about his identity and his connection with the demon beasts. Chu Mo explained that AI was a demon entity who had descended before and was subdued by him. What happened just now was merely a plan to deceive the immortals. They were pitiable but had to be sacrificed to prevent disaster. He asked whether that could be believed. Nan Xinju replied briefly, "I believe." Chu Mo smiled and thanked him, then realized the immortals from Lotus Cave were still missing. The system notified that the main mission was 99% complete. Nan Xinju urged Chu Mo to rest, and AI also showed concern. Chu Mo refused, telling them to stay and keep watch while he went to find the people of Lotus Cave. At this moment, Lotus Cave was extremely peaceful. Bright Steward reassured Jin Jiao that the spell could turn Leon into a lost region where demon beasts could not descend, then requested the transfer of the documents. Jin Jiao smiled faintly, his eyes glowing red, and said he would obey the command of the great Luo immortal. Bright Steward summoned the void-crossing star pearl. Precious pearl emitted mysterious purple smoke. Jin Jiao asked in astonishment whether it could move the entire city. Bright Steward sneered and said this item was obtained by great Luo heaven at a great cost and could only exist for 10 years. Combined with 3,000 intricate formations, it was finally perfected. Though miraculous, it still required a huge price to move a city. Bright Steward said confidently that thanks to Jin Jiao storing the city in the gourd, it would only take 10 seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, the gourd began to crack. In the blink of an eye, it shattered into countless fragments. Bright Steward's voice turned cold with suspicion as he asked Jin Jiao what had happened and whether he had colluded with demon beasts. Jin Jiao trembled as he denied it, saying he did not dare do such a thing. After hearing the explanation, Bright Steward asked about Li Gun's situation. Upon learning the monster had escaped, he flew into a rage and ordered the extermination of all mortals in the 3 cities. Jin Jiao was drenched in sweat, bowed his head to apologize, and vowed to atone. Standing high above, Chumo sneered, treating human lives like grass and still calling yourselves cultivators. Bright Steward turned and retorted that Great Luo Heaven had its own rules, and asked who Chumo was to dare criticize. Jin Jiao recognized Chumo and said he was only a constable, yet extremely arrogant. His sudden appearance was highly suspicious. Chumo replied impatiently that the monster had been dealt with, but someone in Lotus Cave was abnormal and Bright Steward should leave. Bright Steward provoked him, saying what if he did not leave? He looked down on body cultivation. Jin Jiao echoed him, claiming Chumo had destroyed the gourd to stop the plan and might have betrayed them. Bright Steward reasoned that given the feud between body cultivators and Great Luo Heaven, betrayal was indeed possible. Chumo shrugged. If reason did not work, then it would be settled another way. Jin Jiao ordered his subordinates to attack. The crowd charged forward together. Chumo used only a single move, effortlessly defeating them all. Bright Steward used the power of the Star Pearl against Chumo. The purple mist enveloped him, causing his figure to vanish into the void. Bright Steward smugly mocked body cultivation, saying he only knew reckless brute force and had been sent into the lost region. But unexpectedly, a cold voice sounded behind him. Chumo had returned. He was horrified, unable to believe someone could survive that place. Chumo smiled faintly and said people often think everything is under their control. This place is the lost region where they once failed. Bright Steward's body gradually warped. He said in panic that he did not believe it. Great Luo Heaven would surely save him. Chumo said calmly that perhaps out of helplessness Great Luo Heaven expanded space, yet it still perished. No one would come to save him. He collapsed to his knees, watching his hands turn transparent and vanish, confused about his own existence. The system announced that his soul had been split in two, one half trapped in the lost region, while the other would suffer torment every day. Chumo dodged the counterattack and said he now only had half a soul trapped in endless reincarnation. He sneered that although the other half returned, it would always endure pain. It was better to end it early. Bright Steward angrily denied it. Before he could finish speaking, his body was torn apart like paper. In the end, he completely vanished. Subordinates all wore helpless expressions, with no hope left at all. One by one, they quietly disintegrated and vanished. Kim Jiao screamed in extreme terror, ordering his remaining lackeys not to be bewitched, claiming it was all a setup to take his life in revenge for the Bright Deacon. Chumo spoke coldly, "No one can save you now, the final mutated monster of Liuyun City." Kim Jiao trembled as he denied it. He had sacrificed tens of thousands of mortals for experiments, and that breakthrough was acknowledged even by the Great Luo Heaven. Why would he turn himself into a monstrosity for mere power? Chumo crossed his arms and calmly asked, "What exactly made you begin those experiments?" Kim Jiao let out a twisted laugh like a madman, his body gradually changing as he stammered that of course it was because mixed emotions made him laugh and cry at the same time, unable to utter the original reason, his expression shifting from fury to agony. His body distorted, flesh and bones twisting, his abdomen swelling as a fiery red little demon emerged from within. He roared that he was the sect master Kim Jiao of Lotus Cave, and could do whatever he wished, no reason needed. The story system revealed that the reason was to resurrect Yin Jiao, his daughter, who had been bewitched by the illusory demon, and opened a passage connecting another world to Earth. Chumo appeared above his head, his icy gaze reminding him that he had once agreed to sacrifice tens of thousands of lives just to save his daughter. He muttered in shock the two words, "daughter." The little demon in his abdomen suddenly glowed, a gentle sensation spreading throughout his body. Kim Jiao burst into tears, calling out Yin Jiao's name in despair. Chumo simply replied with a soft yes and gently waved his hand. With a single simple move, without any showiness, Kim Jiao dissipated into nothingness like fine dust in the still air. In the drifting haze of dust, Chumo's figure stood firm like an immovable mountain peak. His presence left everyone outside astonished and filled with admiration. Suddenly, the screen went dark. causing panic as the system issued an emergency warning. From the smoke, a man stepped out. It was Luo Shen. The system announced that the illusory demon had descended. Luo Shen knelt behind Chumo. Chumo asked why he had appeared here. Luo Shen replied that the illusory demon Luo Shen pays respect to the Divine Lord. The plan to seize the human world as ordered has been completed. It is time for you to awaken. The sky over Liu Yun was shrouded in a heavy, gloomy purple. An old man twisted with excitement, his eyes full of dreams as he said that after 20 years of reincarnation his memories had returned. This world was filled with magic, and he believed he would become a legendary mage or even a demigod. Another person wept upon recognizing familiar faces, but illusions caused him to mistake even an ear of corn. Various factions began clamoring to charge in and settle scores with each other. Another person clutched his head, muttering non-stop. He believed himself to be the true Crimson Dragon hero, yet he was passionately talking to a mouse. Witnessing the chaotic scene, Nan Henju and AI could only remain silent. AI asked in panic what kind of monstrosity this was, where were the people of Liu Yun Hall, and why everyone was speaking like madmen. Nan Henju replied in a deep voice that this was the power of the illusory demon. It had not even appeared yet, and the entire city was already in chaos. He did not know whether Chumo could stop it. Mentioning their master, her face lit up as she said there was no need to worry because he was very powerful. If someone beyond their reach appeared, the only option would be to abandon all resistance. At this moment at Lotus Cave, Chumo said indifferently that he had not expected the illusory demon to have been by his side all along. Luo Shen laughed loudly, placing a hand on his chest with pride, saying the body he used did not carry his true power so no flaws could be exposed, then asked whether Chumo dared to strike him. Luo Shen confidently added that there was no need to worry. He was the most loyal subordinate of the Divine Lord. Why would his master wish to harm him? Chumo's gaze turned cold as he said enough, stop acting. He had surely seen through the fact that Chumo once claimed to be the Divine Lord of the mutated monsters. So what was his true purpose in coming here? Luo Shen feigned surprise and said the Divine Lord might be mistaken. Did he truly believe he was merely Chumo, a mortal from 1,000 years later who wandered into a secret realm? How could a mortal enter a cultivation battlefield, survive, and possess such great power? Chumo's sharp intuition detected a flaw. He asked why a reincarnator in the Lost Land would know about events 1,000 years later. Luo Shen explained that it was Chumo's original plan, laid out 1,000 years ago to secure victory, entering the secret realm as a human to recover power. Had Chumo never doubted these strange phenomena? Chumo remained silent and listened as Luo Shen continued, saying Chumo once promised to lead cultivators to victory but also deliberately reduced their numbers. Now how many saviors remained in the secret realm? 200 or fewer than 100. Chumo calmly replied that the illusory demon's ability was deception. Did he think such tricks could shake him? Exposed, Luo Shen's face darkened as he threatened that the Divine Lord used Chumo's identity to protect his sister. So did he still remember his sister's name? Chumo smiled and said such a simple question was easy to answer. Suddenly his heart skipped a beat as he searched his memory and could not recall his sister's name. Luo Shen clapped and laughed, saying it was natural he could not remember because she never existed. She was merely fabricated. Now did the Divine Lord believe it? Chumo gritted his teeth in anger, his face pale as he firmly declared it was a mental disturbance caused by the illusory demon. He used an information reading skill, but the data about the illusory demon was completely sealed and inaccessible. System's voice rang out, asking whether the Divine Lord still remembered his sister's name. A line of text appeared. Chumo's eyes saw nothing but deception. A beam of light, a teleportation pillar of demon beasts, descended from the sky onto Liu Yun City. Houses were swept up and collapsed within that beam of light. Nan Henju stood firm amid the tremors, recognizing it as a demon beast teleportation pillar. The chaotic and destructive aura signaled the imminent descent of the illusory demon, and he worried for Chumo. AI turned pale as she sensed something unusual, saying the master's energy was in turmoil and seemed to be restricted. It was the first time she had seen such a situation. Nan Henju understood she wanted to help Chumo but told her to stay. AI was anxious yet still refused, leaving him astonished. AI said in panic that she did not dare approach the master now because this was the first time he was locked in a bitter battle. Going there would be like delivering herself. Staying to stop the teleportation pillar was the best way to help. Meanwhile, at Lotus Cave, the void-crossing star pearl shook violently. Luo Shen smugly held the pearl and said the cultivators of Great Luo Heaven and Lotus Cave believed the mutated monsters were coordinates he had fabricated, thinking the illusory demon would use them to invade the human world. So they hurried to use the void-crossing star pearl to transfer Liu Yun City away, but it was all a trap he had set. Chumo still stood silently, his eyes vacant and unresponsive. Luo Shen continued that even if a passage were open, powerful demon beasts from 2,000 years ago could not cross. He had intended to exploit the moment when cultivators used the void-crossing star pearl to open a path to the demon realm, causing spatial forces to collide and bring the full strength of demon beasts from 5,000 years ago into the human world. But an error caused him and Liu Yun City to fall into the lost land. Growing more excited as he spoke, he said that for 1,000 years of reincarnation history repeated itself. He had to remember his failures until they became variables that helped him escape the prison of time. Now the old plan was nearing completion, and with the void-crossing star pearl he would go directly to Earth. Unfortunately, Chu Mo had sunk into delusion. Chu Mo remained motionless without making a sound. Luo Shen raised his hand, preparing to unleash the decisive strike. Suddenly he froze, his smile fading as he realized he had used his innate ability on Chu Mo and captured a fragment of information from his consciousness. He grew uneasy and said that although he could drive opponents mad with information, the data he possessed was real, proving that Chu Mo was originally just a mortal who wandered into the secret realm. Each time he entered the secret realm, he gained immense power, yet Chu Mo remained unmoving, terrifying him. In just 3 cycles, the number of cultivators had dropped from 10,000 to fewer than 200. Chu Mo's past was so empty that he could not even remember his sister's name. Luo Shen trembled and bit his finger, wondering if Chu Mo was truly the incarnation of the Divine Lord, but he quickly reassured himself that it was merely baseless speculation, his mind in turmoil. He clutched his head in fear, hoping that when the descent upon Earth succeeded, the Divine Lord would not punish him too harshly, while the gem behind him continued to radiate a brilliant purple glow. Liu Yun City continued to suffer devastating destruction. The beam of light shifted its direction, launching an attack toward Nan Henzhu. Henzhu narrowed his eyes in shock, not expecting it could attack autonomously. AI realized that time was running out. The teleportation process was about to be completed. Nan Henzhu suggested that she coordinate to form a defensive line, so he could have an opening to approach the pillar of light and strike. AI was stunned and hurriedly replied, "Are you planning to charge straight into that core of light? When the teleportation is about to close, the energy surges most violently. Getting close might be more than your body can withstand." Pressure from the light pillar only strengthened Nan Henzhu's resolve. He recalled the countless cultivators who risked their lives in the desert to build prestige for the sect. As a Tao disciple of Dan Tai Bai, enjoying the sect's resources meant bearing the burden of a life and death battle. This was both the law of the sect and a vow with heaven and earth. At that moment, the pillar of light had already shone directly into Lotus Cave. Luo Shen seemed to regain his momentum and roared that the teleportation axis had pierced through the secret realm and was about to reach Earth. The 1,000-year cycle of reincarnation was about to restart. A layer of dark energy suddenly appeared around Chu Mo. The system issued a notification that the secret realm had been checked, the 4th day attendance recorded, and rewards distributed. Nan Henzhu shot straight toward the pillar of light, leaving AI to guard the rear. AI shouted loudly in acknowledgement, "Those troublesome tentacles disappear from me." She activated savage energy dissolution, forming a golden barrier that enveloped her entire body. A defensive line blocked all shockwaves from the light pillar. Seeing the rear secured, Nan Henzhu clenched his fist, cast aside hesitation, accelerated to the limit, and plunged into the core of the light pillar. The moment he reached the center of the teleportation, a halo of light flashed and then erupted. Pillar of light could accommodate projections for 1,000-year demon beasts to descend, and its core contained violently surging energy far beyond all expectations, even though Nan Henzhu had prepared himself for danger. In just an instant, the tendons in his legs were torn apart. The bones in his left arm cracked, his internal organs were severely damaged, and his flesh was burned across a wide area. Merely standing within the light pillar, the pain was enough to make Nan Henzhu's body feel like it would collapse. Wondered how completely his body would be destroyed if he directly resisted that torrent of energy. Yet he did not falter. Nan Henzhu clenched his hand as a stream of dark power spread outward. That power merged with the luminous energy of the pillar. Witnessing this, Luo Shen laughed mockingly at Henzhu's action. He sneered that even if he exhausted his life force, he could not stop his true body from descending, What was the point of prolonging it for a few more seconds? Suddenly, a blue flame silently advanced toward him. Luo Shen sensed something unusual, but when he turned around, it was already too late. The azure flame engulfed him, and the system announced the 4th-day attendance reward, Samadhi True Fire. The flame spread like a plague, covering Lotus Cave and then expanding across the lost land. The sea of fire continued to expand. At the same time, at the coffin shop, a cultivator was engulfed by the flames and cried out in agony. He screamed in panic, unable to understand why he had been pulled back from the underworld to the world of the living. In Ligun City, other immortals were also revived one after another. They burst into tears as the long nightmare finally ended. The monster leader clutched his head, completely helpless. Villagers cried out, begging for the overwhelming pain to cease. Inside Lotus Cave, the flames still burned fiercely. Luo Shen suddenly sensed something was wrong. He asked in shock why the mindless puppets had awakened and what this flame truly was. The blue flames enveloped Chumo. The system displayed information related to the azure fire. Luo Shen changed his tone and gently asked Chumo why he was obstructing him, saying his true body was about to descend upon Ligun and could use the light pillar to reach Earth. Chumo calmly replied that he was not his divine master and that the teleportation pillar had already dissipated. Upon hearing that the light pillar had vanished, Luo Shen turned pale and looked back, realizing that as the puppets awakened, the pillar had also dispersed. Chumo looked up at the sky and said that what he awakened was not only the civilians of Ligun, but also the consciousness of this small world, which had been trapped in endless reincarnation due to its weakness, something Luo Shen had never noticed. He smiled with satisfaction and said he had awakened that consciousness and made a pact to lead all living beings out of the lost land, while Luo Shen would remain trapped there forever, repeating his performance in this eternal prison. Luo Shen trembled, unable to believe Chumo's words and thought he was being deceived. Chumo crossed his arms and said calmly, like a final judgment, whether it was true or false he would experience it himself. Farewell, Phantom Demon. That beam of light was like a colossal blade. It blasted Luo Shen backward. He cried out, raising his hand to shield his face from the overwhelming force. The light exploded outward like a sun erupting. Ligun City became tranquil like never before. Luo Shen appeared again, awakening as if nothing had happened, and called out to the captain. He stepped into the void and called again softly, but no one responded. Luo Shen's hand trembled as he struck himself to confirm reality. Gaining clarity, he realized in anger that this was another historical cycle. Chumo was gone, the streets were deserted, and it seemed only he remained trapped in Ligun. His face filled with calculation. Did he think he could imprison him? If an exit had been opened, there must be traces, and with investigation, he would escape this bizarre place. Another beam of light swept through. Scene once again returned to Ligun City. At a street corner at the exact initial moment, Luo Shen awakened once more, repeating the same words as before. He realized in horror that the world had reset again. The time cycle lasted only 10 seconds. Preparation time was about to reset, completely insufficient for him to trace any clues. That beam of light appeared yet again. Luo Shen collapsed to his knees, unsure whether this was the 2785th or 2786th repetition. He gradually went mad and no longer cared. The system announced that the 2787th cycle had begun. Yangxin panted heavily from exhaustion. Head Jiaxing and Xiangsong were still locked in fierce combat. Jiaxing was faster by a fraction and counterattacked directly at Xiangsong's chin. Yangxin attacked from behind and shouted why he had not fallen yet, inwardly worried as his strength was nearly depleted. The two sects Tai Yi Fire Palace and Dan Tai Bai Cave were fighting meaninglessly over a single elder. Jiaxing trembled from fatigue and coughed up blood. Tianxin shouted for Gui Sheng to stop being stubborn. Demon beasts could invade the secret realm and descend upon Earth at any moment. Preventing the destruction of the secret realm was cutting off humanity's hope. Jiaxing replied coldly that he had said many times, do not even think about it. The red emergency communication device rang continuously. Dan Tai Bai Cave changed expression, saying that this signal was only used in extremely critical situations. Xiangsong shouted that it was over. It was the red signal. Tianxin exclaimed angrily, asking Gui Sheng if this was what he wanted. The secret realm was about to close and demon beasts would soon descend, calling him a traitor to humanity. The transmission talisman sounded urgently, explaining for Sect Master Xiang and Sect Master to listen clearly. The secret realm had ended. The savior was about to return. Humanity had won. The system announced that the secret realm had been completed for the third time, and in 10 minutes the savior would return to reality. Everyone returned to the present world. Wutong scanned her surroundings and asked when the third secret realm mission had been completed. Yue Tianjin said in a daze that his memories were vague, like a long dream in a distant place. Wutong frowned, recalling that they had been to Ligun City, yet everything that happened there felt empty. Yue Tianzi suddenly understood the familiar feeling. The mission was completed because Chu Mo had eliminated all the demon beasts and concluded the trial. Wutong was unwilling to accept it, trembling with anger as she said she was clearly about to catch up to him, yet in the end she was left far behind and gained nothing. Tianzin said that Chu Mo was the kind of person far beyond the concept of an ordinary genius, like a rare anomaly, so he should not bind himself because of a little hesitation, but instead do his best within his abilities, as forcing himself to compare with someone so different would only cause further mental collapse. On the road, the spreading bloodstains had already dried into a dark color. It was Nan Henju's blood, and now only his cold body remained without the slightest warmth. Those who returned all showed clear expressions of joy. Some recognized Nan Henju's corpse. Those who had once been scorned and ridiculed by him as incompetent now sneered and whispered sarcastically to one another. The inspector shouted loudly, demanding silence. "Do you not feel ashamed? Look at the wounds on his body. He fell while carrying out his mission." He continued, "When we fell into the trap of demonic beasts in Ligun City, what did you accomplish? While I was trapped in chaotic memories and completely powerless." He lowered his head, his voice choked. "Perhaps the reason we are still alive today is because he risked his life to hold the enemy back." On the rooftop of a high building, Chu Mo silently observed the entire scene. The person beside him spoke softly with a hint of regret, blaming Nan Henju for being so stubborn, so weak yet still rushing in, truly foolish. Chu Mo sighed as the world had lost another person who believed in him. He added, "Nan Henju, you helped me delay that crucial moment. I will remember this kindness. If the 4 sect masters had been more sensible, I would not have needed to act to the very end." Tiangxin cried out in astonishment, unable to believe that the secret realm had been cleared and Chu Mo still returned safely. Xing burst into hearty laughter upon hearing that Chu Mo had claimed victory. In the moment Xing let his guard down, Tiangxin suddenly launched a sneak attack, the assault striking like lightning and sending him crashing into a large boulder. Xing spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back. Still not satisfied, he intended to unleash another strike. Xiang Song stepped forward to stop him. "Enough, the secret realm has closed. There is no need to continue fighting." Tiangxin shouted, "Sect Master Xiang, are you still shielding your elder?" Because of this man, the Zhen general of Ligun City was exposed, and Chu Mo was even allowed to return alive. Xing sneered. "At this point Xiang Song still pretends to be righteous. You two brats can come at me together. I still have strength to spare." Those provocative words only made Tiangxin even more agitated. He turned to Sect Master Xiang. "Can you still stand by as if nothing has happened?" Xiang Song waved his hand. "What has happened cannot be reversed. Do not waste time on Sheng anymore. I must join the other 2 sect masters to descend into the deep sea and awaken that being." Tiangxin became even more excited, saying that is correct. As long as His Highness returns, Chu Mo will be insignificant. Sheng, you should be grateful for still keeping your life. Xing's expression changed. "The deep sea, have you gone mad? That place was personally sealed by the great Luo heaven." A subordinate hurriedly reported, "Sect Master Xiang, Sect Master, there is new information regarding the conglomerate. The conglomerate alliance in the diplomatic district of Kishin City has deployed many large energy bombs." Tiangxin took the communication talisman and laughed loudly. "The diplomatic district of Kishin is precisely the point where Chu Mo will return from the secret realm. It seems the conglomerate alliance has decided to go all out. We will not need to act. That much praised elder will soon be buried in the wave of explosion." Scene shift. Kaiyan Lianshan gripped his phone tightly in panic. "In 5 minutes Chu Mo will leave the secret realm. How long do you intend to keep me here?" The Alliance envoy smiled smugly. "Chairman Kaiyan, we are in an underground bunker 5,000 kilometers away from Kishin. This place is absolutely safe. Where else would you want to run?" Kaiyan Lianshan smashed his phone and shouted in despair. "What if I try to flee? The S-rank hunters you sent are nothing before Chu Mo. Even the 4 sect masters working together could not do anything to him. What am I supposed to do now?" The Alliance envoy proposed using bombs to eliminate Chu Mo. Kaiyan Lianshan froze, his eyes wavering at the thought of detonating bombs in a residential area. The envoy continued, "Chairman Kaiyan, aside from you the other 15 presidents have all agreed to this plan. The The conglomerate headquarters in the outskirts of Kishan has already evacuated all personnel, and civilians have also been relocated more than 200 kilometers away. If anyone is still harmed, it can only be considered fate. Lianshan pondered, but if the bombs are dropped and Chu Mo escapes the center of the explosion, it may be difficult to inflict serious damage. As if reading his thoughts, the envoy leaned closer and whispered, Chairman Kyan, what are you still hesitating for? This is the best opportunity. Chu Mo left the secret realm while battling the 4 great sect masters, so his return position will certainly correspond. Therefore, the Alliance has arranged 7 large bombs around the teleportation point. The moment he appears, he will have no time to react. With a single explosion, everything will end. The envoy glanced at the black bag and said, inside this case is the detonation device. Chairman Kyan, the opportunity to deal with Chu Mo lies in your hand. Realizing the scheme, Kyan Lianshan widened his eyes and shouted, you intend to make me bear all the consequences after the explosion. The envoy lifted the bag in threat. Chairman Kyan, what other choice do you have? Do not forget that it was you who used Chu Mo's elder sister for experiments which ignited the conflict. With all that, do you think he would spare you? Upon hearing this, Kyan Lianshan's entire body stiffened. After a while, like a man cornered against a wall, he slowly reached out and accepted the bag. System announced that the global secret realm had closed, and the Supreme Being was preparing to return to reality. Chu Mo was teleported to the diplomatic district of Kishan. Immediately sensed that something was amiss. At this moment, Chu Mo felt as if he were facing an invisible and extremely dangerous threat. Lianshan pressed the red button firmly. A world-shattering explosion erupted, as if tearing the sky apart. The ground trembled violently, layers of buildings collapsing like thin sheets of paper. Lianshan went mad, repeatedly pressing the button without stopping. From the epicenter, a chain of explosions spread outward. The entire city seemed to be swallowed by a sea of fire and shockwave. The envoy stood with arms crossed coldly. Chairman Kyan, that is enough. I forgot to tell you the button only needs to be pressed once. Kyan Lianshan panted heavily, his eyes in disarray as he urgently asked whether Chu Mo had died. The envoy affirmed that this was the pinnacle of human technology. In theory, no cultivator could withstand such devastation. But Chu Mo often defied expectations, so to be certain hunters would soon enter the epicenter to investigate. Even if he survived being struck by all 7 bombs, he would be gravely injured, and we will not allow him any chance to recover. The city burned crimson like a scene from hell. Amid the sea of fire and ruins, a blue aura suddenly flared up. Within that blue light stood Chu Mo, his body completely intact without any damage. The system reported that it had endured an extremely powerful external shock and warned that thermal energy had reached the maximum threshold. AI Huacheng, standing on Chu Mo's shoulder, anxiously asked if her master was unharmed. The system continued to announce that the host had entered a resting state, and the surplus energy had begun to reconstruct and enhance his body. Outside on the streets, people discussed while looking at their phones, my God, an apparent nuclear explosion has occurred in the diplomatic district of Kishan. Is this news real or fake? I am in Danmiao City and can see the black smoke rising. Videos are also spreading online. The conglomerate alliance actually dared to drop bombs. It is obvious they were targeting Chu Mo, truly reckless to the point of disregarding their reputation. Lianshan fumed while reading the news, muttering that during the Secret Realm livestream a long-tailed demonic beast appeared beside Chu Mo. Perhaps he had betrayed Earth. At the final moment of the livestream, the screen went dark, and even Nan Henju, who had remained the most conscious, did not survive. Ultimately, what happened in the Secret Realm is known only to Chu Mo. The more he read, the more he shuddered. Could it be that Chu Mo killed Nan Henju to silence him? In the office, he said to Kyan Lianshan, as expected of Chairman Kyan, in such a short time you have mobilized the online propaganda forces. Public opinion on the internet is gradually shifting to question Chu Mo's identity. Kyan Lianshan frowned in response. That is insignificant. What matters is whether Chu Mo is still alive. Only when he is truly dead will I be able to sleep peacefully. He confidently stated that 600 hunters had been dispatched and divided into 10 reconnaissance teams to enter the explosion area, and results would soon arrive. The scene shifted to the outskirts of Kishan, where thick smoke covered a landscape of desolation and ruin. The footsteps of the reconnaissance teams echoed, and Huan spoke up. Is this truly a nuclear explosion? Even the outer region has been devastated to such an extent. It is terrifying. Another member asked whether we could still find the target's remains. With 7 bombs like that, Chu Mo might have already been obliterated by the explosion. Huan replied not to speak ill. I came here not only for the investigation reward. If we find Chu Mo's corpse, it will be a huge windfall. and if he is alive but severely injured, then defeating him will bring an even greater bounty. Captain's voice sounded through the communicator. All teams pay attention. We are about to enter the central dangerous zone of the explosion. Protective time remaining is 30 minutes. If the target is not found within 15 minutes, withdraw immediately. Everyone responded in unison, understood, and dispersed into action. On this side, AI was still muttering. I want to go home. I want to eat roasted chicken drumsticks. How long does the master intend to sleep? System reported that the progress of the Samadhi True Fire body reconstruction had reached 50%, exceeding the endurance threshold and causing bodily strain. Looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Suddenly, the system reminded that the host had been attacked and automatically activated the damage transfer function. She shifted from a dazed expression to annoyance, muttering what kind of bizarre ability this was. Does that mean all the pain is borne by me? If it is like this every time, then it is truly too much. The captain of Team 3 reported the situation. Target discovered. No external injuries are visible, but he appears to have fallen into an immobile, unconscious state. The demonic beast beside the target is kneeling and showing signs of pain, likely due to the shock of the explosion. Coordinates have been sent. Urgent reinforcements requested. Owen rushed forward, leaving behind the words that reinforcement could go to hell. The captain shouted loudly for him to return, asking if he intended to disobey orders. He replied bluntly that one target was unconscious and the other severely injured. Such a rare opportunity was not to be missed. He wanted Chumo to disappear and claim the full bounty. The other members also accelerated in pursuit, apologizing to the captain that they too did not want to miss out on this reward. Captain sighed helplessly, truly blinded by money, so they might as well charge in together. Owen laughed, saying the captain could not resist after all, and the group rushed forward while AI was still kneeling and clutching her chest in pain before the enemy. She kept murmuring the words pain and enemy, as if waiting for this very moment. She screamed that these free sandbags should come and taste her pain. Flash of light erupted along with a thunderous explosion, and dust and smoke instantly filled the space. From afar, another squad member complained that Squad 3 had promised to coordinate the encirclement, but acted on their own first. The person beside him replied that they likely saw Chu Mo injured and wanted to seize the credit, urging them to hurry before the bounty was taken. In the basement, the envoy of the corporate alliance was attentively listening to reports through the radio. Squad 3 lost signal with no survival response, followed by Squads 2, 4, and 5 falling silent in succession. Lionshin became furious upon hearing this, questioning whether their hunters had been wiped out by Chu Mo alone. A report from Squad 7 came through, stating that upon reaching Squad 3's location, they only found traces of battle but neither Chu Mo nor any corpses, and more than a dozen squads seemed to have vanished. Lionshin frowned and asked what vanished meant, whether they had perished together or Chu Mo had fled while injured. The other replied coldly that being able to annihilate multiple squads in an instant proved he had not weakened at all, and even ultimate weapons like nuclear missiles could hardly reach him. He frowned. If Chu Mo was unharmed, there was no need for him to leave. Dealing with the remaining hunters would have been effortless. The envoy turned his back and said who could know, perhaps Chu Mo had more important matters than those hunters, and Lionshin suspiciously asked what he meant. The envoy paused and replied that for example he might be targeting them, perhaps aiming at the alliance's chairman or dealing with the one who had caused him trouble, namely himself, or even searching for the person who had harmed his sister. After all, it was Lionshin who had used her for experiments. Lionshin turned pale and asked him to wait, questioning whether he intended to leave since he had promised protection, and wondered what he should do if he departed. The man did not turn back and replied that he should try praying, not to the gods but to Chu Mo. On the surface, passers-by gathered and discussed noisily. Someone exclaimed that the subway had stopped operating and the roads were congested, wondering what was happening. Another said had he not seen the news, the alliance had launched 7 nuclear missiles and still failed to defeat Chu Mo. And because of the proximity to Qi Mountain, the corporations were retreating in chaos, with some areas even suffering power and water outages with no idea when they would be restored. One person sighed about what would become of the world, fearing internal conflict before any demon beasts attacked, while another responded that the alliance was not on Chu Mo's level. Stocks were plummeting. The 4 great sects remained silent, None were reliable, and there were even rumors that Chu Mo was colluding with demon beasts. An older man interjected that their information was outdated, as rumors online claimed Chu Mo was the chairman of the Bright Society who had secretly supported the economy, and only appeared when demon beast disasters erupted to clean up the aftermath. Another refuted this, claiming to have private information that he was a member of the TT from deep space who had infiltrated humanity long ago and regarded this world as their property. Girl joined the discussion, saying Chu Mo was merely a mutant after being bitten by a spider and had even participated in an animal protection organization. And although others laughed at her, she argued that their information was not necessarily reliable either. The scene shifted to another remote city. Han Ning stood beside Chu Mo and spoke. He said the entire world was watching Chu Mo's every move and his plans with the conglomerate, yet he had quietly come to this remote place. Chu Mo looked at his phone, reading the rumors about the Bright Society, the TT, and the Animal Protection Organization before laughing. He mentioned that there were even rumors about gender transformation, and Han Ning replied not to blame him, as the alliance was smearing Chu Mo, so he had released additional confusing information to prevent ordinary people from believing them. He explained that he could only dilute the rumors with many other stories to divert attention. Chu Mo became serious and said enough joking, asking about the investigation he had requested, and Han Ning replied that he could obtain whatever information he wanted, and that this place was the origin of both Chu Mo and his sister. The scene shifted to the orphanage. Chu Mo walked in under the surprised gazes of the children, who cheered upon recognizing their idol. The children eagerly asked for group photos, saying they always followed his live streams and supported him despite the negative rumors online. He awkwardly told everyone to calm down as questions poured in about the secret to his strength or requests to touch his windbreaker. Chu Mo smiled and said that if they liked his windbreaker, they were free to touch it. The children competed to touch the coat, continuously exclaiming in delight. As the atmosphere grew lively, Director She appeared and coughed lightly, reminding them that it was time for bed. A chubby pink-haired girl pouted and called him a smelly old man because her idol had arrived and she did not want to sleep yet. He called out to Chu Mo. Chu Mo stood up and greeted Director She, saying it had been a long time since they last met. The two entered a private room, where the director remarked that the small orphanage had managed to nurture a figure of such stature. He said Chu Mo was now the global focus and his sudden return must mean he had business, and Chu Mo replied that he only wished to ask a few questions before leaving, wanting to know about his origin. Director recalled a rainy night many years ago when Chu Mo had been abandoned at the gate, and after so much time had passed, finding his parents was nearly hopeless. Chu Mo said it did not matter if they could not be found as he was not overly concerned, and then asked what the director knew about his sister. Director asked anxiously if he meant Chu Yun, and whether there was anything unusual about her situation. Chu Mo replied that the less the director knew the safer it would be, and that he only needed to recount what he was aware of. Director recounted that Chu Yun had lost her family in a fire and was brought here, that she was optimistic and possessed leadership qualities, always showing special care toward Chu Mo, perhaps because she saw the shadow of her deceased younger brother in him and regarded him as family. She had insisted that if she were to be adopted, she must bring him along, but his distant personality at the time caused many families to give up until that sinful family appeared. Chu Mo spoke coldly, asking whether the director had handed 2 children over to a cannibal family. Director choked with emotion and apologized for not recognizing their true nature, explaining that he only learned the truth after the case was exposed and had searched for them ever since without success. Fortunately, both of them were still alive. He asked emotionally whether Chu Yun was currently well. Chu Mo replied that his sister had been seriously ill for the past 2 years, but he had found a way to treat her, and she would certainly recover. As night fell in the remote city, Ha Chu asked Han Ning. He asked if it was over, and Han Ning replied that Chu Mo had left early, teasing that since being beaten by him, Ha Chu had been avoiding him, truly a strange personality. Ha Chu retorted that he had not intentionally avoided him, and asked about Chu Mo's current condition. Han Ning recounted that Chu Mo had spoken with the director for half an hour before being surrounded by the children, and when he left he appeared very tired and said he did not wish to see children again for some time. It was surprising that he would yield before them. Ha Chu glanced at him and asked whether he found this amusing. Han Ning replied that the orphanage had ceased operations 10 years ago due to a child trafficking scandal, and the director had also ended his life there, leaving the place abandoned because of its notoriety. There could not possibly be any children there. As the two pushed the door open, they only smelled the scent of thick dust. And Ning asked whether he sensed any spiritual energy or traces of magic. Ha-Chu covered his nose and replied that there was absolutely none. The place was merely a long abandoned structure, questioning why Chu-mo had said otherwise. Han Ning wiped away the thick dust on the table and said he did not believe Chu-mo had lied. At least there was no need to fabricate something so easily exposed in front of him. Ha-Chu wondered if that meant Chu-mo had truly seen the director and the orphanage as they existed. Han Ning replied that he had a hypothesis but needed verification, and that compared to Chu-mo, Chu-yun was even more suspicious. In the old classroom, Han Ning said he could not determine Chu-yun's former dormitory, so they would temporarily use this room, as she had lived here long enough to leave traces. He asked whether Hong Chen incense had been brought. Ha-Chu took out a stick and said this was Hong Chen incense. Lighting it for 5 minutes could extract images of the past, but required an item she cherished as a medium. Han Ning took a wooden horse from his pocket. He placed it down and said the item was difficult to find. It was Chu-yun's favorite toy before coming here, and instructed him to begin burning the incense. Ha-Chu ignited it, and thin smoke gradually spread through the corner of the room. A little girl appeared drawing a picture. Han Ning remarked that it seemed Chu-mo's sister was still alive at that time, and Ha-Chu was astonished that such a precious treasure was used merely to confirm this. Han Ning rested his chin and said they might have to visit the cannibal's house and Chu-mo's old home to use it 2 more times. And Ha-Chu replied that although the incense was sufficient, it could not be used because those locations had been severely destroyed. Was the incident of Chu-yun being placed into a coma in that forest truly so important? Han Ning laughed, so everything has been erased. What a coincidence, I once investigated Chu-yun. Before leaving the orphanage, she left many traces such as handicrafts, paintings, and diaries. Relatives also remembered her clearly. But after being adopted by the man-eating demon, all traces gradually faded, no academic records, no work history. It seemed she survived only by doing odd jobs and running a stall to raise Chu-mo. Even those who traded alongside her only remembered vague. The old fruit vendor said, Chu-yun, I remember she was a diligent girl. She set up her stall before 6 every morning, rarely took care of her appearance. Her hair seemed very short, though I might be remembering it wrong. Another elderly man also only had a vague memory. She ran a stall at the market for 2 or 3 years, but I no longer recall what she sold. Han Ning picked up a wooden horse and continued, Do you find this strange? A girl with such a tragic background and strong will should have left a deep impression. Yet no one can clearly describe what kind of person Chu-yun was. Even Chu-mo seems to have lost most of his memories of his sister, which is why he asked me to trace their origin. Ha-Jo asked if he had told Chu-mo these things. Han Ning shook his head with a smile. How could I have you forgotten when declaring war on the corporate alliance? Chu-mo said his sister was the only reason he fought in the secret realm to save the world. If the truth were revealed and caused a savior to collapse or even go mad, who would take responsibility for saving the world next? Ha-Jo crossed his arms and speculated. So you think Chu-mo has already fallen into a state of losing control? Han Ning handed him the iPad. Take a look. This is the police report on the cannibal house. On the night the house was destroyed, rescue personnel found a child so terrified that he had become mute. They intended to keep him for questioning, but the child escaped during the chaos. That was the only recorded survivor. I speculate that the sister Chu-mo cherished sacrificed herself to save him. He may have disguised himself as his sister to survive, or his obsession was so strong that her image became a tangible illusion. Ha-Jo asked doubtfully, creating an illusion. With Chu-mo's talent it is not impossible, forget it. Keeping this secret might be best for him and for the world. Han Ning shook his head, you are too naive. What I said was only the most gentle hypothesis. If Chu-yun truly no longer exists and Chu-mo's mind remains normal, then who exactly is the sister lying in a coma? The scene shifted to a house that was still lit. Inside, Wu-tong was checking Chu-yun's condition and spoke. She said softly that it was strange. Chu-mo anxiously asked if his sister's condition had worsened. She replied that on the contrary, her body had recovered well. The cause of her coma was the lingering aura of a demon beast. However, I discovered that it is not that the aura cannot be removed, but that her body continuously generates it, creating the illusion that it cannot be purified. Chu-mo asked if that was not even worse. Wu-tong shook her head. Compared to before, the rate of aura generation has decreased by 30 to 40%. This change occurred after overcoming the 3rd secret realm. Chu-mo asked if achieving final victory in the secret realm war would allow his sister to awaken. She nodded. Each victory weakens the connection between our world and the other world. If it is completely severed, the chance of awakening is very high. It may not even require waiting until then. I already have a treatment direction if we can find more victims of the human body experiments conducted by the corporate alliance. Analyzing the changes in them could help find a cure for your sister. Chumo turned and said he would go find them immediately. Wu Tong stopped him and said where could he search in the middle of the night. Stepping into the living room, he replied that Han Ning had just sent the address of Chairman Kyan. As long as they controlled him, they could extract the list of other victims. AI sitting at the computer, wished her master success. Chumo looked up and asked when she had awakened and whether she had recovered. AI replied, "Thank you for your concern. The 6 explosions caused only minor injuries. I woke up 3 hours ago. Your quick awareness moved me greatly." Chumo said that seeing her in such good spirits put him at ease, and asked her to help deliver a package later that night. AI complained that after being injured and dealing with over 100 Alliance hunters, she had not even had a bite to eat before receiving another task. How wonderful. Wu Tong patted her head and said she would handle the delivery. Little AI had worked hard and should rest. When I return, I will bring you the grilled chicken drumsticks you like most. What are you watching? AI said she was rewatching the Ligun's Secret Realm livestream because she had lost consciousness at one point and needed to check if she had said anything inappropriate. It was just reaching her part. She turned the iPad to show Wu Tong the scene of herself speaking as the Black Dragon Guild leader. "Enough talk, capture Chumo for me, Captain Chumo. I want you to be the guild leader's wife." Wu Tong blushed and exclaimed that she had actually said and done such thing. AI feigned surprise and praised her for doing even bolder things in front of her master. Wu Tong angrily told her to stop playing it. AI shook her head and said she could not. She had to watch it all to ensure she had not said anything excessive. Wu Tong lunged to snatch the iPad, but AI dodged, and the two chased each other around the room. Seeing this, Chumo quickly said he would head out first and reminded them to deliver the package on time. Scene shifted to Kyan Jun Group as a wall suddenly burst apart. Kyan Lianshin had been waiting and said, "Chumo, you have finally arrived. On the table are all the human body experiment records I conducted under the orders of the corporate alliance, including your sister's data." Chumo stepped in coldly and said that with no guards and offering documents so willingly, did he think he would let him off? Kyan Lianshin laughed maniacally. "I never expected forgiveness. I was the one who directly conducted the experiments that harmed your sister. I hate you, but I hate the corporate alliance even more for deliberately exposing my whereabouts. When you came to find me, the alliance hunters had already arrived in Donghai. They did not dare confront you directly, so they planned to capture your sister and Wu Tong as hostages. I may perish, but you must help me drag the entire alliance down with me." The scene shifted to Donghai City. Lei Zi led the security team from behind and shouted that more than 100 hunters entering Donghai at once meant war. He repeated that they should return to where they came from. The alliance envoy smiled and said they respected Dongyun Group and did not wish for conflict. Their sole target was Chumo. Lei Zi sternly reminded them that alliance combat personnel were forbidden from entering Donghai under the agreement between both sides. Envoy replied that agreement was with the strongest hunter, Ko Zai, but Ko Zai was gone. Did Dongyun still have the qualifications to negotiate on equal terms? Lei Zi crossed his arms and said after all the talk, they still wanted to fight. The envoy said there was no misunderstanding. They would not openly turn hostile. Ko Zai remained a hero in the hearts of many hunters. Lei Zi asked disdainfully whether they would fight or not. If not, they should leave. He had already said it. Hunter stated that their mission was only to stall Lei Zi. As long as no action was taken, the facade of peace would remain. Even if thousands of other hunters had already secretly entered the city, it had nothing to do with the alliance. He reassured that they had used Chairman Kyan to lure Chumo away. Here only Chumo's sister, Wu Tong, and possibly his demon beast remained. The level of damage would be controlled. Lei Zi was speechless and said that since they could not win in battle, they resorted to hostage-taking, such despicable tactic. The envoy shouted back that the alliance had not forgotten Ko Zai, the monster who once disrupted the balance of the world. They would not allow another uncontrollable existence to exist. Scene shifted to another corner of Donghai. Wu Tong placed the package Chumo had entrusted on the ground and muttered, "According to the instructions on the note, this should be correct. but placing a stone here in the middle of the night is truly strange. Seeing no reaction, she wondered if she had placed it in the wrong spot. Suddenly, the sky flashed with a purple glow. Lei Zi rushed over and said fortunately, he had finally found her. Wu Tong asked in confusion who he was and whether they knew each other, or if he had come to retrieve the package. Lei Zi urgently told her to leave the package aside. Those people were about to arrive. Their targets were her and Chu Mo's sister. The house seemed protected by a barrier difficult to breach, but they might use brute force. This place was not safe. She should follow him. Wu Tong said to slow down. He was speaking too fast for her to understand. Lei Zi placed a hand on his chest and apologized. Due to his ability, after accelerating time, his speech became disordered. He introduced himself as Lei Zi, chairman of Dongyun Group. Wu Tong's expression turned cold as she said they had come while Chu Mo was away to pressure her into handing someone over. They should not dream of it. Lei Zi explained that Dongyun was not aligned with the alliance. Last time they had helped find Chu Mo's sister. Tonight alliance hunters had infiltrated Donghai targeting both of them. She should take him to Chu Yun so he could protect her. Wu Tong prepared to act and said that while they had helped before, the situation was different now. She could not fully trust him, and corporate hunters would not easily harm her. Lei Zi said worriedly that even with a demon beast protecting her, with over 1,000 hunters infiltrating this time, ensuring Chu Yun's safety would be extremely difficult. Suddenly the stone began to glow, astonishing Lei Zi. He asked what it was as monsters emerged from it, exclaiming that this must be the immortal realm and that they had ascended. The leader laughed and said no, this was Ligun City 1,000 years later. Immediately, people in ancient attire appeared, looking around in confusion. They said their last memory was a white light sweeping over Ligun. Some asked in fear if they were no longer alive. Others replied that if that were true, how could they still feel their bodies and breath? In the modern city, these ancient people wandered and murmured about wanting to go home, but not knowing where home was. Wu Tong felt both worried and puzzled about how many people were still contained within the stone Chu Mo had given her. Lei Zi said that according to the rules, items from the secret realm could not be brought into reality. Yet both people and monsters from Ligun had appeared. This had broken the laws. She asked if that meant they all came from Ligun City. He explained that could it be that she did not realize, aside from Chu Mo, most of the saviors had fallen into unconsciousness in this secret realm. Those people from the past were originally just ordinary citizens of Liu Yun City from thousands of years ago, and those monsters were in fact pitiful beings bewitched by the delusion demon, believing they had become immortal. While Lei Zi was still analyzing, He Bo manifested. He continued that perhaps he had been overly worried. Chu Mo must have anticipated the consortium's ambush and thus summoned these monsters to respond. Indeed, the title of the strongest savior was not undeserved. Citizens panicked upon seeing the monsters, while the others searched and cursed Chu Mo, calling him a deceitful and sinister liar, and asking whether that otherworldly evil god was hiding in this city. Execute him, even killing that bastard 100 times would not vent our hatred. Not only burned us but also turned us into abominations, even forcing us to attack the humans of Liu Yun City. People screamed and fled, crying for help as monsters appeared. Some even panicked and said this was madness. How could the monsters from the livestream appear right here? Susu questioned them, telling that sugar figurine blower not to hide anymore and to quickly tell them where to find Chu Mo. Standing beside He Bo, the old man said slowly that Chu Mo's aura still lingered in the city but was very faint. He was not here at the moment, but they must remember the white-haired girl like demonic beast that always followed him. The monster clutched its stomach and laughed wildly, saying of course it remembered. He Bo had once been infatuated and wanted to marry it, only to be beaten miserably by that demonic beast. Just thinking about it was hilarious. He Bo roared that it was only because he had been careless. Who would have thought that girl would suddenly erupt with such terrifying power? If there were another chance, he would absolutely not fail. Sugar figurine blower said your chance is coming soon. That demonic beast is on the street ahead. I can also sense many people gathered around it, and they carry the aura of corrupted demonic beasts. The monster howled that those detestable demonic beasts were planning to do something to our world again, then suddenly denied it. This was no longer our world. Did this world even need us anymore? The old man said in a deep voice not to think too much, just focus on revenge. The Liu Yun City we once wanted to protect no longer exists, but the demonic beasts still remain. They are still ravaging this world. The only thing we must do is take revenge on the demonic beasts and the evil god Chu Mo. The monsters shouted in unison their goal of avenging themselves against the demonic beasts and the evil god Chu Mo. Fires gradually broke out across the city. At the location of Lei Zi's security team, someone spoke up. "This is bad. Fighting has erupted in the city. Should we return to support President Lei Zi?" Another person replied that they could not. The president had ordered them to stay and hold these hunters back. They must not disobey. Elsewhere, a hunter reported to the envoy that Commander-in-Chief, Chairman Kayan of the Kayanjun Consortium, had encountered trouble, and Chumo could return at any time. He added that President Lei Zi of the Dongyun Consortium was also preparing to obstruct their actions. Were they really going to stand here and wait? The other party replied not to rush. Chumo's location had been confirmed. More than 1,000 hunters launched a simultaneous assault. No matter how fast President Lei Zi was, he was only one person and could not reverse the predetermined outcome. Suddenly something was thrown over. It was a person impaled on a pillar. Two people asked in shock what had happened to the captain of Squad 13. He replied that the monsters from the Secret Realm livestream, the monsters of Liuyun City, had all appeared and were attacking them. This was a trap set by Chumo. The scene shifted to Wu Tong's house. Han Ning told Ha Zhu that the hunters of the Consortium Alliance were about to arrive and asked if he was ready. He replied that with more than 1,000 high-level hunters coming, even if the demonic beast raised by Chumo was here, it would be hard to absolutely guarantee the safety of Chumo's sister. He laughed and said he was exaggerating. His task was only to assist that demonic beast. Did he think he could handle 1,000 hunters in such a dangerous battle? Surviving was already a remarkable ability. Ha Zhu asked if they could not send Chumo's healer away now. Chu Yun carried too many secrets, and before the truth was clarified, any mishap should be avoided. Han Ning explained that taking the healer away a few hours earlier would only make Chumo suspicious. Why could they predict the Consortium Alliance's actions yet not inform him? Leaving now was also meaningless. Surrounded by more than 1,000 people, going anywhere would lead to a hard battle. Moreover, helping at the moment of greatest danger would make a lasting impression. Only then did he realize that Han Ning had known beforehand. Was he deliberately arranging for the Alliance hunters to ambush Chu Yun? If Chumo knew everything was orchestrated by him, would that not be terrible? He calmly replied that to gain Chumo's trust, accepting a bit of risk was only natural. Only by risking their lives to save his healer would they be allowed to approach Chu Yun, and only then could they investigate her secrets. Ha Zhu said even so, 1,000 high-level hunters were still too many. Could their number not be reduced? Han Ning replied did he think the Consortium Alliance would obey his orders. Chairman Kayan's hiding place had been exposed too easily, so he guessed it was bait to kidnap Chu Yun. More than 1,000 high-level hunters showed they had gone all out, but this number was still within his calculation. He took out his phone as he spoke. "They have arrived," he replied. "Understood. Leave the rest to me." Han Ning hurriedly said wait. Ha Zhu asked irritably what now. If there was something to say it all at once. He saw He Bo and the group of monsters passing by, heading straight toward Wu Tong's house. He exclaimed in shock, how had the monsters of Liuyun City appeared here? He said worriedly that the situation was troublesome. Han Ning had not said these monsters would be involved. In the Secret Realm livestream they were not friendly with Chu Mo. If the hunters and they attacked at the same time, what then? He asked whether this was also part of Han Ning's plan. Han Ning's face darkened as he said who could have predicted that the monsters from the Secret Realm would appear in reality. This was truly terrible. If anything happened to Chu Yun, Chu Mo would collapse and this world would be finished as well. The monsters and hunters clashed in battle, leaving Ha Zhu astonished. What is going on? The hunters and monsters are actually fighting each other. Han Ning said it seemed this matter no longer concerned them. He replied perhaps so. Commander-in-Chief and Huit retreated while asking whether it was appropriate to charge directly into Donghai City like this, and whether it would break the tacit agreement between the Dongyun Consortium and the Consortium Alliance. The other replied it no longer mattered. The kidnapping of Chu Yun must not be obstructed. While fighting, he shouted to speed up. Huit, we are almost there, then turned back and called out. Huit looked as if he could not believe what he was seeing. He was clamped in He Bo's jaws, and below the sugar figurine blower asked Huit again, are you referring to this person? Captain Kenjiang shouted that disgusting monsters like them should have quietly vanished in the river of history. Why were they still blocking his way? The old man pointed and replied, blocking you? Let me ask you instead, why are humans walking the same path as demonic beasts, willingly becoming lackeys of the evil god Chu Mo? He was stunned and asked lackeys of Chu Mo, could it be that their target was also him? They had come here to take revenge on Chu Mo. Sugar figurine blower sneered and said were they trying to say they were also preparing to attack Chu Mo? Did he look that gullible? He could smell the aura of corrupted demonic beasts on them from afar. The envoy tried to explain that no, they were allies, truly allies, as long as both sides cooperated. Suddenly a brilliant golden light appeared. He clutched his throat and gasped that he could not breathe, telling them to stop the ability. They did not need to fight and to please listen to his explanation. The old man replied, "What are you talking about? I have not done anything." Light swept over all the hunters, causing them to collapse, crying for help and panicking as their bodies were completely unable to move. Chumo appeared and said coldly that they were fighting quite lively, who had permitted them to disturb his sister's rest. In another corner, a hunter was activating his ability. The barrier had been deployed. He stared at Chumo, thinking that as long as he took one more step and captured the target, the reward would be his, yet his body refused to obey. Chumo suddenly appeared behind him, terrifying him as he said that all this time, to maintain the balance of the world, he had always restrained himself. Chumo casually killed him and continued speaking under the terrified gazes of the hunters. "Perhaps that made you misunderstand me, and even gave you the courage to secretly make a move against my sister." He activated his ability and declared that from now on this world needed only to heed a single voice. The entire city fell into silence. The hunters trembled. Before the battle had even begun, more than 1,000 people had almost completely lost their will due to fear. A hunter tried to activate his ability, but it failed. He was horrified to find his power suppressed to the extreme and could not imagine how strong Chumo had become. Yao Jin tried to use the telepathic link to call the commander-in-chief, asking if he could hear him. Struggled to stand and replied that he could hear him, asking if it was Yao Jin. Yao Jin confirmed it was him and asked what they should do now. He said to use Yao Jin's ability to transmit an order to all hunters to risk their lives and launch the final assault, unless Chumo disregarded civilian casualties and used a wide-area attack. He could not take all of them down at once. As long as one person captured his healer, they would win. This was the only path. Yao Jin replied, trembling, that the hunters were all dominated by fear and could not move. He continued to drive his ability and said to use the telepathic link to amplify his power and grant the berserk state in resonance to 1,000 hunters. Yao Jin could do it. Yao Jin said worriedly that in theory it was possible, but his body could not withstand linking so many people, and he might collapse before the berserk state took effect. He shouted for silence and to carry out the order. Yao Jin had no choice but to comply. The connection was completed. Under the flames of the commander-in-chief's ability, they rose one after another and roared. He clenched his fist and shouted collective berserk state. At that moment, Chumo's footsteps approached. He sneered and asked if they still wanted to struggle. He laughed maniacally and said Chumo had arrived too late. His ability was already complete. Chumo, in this godless world you want to proclaim yourself a god. The Consortium Alliance will not accept it. Humanity will not accept it. And this entire world will not accept it. He ordered all hunters that even if they collapsed in the next moment, they must continue to act. Turned toward Hebo, the candied sugar blower loudly ordered again. And you, spirits of Ligun City, listen well. If you still harbor the will to avenge Chumo, then assist us. The main target is to deal with him. He spoke softly, then fell silent, then raised his hand and flicked lightly. As soon as the captain collapsed, the hunters who rushed forward followed the same fate. Chumo placed a hand to his lips, signaling silence. Too much noise will affect my sister. Candy Blower had not yet understood what happened in a flash. Everything was already over. He looked at the hunters lying scattered and felt a chill. All of them were annihilated. The traitors carried ferocious demonic power. In a way beyond imagination, Chumo wiped them out completely. Were they not his subordinates? Why did he strike his own people? Chumo said in a deep voice, "This place is Donghai City, built upon ruins, and in your era those ruins were the former Ligun City." Purple currents of aura spread around him, enveloping the monsters. Ligun City in the Lost Land not only went through the cycle of time, but also formed its own consciousness. When that land returned, I made a pact with it. This city cherishes the beings born here, so it hopes to save you and send you back to the world that originally belonged to you. The Candy Blower was terrified. Have we gone mad to dare launch a challenge beyond dimensional limits? Chumo stood before him and calmly said, according to the agreement with Ligun City, I have brought you back to reality. The contract is considered fulfilled. He looked at him like a life-saving benefactor. He looked at him, I originally pitied your tragic fate and intended to return your freedom, but you dared to collude with the hunters of the corporation and disturb her peace. He turned pale and knelt. Hunters, you mean those who wield fierce demonic power? We merely passed by and had no involvement. We even fought them before. We absolutely had no intention of opposing you. Chumo stared at him. No, you are lying. Do you want to taste the feeling of vanishing again? The scene shifted to the Alliance meeting room. Chairman, she slammed the table and shouted, a bunch of useless fools. 1 day has passed since the Donghai raid. Who can tell me where Chumo is now? What he intends to do? They held the meeting with a new projector. Chairman Ma spoke. He was previously the acting commander of the Alliance and surely has something to say. Under his order, more than half of the high-level hunters rushed to Donghai for Chumo and gained nothing. Chairman, she replied. Chairman Ma is not eyeing the position of the new commander. Right now we face the greatest crisis since the Alliance was founded. Chumo's counterattack could cause us heavy losses. Chairman Su agreed. Now is not the time for internal accountability. We must join forces to devise the best defensive plan. I will share the intelligence I have. The monsters of Ligan City are walking on Donghai streets, living peacefully with residents and even helping those in need. But anyone investigating Chumo or approaching his residence is attacked. Most of the spies I sent have lost contact. They are very powerful and fully obey Chumo. Donghai has become his rear base. Chairman Lin interjected. Stop the nonsense, launch nuclear strikes. Use as many as we have, flatten Donghai. Frowned and analyzed. Do not joke, we have calculated it. Nuclear weapons will not cause significant harm to Chumo. Even if Donghai and the monster army are destroyed, we are still not safe. That move will only collapse his target and leave us facing an unrestrained Chumo driven solely by vengeance. Chairman Lin sneered. Are you still seriously looking for a way to deal with him? The chance is gone. What I want is simply to make those he cares about disappear before he comes for us. Chaos suddenly erupted on Chairman Lin's side. He shouted, who are you? How did you appear here? Get out. Chairman Su pressed, what happened on your end? Do you need assistance? Before the projector displayed the image, a voice sounded. Unfortunately, he cannot answer for now. Why has the image not appeared yet? This new device is unexpectedly difficult to use. The image became clear. Han Ning spoke. Finally, I can see your faces. I think there is no need for introductions. Chairman, she said coldly. Han Ning the traitor, truly troublesome. You had a good father, he used his life to erase your crimes, and now you rush toward a dead end. Han Ning remained calm. Do not get agitated. I am only delivering Chumo's message. Within 3 days you must submit and obey him, otherwise the corporate alliance will cease to exist. In another place, 2 shadowy figures were conversing. A figure with a monstrous appearance said, confronting him directly will only bring a meaningless end. We should pretend to submit to find an opportunity to eliminate that evil god. He sneered and pointed at the candy seller. Last night you said that, did you not? The old man broke into a cold sweat and pretended to stroke his beard. It was just a misunderstanding. Did you not also review the live stream of the secret realm? Lord Chumo is devoted to saving the world. He is a great savior. The monster looked at him suspiciously. You changed your way of address quickly. No wonder you did not hesitate to betray us. Now we must patrol Donghai daily and even participate in risky health examination. The old man shouted, do not talk nonsense. The Lord cares about us, so he provides examination benefits. Being alive is already fortunate. After working 3 years, you may leave or stay as you wish. The old man turned back and added, if you are dissatisfied, then go speak to the Lord yourself. He is magnanimous and will not hold grudges. Hearing this, he put on a wronged expression. Do you want me to seek my own doom? I dare not face him alone. He is too terrifying. The scene shifted to Chumo's side. He looked at the 3D model of the experimental headquarters and asked the steward of the Dongyun Corporation. Such a large facility sold to me for 1 coin. I thought you would simply give it away. The other person replied, gifts often come with excessive demands. So this is a voluntary and fair transaction between Dongyun and you. Chumo curled his lips, a fair transaction with no expectation of return. Your calculations are indeed meticulous. The man said confidently, the research staff salaries have been paid for 30 years. The equipment and resource costs are fully covered. Supporting you in saving the world is Dongyun's top priority. Chumo let out a cold chuckle. Top priority. Then the one who should speak with me is Chairman Lei Zi. He hurriedly waved his hands. The chairman is busy and it is by no means disrespect. Dongyun's daily operations are mainly handled by me. As the chief steward, it is most appropriate for me to assist you. Seeing his awkwardness, Chumo became impatient enough. I do not care. The materials obtained from Chairman Kyan have been shared with you. What progress has been made? Hearing the mention of the materials, he became serious. We have done our utmost to decipher them. Time was tight, so only half is completed. But we discovered something shocking, including this secret realm war. The other world and our world have connected more than twice. Chumo pondered. As I recall, the secret realm war occurred only twice. 1,000 years ago and this time, then what is meant by the cultivator's claims? The steward continued, the war occurred only twice, but the Alliance concealed information from 1,000 years ago, when humanity reached unimaginable scientific levels and once invaded the other world, capturing demon beasts and domesticating them. More than 100 years ago, a continent called X-continent rose from the sea. Within its ruins, the Alliance found ancient scientific achievements and modified monsters. Countless gold, silver, and treasures were also excavated on that continent. Driven by greed, humans and monsters fought. Strange energy particles emanated from their bodies. A few people with the aptitude could absorb them to enhance strength or gain special abilities. That is the origin of hunters. It can be said that Alliance hunters are physical mutants, while the former residents of Ligun were mentally manipulated by illusory demonic forces and mutated. Power always has a price. Most hunters do not live past 35. The Ligun monsters are no exception. Health examinations show they have at most 3 years of lifespan left. To be both strong and long-lived, the Alliance used prehistoric techniques from the ruins to conduct experiments on human bodies. Chumo said in a deep voice, prehistoric techniques. If fully restored, could they cure my sister? The steward said, not only you but the Alliance also longs for that technology. But X-continent has sunk. More accurately, it has vanished from the material surface. Even the limited documents obtained allowed them to make tremendous progress, so they no longer fear demon beasts. Mr. Chumo, according to Ms. Wu Tong's theory, as long as you win the secret realm war, your sister will recover. There is no need to be overly anxious. Chumo replied, I do not need vague theories. The war may last a year and I cannot wait. My sister's condition could worsen. Even victory may not save her. I will not overlook any possibility. Do you think Alliance members hide crucial technology from each other? The steward sensed the change in his tone and asked, what are you planning to do? Ignoring the question, Chumo continued, by now Li Hanting has likely delivered the ultimatum to the 4 great sects and the Alliance. After 3 days they have only 2 choices, follow me or become the past. During a full-scale war, he broke into a cold sweat. Are you insane? War will plunge the entire world into chaos. Black aura surged around Chumo, his voice icy. Those fools only waste manpower and resources on internal strife. It is time to end this farce. The world needs only one will. I do not care about money, power, or status. I only seek victory, Dongyun Corporation. Is this all the sincerity you offer with just one experimental headquarters? Do not invest in small increments. Place your greatest bet on me. A knock sounded and Chumo said, come in. Han Ning entered and pointed behind. The Dongyun steward had fled in panic as if terrified. Is something wrong? Chumo remained calm. Perhaps my appetite is too large and frightened him. Han Ning report the situation. Han Ning smiled lightly. The 4 great sects are very resolute and have refused your leadership. They have chosen war. According to analysis, the cultivators still hold a trump card. Chumo was not surprised, hiding their strength not to resist external enemies but to scheme against allies, exactly their style. What about the Alliance? Han Ning waved his hand. The chairman said they need more time to consider and have not given an immediate response. They only want to stall for time, Chumo sneered just as expected, then add a bit more pressure on them. The scene shifted to another meeting room. Chairman Shi clasped his hands and said, the latest news, Dongyun Chairman Lei Zi has declared full support for Chumo's plan. Chairman Ma slammed the table, despicable. He has no shame. We should have eliminated Dongyun earlier. Chairman Shi gazed into the distance, his voice cold. There is no time for regret. Chumo's deadline is only 3 days away. State your opinion. Chairman Su looked around and said, first we must confirm each person's stance. No one here intends to kneel and offer their corporation to Chumo, correct? Chairman Ma slammed the table and stood up, his face filled with fury. Of course he would never agree. On what grounds could Chumo seize the achievements that 4 generations of our family had painstakingly built with just a few casual words? The others echoed in agitation, that is right. We will absolutely never bow to Chumo. Chairman Su raised his hand to calm everyone and slowly analyze. The most urgent matter now is how to stay alive. According to previously compiled data, even during fierce battles, Chumo still tried to minimize harm to innocent people. He retained some mercy toward ordinary citizens. Therefore, to survive, we must hold hostages. The more the better. As he spoke, he revealed a meaningful smile and raised 2 fingers, 200 million people. We must reach at least that number to have bargaining power against Chumo. Chairman Ma growled, 200 million, are you talking nonsense? Where am I supposed to find that many people to control? Chairman Su replied coldly, to ensure safety. All of you have been hiding in underground bases, remote islands, or even outer space facility. But sooner or later you will be found. From now on each of you must stay in cities with populations over 1 million, while carrying devices capable of leveling entire cities combined. Would that not exceed 200 million hostages? Chairman Lin raised his hand in agreement. This plan is not bad. We can also manipulate public opinion, spread rumors about the East Sea. For example, claiming that civilians there are oppressed by monsters under Chu Mo's command and treated as entertainment. Chairman Su stood up and spread his arms. Exactly. We will shape him into a tyrant so that he becomes the target of universal condemnation. Chairman Lin stroked his chin confidently. We will promote the idea that Chu Mo has lost all humanity, causing the people of the East Sea to live in misery, and that he manipulates the corporate alliance and the cultivators of the four great sects, casting a shadow of domination across the world. He laughed. When that happens, the masses will surely stand on our side. Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed through the room. A blurry figure appeared and pointed a gun at Chairman Lin. Everything happened in a flash. Before anyone could react, Chairman Lin had already collapsed. Chairman Su recognized the culprit and cried out, "You are his younger brother, Lin Bei. Do you know what you are doing?" Lin Bei laughed arrogantly and replied, "You are mistaken, old fool. From now on I am Chairman Lin." Chairman Ma shouted angrily, "Do you think we will accept this? A useless fool like you cannot take that seat even if you killed your own brother." Lin Bei raised his gun and sneered, "It seems you do not know. Chu Mo has declared to the world that because you plotted against him, he will punish you within 3 days if the alliance does not submit. All your relatives, friends, subordinates, and even supportive civilians will be considered enemies and may be eliminated." Chairman Shi looked at Lin Bei with contempt. "So you are not only useless but also cowardly. You killed your own brother out of fear of death." Lin Bei smiled crookedly. "That is not all. Chu Mo does not wish to accumulate further karma, so he made it clear that if the chairman refused to surrender, whoever eliminates you can take your place. Someone like me who was looked down upon has already been recognized by him as Chairman Lin. Now it is your turn to tremble." At Chairman Ma's private residence, he spoke in panic to his wife. "Chen Ying, why are you still hesitating? Leave the luggage, it is not worth it. Bring our son here quickly. The helicopter is about to land. We must leave immediately. Staying here is too dangerous." Chen Ying replied trembling, "I am sorry." She held a knife and pointed it at her husband. "I cannot go with you." Chairman Ma understood and let out a cold laugh. "I see. You want to seize my assets and corporation as well." He sneered mockingly. "How ridiculous. You would not even harm a fish. And now you think you have the courage to deal with me." He laughed like a madman. Suddenly Chen Ying lunged forward and stabbed the knife into his abdomen. She burst into tears. "Money does not matter. Your affairs and the celebrities you kept. I endured it all." Injured and bleeding from the mouth, Chairman Ma angrily grabbed Chen Ying's hair and hissed, "You vicious woman." With a sharp sound, Chen Ying pulled out the knife, causing him to fall backward. She shouted loudly, "But why did you have to provoke Chu Mo? Why did you gamble with our son's life?" Chen Ying cried in pain. "Do you understand? If you anger Chu Mo, our whole family will not survive." Chairman Ma reached out in panic. "I understand now. I will surrender to Chu Mo." Chen Ying pinned him down with the knife still at his throat. "I no longer trust you." What happened afterward was something anyone could easily imagine. The scene shifted to a vast icy wilderness. Chairman Su and Chairman Shi were discussing. Su checked his phone and said, "Chairman Ma has just died." She replied solemnly, "Did you hear that? Under Chu Mo's pressure, 4 alliance chairmen have already died, some at the hands of butlers, others by brothers, wives, or children. We do not have much time left." Yangtze appeared and mocked. "Did you not always want to portray Chu Mo as a demon king? Now he truly bears the title of a tyrant." Chairman Shi responded, "We have given everything to overthrow Chu Mo. What have you cultivators done to mock us? Even if we must bow now, we still retain our dignity." Tiangxin smiled. "If you truly intend to admit defeat, there would be no need to travel to the Arctic to find me. In other words, you actually have a way to deal with Chu Mo." Chairman Shi glanced at the polar bear and said, "Are you so stubborn about pride? That does sound like your style. There is nothing here but ice and polar bears. Do you intend to use them against Chu Mo?" As he spoke, Tiangxin led them to a yin-yang shaped passage. The true weapon lies 4,000 meters beneath the ice and sea. The 3 sect masters worked together for 3 days to open this path. He stepped in and looked back. "If you still have courage, follow me." Chairman Shi laughed confidently. "I have endured depths of 4,000 meters before. What is there to fear?" Yangtze clasped his hands behind his back and reminded them, "Teleportation techniques are forbidden in this area. You will have to traverse the 4,000 meters on your own." As soon as he finished speaking, the passage activated, causing Shi and Su to cry out, "Why did you not say that earlier?" Tiangxin led the 3 of them plunging downward, along the beam of light. Upon arrival, Chairman Shi lay flat on the ground and stammered, "Are we there? Who are we about to meet?" Tianxin replied calmly. 1,000 years ago he destroyed the divine kingdom of Great Luo Heaven and caused over 50 million deaths. He was also the strongest savior in the previous secret realm. No one knows his real name, the cultivation world calls him. Tian Ming, chairman, she frowned, that infamous criminal. We must cooperate with a madman like him. Chairman Su also expressed doubt. The key question is whether Tian Ming truly has the power to confront Chu Mo. Tianxin turned back and explained. 1,000 years ago Tian Ming was the strongest savior and once battled a 30,000-year-old demonic beast. Chairman, she could not believe it. A 30,000-year demonic beast implies combat power around 10 million. Are you serious? According to the latest data, the strongest monster under Chu Mo commands is only about 100,000. Tianxin said calmly, at that time Earth's spiritual energy was abundant. It cannot be compared to the present. Even cultivators weaker than Tian Ming far surpassed ordinary people. Yet the combined forces of cultivators worldwide could not defeat him. His bizarre abilities made him nearly invincible. Chairman Su showed displeasure. That is why I dislike you cultivators. Even at a life or death moment you still act mysterious. Suddenly a cold voice sounded behind them. So you are hiding here. Immediately a beam of light descended from above, enveloping the three of them. Chairman Su trembled and exclaimed, Chu Mo. Chu Mo put his hands in his pockets and said indifferently, are you the 8-year-old prodigy who became a chairman? Your real age is much older than your appearance. The man stammered, no, please do not. A reminder echoed, close your eyes. In the distance, Chairman She knelt on one knee clutching his head. What just happened? It feels like I died once. Was it an illusion? No, it felt too real. Tianxin explained with closed eyes. It was not an illusion but a branch of fate. In a timeline with an extremely low probability, you just died. Under normal circumstances, Chu Mo could not appear suddenly. But if you continue to observe with your eyes, the outcome of being killed by him will become destiny. Chairman Su was still sweating, so this is Tian Ming's ability. He can turn even the smallest possibility into reality. Chairman, she calmed down. As long as we do not look, we will not be affected. Such an ability is not necessarily invincible. Tianxin spoke slowly. Within this trajectory exist countless minor domains. Cultivators 1,000 years ago used the power of earth veins and deep-sea souls to create this mirror labyrinth. They could not kill Tian Ming, so they sealed him instead. The mirror labyrinth split Tian Ming's soul into countless fragments placed within magical mirrors. Each fragment corresponds to a different destiny of the world. These fragments negate each other to maintain the balance of the seal. What you felt was merely the subconscious fluctuation of Tian Ming while imprisoned. You can think of it as him dreaming within the seal while you were inadvertently drawn into that dream. When he slightly activated his power, even with the 5 senses sealed, the world can still fall into a true nightmare. Hearing this, Chairman, she panicked. It was only an unconscious fluctuation. Sect Master, are you insane? To kill Chu Mo you intend to release something even more terrifying. Tianxin replied calmly, I never said I would break the seal. Borrowing his power while he remains sealed is enough to deal with Chu Mo. Ahead lies the sealing site, extremely dangerous. Do you still wish to proceed? Chairman Su hesitated slightly but nodded, of course. Chairman, she added, lead the way, we are prepared. As they walked, Tianxin reminded them, do not look at Tian Ming, do not investigate Tian Ming, and do not describe Tian Ming. To leave here alive you must remember these 3 rules. Deeper inside, they saw a man seated on a chair radiating invisible pressure, murmuring, how pitiful. The sect master of Dantai Bu Cave does not even dare to raise his head to look at me. Tianxin said respectfully, Lord Tian Ming, I have a request. Tian Ming sat high above, his eyes wrapped in black cloth. He said, I have already seen it. The savior Chu Mo will wipe you out. Under his rule the inheritance of cultivation will perish. The world will descend into darkness and no one will survive. I have also seen a future without Chu Mo. Do not worry, soon I will make him disappear. The scene shifted to the Dongyun Corporation, nuclear reactor number 6, countdown 5 4 3 2 1, activation. Inside the massive energy machine, Chu Mo stood silently. A thunderous explosion rang out, the streams of energy around the machine immediately blasting outward in all directions. System notification echoed, recording that the check-in device was suffering a destructive energy impact from the outside. The 3 firefoot thrusters automatically activated, the surging heat rolling forth as if to devour everything. The host body began to enter a state of powerful enhancement. Inside the sealed room, Ziazhou and Han Ning were talking. Ziazhou turned pale and said that using nuclear reactions for cultivation was no different from pushing oneself toward death. Han Ning calmly mentioned that the corporate alliance had once used nuclear warheads to ambush Chu Mo, and by absorbing the benefits of that explosion, he now occupied Dong Yun's 6th nuclear power plant to further enhance his strength. Ziazhou worriedly recalled the precedent 10 years ago when a group of cultivators attempted to rely on nuclear reactions for cultivation, and subsequently suffered severe backlash. Within a year, none of them lived beyond 5 years. Even Chu Mo would find it difficult to completely avoid the side effects. Han Ning sighed and said he had tried to persuade him, but Chu Mo replied that even if he only had 1 year of lifespan left, it would be enough, as the difficulty of the secret realms had surged and every burden rested on his shoulders. As the final hope of humanity, he could not even confide his feelings. Ziazhou suggested with heartache that they should tell Chu Mo the truth about his sister because he had risked his life for too long. Han Ning angrily scolded that if he knew all his efforts might be meaningless because his sister was likely gone, that shock would destroy him. Suddenly, Chu Mo appeared behind them, coldly asking about the words the two had just spoken. Ziazhou was horrified, thinking the situation was ruined and unable to understand how Chu Mo had appeared here. Ning also turned pale, his eyes filled with unease as he looked at Chu Mo. Chu Mo rushed forward and tightly seized Han Ning's throat, forcing him to the floor as he growled to ask about his sister's situation. Han Ning trembled as he replied, asking Chu Mo to calm down because the matter was not as he had assumed. Behind them, seeing Chu Mo lose control, Ziazhou silently condensed energy into his palm. He lunged forward and struck Chu Mo's back, but Chu Mo did not turn his head, swinging his arm in a cold counterattack and telling him to get out of the way. Chu Mo's fist wind erupted into a shockwave that sent Ziazhou flying violently into the wall. Ning silently blamed Ziazhou for being too impulsive and hurriedly explained that the information about Chu Mo's sister had not yet been verified. Suddenly, Chu Mo spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed in pain. Ning, rubbing his neck, anxiously reached out toward Chu Mo and loudly called his name. From behind, the slow footsteps of someone approaching could be heard. That person was Tian Ming. He stood behind Chu Mo and said that, sensing an intense danger, he had left the nuclear power plant for the experimental headquarters, coincidentally overheard the matter about his sister, and in his agitation questioned them before being attacked by Ziazhou. Tian Ming explained that Ziazhou's cultivation technique had an effect that disrupted the opponent's power, normally insufficient to cause harm. But since Chu Mo had just absorbed violent energy and was mentally shaken, that blow became the final straw, resulting in severe internal injury. Turning the page of the record about AI's corpse, Tian Ming regretfully said he had overlooked an important detail because the demonic beast that had just been slain was capable of sharing damage for Chu Mo. Chu Mo turned back in suspicion and asked who Tian Ming was and whether they knew each other. Tian Ming casually threw AI's corpse in front of him and introduced himself as Tian Ming. He said this was already their 143rd meeting, and also the most special opening in Chu Mo's destiny. The scene shifted to an icy cave in the Arctic. President Xi and President Su conversed excitedly. She was delighted that someone had agreed to deal with Chu Mo, while Su eagerly asked whether there were truly no additional conditions. Tianzin interjected, reminding them not to celebrate too early and apologizing to Tian Ming for being unable to remove the seal to let him leave the cave to confront Chu Mo. Tian Ming released a terrifying pressure and declared that everything had already ended, causing Tianzin to ask in shock. He calmly stated that Chu Mo had already been executed by him. President Xi widened his eyes in astonishment and exclaimed that Chu Mo had died so quickly. President Su laughed gleefully, believing that the arrogant man had finally met his deserved end. Tianzin shook his head and affirmed that it was impossible because the seal had not been opened. Tian Ming could not have left the cave, let alone kill Chu Mo. Tian Ming leisurely said that in a rare timeline they had released the seal, and he had met and defeated Chu Mo 143 times. After a moment of silence, she asked whether Chu Mo was therefore still alive. Tianzin apologized and affirmed that no matter what he would not release the seal because relying solely on the sex and corporate alliance still offered a chance of victory. Tian Ming looked at the three and said that through 143 battles he understood Chu Mo better than anyone, from his eyes that could see through illusions, his formidable body, exquisite combat skills to his terrifying growth speed. He had never revealed his full strength, so their chance of victory was zero, and even he was unwilling to fight on Earth. President Su asked seriously that if Tian Ming could be certain of eliminating Chu Mo, why he still hesitated, and whether there was another hidden secret. Tian Ming explained that even if Chu Mo were killed, the battle would cause severe devastation, leading to countless deaths, a decline in Earth's energy, the disappearance of secret realms, and an invasion of demonic beasts, a future he did not wish to see. Tianzin sighed and admitted that even a powerhouse once regarded as a savior could not easily deal with Chu Mo, so they were forced to temporarily bow their heads. Tian Ming smiled and said he had only stated that Chu Mo could not be killed on Earth, while in the secret realms it would be entirely different, causing Tianzin to hesitate as he repeated the words secret realm. He proposed that they only needed to open the seal on his left hand to enter the secret realms next time, and with the amount of fate currency stored by the four great sects, he could restore his realm and use overwhelming superiority to deal with Chu Mo. Tianzin sneered and said that was his true purpose, because once a crack appeared in the seal, sooner or later Tian Ming would escape his restraint. Tian Ming admitted it and asked what other choice they had besides handing over the fate currency for him to handle Chu Mo in the secret realms. Tianzin pondered and said that if he was not mistaken, Tian Ming had a method to consume a vast amount of fate currency extremely quickly, which could be used on another savior to have that person take action. Tian Ming replied that the plan was feasible, but the person who forcibly absorbed such an enormous amount of fate currency would not live longer than 3 days. Hearing this, Tianzin fell into furious silence. President Su advised that exchanging one cultivator to eliminate Chu Mo was a very worthwhile price, and asked whether Sect Master could object. Tian Ming added that not just anyone could withstand this method, and only Jing Shan, Sect Master's disciple, was capable of doing so. Upon hearing that his own disciple had to be sacrificed, Tianzin immediately asked again in shock. President Shi intended to persuade him that it was only a disciple, but before he could finish, he was silenced by Tianzin's angry shout. Tian Ming smiled faintly and reminded him that Jing Shan respected him like a father and was the sole heir, so this decision would surely be extremely difficult. Not allowing him to continue, Tianzin angrily interrupted and declared that he accepted the proposal. Tian Ming burst into a satisfied laugh and said that this expression was what he liked most, because in reality it was more vivid than any imagination. Tianzin coldly asked that since Jing Shan and Chu Mo had not had a bad relationship, whether he was certain Jing Shan would take action. Tian Ming calmly affirmed that it was the future he had already seen. In another timeline of Tian Ming, Jing Shan stood before Chu Mo's corpse, his eyes coldly gazing downward. After leaving the place of the seal, President Shi angrily shouted, asking why they had to bow their heads to Chu Mo. Tianzin stepped out and replied that it was necessary forbearance. The four great sects would jointly announce their submission, and according to the prophecy, 5 days later in the secret realms would be the day of Chu Mo's end. President Shi angrily said that compared to the cultivators, the corporate alliance had offended Chu Mo far too deeply. He was worried that even if they surrendered, Chu Mo would still find it difficult to let them go, because they had once pushed him to the brink of life and death. Tianzin placed a hand on Shi's shoulder to reassure him that for the sake of his reputation, Chu Mo would not act immediately, and after 5 days they could reclaim what they had lost. President Shi held his head and said he hoped those words were true because all victory or defeat now depended on Jing Shan, and he urged him not to be soft-hearted. Tianzin replied emotionlessly that the decision had been made. Anyone including himself could be sacrificed, only the sect would endure. The scene shifted to Dong Yun's nuclear power plant. Lei Zi indifferently invited everyone to enter. President Shi, President Su, along with Tianzin and his disciple stepped through the door. Chu Mo said in surprise that he had thought with their stubborn nature they would fight to the end. President Shi bowed and admitted defeat, acknowledging that both in strength and strategy they were far inferior, and requested to be accepted into submission. Chu Mo calmly said he did not need their loyalty, causing Shi and Su to anxiously ask whether he intended to drive them into a corner. Chu Mo replied that he simply did not trust them, so he required the transfer of management rights of the key companies to Dong Yun, while they could retire in peace and enjoy wealth. Lei Zi mockingly asked President Shi whether, when he had once forced Dong Yun, he had ever thought of this day. President Shi said bitterly that victory and defeat were already clear. The transfer posed no problem and he promised full cooperation, only hoping Chu Mo would keep his word and not pursue the matter further. Chu Mo smiled and said that if they remained obedient and no longer acted as enemies, past grievances would be forgotten, but first they should return the boundary crossing stone to him. Chairman, she voiced opposition, saying the transcendent stone could connect to a different dimension, so the corporate alliance had paid a heavy price. The authority to decide this treasure could not be held by a single corporation. Chumo looked at him with a pressuring gaze, then slowly said, I believe the other chairmen have no objection. Chairman Shi, what is your opinion? Tianzin loudly questioned Chairman Shi, do you intend to shatter the hard-won piece? Return the transcendent stone to Chumo immediately. His face showed clear reluctance as he stammered that he understood and would personally present it shortly. Chumo nodded to Chairman Shi in satisfaction, then turned to Tianzin and asked, what about the stance of the major sect? Tianzin gritted his teeth and replied that from now on the four great sects would fully obey orders and accept all deployments. Jing Shan added that all sect resources would be open to him, cooperating with Dong Yun Corporation to advance research projects to guard against possible war. Chumo stroked his chin and asked Tianzin, Sect Master Ju, why are only the two of you here today? Do the other two have different opinions? Tianzin hurriedly explained they were maintaining the secret realm's defense mechanism to prevent invasions from other worlds and could not leave. The secret realm was now riddled with flaws and close to its limit. Chumo showed suspicion, is that so? For humanity's safety, if you cannot hold the secret realm, hand it over to me. Tianzin awkwardly replied that the secret realm was extremely intricate and fragile, and moving it safely would require at least 5 days. Suddenly a voice of opposition sounded from behind. There is no need for that long, 1 day is enough. Tianzin immediately turned and shouted, who said that just now? Chumo raised his hand and introduced, this is Elder Jai, you should not be unfamiliar with him. I contacted him through Dong Yun's channels and invited him as an advisor. Jai Xing clasped his hands behind his back and calmly said, Sect Master Ju, give you 1 day to move the secret realm here. If needed, I can assist. Tianzin flew into a rage and charged forward, loudly cursing Jai Xing as a traitor who still dared to appear before him. Chumo reminded in a deep voice, Sect Master Ju. Tianzin was forced to stop, but his eyes still burned with fury as he stared at Jai Xing. After a moment, he regained his composure and said through gritted teeth that there was no need to trouble Elder Jai with the secret realm. He would personally bring it tomorrow. The scene shifted to the next day. Han Ning stood before the streams of energy radiating from the secret realm and marveled that this was the true form of the secret realm brought by the four great sects. Truly miraculous. Chumo walked closer and said that yesterday the corporate alliance had handed over the transcendent stone. The thing you have been searching for is on the other side. Do you want to take a look? Han Ning replied that he first wanted to discuss the attitude of the alliance and the four great sects. Chumo frowned and asked, what problem is there with their attitude? Han Ning calmly analyzed that their surrender was too swift. Everything went so smoothly that it was suspicious. Chumo said that was why he demanded both the transcendent stone and the secret realm, and they had agreed with almost no hesitation. Han Ning looked at him and asked, what if they had chosen to confront you? Chumo replied indifferently, then I would force them to submit and hand over those 2 items. Han Ning laughed and said that was just like him. But the alliance and the four great sects handing over their most precious treasures without resistance meant they were surely plotting something greater. Chumo said coldly that their enemy was not from this world. Only by obtaining those 2 things could he prepare to counterattack the other world. Ning pondered and asked, tell me honestly, is the interdimensional war to save yourself or truly to change humanity's fate? Chumo turned his back to look at the secret realm and replied that it did not matter. The secret realm was already riddled with cracks. Even if they won the final battle, it would be hard to stop the invasion. They had to prepare for the worst. Ning added that yesterday there had been widespread power outages and network collapses worldwide, as energy and computational resources were consumed by the Transcendent Stone. Dongyun had taken over most of the Alliance's enterprises and converted them into military industry, shaking the market. After that, they declared a wartime state, imposed curfews, and strengthened surveillance to prevent alien beasts from infiltrating. Chumo looked at Han Ning and asked, do you think I am wrong? Han Ning shook his head, but you are too hasty. Fear is spreading, the economy is declining, small businesses are going bankrupt, unemployment is rising, currency is depreciating, and prices are soaring. The world may fall into chaos before you even engage in battle, and the cost will be many lives. Chumo replied softly, Han Ning, have you also been blinded by a false sense of security? The threat from alien beasts is far more severe than imagined. Han Ning spread his hands and said that if not for his continuous miracles, humanity would have already failed. They had placed all their hopes on him, and he understood that. Alien beasts were more terrifying than they appeared, otherwise he would not have accepted the cost of his lifespan to cultivate using energy cores. Continued loudly that launching an interdimensional war required faith and collective strength. But now you are only plunging the world into fear. Are you planning to face it alone? Do you know what people are calling you? Scene shifted to the night sky of a city. A man shouted, "Bring down the tyrant and overthrow the autocratic Chu Mo." The leader raised a club as the crowd behind him shouted in unison that Chu Mo was a demon who had revealed his true form, then angrily questioned what the Alliance and the cultivation world were doing. He continued to shout, "Why did you submit to Chu Mo?" then raised a torch high. Torch was thrown toward Chu Mo's statue, and the crowd behind him roared even more fiercely, calling for the overthrow of the dictator. On a nearby rooftop, Tianzin and Jing Shan observed the riot. Tianzin said Chu Mo had become a calamity in the eyes of the world, then asked Jing Shan if he still believed he was a good person. Jing Shan glanced at him and replied that they were the ones who had schemed against Chu Mo and also the ones who had surrendered to him. "Master, have you ever considered my feeling?" Tianzin looked at his disciple and said that because of his ambition to develop the sect, he had made many mistakes. There was a time he believed Chu Mo could save the world, which was why he led the Alliance and the four great sects to submit. Unexpectedly, after gaining power, that man became autocratic and disregarded the lives of ordinary people. Jing Shan looked straight at him and asked, "Master, you still have not answered. Why should you care about my thoughts?" Tianzin grasped Jing Shan's hand and said solemnly that the only one who could defeat Chu Mo and restore order was him. Jing Shan was stunned and asked me. The scene shifted to the cave sealing Tian Ming. Tian Ming said that asking him to pass on the method of absorbing misfortune to Jing Shan, and only fully lifting the seal 50 years after victory in the Secret Realm War was indeed a harsh condition. Tianzin replied respectfully that Tian Ming's power was too great, and they could not remove the seal rashly without preparation. Tian Ming sneered and said that even if they won and seized the spiritual energy of the other world, did they think 50 years would be enough to catch up to him? Tianzin said confidently that after breaking the cultivation limits and preparing for half a century, the four great sects did not believe they would be inferior. Tian Ming agreed to the 50-year condition and formed a contract. A stream of power from him entered Tianzin, completing the pact. He reminded them that the heart demon had bound the agreement, and if one side fulfilled the conditions while the other broke the pact, they would suffer 70 days of soul torment before dissipating. Tianzin replied that there was no need to repeat the consequences. He told Jing Shan to step forward so Tian Ming could fulfill the first condition. Jing Shan stepped forward and said it was still hard to believe this man could truly help him gain enough strength to defeat Chu Mo. Tian Ming laughed and said from the beginning you never truly wanted to kill him. You agreed only because your master threatened to choose someone else if you refused. You planned that once you gained power, you would persuade Chu Mo to change, did you not? Struck at the heart, Jing Shan loudly denied, "I am not. I did not think that." Tian Ming interrupted, "But you do not know that your master has concealed something important. If you forcibly absorb a large amount of misfortune, you will die 3 days later." Jing Shan turned to Tianzin in shock and stammered, "Is that true?" Tianzin remained silent, as if he had not heard the question. Jing Shan looked at his master and then pointed at Tian Ming, demanding that he clarify so he would know those words were lies. Tian Ming explained that sect master Ju could not hear their conversation because he had used a bit of illusion when forming the contract. Jing Shan suddenly realized something and inwardly exclaimed that this was bad. He immediately embraced his master and rushed out in haste. As he ran, he thought that this was a trap and he had fallen into it. Tian Ming's voice echoed in his mind, saying your master did hide the truth that could cost you your life, but he is not entirely a petty man. His plan is that after 50 years, even if he suffers backlash, he will choose death rather than release me. Jing Shan's face turned pale as he tried to locate the source of the voice. Even after running so far, the voice still echoed. He had to leave immediately. Seeing the exit ahead, he rushed forward with all his strength. Tian Ming spoke leisurely as if he had expected it. "Welcome back." Jing Shan, carrying Tianzin on his back, said in horror, "How could this be? This place should have been the cave entrance." Tian Ming said, "You stand before me and still dare to keep your eyes open. Sect Master once warned you not to look directly at me, but in your panic you forgot." As he spoke, he controlled energy that surged toward Jing Shan. Bound tightly by that force, Jing Shan shouted in fury to let him go. "Tian Ming, what is your purpose?" Tian Ming pulled Jing Shan closer and said that he had waited a long time for someone with a soul index like his. Driven by ambition, they wanted to seize 30% of the Savior's misfortune. I taught them the technique to control the secret realm, but that method exposed flaws in the secret realm, allowing alien beasts to gain the upper hand and forcing the four great sects to seek me out. He looked at Jing Shan and continued that he had waited a very long time to meet someone with a similar soul. Although Chumo's appearance delayed the plan, in the end we still met Jing Shan. The scene shifted to a laboratory. Two doctors exchanged panicked words. Quickly get the suppressant. Patient number 9 has lost control. Be careful because he is extremely dangerous. A loud crash sounded as someone was flung into a wall, leaving a large dent. Patient with a frenzied expression screamed to let him go. They would not deceive him, he was not sick. The abnormal ones were them. Wu Tong approached the out-of-control patient and calmly introduced herself, Tran Qiu. I am the doctor in charge of your treatment. I understand that you are confused and afraid. The queen cells in your body are producing a strong rejection reaction that is causing mental instability. You need to cooperate with the treatment immediately. Tran Qiu shouted angrily, shut up. You are all the same, all trying to deceive me. You want to seize my power. Wu Tong did not argue further and stepped forward, delivering a punch that sent him staggering backward. He fell to the floor, his mind spinning, his face swollen from the recent blow. Wu Tong calmly turned to the other two doctors. Patient number 9 is stabilized. Take him back to the room and administer a suppressant injection. The two of them turned pale at the scene and replied, yes, Director Wu Tong, thank you for your assistance. We will be more vigilant and strengthen patient management in the future. A moment later, the scene shifted to Chumo. Wu Tong reported that in the Conglomerate Alliance experiment, only 85 people survived. 56 families agreed to transfer patients to Dong Yun Corporation for treatment. 36 remained in a coma like his sister, and the remaining 20 showed varying degrees of loss of control due to severe rejection reaction. Chumo asked again, does a stronger reaction mean a more violent loss of control? Wu Tong nodded, that is correct. Those patients tend to harm others and themselves. He continued, fortunately we have the research data from the Conglomerate Alliance and the formula from the four great sects. I am developing a new suppressant that can significantly reduce rejection reaction. For coma patients with mild reactions, the effect is even better. If the reaction is controlled, your sister has a chance to wake up. Chumo asked with concern, you have hardly rested lately. Even cultivators have physical limits. Wu Tong replied, you should worry about yourself instead. Using nuclear reactions to accelerate cultivation is too dangerous. I will assemble Dong Yun's research team to create a support plan to reduce your strain during cultivation. As she put on gloves, she said, we cannot delay any longer. Let me perform a full examination on you. Upon hearing this, Chumo stepped back. There is no need, I am perfectly fine. That moment, AI crawled over with an annoyed expression. Hey, you two, does no one remember me? It muttered, if Mother saw this, she probably would not understand what is happening either. Seeing Chumo brush it off, AI said irritably, stop pretending. It raised its patchy tail in grievance. When you use nuclear reactions to cultivate, I have to bear the damage for you. My tail is shedding in chunks. You grow stronger while I become miserable. Is that fair? Wu Tong also spoke up. AI is right. Chumo, you should stop using nuclear reactions. I know you are worried about your sister, but the new medicine is nearly complete. I believe we can save her in another way. Chumo smiled confidently. Do not worry about me. Nuclear reactions are no longer important. I have found another path to become stronger. The scene shifted to the secret realm area. Elder Jai stood directing the research team as they operated on the secret realm. Voice sounded from behind, accelerating time within the secret realm. How bold. Chumo stepped forward and asked if it was possible. Elder Jai replied, it is not impossible. He looked at Chumo and asked, do you have more specific requirements? Chumo pondered before the secret realm, for example, extending a single trial to 30 days. In the banquet hall, Wu Tong stood before the crowd and announced, the banquet ends here. Please make your way out. Her classmates and relatives forced smiles and said, Wu Tong, why are you doing this? You are not even giving your aunt any face. We have known each other for so long. Our company also hopes for investment from Dong Yun. Wu Tong curled her lips and replied gently, I will give everyone 10 seconds. Anyone who remains will be placed on Dong Yun's blacklist and will never cooperate with us again. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd hurriedly pushed toward the exit. Move aside, do not block the way. When the banquet hall finally emptied, Wu Tong sighed in relief. It is finally quiet. She turned to ask her father why a family meal had turned into such a gathering. He sighed, my daughter, you are now in a high position. He said that many people had come seeking favors these days. Whether acquaintances or powerful figures, they were hard to refuse. Wu Tong asked helplessly, is it really that serious? He smiled proudly. Everyone says that after the four great sects and the Conglomerate Alliance surrendered, Chumo stands at the top in both wealth and power, and you control Dong Yun. In their eyes, you are already a major figure. Wu Tong looked at her father, not knowing what to say. Do not believe those rumors. I am only using Dong Yun's resources for research. He continued to joke cheerfully. After all, you are the closest to Chumo. Who knows, you might become the president's wife or even an empress one day. Wu Tong shuddered and retorted, it is all just rumors. He turned serious again. Dong Yun is taking over the alliance's assets. I know you and Chu Mo do not want to manage business affairs, but Dong Yun is only a temporary ally and cannot be fully trusted. It would be better to entrust part of the resources to me for management. Wu Tong could not take it anymore and waved her hand as she walked away. Enough. Why are you like this too? I am going outside for some quiet. Outside on the main street, the evening light gradually faded. The classmate who had been expelled earlier said angrily, she is so arrogant. Without Chu Mo she would be nothing. The person beside him sneered, one must admit that pleasing men is a skill. Judging by her declining performance in the secret realm, she must be devoting all her energy to Chu Mo. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 loud impact sounds rang out where they stood. Tianzin appeared, rotating her wrist to relax, while the 2 others lay motionless on the ground with swollen lumps on their heads. Just then Wu Tong stepped out and called, Yue Tianian, you have been standing in front of my house for a while. What do you want with me? Tianzin did not respond and moved closer, pulling at her clothes to sniff. Wu Tong shouted in alarm, what are you doing? Stay away from me. Tianzin raised her head and said, the scent of pills is overwhelming. Have you been devoting all your time to alchemy? Wu Tong replied coldly, my affairs are none of your concern. Tianzin shrugged and advised, alchemy does not increase combat strength. If you remain so obsessed you may easily encounter danger. Wu Tong asked wearily, did you come here just to curse me? Tianzin rolled her eyes, I just happened to pass by. What I am about to say is a personal matter and not a sect disclosure. The 4 sect masters have disappeared. Jing Shan's whereabouts are also unknown. It seems they are doing something very dangerous. In some endless space, coins were drawn into a magnetic vortex, spinning endlessly. When they reached the boundary of the force field, they vanished instantly without a trace. Tianzin, standing nearby, spoke, Jing Shan, why did you come out so early? You have not yet absorbed all the fate coins in the great sect's treasury. Jing Xian stepped out from the center of the vortex, his voice deep. The time has come. The secret realm is about to open again. Tianzin stepped forward to ask about the opening time of the secret realm. Xiang Song muttered that the ancient technique was truly beyond imagination. In a short time, Jing Shan had absorbed more than 90% of the fate coin. The others reminded him, Jing Shan, remember the mission. With Chu Mo's personality, he will surely complete the secret realm alone. Wait until he is weakened or injured before taking action to ensure victory for the great sect. Jing Xian glanced at them. My affairs are for me to decide. Having said that, he suddenly grabbed Tianzin's head. I will temporarily borrow the power of you 4 useless ones. Tianzin was ambushed, her pupils contracting, the thought of using spatial teleportation flashing through her mind. The moment the thought appeared, Jing Xian said coldly, do not even dream of it. When he released his hand, Tianzin was completely exhausted, her body going limp as she collapsed. Other sect masters turned pale. Jing Shan, what are you trying to do? Xiang Song's eyes turned red as a weapon appeared in his hand, and he shouted, stop talking, attack. Only a few flashes of light were seen, followed by the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. When everything settled, Jing Xian had taken control of the situation, leaving them incapable of resistance. Said softly, the timing is perfect. A teleportation gate opened, the hum of magnetic forces echoing within the cave. Jing Xian left their figures behind and slowly walked toward the gate. Before fully stepping in, he said coldly, I have taken your power. Scene shifted to an ancient city. The participants of the secret realm stood in the middle of the street looking around. For the 4th time it is an ancient setting, at least this time we retain our memories. If it ends vaguely again like before it would be embarrassing. Someone suddenly said this place looks very familiar. Where is this? He turned toward an old man who looked like a local. Perhaps we should ask him. He approached the old man in tattered armor with several wounds. He stood silently with his sword planted on the ground. One person spoke, Elder, may I ask? Before he could continue, Wu Tong appeared behind him to stop him. Do not disturb him. He no longer has any life force. Tianzin nodded and said this place is Kyuzi City. The other person was stunned, Kyuzi City. Wu Tong explained that before De Luo Tian completed the secret realm, cultivators could not stop the descent of demonic beasts. The northwest was their gateway. Cities fell one after another. Only Kyuzi City held its ground. She looked at the old soldier and continued, besieged for 30 years without reinforcements or supplies. A lone city across vast lands. 3,000 Zayan troops were trapped. None surrendered. All defended the city to the very end. During this, someone in the group said anxiously, "The mission this time has not yet been announced." The person beside him was startled. Could it be that we must replace them and defend the city for another 20 or 30 years? Regardless of the panic or chatter among the crowd below, the scene shifted directly to Chu Mo standing atop the high wall at the city gate. Suddenly, the system issued a notification. 5th day check unsuccessful. Reward granted. Power of a 1,000-year demon beast. The reward has been distributed. Please check. Chu Mo glanced indifferently at the system panel. It was the usual reward. Nothing particularly noteworthy this time. That moment, footsteps sounded from behind and a voice spoke. The moment you entered the secret realm, your strength surged dramatically. Jingshan stood opposite him with a smile and said to Chu Mo, "No signs of abnormality. No need for arduous cultivation. Truly enviable. Is this your secret?" Chu Mo softly called out Jingshan. But in the next instant, his gaze changed. Chu Mo immediately became alert and asked coldly, "That is not right. Who exactly are you?" Jingshan gave a faint smile. "I have introduced myself many times already. Never mind, let us begin." The scene shifted to the Demon Beast Hall. Inside the Grand Hall, Ji clasped his tentacles together and pleaded in a low voice, "Lord He, please retract that decision." As soon as he finished speaking, another demon beast rushed in uncontrollably from outside. "Who allowed you to barge in? Get out at once." Ji lashed out angrily with his tentacles. "Let me go. Why must you abolish the inviolable covenant? It was a rule painstakingly established by Lady Ai. 16 minor races relied on it to enter the human world, yet she failed her mission and even betrayed us." Ji frowned deeply and firmly refuted, "Impossible. There must be a misunderstanding. My lady would never betray us. She must be trying to gain humanity's trust." Lord He watched their argument for a long while before speaking. "Octopus, you arrived at just the right time." Ji turned with hopeful eyes. "Lord He, are you considering preserving the covenant?" Lord He acted as if she had not heard him. The corners of her lips curled upward. "I just happened to crave grilled octopus." Before her words even finished, countless vines shot out into the air. Ji was restrained tightly by the demon beast. He laughed smugly. "Lord He, allow me to handle this. My skills will surely satisfy you." Suddenly there was another disturbance in the hall, and another figure entered to report to Lord He. The newly arrived demon beast bowed respectfully and reported, "Lord He, the 4th opening of the secret realm is imminent." She asked whether the task she assigned had been completed. He responded eagerly with bright eyes, "Everything is ready. This time we will truly achieve victory." The scene returned to the ancient city within the secret realm, as dusk approached and the sky was painted in brilliant orange-red hues. Teleportation gates opened one after another in the sky, and the system simultaneously issued a new notification regarding the secret realm and the conditions for clearing. A large number of demon beasts were converging on Kyuzi City. They must withstand 3 waves of attacks and defend the city. On the streets, some participants remained optimistic. With Chu Mo here, 3 attacks were nothing to fear. It seemed they would not need to take much action this time. The person beside them looked up at the sky and coldly warned, "Do not be careless. The descending demon beasts all possess human form. They are at least 2,000-year demon beasts. Their attacks will come like a storm of fire. To wipe everything out, even Chu Mo will require considerable time." Seeing thousands of demon beasts closing in on the city gates, they resolved to hold Kyuzi City at all costs during this phase. Zin suddenly spoke to refute. No, their target is not the city itself. In the distance, a demon beast raised a massive wooden stake high in its hand. It slammed the stake into the ground with full force, and energy instantly spread in all directions. Other demon beasts acted in unison as if prearranged, continuously driving stakes into the earth. Each stake erected transformed into a pillar of energy light shooting straight into the sky. Wutong's eyes widened. They are deliberately destroying the structure of the secret realm. As she spoke, Lord He appeared among the demon beasts and clicked her tongue. "You noticed already, but do you still have the mind to worry about that now?" Wutong shrugged calmly. Demon beasts destroying the realm from afar while the ones besieging the city deal with Chu Mo nearby. "You are truly calculated." Lord He sneered. "Protect the city and the realm erodes. Save the realm and the city falls. The mission fails. Humanity has only one person capable of stopping us. He cannot be in 2 places at once. Your defeat is certain." She raised her voice arrogantly. "Chu Mo, are you satisfied with this surprise?" After speaking, she looked toward where Chu Mo had been standing, but he had already vanished. Lord, his scheme struck empty air. Where had Chumo gone? Over at the location where demon beasts were destroying the realm. They continued diligently driving stakes into the ground. One demon beast complained, "I cannot endure this any longer. Must we guard these stakes until the secret realm closes?" The one in front turned and replied, "This is the key to eroding the secret realm. Our task is extremely important." He reassured them, "Endure a little longer. The path to the human world is about to open. Then we can deal with as many as we wish." But the moment he finished speaking, a chilling sensation swept past. Before he could realize what happened, his body fell apart. Soft flashes of light followed, and his body pieces dropped one by one. Companion beside him turned pale in terror. What just happened? Where did the attack come from? The demon beast looked around in panic, only to see its own body no longer intact. Where was the enemy? Ripple-like water suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately afterward, Chumo and Jingshan burst out from it, their clash shaking the air. Jingshan laughed loudly. "What a pity you escaped from the hidden space again. I intended to quietly eliminate you where no one would know." Chumo looked at him coldly and asked, "The spatial ability of Sect Master and the power of the other Sect Masters, what have you done to them?" Jingshan smirked. "Such a simple matter still requires asking. They are all gone, next is you." With those words, he unleashed a move. Immense spiritual power converged from all directions around his body. Chumo waved his hand and severed that connection instantly. Looked at his opponent and said, "You are so eager to kill me. The secret realm could collapse at any moment. The demon beasts are the true threat." Jingshan condensed his spiritual power into a spear and calmly replied, "Stabilizing the secret realm and eradicating the demon beasts is easy. I see the path to victory. Only your future is uncertain. In my world, there is no need for variable." The two fell into a stalemate, and Lord he also teleported over. She paused in shock at the demon beasts swept up by the aftershocks. Lord he sneered at Jingshan, who would have thought that besides Chumo, humanity still hid another expert human. "I have a proposal." No one responded. Chumo and Jingshan continued their fierce clash. Lord he spoke again. "I said, I have a proposal." The only response she received was a thunderous explosion. The gigantic demon beast before them was instantly reduced to fine dust. Lord he looked up. The two were fighting to the death. She tried once more to interject, "I truly have a proposal," but received only silence, leaving her standing helplessly amid the swirling dust. Reaching the limits of her patience, she opened her mouth and shouted, "Do not treat me as if I do not exist." Lord he waved her hand and launched an attack to interrupt their battle. Only then did Jingshan glance at her. "Are you speaking to me?" Lord he replied, "Human, you and Chumo are enemies. How about we cooperate?" Before she could finish her proposal, Jingshan had already swung his hand and counterattacked toward her. Lord he's body instantly dispersed into fragments like mist. Jingshan frowned, "A 30,000-year demon beast and merely a projection, daring to interfere in my battle." Time rewound 3 minutes, and the scene returned to the demon beast hall. Lord he stood observing the battle between Chumo and Jingshan, murmuring with interest, "Where did this one come from? Clearly human yet fighting Chumo. Let them fight. It would be best if both perished together." As soon as she finished speaking, she abruptly snapped out of her elation, suddenly remembering her crucial matter. "Wait, where is my specially crafted steak?" Dai Enhan immediately tried to sense the situation on the other side, her face turning pale as she muttered, "More than 60% is already ruined. Even the backup plan is about to fall apart." Dai Enhan took a deep breath to steady her mind and hurriedly considered countermeasures. Panic is not an option. There is still a way out. The demon beasts before the Great Wall have not been drawn into battle. Their condition remains intact. From now on, order all surviving demon beasts to risk their lives to assault the city. I will buy time and block Chumo and the other cultivators from approaching. What seems like danger may instead be an opportunity. That cultivator already harbors deep resentment toward Chumo. She placed her hand on the map before her. "As long as I propose joining forces with him to eliminate Chumo, regardless of whether he agrees or refuses, I will still hold the advantage." Dai Enhan felt quite pleased with this scheme. If he agreed to cooperate, the chance to eliminate Chumo would arise. If he refused, I would still have enough time for the demon beasts to breach the city and secure victory within the secret realm. Before her words could fade from the air, the map before her suddenly exploded, shattering into countless fragments. Dai Enhan stared in shock at the fragments scattered across the floor and softly exclaimed, "What is happening?" He stood frozen in disbelief. The projection had been destroyed. I had not even finished speaking, yet it has already vanished. Dai Enhan clutched her head and took deep breaths to calm herself, reminding herself not to lose her temper. At that moment, a demon beast stepped forward and called out softly. He also noticed the pile of fragments on the ground and hesitantly asked, "Are these your projections?" Dai Enhan immediately cut him off. "It is merely an unexpected mishap." Demon Beast hurriedly lowered his head to apologize. "Please forgive me, this is not something I should have asked. Dai Enhan, this is the grilled octopus I prepared for you." She brushed past him and replied coldly, "I have no appetite, move aside." She slowly walked deeper inside. Dai Enhan's back remained as straight and proud as ever. As soon as she stepped onto the resting platform above, she could not restrain herself and swung her hand, smashing it hard against the pillar beside her. Loud noise immediately echoed throughout the demon beast's palace. Dai Enhan roared in anger. What is wrong with him? Would it kill him to listen to the whole sentence? A cultivator yet behaving so rudely. The scene shifted back to Chu Mo and Jing Xian. A gigantic python already lay motionless on the ground. Jing Xian looked at Chu Mo with deep emotion. To unleash combat power 10 times greater within a mere 10 seconds, truly impressive. The body refinement technique from 1,000 years ago that no one perfected has now appeared in you. Chu Mo calmly responded to the awkward praise. "This is the first time I have revealed this ability to others." Jing Xian slightly raised his eyebrow. "Is that so?" Chu Mo's pupils glowed golden as he spoke calmly. "The ambush just now did not harm you in the slightest, nor did it surprise you. It seems you already knew my ability." Jing Xian folded his arms and replied, "To me there are no secrets in this world. Your eyes can perceive the essence of all things, yet it is a pity that you have not fully developed them and your application remains immature. Such a waste. Even now have you still not discovered my weakness." Just as he said, the system only displayed a mass of vague data before Chu Mo's eye. Information about that cultivator was unclear, and both tactics and weaknesses were completely blank. Jing Xian raised his hand as spiritual energy gathered in his palm. "Are you out of tricks? I once had high expectations for you. If so, then let this end." Patches of white bone gradually spread throughout the forest. Jing Xian raised his head to look at the sky, slightly frowning. Something is not right. Inside the ancient city wall, absolute silence also descended. Following his train of thought, the sky gradually sank into night. Jing Xian felt a moment of confusion. What exactly is happening? The space around him changed in a flash. It had been dusk just moments ago, yet suddenly it turned pitch dark. He looked toward Chu Mo and said in a deep voice, "Time within the secret realm is accelerating." Light surged back once more. Chu Mo welcomed the dawn with a faint smile. Another new day. The system issued a notification, marking the 6th day and granting a reward. Jing Xian waved his hand as white bones coiled around his body. He asked in a harsh tone, "What are you looking at, the sun?" The amount of white bones surged dramatically in an instant. He roared toward Chu Mo. He looked at him and softly said, "Is this your true power?" In the blink of an eye, those bones transformed into interwoven chains. Each loop tightened around Chu Mo. Looking at his bound wrists, he laughed. "You have finally decided to get serious." Jing Xian lowered his gaze. "Your existence is far too dangerous. You cannot be allowed to remain." Soon as he finished speaking, a new wave of attacks descended, nearly leveling everything around Chu Mo. Chu Mo's body was torn apart and dissolved into the air, leaving behind an intrigued remark. "A pure slash yet gathered like a river." Jing Xian smiled faintly. "To be certain, I will decompose you down to the microscopic level." Following his words, Chu Mo's figure seemed to gradually dissipate. Portions of his arm fell away and vanished. The wave of white bones swept through once more, erasing every trace. Jing Xian stood observing. Destroyed to this extent, even a body refinement cultivator would find it difficult to recover. However, right behind him, Chu Mo reappeared completely intact. He even offered a light compliment. "That was truly dangerous just now. I was almost in trouble." Jing Xian's eyes flashed. "A river." He turned and threw a punch. "Then I will defeat you once again." Chu Mo once again dissolved into the void. Yet time and time again he reappeared like an endless loop. His voice remained calm. Not fire, not lightning, nor curse or space. Merely severed power yet capable of reaching such a level. Jing Xian clenched his hand, suppressing his irritation. "Chu Mo, is that your secret? Such a rule-breaking ability. When you entered the secret realm, your power was already enhanced. Then you accelerated time, causing a day to pass, thereby obtaining the cloning technique." Chu Mo paid no attention to his words and simply pointed at the sky. "Look, it is about to become the 2nd day again." Jing Xian closed in once more. "Then before dawn, I will wipe all of you out." Chu Mo skillfully recovered and retreated while smiling encouragingly. "Come on." The sky continuously shifted from night to day at a dizzying speed. Outside the ancient city wall, Violent attacks continued to rain down relentlessly. The system continuously sent notifications and rewards to Chumo's 6th day check-in, reward received. 7th day check-in, reward received. 8th day check-in, reward received. 9th day check-in, reward received. 10th day check-in, reward weapon Rui Jingu Bang. The moment the 10th day reward appeared, the Rui Jingu Bang descended, forcing Jing Xian flat onto the ground. Chumo stood above looking down. As expected, you are not Jing Shan. Is this your true appearance? Tian Ming lay on the ground and softly said, Chumo, before long we will meet again. First death prediction concluded. In the blink of an eye, Tian Ming appeared once more in the form of Jing Xian, standing opposite Chumo. This time he was filled with confidence. Chumo, I have fully understood your trump card. From now on, I will no longer probe. Within 5 minutes, this battle will end. The scene shifted to the laboratory of Dong Yun Corporation. A reporting voice sounded. The 6th contact test begins. Energy response is stable, neural linkage is normal. Remove restrictions, open the two-way channel. The commander issued an order. Synchronize, initiate. The device connecting to Chu Mo's brain immediately began operating. Wearing the device on his head, Chu Mo nodded lightly in satisfaction. Truly marvelous. Now I can sense the secret realm as if it were part of my own body. Jai Xing stepped forward and said, Control of the secret realm has been handed over to you. You can freely adjust the speed of time within it. Chumo nodded. Elder Jai, well done. Jai Xing spoke sternly. Chumo, I will not ask what you intend to do, but I must remind you that the secret realm is already full of cracks. Accelerating time may cause it to collapse. Chumo removed the device. I understand. I will be cautious when using the acceleration function. Returning to reality within the secret realm, Chumo launched a direct strike toward Tian Ming. He was immediately cleaved into two. Tian Ming looked up at the sky, his body stiffening for a brief moment as astonishment surged through his mind. Impossible. Chumo turned to look at him. Truly tenacious, even after being split in two, you still refuse to rest. He smiled softly, his voice as gentle as a passing breeze, then divided into 4 parts. Chumo raised his sword and slashed down once more. Tian Ming tasted defeat again. The second death prediction came to an end. Reborn once more, Tian Ming was slightly stunned. What had just happened? Chumo looked down at him from above and calmly asked, Mr. Nguyen is here as well. The tiny Tian Ming looked up at him. Chumo, have you grown bigger and become so proud? Chumo shook his head and replied softly, It is not that I have grown larger but that you have shrunk. This skill is truly interesting. It can continuously force the opponent to become smaller. Only then did Tian Ming realize that his body was different. He shouted in confusion and reproached Chumo. But Chumo maintained his provocative demeanor, pretending to listen. Are you talking to me? Sorry, I cannot hear you clearly. You are already as small as a speck of dust. Can you shrink any further? And thus the third death prediction ended. The demonic beast that had just been slain earlier also unexpectedly came back to life. Tian Ming lowered his head and asked Chumo, allowing the fallen demonic beast to stand up again, is that your new ability? At some point the demonic beasts had gathered behind Chumo. He replied calmly, not only that, I can also make them fuse. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic beasts behind him immediately merged into a bizarre and distorted form. Chumo looked at Tian Ming and softly said, Go on little cutie, deal with him. And the fourth death prediction came to an end. Tian Ming appeared once again in the form of Jing Xian before Chumo. He silently calculated 4 failures, and in each round Chumo possessed different abilities. Before the dawn of the second day I could defeat him. In the closest attempt I even caused him to lose an arm. Was it luck or something else? Truly interesting. It has been a long time since I have felt such excitement. As he thought, Tian Ming charged into battle through countless cycles of death predictions to find a way out. Come, use all your abilities, finish me if you can. He laughed madly, filled with confidence. As long as I win once among countless outcomes, that will be the destiny that grants me victory. A gigantic centipede was rampaging through the forest within the secret realm. Tian Ming was beaten until his blood and energy were in turmoil. He muttered, this time it is poison. Chumo ignored Tian Ming collapsing. He was busy interacting with the demonic beasts. And thus the 5th death prediction came to an end. Just after being reborn, Tian Ming was defeated again. The 6th death prediction ended. Once again he was neutralized by Chumo using a substitute puppet. Tian Ming's body seemed to be pierced by countless spikes. Round after round, the 7th, the 8th, the 100th, the 1000th, and the 10,070th death predictions all came to an end. Outside the ancient city, thunderous explosions echoed day and night without cease. Revived once more, Tian Ming said seriously, Chumo, stop for a moment, let us talk. At this moment, Chumo was fusing with the demonic beasts and replied, The longer time drags on, the stronger I become. Why would you place yourself at a disadvantage? Tian Ming pointed to the rift behind him. The sky has already cracked if you continue to accelerate time. Before long, the secret realm will completely collapse. Chumo shrugged indifferently. Perhaps so, but I do not care. Tian Ming said angrily, has the dark power made you lose your sanity? When the secret realm collapses, the demonic beasts will flood into our world. At that point, the outcome between you and me will be meaningless. Chumo's expression returned to calm as he nodded. You are right, but do not forget that the war was initiated by you. Time continues to accelerate. Tian Ming shouted, gaining immense power in just one day within the secret realm. Have you never doubted it? Perhaps this is a scheme of the demonic beasts, using you to break the secret realm. Chumo refuted, that is only one possibility. Before the secret realm collapses, I may become strong enough. Even if the demonic beasts pour in, I alone will be sufficient to flatten their world. Tian Ming spread his hands and lowered his head. Enough, I admit defeat. Is that acceptable? Do not gamble with the human world. Think of yourself and your friends. Chumo curled his lips. The madman is you. During battle, your personality changes unpredictably, and you even propose a ceasefire and admit defeat. With your arrogance, you would not choose such a path even when driven into a corner. Dawn was breaking. Chumo looked at him. Too many inconsistencies, so I deduce that this world is not reality. As soon as he finished speaking, countless invisible hands extended from the sky toward Tian Ming. He gritted his teeth. This prediction was about to end. The only useful information was that Chumo did not know the origin of his power within the secret realm, but the emotions accumulated through 10,000 deaths were real. Tian Ming was tightly bound by those hands. He told himself that next time he must act more naturally. Each death was a fragment to uncover Chumo's secret. After resolving the matter, Chumo looked at the hands growing from his body. This power worked quite well today. Tian Ming asked in a low voice, why have you not killed me yet? Could it be that you enjoy toying with your opponent? Chumo smiled faintly. I will neither kill you nor allow you to end yourself. Are you not curious whether if I keep accelerating time, my power will increase infinitely or reach an ultimate limit? Hearing this, Tian Ming froze and his expression changed. This is bad. Time continued to flow rapidly. The system continuously sent check-in notifications to Chumo. The reward for the 9th day. The reward for the 15th day, the 29th day, obtaining the time type ability, historical limit. Only then was Chumo satisfied. He looked at Tian Ming. After fighting for so long, I finally know your name, Tian Ming. Hearing his name called, Tian Ming burst into laughter. That title is known by many, but the discovery comes too late, Chumo. Chumo shook his head and withdrew the binding hands. No, I am speaking of your real name, Wen Baixian. Hearing that familiar yet distant name, Tian Ming was momentarily surprised. Do you have another new ability, mind reading or something else? It has been a long time since anyone called me that. Chumo stared directly at him. To erase your disgraceful past, you made everyone who knew that name disappear. Tian Ming replied calmly, why speak of old matters? I have no regrets. What about you? He looked up at the fractured sky. You accelerated time to gain more abilities, but look around. The secret realm is collapsing. That is the consequence of your action. Chumo glanced around and said, indeed, in another day the secret realm may collapse. Tian Ming raised his hand, preparing to strike. When the secret realm is destroyed, Earth will lose its shield, and the demonic beasts will enter through many paths. He charged forward and struck Chumo's chest with a palm. Billions of living beings will suffer disaster. Chumo looked down at him. That is meaningless. I have seen history and know your strongest ability. He grasped Tian Ming's hand. Even if I were unguarded, you can no longer harm me. The secret realm has never collapsed. This is merely a timeline within your prediction, not reality. Tian Ming laughed provocatively, but I can choose this timeline to become reality with a single thought. The victory of the demonic beasts will become history. As soon as he finished speaking, Chumo had already seized him firmly. Chumo said coldly, do you want to provoke me into taking action? Perhaps your death is the key to shifting the timeline. Unfortunately, in front of me you have no right to end yourself. Tian Ming replied calmly, your new ability is not omniscience. There are still many ways for me to alter the timeline. Chumo paid no mind and threw him to the ground. I do not know everything. Even if I have seen your entire past, I still cannot fully understand your thoughts. Chumo looked down and asked, why did you lure the 4 great sects into starting the secret realm war? With your prophecy, there should have been other ways to release the seal. Lying on the ground, Tian Ming asked and then explained, Do you know how glorious human civilization once was? In the beginning, they came into contact with the demonic beast world without needing the protection of secret realms. Outstanding individuals far surpassed the strongest cultivators, and science at that time was not the feeble thing it is now. His voice was filled with emotion. No matter how powerful the demonic beasts were, they were merely like pets before them. Yet that civilization suddenly vanished one day, no one knows the reason. I suspect the demonic beast world left behind clues. Chumo asked, was it in pursuit of historical truth that you initiated the war? Tianming shook his head. No, what I desire is the power and science of the ancient era. I once thought your abilities came from them, gaining new powers in just one day. Such unreasonable growth closely matched my imagination, but I was mistaken. Chumo asked, why did you change your mind? Tianming looked at the floating pink auras and asked, Chumo, have you not realized that a signal is being emitted from your body? He looked up at the sky. The signal is growing stronger. No, perhaps you already knew, and that is why you stopped accelerating time. At this moment, Chumo's body seemed to glow, with pink auras continuously rising. Tianming laughed loudly. In the secret realm, one day brings greater strength. When power comes so easily, how could there be no price? I understand now, Chumo, you are not a savior. You are merely a coordinate. His voice grew increasingly louder. When you remain long enough and become strong enough within the secret realm, you will lead the invaders here. Those beings are even more terrifying than the demonic beasts. Chumo looked at Tianming, who was gradually losing control, and thoughts of his words flashed through his mind. The coordinates, the invaders. Those speculations were indeed not impossible. Tianming curled his lips. Whether it is speculation or not, you will know if you try. Accelerate 2 more days. No, perhaps just one day, those invaders will appear before us. Chumo tilted his head to look at him. You hope they will conveniently deal with you to open a new timeline. But have you considered that their power far exceeds imagination and may even turn this timeline into a fixed reality? Tianming assessed Chumo. Even if you do not continue to accelerate, the signal on your body is already strong enough. Given sufficient time, they will precisely locate Earth. Chumo folded his arms and stepped closer. Then what do you propose? Tianming said decisively, kill me. You have no other choice. He paused before continuing. This timeline only leads to a bleak future. Whether it is the deities from the demon beast world or the unknown invaders, both are fatal threats to humanity. Only I can alter this fate. Chumo raised his hand, a surge of force gathering around his palm. He brushed past Tianming and gently swung his hand as if closing a chapter. Sky sank into a dense blackness. Upon being reborn once more, Tianming appeared in the form of Jing Xian. He looked at Chumo gloomily. I have returned. Another life lost, yet I have gained quite a lot. His gaze was profound. At last, I have understood the secret of Chumo's ability and that of the invaders. As long as I grasp the future, I will be the ultimate victor. At that moment, Tianzin suddenly appeared and shouted for the two to stop immediately. She descended gently, yet resolutely. Wutong followed behind, landing beside Chumo. Tianzin approached Tianming. Jingshan, what are you thinking? Why do you wish to fight Chumo? Recognizing the newcomers, Tianming showed a hint of interest. The two of you have also arrived. Just in time. I have a new plan. They can serve as pieces to restrain Chumo first. He raised his hand to touch his face. Immediately afterward he burst into laughter. The disguise vanished, revealing his true appearance. Tianzin frowned. Who exactly are you? Tianming did not respond. He lowered his gaze to his hands in confusion. It was not me who did this. What is happening? The body is losing control. Could it be Chumo? But he has not accelerated time. How could it be? Could it be Chumo from the previous timeline? Impossible. Chumo broke the silence. Tianming, no. Your memories have become disordered. Before he could finish speaking, Tianming roared, I am Tianming, a cultivator from 1,000 years ago. 20 years ago I was sealed beneath the Arctic cave. It was I who lured the sect master of the great sect to initiate the secret realm war. Wutong was astonished by such honesty. He is revealing everything like this. Is it truly the truth or merely a trap? His body emitted a purple glow as he continued speaking. For my own selfish interests I pushed Earth to the brink. I am a sinner. I am ashamed and thus choose to take my own life to atone. His hand moved toward his chest while his inner turmoil intensified. My ability to predict the future is in opposition to Chumo's power to shatter it. This timeline is being forced into becoming fixed history. Seeing the calm expressions of the three people before him, he grew even more desperate, inwardly screaming, no, I do not want this ending. The thought had just flashed through his mind when he acted against himself. his body collapsing to the ground. Tianming lay motionless on the ground. Tianzin crouched down to examine him. Has he truly ended? It seems there is no longer any sign of life. Chumo stepped forward to confirm. Indeed, there was no longer any breath. In the live stream room, the audience was also bewildered. Is it really over? A 1,000-year boss appeared only to end himself like a puppet with its strings cut. They followed through Chumo's livestream and continuously sent comments. Some speculated that the one controlling Tianming was likely Chumo. Do not speak recklessly, or you may bring disaster upon yourself. Wu Tong also developed similar suspicions. She looked at Chumo. Could it be that you did something? Chumo shrugged. I am not sure either. To be honest, I am still confused. In another corner of the secret realm, a participant had just defeated the final demon beast. He let out a sigh of relief. This should be the last one. At the same time, the system announced to everyone that the fourth secret realm had been completed, and that everyone would return to reality in 1 minute. Chumo's personal system also displayed a notification. The fourth mission completed, special reward, Ghost Umbra. Chumo frowned. What is this? The system continued to transmit data, unable to identify, self-inspection required. The system added, special reward, the mystic treasure clock left by the second chairman of Dong Yun, capable of briefly stopping time. Remaining uses 1. Chumo pondered, was everything arranged or merely an unexpected variable? The scene returned to reality. 3 days passed swiftly. In the laboratory, Chumo looked at the stone before him. Is this the transcendent crossing stone? Why has its appearance changed like this? Jai Xing explained, 3 days ago Dong Yun sent people to the deep Arctic cave, rescuing Jing Jai in place of Tian Ming, discovering many lost ancient texts, and thus modifying the transcendent crossing stone. Chumo nodded. Then does it possess new functions now? Jai Xing looked at the stone. As long as there is sufficient energy, it can be used to reach the demon beast world and accurately locate the target. Chumo was satisfied, prepared to depart. I will go to the demon beast world as soon as possible. Ning, who was in the room, was startled upon hearing this. You intend to leave immediately. Where will you set the coordinates? Chumo replied, near their remaining transcendent crossing stone. I will put an end to this war. Ning was worried. Such an important object must be heavily guarded, perhaps even managed by the demon beast deity. It is far too dangerous. What do you plan to do? Chumo shook his head. I cannot say. This conversation may be under surveillance. Those words caused Han Ning to let out a bitter laugh. Do you suspect Elder Jai or suspect me? Are we spies? Jai Xing hurriedly intervened. Han Ning, do not say more. I believe Chumo has his own reason. Ning clenched his fists. Chumo, since gaining control of the alliance and the 4 great sects, you have become increasingly authoritarian, resembling the former alliance but even more extreme. Chumo said coldly, do not stop me, otherwise I will show no mercy. Your father sacrificed himself for you. Do not let that sacrifice be in vain. And Ning ground his teeth and cursed softly. Chumo said calmly, think carefully about your father's death before making a decision. Jai Xing watched Chumo's departing figure. Even as a joke, those words were far too harsh. He turned to Han Ning with concern, but the young man remained silent in contemplation. The mysterious death of Tian Ming, Chumo's words about surveillance, and how his father had once been pushed out by the alliance as a scapegoat. Ning frowned. The one Chumo is wary of is not the demon beasts. They are merely pawns. Then what exactly is the true adversary? In the laboratory, the machinery operated continuously, as specialists kept entering commands without pause. Assistant Wang shouted, the third energy replenishment begins. Wu Tong observed the control panel and instructed that any abnormal data must be reported immediately. The transcendent crossing stone emitted arcs of electricity as energy was continuously infused. Jai Xing said seriously, to activate the transcendent crossing stone, more than half of the Earth will temporarily lose power. This time we will certainly face criticism. Chumo looked at the stone and replied calmly, it is fine, that is precisely the Beast King Palace. On the surface of the stone appeared the image of the Beast King's palace. Jai Xing nodded, that is the palace of the demon beast deity, and the central area is where their transcendent crossing stone is placed. Chumo smiled, the map has also appeared in full, truly convenient. It saves me quite a bit of time. Hui Xing suddenly asked whether he truly felt no fear. According to survey data, under the Beast King Nyan there are around 1,000 demon beasts with over 300,000 combat power, 50,000 beasts exceeding 1 million combat power, and only 2 above 10 million. He paused briefly before continuing. As for the deity lord of the demon beast realm, estimates place his combat power beyond 100 million. Chumo lightly rested his chin in thought. Let me calculate again. Fell silent, letting his mind sink completely into the calculations in his head. The first sign-in increased his combat power by 10,000 thanks to the strength of a 1,000-year demon beast. The second granted martial god experience, tripling his base combat power, and when unleashed it could increase tenfold but only for 10 seconds. The third unlocked golden eyes, allowing him to see through weaknesses and break all illusion. The fourth granted Samadhi true fire, continuously strengthening his body, using the nuclear reaction of cultivation to add another 10,000 combat power. The fifth added another 10,000 combat power, and with martial god experience, doubled his foundation. Chumo calculated that his normal combat power was 90,000, and within 10 seconds he could erupt to 300,000. After careful consideration, he concluded that the situation was favorable, and the odds of victory leaned heavily toward him. Guizing was stunned by such confidence. Are you serious? Chumo nodded decisively. There is no need to be so tense. I am not planning to wipe them out. Curled his lips. As long as I can get close to the transcendent stone, it will be enough. Destroying it will prevent the demon beasts from exploiting loopholes, and the secret realm war will become much harder for them. Guizing looked at him. So you finally admit your objective. Are you worried that humanity will lose the next secret realm war? Chumo replied solemnly, I cannot create miracles forever. If the demon beasts continue to cheat, defeat is only a matter of time. Guizing nodded in understanding and added, the moment you set foot in the demon beast world you will be discovered immediately. Existences older than 10,000 years have perception covering the entire Beast King Hall. Spatial fluctuations will be clearly exposed. Wutong, who had been listening, stepped forward. Chumo, let me go with you as bait and buy time for you. Chumo immediately shook his head. No, you must stay. I will do everything to destroy the transcendent stone, but I may not return. When that happens, you must shoulder the responsibility and lead humanity to victory. Wutong hesitated, but at that moment, Xia Chu walked in from outside and accepted the task without hesitation. Then let me be the bait. Chumo turned to look Xia Chu. Did Han Ning send you? This trip may be a one-way journey. Xia Chu said calmly, the financial alliance has collapsed and my wish has come to an end. I am not the savior of the secret realm, but among humanity, aside from you, I am among the strongest. I am qualified to act as bait. Chumo nodded and advanced toward the transcendent stone with Xia Chu. Good, then let us go together. As he was about to touch the transcendent stone, the system suddenly issued urgent warnings repeatedly. Danger, danger, it is recommended to enter the demon beast world only after at least 10 signings. But Chumo ignored everything and continued forward. He said, Wutong, if I do not return, please take care of my sister. On the side of the Beast King Hall, new fluctuations appeared. The transcendent stone had likely teleported Chumo across. A beam of golden light descended from above. Two demon beasts smacked their lips aghast, and it is a human again. Are their minds broken? Another one laughed excitedly, daring to charge into the Beast King Hall while flaunting his aura, truly bold to the point of disregarding his life. Chumo landed right at the main gate. The teleportation effect even exceeded expectation. He opened his eyes to observe the surrounding space. The transfer location was indeed very accurate. Chumo walked straight inside, muttering in annoyance, I knew I should not have believed those words. The demon beasts who had come to watch the commotion were startled when they saw him and exclaimed, Chumo. He did not stop, advancing forward step by step at a slow pace. Demon beasts automatically parted to both sides to make way. Suddenly one shouted loudly, what are you doing? Why are you giving way? Charge at him. Do you not even have this bit of courage? Those below turned to look at it as if it were a fool. That is humanity's strongest savior. If you are capable, then go up yourself. Lady, he appeared and pushed that one aside. Chumo, in the secret realm we were restricted and could not kill you. I did not expect you to come seeking death yourself. Chumo calmly raised his head. I came here to discuss peace. Lady, he sneered, peace, how naive. We do not need such a thing. Chumo did not mind her attitude. I want to meet your deity lord directly. Lady, he snorted coldly. Your status is not worthy of an audience with the deity lord. Another demon beast appeared behind her and said softly, please allow me to deal with this rude human. Lady, he asked, are you confident you can defeat him? He waved his hand as killing intent coiled around him. In the secret realm I lost to him, but this is my world. Here I can deal with him as easily as turning my hand. Unexpectedly, Chumo replied calmly, if you make a move, I will end my own life. That demon beast seemed provoked and laughed loudly. Fine, I will throw a punch. Let me see you end yourself. As soon as the words fell, he shot toward Chumo. Immediately after, a muffled explosion sounded, and his body disintegrated like fireworks in midair. Chumo raised his head. that figure had already turned to ashes. The surrounding demon beasts were horrified and felt that their earlier decision to give way was correct. He vanished completely. What just happened, no one saw clearly. Fortunately, we did not act rashly. Only Lady He noticed the anomaly. She pressed her lips together. That was the deity lord's power, but why did he stop us? Chumo also understood and said sternly, Deity Lord, I know you are watching. From now on, I give you 1 minute to consider. He frowned, end the secret realm war. Otherwise, I will end my life right here. Crimson spiritual aura enveloped the entire Beast King Hall. It condensed into the vague form of the deity lord, and his voice echoed in their ears, Coordinate holder, you dare threaten me. Do you truly think I would not dare to kill you? Chumo raised his head. As expected, you know my identity. But he showed no fear, I repeat. Within 1 minute the war must end. This is not a threat but a condition. If it is refused, my death will not matter. The coordinate will remain here forever and transmit signals outward. Deity Lord's projection looked down. The secret realm war cannot stop. It will only end when victory or defeat is decided. Chumo continued ascending the steps. Then you should admit defeat. Lady He below shouted angrily, how arrogant. How dare you speak to the deity lord like that? Chumo tilted his head to look at her. What if you admit defeat? The deity lord above remained silent, merely observing intently. After a while he finally spoke, is victory or defeat truly so important? Chumo replied with greater solemnity, humanity is not important. Demon beasts are not important, nor is our war. If the coordinate remains in this world, even if you win the secret realm, you will only await destruction. As soon as he finished speaking, a corner of the Beast King Hall suddenly trembled violently. The deity lord glanced over and asked, Chumo, what exactly is your purpose? He answered calmly, I have already said I came for peace. The deity lord said coldly, stop the act. You are trying to draw attention to cover your companion. Did you hear that sound? He is already gone. Chumo continued forward, thinking that Zia Chu was stalling and disturbing the deity lord's judgment, but he was already nearing his limit. Suddenly, Chumo took out a watch and clenched it tightly in his hand. The deity lord's expression changed instantly and his voice became urgent. Chumo, what are you doing? Stop. The watch in his hand began to glow. System announced, confirmation of using reward item, time stasis watch. The deity lord's projection also seemed frozen in place. Time passed 0.01 seconds. Chumo seized the moment and dashed upward. The temple gate was blasted open by him. 0.02 seconds. He had entered the grand hall and saw the transcendent stone ahead. Chumo's eyes lit up. The system transmitted information. The transcendent stone contains a peculiar spacetime power, analyzing weakness. But before the result appeared, the watch in Chumo's hand began to emit black energy. The system warned, the watch is being interfered with by an unknown force and is about to be destroyed. Chumo looked at the crack on the watch. Is this the deity lord's power? How much time remains? When time reached 0.03 seconds, the system completed the analysis and announced that the weakness of the transcendent stone had been found. Chumo did not hesitate and immediately rushed toward the stone. A small crack had already appeared on the surface of the transcendent stone. The system notified that the durability of the underworld crossing stone had dropped to 98 out of 100. Chumo closely observed the stone. Its load-bearing capacity was truly astonishing, but the watch likely could not hold on much longer. Thick black smoke continuously poured out from the watch, as if it would shatter at any moment. Without hesitation, Chumo charged forward and continued to unleash his attacks, each punch striking down relentlessly. The durability of the underworld crossing stone decreased to 79 out of 100. When the time reached 0.04 seconds, the durability fell to 43 out of 100. At 0.05 seconds, the system announced that the watch was completely destroyed. Chumo still did not stop, his fists clenched tightly. The opportunity was about to slip away. A loud explosion rang out. The watch shattered into pieces. The projection of the Divine Lord outside flashed once and vanished without a trace. In the next instant, he appeared directly inside the Grand Hall. Behind Chumo, the durability of the underworld crossing stone was only 19 out of 100. He slightly turned his head to look behind. When the time reached 0.06 seconds, the Divine Lord descended to the ground, his overwhelming power sweeping across the entire hall. He gritted his teeth while staring at Chumo, his eyes filled with fury at human cunning. Seeing the boundary crossing stone covered in cracks yet not completely collapsed, the Divine Lord coldly declared that his plan to destroy it had failed. Thrown onto his back by the shockwave, Chumo still laughed and said that his plan had succeeded. From now on they could no longer cheat within the secret realm. As soon as he finished speaking, the underworld crossing stone exploded, fragments scattering through the air. At that moment, its durability had only a tiny fraction left on the scale of 100. Lying still on the ground, Chumo looked at the Divine Lord and said he once had the chance to stop it but hesitated, perhaps fearing the consequences of acting against him. Outside the Beast King Hall, a strange change also occurred. The demonic beasts were stunned as the Grand Hall disappeared. Even the Divine Lord was nowhere to be seen. Diurne calmed them, explaining that it was the Divine Lord's ability to create a small world separated from the demon beast realm. She smiled confidently and said that the coordinates Chumo released had lost their effect. The victory belonged to them. Inside the vanished central hall, the blue light of the boundary crossing stone spread everywhere. Before Chumo's eyes, countless fragments were connecting into strands. They floated into the air, and then gathered back to the original position of the underworld crossing stone. The Divine Lord looked at him and reminded him that those were the remnants of the stone that had just exploded. Chumo was stunned as he watched the boundary crossing stone gradually recover. The Divine Lord thanked him for offering himself and predicted that humanity would surely fail next time. Chumo laughed and asked whether he feared that the coordinates might still remain in their world. The Divine Lord calmly asked if he had realized it yet. He laughed loudly and said this grand hall had already been isolated from the outside world. Following that reminder, Chumo sensed that only a hazy layer of black energy surrounded them. He asked whether the Divine Lord had created an independent dimension and brought both of them into it. The Divine Lord nodded and said that killing him here and throwing his body into the ashen pale expanse would make the coordinates impossible to trace. Chumo raised his head and asked why he did not take him to the ashen pale expanse first before acting to ensure success. The Divine Lord showed interest, his eyes lighting up as if he found the suggestion quite good. Chumo interrupted, saying that if he could do it he would have acted long ago. Perhaps he was not certain whether the coordinates had been transmitted. Provoked, the Divine Lord raised his hand. Darkness engulfed his entire body as he said perhaps it was time to test it. Chumo laughed and replied that he wanted to probe through his reaction, but he himself knew nothing about that terrifying invader. At that moment, the system continuously issued warnings of lost connection, urging the host to leave due to extreme danger. The Divine Lord's power continued to surge violently. That pressure forced Chumo to the point of struggling to breathe. The system reported that the host was in an extremely dangerous state and still unable to establish a connection. The Divine Lord said he had a 90% chance of blocking the coordinates but did not want to take the risk, proposing a deal instead. Chumo looked at him with deep suspicion. The Divine Lord mentioned the injustices Chumo had suffered on Earth and asked whether he truly wanted to save all humanity or only cared about a few loved ones. He promised that after the war he would bring his family and friends to his world, grant them vast lands and a safe life. In exchange, he must leave that world forever. Chumo asked if they could not remain on Earth. The Divine Lord replied that after the war Earth would only face destruction. Chumo hesitated and demanded more information about the master of the coordinates and the true reason for wanting to destroy Earth. The Divine Lord sneered lightly, admitting that he knew nothing and agreed to explain for a fair exchange. Chumo silently asked the system about the conditions for receiving the sign in reward. The system replied that only by using the power of the boundary crossing stone to enter another dimension and participate in battle would the conditions be met. Chumo asked further about the current situation, but the system reported that the conditions were insufficient and the connection was lost. Threatened that if he died the system would lose its prey, the system immediately recalculated. The Divine Lord spoke of the invader known as the Echoing Shadow, which roamed the ashen pale expanse and devoured worlds. Chumo continued, saying that was why they needed the coordinates. The Divine Lord nodded and said only a few coordinates could attach to living beings and lead to worlds with life. Chumo wondered why they had not come to Earth, yet even though he carried the coordinates. The Divine Lord explained that the coordinates were not yet precise enough to determine the exact location, and mentioned the ashen pale expanse. He said that worlds were originally isolated. Only when the ashen pale expanse appeared did a transit path between them emerge. He gave an example that Earth's corresponding item there could be a fruit or an animal, and it had to be found before entry was possible. Chumo nodded, remarking that it sounded simple. The Divine Lord denied it, saying the space there was nearly infinite and the corresponding items constantly change. He explained that only when two worlds were locked together would the corresponding items stop transforming. Chumo hesitated and asked if he was referring to the Secret Realm War. The Divine Lord confirmed, saying the coordinates had exploited the secret realm war to lock the two worlds and harvest them simultaneously. Chumo argued that the war was initiated by ancient cultivators. The Divine Lord laughed and said the coordinates could easily manipulate everything. Chumo believed that humans and demonic beasts should cooperate to end the binding and avoid invasion. The Divine Lord shook his head and said the two worlds had already been roughly located. Even if the war stopped, they could not escape pursuit. He said only by winning the war and using Earth's energy as fuel to depart far away would there be a chance. Chumo realized this was the reason he wanted to exploit Earth. The Divine Lord refuted that destroying Earth was not his goal. It was because the echoing shadow was about to arrive. Chumo replied that for Earth and humanity, the outcome was the same. The Divine Lord changed the topic and presented a soul contract to ensure the safety of his loved ones if he agreed to wander eternally in the ashen pale expanse. After hearing everything, Chumo still chose to refuse. Divine Lord merely smiled faintly, showing a hint of regret. A stream of blue mist swept forward. The ground beneath Chumo's feet instantly froze. He struggled desperately, but could not break free from the restraint. Divine Lord said with regret that it was a pity he had not accepted the deal. In the blink of an eye, Chumo was sealed inside a massive block of ice. Deity Lord spoke coldly that he would temporarily seal you. When the Transcendent Stone is restored, I will deal with the troublemaker. You dare to refuse me and you will surely regret it. All those you know will find it hard to escape disaster. Inside the dense block of ice, Chumo remained completely motionless, unable to move. The system reminded that the host's safety would be placed as the second priority during the calculation of variables. The conclusion determined that this place is a special secret realm. The sixth-day sign in reward grants dragon scale essence with unique effects, both concealing personal strategy and enhancing defensive capability. Deity Lord sat before the Transcendent Stone, patiently waiting for it to fully recover. Fragments continuously gathered, flying back to merge and self-repair the Transcendent Stone. Before long, the Transcendent Stone was restored as before. The Deity Lord snorted deeply. It took this much time again. He pushed himself up to stand. Such a delicate treasure cannot lack even a single fragment. It must be restored to its original state. Deity Lord looked with satisfaction at the glowing stone before him. At last, the Transcendent Stone was about to complete its recovery. At that moment, an object suddenly swept past the Deity Lord. Crystal thread fell before him, emitting a dry sound before shattering once more. The Deity Lord gritted his teeth and cursed in furious frustration. Meanwhile, thanks to the Day 29 sign and reward, Chumo had silently escaped the frozen seal. The Deity Lord ground out Chumo's name through clenched teeth. Chumo tilted his head to look at him. This time I have crushed all the Transcendent Stones into dust. Let us see whether you still have the ability to restore them. Deity Lord frowned. You not only broke the seal, but also concealed yourself from my perception for a moment. The coordinate is indeed convenient. Chumo shrugged calmly, perhaps so. Deity Lord looked at him. Each time you enter a secret realm, you gain a new ability. Perhaps that is the mechanism of the coordinate to maintain balance between humanity and the demon beasts. He paused briefly before continuing. But what I did not anticipate is that even within my plane such a variable would appear. Created coordinate can actually grant power. The longer you remain here, the greater the strength it bestows upon you. Chumo smiled provocatively. There is only one way to verify your speculation: dissolve this plane. Otherwise my power may surpass yours. Deity Lord clicked his tongue softly. Chumo appeared to understand. As expected, you do not dare to do it. Once the plane is dissolved, the fragments of the Transcendent Stone will scatter everywhere, making restoration far more difficult. If it is not restored in time, the demon beasts may be defeated in the secret realm war. Deity Lord stared intently at Chumo. If I do not dissolve the plane, I will lose to you. Chumo asked in return, is that not a dilemma for you? The Deity Lord finally could not hold back and asked decisively. Chumo, state your conditions. What exactly do you want? Chumo calmly reiterated, I have already said what I need is peace, not mutual destruction. Our world should still have other choices. The Deity Lord tried to explain. Sacrificing Earth so the demon beasts can escape is the plan with the highest probability of success. Allowing both worlds to coexist is nearly impossible. Chumo replied, if that is the case, then we have nothing left to discuss. Deity Lord immediately raised his voice. Based on our previous agreement, I can increase the number of humans migrating to the demon beast world. 10 million, 20 million, I can even grant your sister a status second only to mine. All requests can be negotiated. Chumo shook his head decisively. No, I will not accept. The Deity Lord murmured, truly. Immediately afterward, he raised his hand to create a force field that enveloped the area. Then there is only one way left, eliminate you, and the coordinate will not be able to transfer. Chumo pressed his lips together. Dual domain activate. Chumo's body immediately began to glow, power surging like a torrent. The deity lord realized that his divine power seemed to be absorbed by Chumo. He frowned. It is not being devoured but rather disappearing completely. What is happening? Chumo smiled lightly. This is the equality domain. All power beyond the body is sealed, so let our fists do the talking. A dull explosion echoed within the grand hall. The deity lord was struck, his face forced sharply to one side. He immediately counterattacked without the slightest delay. The two engaged in a fierce stalemate. Fists and kicks exchanged relentlessly. After a long while, they separated to steady themselves. The deity lord looked up at Chumo. The equality domain truly lives up to its name. It not only forbids abilities, but also forces physical strength to the same extreme limit. Chumo asked, do you feel nostalgic? Without divine power, you can only fight like those who rely on bare hands. The divine lord continued, the coordinates always grant you the most suitable ability to prolong time. Do you not find it too coincidental? It wants to stop me because it believes my plan has a very high chance of success. Chumo nodded lightly. Perhaps so, but I have no interest in your proposal. The divine lord asked unwillingly, why? Tell me what part of my conditions dissatisfies you. Chumo looked at him. I have heard quite a lot about your world. Bloodlines are worshipped, the strong suppress the weak, order is chaotic. I do not want my sister to live in such an environment. Divine lord burst into loud laughter. And that is considered a problem. I will grant your sister power and territory. Within that land the laws will be decided by her, whether human or demon beast must obey. Chumo spoke frankly, I do not trust you, even a soul contract may not be reliable. The divine lord declared firmly, I will keep my word, that is the oath of a deity. Chumo glanced at him and said coldly, a deity who created such a chaotic world is difficult for me to trust. If I leave, I cannot ensure their safety. The divine lord stepped forward, clicked his tongue. You are more stubborn than I thought. It seems the deal cannot be made. I cannot allow your power to continue growing. The divine lord paused briefly and said, Chumo, take it as an honor, for a god has placed his very life on the line to kill you. Chumo looked at his own hand in confusion. Has the domain of equality been broken? No, its effect still remains. Then what have you done? The divine lord laughed loudly, unbound and unrestricted. This is a kind of power that even gods find difficult to resist, causality and karmic force. As soon as his words ended, dark purple spiritual energy tightly wrapped around Chumo's limb. Chumo attempted to use the golden insight to analyze. Domain release. But the system responded that the golden insight could not analyze the current target. Strands of spiritual energy tightened further. The system continued to report an error, unable to identify it. The divine lord raised his head to look at him. Want to resist? Go ahead and struggle. Divine abilities cannot overcome karmic force, no matter how strange the power is. It is difficult to surpass causality. He observed with satisfaction. Sink into the vortex of karma. The space suddenly twisted. The scene transformed into a small seaside fishing village. When he was young, Chumo was suddenly restrained by two men in black. He struggled and shouted, let me go. I will not run anymore. Release me. At that moment, an old man in a strange cloak approached, smiling kindly as he called. Chumo, no, holy son, please do not go near the mountain forest. Outside the village is very dangerous. Chumo asked irritably, did you adopt me only to imprison me forever in this bizarre place? The old man laughed. No, it is only temporary. Everything we do is to protect your safety. It is time for a meal. Your sister is waiting. Please follow me. The scene shifted to when Chumo had grown up. He and Chu Yun, dressed in white robes, sat on a high platform. Below them a man was tied to a pillar, surrounded by villagers. The bound man shouted in panic, what do you want to do? Why capture me? I have never done evil. I have always lived diligently. Please spare me. The old man who raised Chumo stepped forward, his voice stern. Yan Yang, 38 years old. According to records, since the age of 14 you have harmed 6 people, broken into homes 14 times and committed many other crimes. You admit it. Being called out by name and crimes, Yan Yang stopped pretending and sneered. I even changed my name and appearance. You must be relatives of the victims and want to execute me. The old man shook his head. We have never met you, nor do we know the victims. Your crimes will be judged by the gods. Yan Yang lifted his chin toward the two seated figures. Gods, those two children. I only need a few seconds to make them collapse. The old man's expression changed as he shouted not to be disrespectful. The Holy Son and Holy Maiden are incarnations of the God of Sin. Please grant a divine decree. Chu Mo and Chu Yun remained seated in silence, not saying a word. As if he had received instructions, the old man turned and announced, "The God of Sin has no further judgment. Tonight there is no need for interrogation. Grant the sinner a swift end." The villagers all bowed and shouted in unison to obey the divine decree. Tied to the pillar, Yan Yang gritted his teeth and cursed, condemning the fanatics and waiting for a chance to resist. Before he could say more, someone stepped forward to act. The scene quickly descended into chaos. A villager holding a knife stood before him, eyes empty yet filled with fervor, murmuring prayers for the god's blessing. Another strike followed immediately after. An old man holding a sickle approached, praying for the God of Sin to forgive this tainted soul. After that, many similar acts occurred in succession. An elderly woman clasped her hands in prayer, hoping the God of Sin would cleanse all corruption. Yan Yang's body gradually slumped against the pillar. The ground beneath stained a dark hue. Beneath, a basin was already placed to catch the dark red liquid. Someone stepped forward and lifted it with both hands. The old man who had taken Chu Mo in immediately splashed it over the top of his head and his own. His mouth murmured as he poured it down, attributing all sins to the so-called sinful god. Red stream flowed down along his hair, trailing over Chu Mo's cheeks. This was a distant memory of Chu Mo, a familiar morning in Ping'an village. At 6:30, the villagers gradually awoke and left their homes very early. By 7 o'clock, the entire village held the morning prayer, openly confessing their faults and hoping to cleanse their karma. At 8, they began constructing the altar, preparing for the ritual that took place only once a year. Even by noon at 12, everyone was still busy, while that old man received unfamiliar guests from outside the village. The noise of the outsiders disrupted the inherent tranquility of Ping'an village. This occurred every year. As time moved on, 2 in the afternoon was the time to rest. The two siblings Chu Mo stood outside the small road. Chu Mo whispered to Chu Yun that the ritual was about to begin. Chu Yun nodded slightly, saying she clearly knew the gazes of those guests looked at them as if they had already regarded them as food. Chu Mo frowned slightly. Could they truly escape from here? Chu Yun smiled and said that while someone had escaped yesterday causing chaos, she had already prepared everything. The yacht of those guests was the only opportunity to leave this island. They would definitely escape. At that very moment, the Divine Lord unexpectedly manifested within this timeline, silently observing the two sisters from above. He muttered that this was the most perilous moment of Chu Mo's entire course. There was only one chance to act. The coordinates must absolutely not be discovered. As evening fell, just when the atmosphere in the village seemed peaceful, a sudden shout rang out that the Holy Son and Holy Maiden had disappeared. Quickly go and find them. The villagers rushed out to search every corner. The crowd was thrown into chaos because the ritual was about to begin while the sacrifice had gone missing. The old man who had adopted the two ground his teeth and demanded where the guards were. How could they let them escape? A subordinate replied that they had been unconscious, seemingly drugged. The old man flew into a rage, causing trouble at the last moment. Where else could they possibly run? Suddenly, a violent explosion resounded throughout the village, shaking the entire area. Someone rushed out of the sea of flames in panic. "It is burning, hurry and come save us." Immediately afterward, 2 or 3 more explosions echoed in succession. Several people were crushed beneath wooden beams and cried out desperately for help. An elderly woman knelt amid the smoke and flames, praying and believing this was punishment from above. The foreign guests attending the ceremony also fled in panic, muttering that they did not care about the so-called divine punishment. The massive fire and the chain of explosions nearly surrounded and devastated the entire village. All escape routes were blocked. Meanwhile, Chu Mo and Chu Yun had already run a considerable distance. Chu Mo panted and called out to his sister, saying he was about to collapse. Chu Yun encouraged him to hold on a little longer. The boat was just ahead. Chu Yun frowned, thinking that this cult was truly insane and completely unreasonable. The traps and fuel had all been used up. She had no weapons in hand, and resisting an adult would be extremely difficult. No matter what, she had to preserve Chu Mo's life. At that moment, the old man caught up. His eyes rolled white as he stared at Chu Yun, calling her to come here. Surely she did not intend to abandon Chu Mo and escape alone. Chu Yun nodded slightly and walked toward him, replying that she would. An unusual glint flashed in her eyes. She suddenly gathered her strength and pushed him into the sea of flames, coldly telling him to descend into the darkness. That very instant, the flames suddenly weakened. Chu Yun observed her surroundings, the fire had disappeared, and this scene no longer resembled the village. Where exactly was this place? The old man stood before her, shouting like a madman that the sinful god had manifested. As soon as he finished speaking, his body immediately met a miserable end. The divine lord appeared behind him and uttered a contemptuous remark, truly filthy. Chu Yun looked up at him and asked if he was the sinful god. The divine lord glanced at her and said he was a deity but not the being she called the sinful god. He had come only for Chu Mo. Chu Yun frowned. Could it be that he also required a sacrifice? If so, then use her instead. The divine lord shook his head. No. Harming Chu Mo could cause the coordinates to shift, which was not what he wished to see. His objective was very simple, to take one person's life and then fulfill the covenant with Chu Mo in the future. Chu Yun raised her head and asked about the covenant with future Chu Mo. Was he from the future? Divine Lord looked at her and said she was the person Chu Mo cared about most, which was why he had refused to make an exchange with him. If she died in the past, Chu Mo would no longer be attached to the human world. Chu Yun loudly retorted that if he was a deity, why could he not be more compassionate? Why must he commit evil? Divine Lord raised his hand. Divine power gathered in his palm, saying he was only helping Chu Mo choose the correct path. His attack was suddenly blocked by an invisible force, completely unable to reach Chu Yun. The Divine Lord widened his eyes. How could this be? This was the power of the coordinates. Could it be that two coordinates existed simultaneously? Chu Yun's body was suddenly enveloped in golden light. The Divine Lord frowned. This was not right. This source of power was entirely different from what Chu Mo used. She was the first host of the coordinates, and only afterward did it transfer to Chu Mo. How ironic. Was this her destiny, or had everything he done been within the calculations of the coordinates? Chu Yun looked up and asked what system login meant. The system operated similarly to the stream of energy residing within Chu Mo. It sent her a notification stating that the login had failed and the connection was misaligned. Incorrect time, incorrect data, restarting. Logged in 29 times, currently confirmed to be within a secret realm and able to continue. After 30 days, she would receive the skill Spiritual Annihilation. Chu Yun's body trembled slightly, the sensation both unfamiliar and terrifying. The Divine Lord spoke from across. Human child, do not use the power of the coordinates. Her body was issuing warnings. In that brief moment, she had absorbed a source of power that had taken Chu Mo several months to obtain. If she continued, her body would not be able to withstand it. Chu Yun fell silent before saying that they were just like the priests of the knowing God, only wishing to exploit her and Chu Mo and push them into danger. The Divine Lord intended to explain that she had misunderstood. Wait. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Yun had already launched a punch brimming with vitality toward him. The Divine Lord shook his head, saying this impulsive life force made her and Chu Mo no different, and urged her to listen to him. That moment, a crack suddenly appeared behind the Divine Lord. His body seemed to have truly been affected by Chu Yun's power. He roared about what was happening. Could it be the aftershock of that punch? As soon as he finished speaking, the Divine Lord's body shattered into fragments before Chu Yun's eye. Even Chu Yun was astonished. Had that evil deity simply disappeared like that? At that moment, a sudden disturbance appeared beneath her feet. She looked down at her body. Could it be that she was also about to dissipate? The next second, Chu Yun vanished from that space. All that remained around was a pitch-black darkness. The scene shifted once more to the seashore. Chu Yun stood there murmuring about the beach and the village. She had returned. She looked down at her hands, wondering if it had all been a dream. Something was wrong. She could not sense the existence of her body. At that moment, the system appeared again, announcing that host Chu Yun had died. Her life form had vanished. The data was misaligned, and the system was departing to search for a new host. Chu Yun lowered her eyes in silence, neither truly alive nor truly dead. So what exactly was she, a ghost or something else? Suddenly Chu Mo appeared, running over while rubbing his head and asking what was wrong with his sister. His head hurt terribly, and he was worried when he woke up and did not see her. Chu Yun composed her emotions and turned back to smile at Chu Mo, saying everything was fine now, they were safe. It was time to go home. Chu Mo asked in confusion about home. They did not have one. Was she referring to the orphanage? Chu Yun shook her head and replied that they would have one, a safer place. As dusk descended, a boat drifting on the sea slowly approached the shore. On the sandy beach, Chu Mo lay unconscious while someone was administering first aid to him. Rescue Team Number 18 reported the discovery of a boy who was still breathing but unconscious. Chu Yun stood beside him, looking at Chu Mo on the sand and clearly hearing the person say that only one survivor had been found. She lowered her head to observe her own body. Chu Yun's hand passed through herself. revealing the layer of golden sand beneath. The scene shifts to a sealed room. Chumo sits quietly on a single chair listening to a report that the village belonging to that heretical cult selects one male and one female each year, choosing 2 orphans from the orphanage to serve as the holy son and holy maiden, nourishing them for an entire year with the blood of sinners. They look toward Chumo and say that at the end of every year the place hosts a bizarre banquet, inviting wealthy merchants and powerful officials to attend. It is rumored that anyone who tastes the flesh and blood of the holy son and holy maiden will receive sacred protection. A police officer clicks his tongue and says that in the end it was not consumed by the flames. The person beside him asks whether the fire was truly just an accident, but he remains silent and completely uncooperative. At that moment someone enters and says that this matter is no longer important. Many forces do not want the case to be investigated further. It should simply be concluded as an accidental fire. Behind Chumo at this time, Chu Yun stands quietly in her special form, silently staying by his side. She softly says that everything is fine. Soon we will leave this place. The scene shifts to a crowded and bustling city. An old woman looks at Chumo and asks, "Little one, are you planning to rent a house alone?" Chumo shakes his head and replies, "Not one person, but 2, me and my older sister." The old woman frowns in confusion. 2 people. This moment Chu Yun finally speaks. "I am Chumo's older sister." The old woman hurriedly rubs her eyes. "Ah, that is right. 2 children. I am sorry. My eyesight is poor, so I did not notice. You are still young yet renting a house. I will reduce the rent a little." Time passes quietly. Chumo and Chu Yun work together to make a living. At first many people sympathize, saying that 2 children who became orphans from a young age having to set up stalls to support themselves is truly pitiful. But not long after, the way people look at them gradually changes. That is what people gossip about. Rumors spread that they were once adopted by a heretical cult and were implicated in many deaths. Anyone who gets close to them encounters misfortune, so their fate is well deserved. Chumo looks at the large and small fruit baskets and softly says to Chu Yun that this month there is not enough money for rent because old customers did not return and many people speak ill behind their backs. Chu Yun shakes her head, telling him not to mind the eyes of others. She will find a way to handle the rent. Time passes like the wind. Before long Chumo enters university. He finds Chu Yun and says that he wants to quit school to work because he does not want her to suffer too much. But Chu Yun shouts that he does not need to worry about tuition. She has found a high-paying job. The stream of memories suddenly breaks. Chumo jolts awake from the old dream and shouts, "Sister, do not go." At that moment he is still standing in the grand hall of the demon beast palace. Chumo grits his teeth and tells the system that its plan is truly cruel. Only by logging in for a full 30 days can the Divine Lord be defeated, meaning he would gain power beyond its control. So it arranged for his sister to complete the 30 days in the past. The Divine Lord was destroyed, but the price was her life. She could not retain that power and the system transferred it to him. The system calmly replies that his sister has never truly died. Chumo interrupts, but she cannot be considered alive in a normal way. The system continues. Because the demon beast altered the timeline, his sister exists simultaneously in states of life and death. She cannot be touched nor can she be verified. Chumo murmurs that she cannot be touched nor verified, but many people still see her. Wu Tong can even touch her. The system quickly explains. The system has the ability to observe all things. You are the host, so your perception of Chu Yun will determine her state of existence. Chumo understands that in his perception his sister is still alive, so others also believe the same. Then he states bluntly that this means only you can keep her alive. Is this not a threat? If you wished, you could also make her disappear immediately. The system denies this, saying it is not a threat but merely that all variables have been handled. The Beast King Hall suddenly trembled. The space around Chumo seems ready to shatter. The system sends a new notification stating that the master has died. The domain is collapsing and will become an eternal seal. Chumo asks whether it intends to imprison him here. The system coldly replies that he currently lacks the strength to break the seal. The demon beasts and the human realm will become nourishment for the echoing shadow. The Earth Beast King is disintegrating at an astonishing speed. The system continues that Chumo is an interesting host. The way he observes time satisfies it. Chumo seems nailed in place, standing within the collapsing space. He vaguely hears the system say that our journey ends here. I will fall into eternal sleep with you. Good night and sweet dreams. In the blink of an eye, 2 years have passed since Chumo was sealed after the death of the Divine Lord in the demon beast world at Saboteur Village. Several people are being fiercely pursued. The enemy is about to catch up. With no way to retreat, they decide to risk their lives. Behind them, the demon beasts prepare to strike. Everything now depends on you. One of them rushes forward and knocks down the two humans, then mocks that they are too weak to be worth mentioning. Other areas, the remaining demon beasts also slaughter the humans one after another. Blood spreads across the small village in the demon beast world. The demon beasts trample them underfoot, sneering that cultivators possess only this little ability, truly disappointing. Other modified individuals also appear, blaming the demon beasts for acting too quickly and leaving no survivors to extract information from. How am I supposed to interrogate the whereabouts of the others? The demon beast snorts coldly and replies that those villagers are still here. They look toward the small rabbits cowering on the ground. The rabbit village chief stands before them and says that we know nothing. The demon beast glances at him and asks, "You are the village chief. Your courage is impressive for daring to hide cultivators and the remnants of the Dong Yun conglomerate." He raises his hand with claws as sharp as iron. The demon beast grabs a small rabbit from the group and threatens the village chief to reveal their whereabouts. The rabbit village chief shouts that I said we do not know. Release her immediately. Demon beast laughs sinisterly. You do not know, that is fine. Immediately after, he tightens his grip, and the small rabbit in his hand stops moving. The rabbit village chief grits his teeth in fury and curses him as a bastard. Demon beast taunts that you still have many companions. I will wipe out your villagers and loved ones one by one. You can take your time to think. In the blink of an eye, the scene shifts to the desert outside. Two rabbits race along the path. We must inform Lord AI immediately. Most of the time she is digging that rock ahead. We are almost there. Leading rabbit anxiously says that Lord AI has been digging for nearly a year. Is that stone truly so important? The one behind replies that I have no idea. But before it can finish speaking, it is grabbed by the neck and lifted into the air. Members of the Consortium Alliance capture both of them. They deliberately release them to track their movements, and as expected it yielded results. AI is the demon beast who once stayed by Chu Mo's side. One of them turns back with a smile and says that it seems we are not far from the true target, Chu Mo. Chu Yun is the most perfect fusion body with the Queen's cells, and is now the top priority of the Consortium Alliance. Not far away, heavy blows continuously strike the massive rocks. A rabbit is tirelessly facing the pile of hard stone. AI's fists fall continuously without rest. She repeatedly exerts her strength to shatter the rocks, causing them to explode into fragments. After a long period of perseverance, a special stone finally emerges. An exquisite pink stone appears, and Chu Mo's body gradually reveals itself within. His tightly closed eyes begin to move slightly. Immediately after, Chu Mo opens his eyes. On AI's side, a loud explosion suddenly resounds. Demon beasts quickly chase to AI's location, mocking that me hiding here is still nothing but useless. AI collapses onto the pile of shattered stone. The demon beasts surround her and ridicule that humans are truly cowardly, dealing with someone like her, yet still needing to summon all of us. Members of the Consortium Alliance respond somewhat awkwardly. They say that when on Earth AI once displayed formidable strength, it is unclear why she has become so weakened now. Perhaps it is related to Chu Mo's disappearance. Demon Beast approaches AI and mutters that Chu Mo, the one who once saved humanity, is he truly worth your betrayal of us? AI struggles to her feet and replies that I have nothing to say to you. Demon Beast opens its mouth full of sharp teeth and says that the weak races you protected after your betrayal now live more miserably than before. Even the octopus in your egg nest has become a roasted dish. He grabs AI by the hair and lifts her up, saying that everything is your fault. Do you feel no guilt toward them? AI looked at him, fully aware that in this world they would never have peaceful days. The demonic beast laughed and nodded, saying she was right. The brief time she once had was only for the mission to infiltrate Earth. Once the mission was complete and her usefulness was gone, everything would return to the starting point. Weaklings like you have no future to move forward. AI was enraged by those words. She shouted angrily, I will definitely find a brighter path for them. The demonic beast gathered demonic power into his palm and mocked. Relying on whom, Chu Mo, do you think he can save you and those lowly demonic beasts? He has disappeared. Perhaps he no longer exists. You might as well follow him. He reached his hand toward AI intending to deal with her on the spot. At that moment, members of the Consortium Alliance received urgent news and hurriedly shouted to stop. Wait a moment. Please give us more time. We need to gather intelligence. The demonic beast released his grip and threw AI to the ground. temporarily letting this traitor struggle for a while longer. The representative of the Consortium Alliance politely expressed gratitude. He stepped forward and bound AI with spiritual power, asking what she had done during her nearly 1 year here. AI replied coldly, "I do not know." His expression changed, coaxing and threatening at the same time. "I only need information about those humans. The rabbits are still alive. If you do not tell the truth, I will make them disappear. Is it worth trading the lives of demonic beasts to keep secrets for humans? After nearly a year in this wasteland, I do not believe you were just resting." Paused and continued. "It is related to Wutong, Han Ning, or Chumo's sister. I do not have the patience. I will give you only one chance." At the same time elsewhere, the stone AI had been searching for began to awaken, dense mist spread, while he continued pressing her. "I know you are hiding something." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed something approaching. Turning around, the stone was already floating in midair. Mist surged, spiritual power spread everywhere. The Consortium Alliance members were horrified. "This power is unbelievable." A voice echoed, making them vigilant. "AI is here to break my seal." A surge of power shot straight toward the man. In the blink of an eye, AI was in Chumo's hands. He smiled at everyone. "Now you understand." Chumo's appearance shocked them to the core. The demonic beast frowned. "Impossible, Chumo." The Consortium Alliance members immediately tried to flee. "Chumo is still alive. Retreat quickly. We must report this news." Chumo turned to look at them. "Hunters of the Consortium Alliance have also set foot in the demonic beast world. It seems many changes occurred while I was asleep." A green wave swept across, locking the limbs of both the Alliance members and the demonic beasts. They were terrified. "It is over. We cannot move." Chumo advanced slowly, step by step. He stopped in front of a demonic beast. The beast spoke. "Chumo, why did you suddenly appear? What is the condition of the Divine Lord?" Chumo replied calmly, "He is no longer here." Demonic beast trembled. "No, I do not believe it. How could the Divine Lord be like this?" Chumo turned to the hunters. "The Consortium Alliance has revived again. How did you get here, colluding with demonic beasts? You are truly bold, and you even dared to touch my people." One of them sneered stubbornly. "I will not tell you." Chumo stepped closer and coldly touched his face. "Do you think you can hide it from me? Speak. How did you enter the demonic beast world? Did you steal the boundary-crossing stone from the Dongyun Consortium?" He replied in a daze. "No, after the Secret Realm War ended, the Secret Realm twisted into a passage. We used that path to come here." At that moment, the system reappeared. A notification panel surrounded Chumo. "Warning. The host has awakened earlier than expected." Activating the contingency plan, Chumo sighed. "System, you finally revealed yourself. Has the returning shadow not arrived yet?" The system did not respond. It only murmured while confirming the contingency plan, freezing all login rewards. Immediately after, Chumo's body was swept by a violent storm-like force. He clenched his teeth, enduring the sensation of being torn apart from within. Restraints on the others were released. They were stunned. "What is happening? We can move again." Chumo looks very strange. Run quickly. However, a reckless demonic beast still charged forward, attempting to take down Chumo at this opportunity. He shouted loudly and rushed forward together to attack. Chumo gritted his teeth. "System, do not interfere with me." He roared and unleashed his full power. "All of you, get back." Shockwave erupted, blasting away the demonic beasts that had just closed in. Those farther away were also shaken by the aftershock. Chumo coughed softly a few times. He lowered his head, blood seeping from the corners of his eyes and lips. The system warned him not to act, not to change anything, and absolutely not to use his power. Before Chumo collapsed, the system sent another message. Each use of abilities from login rewards will accelerate your death. In a ruined building, voices discussed. Is this the strongest savior of humanity? Even while unconscious, his presence is still formidable. The rabbits surrounded Chumo and watched closely, unsure of his relationship with AI why they knew each other, and whether he would truly help them. After all, he is still human. At that moment, AI returned and shouted, "What are you doing? Who allowed you to gather here?" Seeing AI angry, the rabbits quickly dispersed. "Lady AI please do not blame us." They whispered fearfully. "Lady AI is very fierce today." Perhaps due to the loud shouting, Chumo also woke up. "Why are there so many rabbits? Where is this place?" AI stepped forward to explain that this is Sabata village. He had slept for more than half a day. She asked if there was any problem with his body. Chumo moved slightly. "Still fine. How did you find me?" AI sighed irritably. "How can you even ask? The day I arrived on Earth you forced me to sign a pet contract. Since then I have always sensed your location, and every time you are injured I bear half of it. When you suddenly collapsed earlier I was also affected." Chumo immediately apologized. "I am sorry. I caused you trouble. His attitude made AI shiver. Do not speak like that, it gives me goosebumps. We are not in any relationship that requires such politeness. It sounds terrifying. Chumo sighed. This time is different. From now on, each time I use my power, I will suffer backlash. At worst, I may lose my life. Those words struck AI like a bolt of lightning. He stood up and patted her head. Do not worry. I will find a way to cancel the contract between us. But unexpectedly, AI shook her head. There is no need to cancel the contract. Chumo laughed. Why do you truly want to be my pet, even to face the same fate? AI replied seriously. If I share the damage, you can use your power more times. In that way we can save the Sabata rabbits, other weak demonic beasts, and humans on Earth. She lowered her head and said, I need your power. I need someone who can stand above the world. Chumo suddenly remembered something important and asked AI what had happened while he was asleep. AI recounted that she did not know much. After he left, the Secret Realm war ended. The Secret Realm twisted like a spiral and became a passage between the demonic beast world and Earth. With the help of high-level demonic beasts, the Consortium Alliance destroyed the Dongyun Consortium and the 4 major sects, seized the boundary-crossing stone. Many perished. The survivors scattered everywhere. Some hid on Earth. Others fled to the demonic beast world. AI continued. The Consortium Alliance and the high-level demonic beasts almost all believe that a terrifying enemy is about to appear, one that will wipe out both humanity and demonic beasts. Chumo pondered. The returning shadow. How do they know? Could the Divine Lord have revealed it in advance? AI added, according to Han Ning's investigation, to avoid the catastrophe, the high-level demonic beasts joined forces with the Consortium Alliance to devise a plan. In the end, only a portion of demonic beasts and Alliance members would survive. All other living beings must be sacrificed. Chumo smiled reassuringly. I will stop them. Do you know where Shi, Wu Tong, and Han Ning are hiding? AI shook her head. I do not know. They are hiding very carefully, but there are clues. The rabbits are assisting cultivators in hiding nearby. The most recent location is. The scene shifted to a remote desert corner. Hunters of the Consortium Alliance were surrounding a group of people. Chairman Su stepped forward and said, Yue Tianian, resistance is useless. I want nothing else, just the whereabouts of Chumo's sister, and I will spare everyone. Tianzin looked at him coldly. Shorty, shut your mouth. On Earth, inside the Consortium Alliance laboratory, someone was placed in a cultivation chamber. Chairman Shi turned and asked, Secretary, report the progress. Cell fusion has increased significantly thanks to the newly captured experimental subject number 4. The researcher nodded. That is correct. Compatibility with the queen cells has reached 80%, the highest ever. Unexpectedly, those once abandoned products have proven highly effective. Chairman, she continued asking, has the Meridian fusion serum been tested on hunters? The researcher replied, live trials were conducted today. The effectiveness has tripled compared to before. Chairman, she was astonished. Tripled. I remember the highest experimental subject previously only reached 70%. The researcher stroked his beard and said, the higher the compatibility, the better the effect, but there is still a problem. The fusion serum can currently only be synthesized in the laboratory. The quantity is limited, the cost is high, and mass production is not yet possible. President Shizai narrowed his eyes slightly. I do not place much importance on capital. A small quantity is no issue now that hunters have entered the demon beast world. In an environment rich with energy, their strength surges rapidly. Yet it is still not enough. We need elites capable of confronting high-level demon beasts. The researcher turned to look at him. Are the demon beasts preparing to take action against us? President, she shook his head. For now there is no immediate danger. Their cross-realm stone has been destroyed. To escape danger they must rely on the stone in my possession. But when everything settles, if we are not strong enough to stand on equal footing, what do you think the outcome will be? The researcher replied, that time is running out for us. For hunters to reach the level of high-tier demon beasts, more test subjects are needed. Unfortunately, most samples have been hidden by the Dongyun Consortium, and the most crucial individual is Chu Mo, with an estimated index exceeding 95%. President, she glanced at him. Every corner of the earth is under my surveillance. In the demon beast world, hunters who have been injected with the cell harmonization serum can easily defeat cultivators. Chu Mo's sample will soon have nowhere left to hide. The scene shifted into the demon beast world, where a colossal tree trunk suddenly collapsed. Hunters from the Consortium Alliance quickly subdued a cultivator. The man collapsed before he could even resist. In the vast desert, the hunters continued their assault. One person after another fell. Before long, those figures were piled together nearby. President Su sneered, the effectiveness of fusion serum number 4 is indeed formidable, Yue Tianian. Are you still going to remain stubborn to protect an outsider? The inheritance of your sect ends today. Tianzin tightened her grip on the spear and said through clenched teeth, if we submit today and betray our friends, then Donghua Heavenly Gate will truly come to an end. President Su rolled his pale eyes and pointed at Tianzin. Since you refuse to speak, eliminate them all. I do not believe anyone can remain silent at the brink of death. The hunters responded enthusiastically, understood. At that moment, a rabbit suddenly leapt out. It was a gigantic rabbit, each leap spanning hundreds of meters. It landed heavily before everyone, startling the hunters. Where did this rabbit come from? Could I be seeing things? President Su also paused. Is the one standing on its head Chumo? Chumo stood atop the rabbit's head and greeted calmly, I have arrived. Looking down from above, he said composedly, it seems I have appeared at just the right moment. President Su's face turned slightly pale. He immediately ordered a report to headquarters, transmit that Chumo has appeared. He turned to the two nearest men, escort me out immediately. The rest of you hold Chumo back. Hunters stirred uneasily. Hold Chumo back, are you joking? One of them shouted, planning to run away. Think about the bomb inside your bodies, the compensation money and your families behind you. You still have a way out. Terrified and wanting to retreat, they could only curse. Escape is unlikely anyway. We might as well risk it. But the bald man had barely finished speaking when his body collapsed instantly, unable to utter another word. Remaining hunters were also taken down one after another. None managed to escape. Chumo focused for an instant and ended the battle. If the system's backlash is reduced to the lowest level, control becomes less refined. After dealing with the hunters, Chumo descended to the ground, originally intending to keep a few survivors for interrogation. During the sweep, President Su failed to escape. He crawled on the ground, shouting, my legs, damn it. Chumo looked down from above. President Su, I once gave you a way out. Now you took advantage of my absence to target her. President Su laughed loudly. Are you trying to scare me? Do you think I will submit? Chumo raised his eyelids indifferently. So this body is merely a substitute. When I find your true body, I hope you remain this stubborn. President Su's lips twitched. Chumo, you understand nothing. You will sink into the ground along with your friend. As soon as he finished speaking, his substitute body suddenly exploded into fragments. Chumo waved his hand to disperse the dust. What a pity, I should have kept more alive for questioning. Then he turned to Tianzin and asked about his sister's situation. Tianzin replied that your sister and Wu Tong are together and relatively safe. Only Han Ning knows the exact location. Chumo asked if Han Ning had also come to the demon beast world. Tianzin nodded, yes, we came here to reclaim the cross-realm stone. Chumo asked thoughtfully, then have you fully understood the Consortium Alliance's plan? Tianzin explained that this is actually a scheme by the demon beasts to avoid the impending enemy. They intend to turn Earth into fuel, using the destruction of one world as the price to push the demon beast world away. But since their cross-realm stone is damaged, they must target the one held by the Alliance. He looked at Chumo and said that is why the demon beasts are cooperating with the Consortium Alliance. Chumo nodded, so the Alliance wants to survive by migrating here and abandoning Earth. That is exactly their style. As he spoke, Chumo suddenly coughed softly, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of his lips. Tianzin quickly supported him. Chumo, are you all right? I can use a healing technique. Chumo shook his head. No need. It is only a minor aftereffect. At that moment, the system appeared again. Ignoring the warning of consequences, Chumo let go. You cannot change anything. Chumo pressed his lips together. Why do you always treat Earth and the demon beast world like insignificant insects? The system replied indifferently. It does not matter as long as existence continues. At a Consortium Alliance base, a hunter was trying to establish contact. Headquarters B02, please respond. Person beside him asked. Still no response, he replied anxiously. Since 10 this morning, both B01 and B02 have lost contact even though the signal remains stable. The other man mocked. Could it be that the two bases were attacked by cultivators? The first man retorted, how is that possible? Those people are only concerned with fleeing. I am more worried that the demon beasts have changed their attitude toward us. The hunter laughed foolishly. Maybe it is Chumo's ghost returning for revenge. The other man frowned and said that joke is not funny. He only laughed and told him to relax. Before he could finish speaking, the entire base shook violently. The man who had been laughing lay motionless, while the other was subdued. Chumo coldly demanded all information regarding the presidents and the locations of the bases. Hunter trembled and said that information about the presidents is highly classified and he does not know it. He only knows that base B05 is at coordinates X23 and B06. As soon as he finished speaking, Chumo silenced him forever on the spot. He looked down at his bleeding hand and murmured, "I lost control again." Chumo tried to move, his little finger gradually stiffening. It seemed that he would soon lose sensation. Tianzin ran over Chumo. "You are injured again." Chumo reassured her, "It is fine, it will recover quickly. Now that we know the next location, let us move." Tianzin worriedly urged him to rest for a while. "You have destroyed 3 bases since morning. That after effect is far from simple." Chumo looked at her. "The Alliance is desperately hunting her. The more bases destroyed, the safer she becomes until her whereabouts are unknown. This is the only thing I can do." Tianzin hesitated and asked, "What about the demon beasts? Are you only targeting the Alliance?" Chumo said that AI informed him the demon beasts are not fully cooperating with the Alliance in capturing cultivators. In their eyes, you are not worth their attention. Tianzin was stunned. "What do you mean?" Chumo looked at her, hard to accept. "That is the truth. Demon beasts that have existed for tens of thousands of years have thoroughly investigated everything. How long did you think you could hide? I do not know their full plan, but for now, destroying the Alliance both protects her and reclaims the Cross-Realm Stone, preventing their retreat plan." At the main headquarters of the Consortium Alliance, everything was proceeding as usual. President Su hurriedly reported to President Xi that his substitute body had been destroyed by Chumo yesterday. "President," she merely responded with a cold acknowledgement. President Su fumed. "What do you mean by that? I am saying Chumo is still alive." President Xi calmly replied, "I know. Since this morning he has destroyed 5 bases." President Su panicked. "Then is that not extremely dangerous? We acted against cultivators and even captured his sister. He hates us to the bone. If he comes here it will be disastrous." Contrary to that panic, President Xi analyzed, were we ever truly safe before? The demon beasts were never sincerely cooperating. If they had fully assisted, they would have already found Chumo's sister. They also seek the location of the Cross-Realm Stone. He tilted his head and said, "If they find the stone, we will hardly avoid a grim fate, but now things are different. We share a common enemy. This is not merely a crisis but an opportunity. I have arranged a meeting. We will go meet the demon beasts." Inside the spacious corridor of the headquarters, President Xi smiled and greeted Lord He. "After a year your bearing remains unchanged." Lord He replied coldly, "No need for pleasantries, speak directly." President Xi immediately asked about the progress of the blood sacrifice ritual they had long prepared. Lord He stated briefly that everything is proceeding smoothly. "You do not need to know the ritual details, just as you are unwilling to share the Cross-Realm Stone. Once it is complete, I will inform you." President Su suddenly spoke with a tense expression. "We need to know how much time remains, Lord He. You may not yet be aware that Chumo has reappeared." Lord He paused slightly. "Chumo." President Xi activated a device and showed him. "This morning Chumo destroyed 5 Alliance bases. This is the recorded footage." Dai Enhan took it to examine. It was indeed that man. "Wait, if Chumo has appeared, then the Divine Lord letter 1EB1NG. President Su curled her lips provocatively at her. "Stop pretending. Dai Enhan must have already guessed it once Chumo appears." Divine Lord once again fell into silence. "The highest possibility is that he has been defeated at the hands of Chumo." Dai Enhan waved her hand and sent President Su flying away, coldly telling her to be silent. President Su's body lay stiff on the ground, thin smoke rising silently. She shifted her gaze to President Xi. That body was merely a false shell of flesh and blood, a substitute body of hers. "Did you deliberately bring him here for me to vent my anger, President Xi? What exactly do you want to say?" President Xi burst into loud laughter, replying that Dai Enhan had misunderstood. "How would I dare to anger you? I only wish to provide key information and warn of the imminent danger. It is very likely that Chumo will disrupt the blood sacrifice ritual. Is that not so?" Dai Enhan looked at the device in her hand and said in a deep voice that it made sense. "If the worst scenario occurs and the Divine Lord meets with disaster, then in this world there will likely be no one left who can stop Chumo." President Xian'e Jiang smiled meaningfully, believing that although Chumo had returned, after the confrontation with the Divine Lord he was also severely injured. Watching the next segment would show that in less than 10 seconds after destroying 5 headquarters, he coughed up blood and the little finger of his right hand was bleeding. Dai Enhan followed his suggestion and replayed that segment to observe carefully. It was indeed so. She looked at President Xi and asked if he seemed to already have a plan, and received the reply that as long as we find the right method, we can take Chumo's life. The old man slightly raised his eyelids to look at Dai Enhan. The key is to force Chumo into continuous battles so that his injuries accumulate. He wants to destroy all the headquarters of the Financial Alliance. If you dispatch powerful demonic beasts to guard them, it will prolong the confrontation. Additionally, it is necessary to make a show of searching for his elder sister to force him to act. Dai Enhan nodded, saying she understood. From now on, President Shiwi will fully cooperate with the Financial Alliance until Chu Mo is eliminated. The scene shifted into the demonic beast world, amid a vast sea of sand. Within the desert, someone was engaged in a fierce battle. Wu Tong had just taken action to wipe out a group of hunters. The Financial Alliance's search was becoming increasingly dense. We must change our location. That moment, Assistant Wang hurriedly ran over. Director Wu Tong, she has moved. Patient Zero has just shown a reaction. Hearing the call, Wu Tong was startled and turned abruptly. Chu Yun. He immediately rushed toward the place where Chu Yun was lying. Her gaze stopped on Chu Yun's hand. Suddenly she saw Chu Yun's little finger twitch slightly. She frowned in thought after a long period of rigid hibernation. Now the little finger of her right hand was moving. What change had occurred? According to Wu Tong's calculation, today was the 6th day that Chu Yun's little finger had reacted, and also the 400th day since she set foot in this world. The number of hunters pursuing them had increased significantly. If not for the kitten leading the way, they would have been captured long ago. Thinking back on the journey, the kitten had even shared dried fish with them, which was not only delicious but also greatly enhanced the aura of the entire team. Even the snow leopard AI who often pretended to be foolish, contributed greatly. She contacted friends to assist with many matters, hoping to find Chumo soon. By the 405th day, high-level demonic beasts participating in the pursuit became more numerous. The frequency increased sharply, and many companions had fallen. Looking at the small grave with a piece of dried fish placed upon it, Wu Tong choked with emotion. The kitten was no more, their whereabouts had been exposed. They only had time to bury it hastily before continuing to flee. Seeing the despairing looks of their companions, everyone understood that their traces had been exposed. How long they could continue to hide was unknown. Every face was filled with fear. Wu Tong sat beside Chu Yun. The only good news was that her body was gradually improving. She pondered deeply. Chu Yun's arm now often moved unconsciously. If Chu Mo knew, he would surely be very happy. On the 408th day, Wu Tong personally dealt with Assistant Wang, the one who had followed her the longest. Although he cried and begged for mercy and regretted pushing Chu Yun off the cliff, she still took action. Wu Tong coldly looked at the remaining people. They knew that Chu Mo had reappeared, so the demonic beasts were relentlessly hunting Chu Yun. She understood that in their hearts they also intended to abandon her. She remained silent because she understood their motives. If not, before Chu Mo could defeat the demonic beasts, they might have already lost their lives. Wu Tong gave them the right to choose, saying she would take Chu Yun away, but they instead clung to her, because without her protection they would die even sooner. She felt helpless, not knowing whom she could still trust, yet they were still useful. Alone she could not care for Chu Yun. From now on she had to be even more cautious. Time passed to the 410th day. The encirclement tightened, and the range of hiding places became increasingly narrow. Their companions gradually collapsed. Food was exhausted, water was gone, and for 3 consecutive days no additional sources were found. Gradually, the looks they gave each other became sharp and dangerous. Wu Tong understood what they were plotting. She wanted to stop it but lacked the strength. Each battle had already consumed too much. She only had enough power to protect herself and Chu Yun. As night fell, the terrible event also occurred. They turned to attacking one another with stones picked up. Some collapsed, some filled their stomachs. Afterwards, someone brought her a piece of dark red meat. She shook her head and refused. Wu Tong felt lost in the vast desert, trying to recall joyful memories but finding only emptiness. Chu Mo's face in her mind gradually faded. On the 412th day, an ambush drove her to despair as if it were the end. Fortunately, Han Ning arrived with reinforcements to rescue her and brought her to Chu Mo. Following Han Ning as they departed, on the way to meeting Chu Mo again, her heart surged with resentment. Wu Tong's emotions were in turmoil. She wanted to ask why he had not come sooner, why he had not personally saved her. Until she saw Chu Mo sitting in a wheelchair, his hands unable to move. All reproach vanished. Recalling that reunion and thinking of Chu Yun's body gradually recovering with her limbs moving, she was left only with sorrow for him. Along with the feeling that everything needed to end soon, the scene shifted back to the demonic beast world before the flesh and blood tree. A demonic beast was dragged over and stuffed inside, trembling as it asked why and begged to be saved. But it only heard Ha Dai Enhan coldly pronounce a single word, enter. She calmly pressed the head of that demonic beast into the flesh and blood tree to serve as nourishment. Demonic beast behind Ha Dai Enhan smiled brightly. The growth rate of the tree increased rapidly. The Xuaniao beside it said that not only low-level demonic beasts, now even a portion of high-level ones were being fused as fertilizer, and the 13 upper tribes had begun to protest. Ha Dai Enhan replied indifferently that if they wished to protest, they were free to do so. Demonic beast with dense fangs expressed agreement. Chumo was too dangerous. If completing the ritual early required sacrificing even high-level demonic beasts, it would be worthwhile. Xuaniao glanced at him, 2 votes in favor and 1 against. Then it was decided, but the compensation for the 13 tribes would have to be borne by your side. Dai Enhan readily agreed, then asked about the current situation of the financial alliance. That demonic beast reported that Chumo was attacking fiercely. More than 90% of the headquarters had been razed. Yet our plan was effective. High-level demonic beasts cooperating with the alliance continuously pressured him until his body was nearly exhausted, and now he had to sit in a wheelchair. On the real battlefield, the hunters were in chaos like a headless snake, continuously calling for reinforcements. They fled in panic. Chumo was about to arrive. Where were the demonic beast reinforcements? As soon as the words ended, his body disintegrated in an instant. Waves of firelight interwove, the sound resounding like thunder exploding beside the ears. President Shi turned to the 20,000-year demonic beast and asked that since they had agreed to cooperate, why it still did not provide support while the alliance was about to be destroyed. The other party reassured that reinforcements were on the way. This headquarters was difficult to defend. If there were important items needing transfer, I could assist. President Shi sneered, the precious item you speak of is the Ascension Stone beneath. Is it not? It has already been stored in a safe place. There is no need to trouble you. The 20,000-year demonic beast turned back, saying the president misunderstood. We are allies, so how could we seize your treasure? Look there. The reinforcements have already arrived. President Shi raised his head to look upward. In the sky, pairs of wings were beating powerfully. Indeed, the demonic beasts had arrived as reinforcements. Those creatures cursed as they flew. Did the clan leader want us to go and die? Confronting Chumo was no different from offering our lives. What about the orders of the 3 great kings? If pushed too far, we will rebel. Another one shouted for silence. Since childhood we have enjoyed the clan's favor. Now it is time to repay it. Moreover, it is not without opportunity. Chumo is accumulating injuries. Before he is exhausted, he may not necessarily defeat us. Killing him would be a great merit. While they were still discussing, a wheelchair rattled forward. Its owner even politely said, "Excuse the disturbance." Then Chumo looked up at the sky, more precisely at the demonic beasts, relying only on you and wishing to exchange merit for my life. Bird Clan hovering above sneered, "Stop struggling, Chumo. You have become a cripple who can only sit in a wheelchair." As soon as the words ended, Chumo placed his hand on the armrest, and he calmly stood up. The birdmen were immediately horrified. Impossible. Were you not paralyzed? Chumo adjusted his clothing and calmly said, I was merely tired and sat down to rest. Now it is time to exercise. And Chumo left the wheelchair. Not long after the birdmen had collapsed everywhere, motionless. Each one was dealt with cleanly, none were left behind. Chumo sat amid their ruins, covering his mouth and coughing lightly again. You truly do not give me a moment of peace. At that moment a demonic spider lunged forward, shouting that Chumo had weakened. Quickly kill him. Chumo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Stop fantasizing. You are nothing more than expendable pawns pushed forward to take the blows. Once again, he unleashed a long-range attack with devastating power. The spider swarm instantly stiffened, their viscous fluid spreading across the ground. At that moment, another figure descended before him. 20,000-year demon beast growled in questioning. Why have you not fallen yet, Chumo? How can you still continue fighting? Chumo's body swayed slightly, but he remained standing. He observed the newcomer, a 20,000-year demon beast, combat power around 5 million. Finally, someone with a bit of strength has appeared. Could it be that all your subordinates have already been cleared out by me? The demon beast raised his head and replied, they have all lost their will. Otherwise it would not be my turn. Trash will always be trash. As soon as the words ended, he was struck by Chumo and his body disintegrated. He said coldly, you are no better than them. He continued forward. Ahead were Chairman Shi and Chairman Su. Then he slowly enunciated each word. Everything is merely a one-sided domination. Raising his head to look at the two of them, Chumo said softly, Chairman Shi, Chairman Su, I am glad to finally find you. Chairman Shi tried to remain calm and negotiate. Chumo, listen to me. We can negotiate. Those demon beasts never truly intended to cooperate. I had long wanted to eliminate them. We hold many secrets of the demon beasts. We can tell you everything. He spoke at length, but his words were disjointed and difficult to understand. After finishing his speech, Chairman, she even revealed a complacent expression. He paused briefly. Receiving no response, he continued speaking endlessly, becoming increasingly long-winded. Finally, Chumo raised his hand to his ear and asked calmly, "Are you speaking?" Chairman, she immediately froze. Chumo said indifferently, "It seems I cannot hear anything anymore. What a pity, I had planned to chat more." The two chairmen cried out in panic, "Chumo, please do not." Before they could finish speaking, a sound rang out. The purification strike descended upon where they stood. The scene shifted to a secret base of the Financial Alliance. Inside, only a few reserve bodies of Chairman Su remained. Tianzin and Han Ning searched everywhere and found nothing but traces. Han Ning shook her head. The intelligence was correct. This place once housed the Transcendent Stone. Under Chumo's pressure, the Alliance had no way out. Chairman Su likely intended to secretly take the stone away but encountered an opponent. Tianzin asked in confusion, "You mean the demon beasts?" Ning replied, "The demon beasts cooperated only because of the Transcendent Stone in their hands. Now that they have achieved their goal, their blood sacrifice ritual must be nearing completion." The Xuan bird suddenly sensed Chumo's aura approaching. "Lady," he said in a deep voice, "let me stop him." The other two secretly rejoiced. Everything depended on her. At the same time, Chumo and Wu Tong arrived at the rendezvous point. Not wanting her to be in danger, Chumo told her to return. Wu Tong wanted to speak, but held back and silently left. As soon as she left, "Lady," he appeared before Chumo. Chumo spoke first, "Your deity lord is no longer here. It was not my doing but the echoing projection. All of us are within its calculations, trust me, I can stop it. Both humanity and the demon beasts have a chance to survive." But the hatred ran too deep. She did not want to listen further. "Now I only want your life in revenge." In another laboratory, AI was lying on a bed resting. Her eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, as if all vitality had been drained from her. Just then, a rabbit carrying a tray of chicken meat walked in, muttering that it was time to eat. Those words seemed to awaken her. AI suddenly sat up lunch. He reached out and grabbed a chicken drumstick. AI devoured the food, repeatedly exclaiming that it was delicious, as if revived. Tianzin stood beside her, channeling spiritual power to heal, sighing that she had never imagined a day when she would save a demon beast. Han Ning approached and asked about the situation. Tianzin shook her head, not very optimistic. Most of the time she remains motionless, only reacting when she sees food. Last night her heart even stopped beating for 10 minutes. Han Ning turned pale. "What about Chumo?" Tianzin reassured her. "It is only temporary organ failure and he is better now, but she is still sharing the damage if this continues." Before she could finish speaking, AI suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Han Ning turned around in panic. AI Tianzin hurriedly supported her. "The amount of blood is abnormal. Chumo must be facing a formidable opponent. In this situation we cannot move." AI's eyes gradually dimmed and she could only whisper, "It is hard to breathe." Tianzin transmitted spiritual power while saying, "Relax, do not resist." At that moment, the system warning sounded sharply. Han Ning sensed danger approaching, a red alert at this time. Could it be that the stronghold has also been discovered? In AI's condition, we cannot retreat. Someone rushed in breathlessly. Upon seeing Han Ning, he was overjoyed. "Chief Commander, thankfully everyone is here." Han Ning signaled him to calm down and asked about the situation. He reported, "Chumo's sister suddenly disappeared right in front of us." In the desert, Chumo was still battling Lady He. A surge of black energy suddenly appeared. Blood seeped from the corner of Chumo's mouth as he stared intently. "The black flame has latched onto your soul. Stubbornness will only bring you more pain. The outcome is already decided." Lady He struggled to stand. "Chumo, why do you refuse to end things quietly?" She unleashed her final attack with all her strength. "Why does a weak humanity produce an anomaly like you?" Chumo clicked his tongue, truly troublesome. Gently raised one finger. Straight strike shot toward Lady He. In an instant, her figure vanished into the air. Lady He's body gradually dissipated into the atmosphere, her final thought directed toward the deity lore. In the demon beast world, the flesh-blood tree had grown to a terrifying extent. Flowers on its body gradually began to bloom. A demon beast shook his head and sighed. Even with more time it would not have worked. He truly is useless. Chumo's wheelchair was still placed there. He looked at the two demon beasts who had just appeared before him. Chumo said indifferently, "Only two remain. Once you are dealt with, this farce will also come to an end." The two demon beasts laughed disdainfully. "With your exhausted body, even if we do not act, you do not have much time left." Chumo smiled calmly. "Before that happens, I have enough strength to send you on your way." Xuan Bird and his companion drew their weapons and assumed combat stances. "Is this an illusion before the end?" Powerful beings are often like this when facing death. Chumo also summoned the black power once used against Tianming and said, "You two are not qualified to call yourselves powerful." The Xuan bird tightened his grip on the sword. Such arrogant words. Two sources of power collided violently. The aftershock swept into a raging gale across the barren desert. Chumo cast a brief glance. The flesh-blood tree was now shaking violently. Xuan bird laughed loudly. "The ritual is about to be completed. Chumo, you have lost. It can no longer be stopped." Chumo remained silent and slowly raised his right hand. A thunderous explosion erupted as the flesh-blood tree shattered. Fortunately, that strike was blocked in time by the demon wolf. He fiercely obstructs Chumo, refusing to let the ritual be disrupted. He looks up and tells the mystic bird that he will hold Chumo back, instructing the other party to take the cross-boundary stone to complete the final blood sacrifice. The mystic bird immediately responds and rushes toward the flesh and blood tree, affirming that it understands. He reminds the demon wolf to hold the line. Once the ritual is complete, they will deal with Chumo together. Before his words finish, his body is severed, and the cross-boundary stone disappears along with it. From above, someone appears just in time to ruin the ritual, seizing the cross-boundary stone and causing the mystic bird to vanish. Demon Wolf widens his eyes in shock, unable to believe the mystic bird has been defeated. Could there be someone even stronger than Chumo? The newcomer replies coldly, "That is not the case." She intends to announce her name but suddenly changes her words, stating that she belongs to the echoing shadow. In another laboratory, all electronic equipment is pulled away from their positions. Even the humans are dragged along, their bodies floating in midair. The ceiling distorts, and cries of alarm sound that it is about to crack. A massive rift appears, faintly revealing the flower of the flesh and blood tree. Han Ning is held back by Tianzin, looking in confusion at the sky that seems sealed. Tianzin says the secret realm passage has been forcibly opened. The two worlds appear to be merging. Han Ning shakes her head, believing the culprit is likely the echoing shadow rather than the demon beasts. AI Er's body continues to suffer severe damage. Han Ning and Tianzin are startled upon seeing AI so gravely injured. Even so, AI struggles to stand, saying she has not fallen yet and calling for Chumo to move quickly. Near the flesh and blood tree, the sky gradually takes on the colors of dust. Another object falls into the desert. Yao Lan has been dealt with by the echoing shadow. She looks at Chumo and says that although his ears no longer function, he can still hear through air vibration. Slammed against the cliff wall, Chumo roars, demanding the return of his sister. The echoing shadow says his power is being transferred to Chu Yun, and when she is found, defeating her is the only chance for humanity to win. Chumo's condition at this moment is extremely dire. Blood seeps from his eye. From above, the echoing shadow tells him to look at the two worlds gradually becoming nourishment for them. Chumo strains to ask why they do not directly eliminate him or his sister to find a new host. The echoing shadow remains silent. Chumo speculates that they have been locked into the siblings' bodies due to the paradox of the past when using his sister's body to defeat the divine lord. The echoing shadow sneers, considering it nothing more than baseless speculation. Chumo ignores this, saying they can only transfer power back and forth between the two of them, gradually taking away his senses but not daring to touch his heart or brain due to lingering fear. The echoing shadow looks up at the sky, mentioning that his sister has been lost but promising that after the two worlds merge she will be resurrected. Chumo laughs, saying he does not need that promise. Trembles as he raises his right hand, stating he will handle this himself. The echoing shadow glares and asks what Chumo intends to do. Chumo places his hand on his head as if to self-destruct, telling them to take everything including his memory. Sound rings out, and the echoing shadow immediately shatters that intention. She silently observes him. Chumo opens his nearly blind eyes slightly, whispering a plea to return his sister's body. After speaking, his hand falls limply in helplessness. The flower of the flesh and blood tree suddenly emits a surge of black energy. Immediately afterward it explodes, everything ending in an instant. Han Ning looks to the sky. Tianzin is astonished as the sky returns to normal and the levitation phenomenon disappears. Han Ning whispers that Chumo has succeeded. The sky gradually regains its former calm. Tianzin remains uncertain, saying they need to confirm the situation ahead with their own eyes. The two hurry forward. Upon arrival, Tianzin is stunned and calls out the names Wu Tong and Chu Yun. The echoing shadow stands facing Wu Tong. She coldly looks at the two who have just arrived. Ning holds Tianzin back, telling her to wait. Han Ning asks whether the one before them is Chu Yun or the echoing shadow. Chu Yun now gains control and thanks them for their concern. She sits down beside Chu Mo. Her hand gently touches his face. Before her body dissipates, she entrusts them to take care of her younger brother. In the blink of an eye, only Chu Mo remains motionless on the ground. Tian Xin runs over and asks Wu Tong what happened and about Chu Mo's condition. Wu Tong says that when she arrived, Chu Mo had already fallen and the sky had stabilized. She explains that Chu Mo is struggling with the echoing shadow within his body and believes that even if he self-destructs, they will return. Wu Tong says that only reopening the secret realm can awaken Chu Mo and initiate a new battle cycle to escape pursuit. Han Ning objects, believing the danger may have ended and that Chu Yun merely deceived them. Wu Tong asks if Chu Yun were the echoing shadow, then why did she destroy the object in the sky to prevent the fusion? Ning replies that perhaps Chu Mo did it himself and that Chu Yun's words are highly suspicious because reopening the secret realm would allow the two worlds to be located. Wu Tong turns back and reproaches Han Ning for forgetting Chu Mo's kindness and asks whether she wants him to remain unconscious forever. She angrily says that if they will not help, then step aside. She will reopen the secret realm herself to save Chu Mo. Han Xin, who has been silent, suddenly draws her weapon. Wu Tong asks in shock what she intends to do. Tian Xin stands before Han Ning, saying the lives of billions are more important and the secret realm cannot be reopened. He firmly declares that if Wu Tong remains stubborn, she will be forced to take action to stop her. In the night, a strange sound suddenly echoed. The sound becomes increasingly clear. In a high corner of the laboratory, there is unusual movement. A hand extends and grips the edge of an object. Chu Mo opens his eyes and looks around, wondering where he is. AI suddenly appears, exclaiming that he has awakened. Chu Mo smiles and softly calls her name. Before he can say more, a clattering sound rolls closer. The robot approaches to welcome Chu Mo, stating that the war secret realm is about to open and inviting him to depart. The robot cheerfully introduces itself with a smiling icon, saying it is VTuber Luli and a fan of his. Recognizing the other party's identity, Chu Mo immediately asked about the situation. Luli, has the war secret realm opened again? What is the current development? Have the echo projections and demonic beasts appeared? Luli replied urgently that time was running out. Please set off immediately. I will explain along the way. First, change into this outfit. We have prepared it for you. The scene shifted to the outskirts of the city. Earth now appeared far more gloomy and desolate than before. Mo followed Lily out of the laboratory area. As he walked, he observed his surroundings and asked if this was truly Earth, why it was so ruined. Even the air was heavily polluted. Lili nodded softly. Yes, this was once the center of Donghai, but it is Donghai 300 years in the future. Suddenly, a trembling hand stretched out from the roadside, pleading for help. At the roadside, someone was being corroded, his body entwined with a parasitic organism as if fused together. He weakly begged for release. AI asked in shock what that thing was. Chu Mo calmly explained that it was once a human, mutated due to extreme pollution. Lily said she understood, but what exactly had happened to the world? Eli turned and said she had an audio recording left by Miss Wu Tong, set to play when you awaken. It might answer the questions. Lily's expression changed, her body transforming into the form of a recording tape. Wu Tong's voice slowly sounded, beginning the recording. Chu Mo, it has been a long time. This reunion has truly taken too long. My voice may have changed. I wonder if you can still recognize it. Chu Mo softly called her name. In the recording, Wu Tong continued to be brief. After you fell into a coma, your sister suppressed the echo projection and destroyed the ritual. But she said it was not the end. The final echo projection would still come to Earth. To end everything, the secret realm had to be restarted. Many opposed me, believing the world was safe and that I was being deceived, turning me into a tyrant like you once were. She paused and sighed. It was truly difficult. I have done many cruel things, forced to personally eliminate comrades and suppress resistance. The immense consumption of resources caused widespread suffering, and at times I even doubted whether Earth would collapse because of me before the echo projection arrived. As Wu Tong's words played, Chu Mo and his group had reached the main avenue, yet the city remained silent and devoid of people. Wu Tong continued, through countless long nights I asked myself whether what I was doing had meaning, whether it was to save the world or simply to see you again. The restoration of the secret realm is nearly complete, but my body is also nearing its limit. Even though medicine could prolong my life for a few more years, I do not want you to see me aged and frail. Hearing this, Chu Mo grew even more silent, quietly listening to the voice that felt both distant and familiar. Wu Tong concluded, "I leave Lily to guide you. Please do your best to save this dying world." Before the portal opened by Lili, Chu Mo heard the echo of the words that everything depended on him. He stepped forward without hesitation. At that moment, the system that seemed to have disappeared reappeared, calling out loudly, "Chu Mo, stop." Chu Mo thought to himself that when the secret realm opened, it would bring the echo projection, and at the same time the system would be activated, so that was the case. With that thought, he still resolutely stepped inside. The system announced the 30th day login. Reward, insightful penetration, what should be done has been done, free of karma, beyond the 3 realms, not bound by the 5 elements. Donghai was shrouded in rain, the sky heavy and gray. On the same day, Donghai police cracked a major case, an orphanage colluding with an evil cult. All the children were rescued and swiftly escorted to safety. Yu Yun suddenly turned her head to look behind. The police officer beside her bent down and asked if she had forgotten a toy in the orphanage. He would retrieve it for her. Chu Yun hesitated and said she felt she had forgotten something very important but could not remember. The curtain of rain, only a fleeting figure remained. Chu Yun hurriedly called out, "Wait, do not go." The police officer asked in surprise what was wrong. Did she see the director running away? She fell silent for a moment and then shook her head. "No, I must have seen it wrong." The scene shifted into a deep, unfathomable cave. Tian Ming sat on his favorite chair, muttering smugly that every move of the major sects was within his calculations, and the secret realm was about to open. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned back warily. Someone was there. Chu Mo and Ai appeared before his eyes. Ai spoke first. "Is this blind man Tian Ming? Can he truly see the future?" Tian Ming frowned and asked who you were, why there was a demonic beast beside you. "In the future I have never seen your existence." Chu Mo replied calmly that the future he desired did not require your existence either. As soon as he finished speaking, spiritual energy instantly bound Tian Ming tightly to the chair. He screamed madly, "What have you done? I can no longer see the future, countless possibilities have vanished. What kind of power is this?" After his final scream, he completely vanished, leaving behind a curse that you should not exist. Ai looked at the chair with curiosity. "I heard this is a powerful sealing artifact, is that true?" She curiously sat on it and asked why she felt nothing. Chu Mo looked at the spiritual energy at his fingertips and explained that she resonated with half of his power. If she wanted to test it, he would withdraw it. Ai looked confused, not understanding his meaning. When Chu Mo reduced the protection, she immediately felt a force like a lightning strike, cried out in pain, and urged him to save her. Time continued to pass. In another spacetime, Li Xiang was nearly losing composure in the meeting room. "Is the final stage of the secret realm war really this difficult? We have been pushed to the brink. Does Elder Jai have any solution?" Jai Xing shook his head. "Even the hidden geniuses of the 4 great sects have failed. The battle lines are fractured. Humanity's formation is on the verge of collapse. I fear we are truly defeated this time." Scene shifted again to another place, revealing an intense battle. Wu Tong was confronting a demonic beast and had already subdued them all. Yishuang beside Jai Xing jumped up before the screen. "The final boss has been defeated, truly worthy of the strongest savior, Lady Wu Tong." Li Xiang cheered excitedly that we have won, thanks to the savior and the strategic support of Elder Jai. The scene shifted back to the urban area. Citizens watching the live broadcast on giant screens erupted in joy. "We are saved. Earth is saved. Long live Wu Tong." Chu Mo walked past, looked at Wu Tong's image, and smiled with satisfaction. In the Financial Alliance meeting room, Chairman Shi was communicating. "The secret realm war has been won. Cancel the agreement with the demonic beasts." He calculated that it was not too important. As long as the boundary crossing stone existed, there would still be many opportunities. News from the other side made his face pale. "What?" His face turned ashen. "You say the boundary crossing stone has been swapped. Investigate immediately, find out who did it." At the headquarters of the Dongyun Consortium, the boundary crossing stone lay quietly within a protective enclosure. A subordinate reported, "Chairman Lei Zi, someone secretly delivered this stone last night along with an explanation. I thought it necessary to inform you." Lei Zi examined it and said, "This is the boundary crossing stone. Such a dangerous item must be sealed immediately. Besides you, who else knows about this?" The subordinate shook his head. "I handled the scene as soon as I discovered it. No one else knows." Lei Zi instructed that it must be kept under strict security. Information about the boundary crossing stone should only be passed down to future chairmen after us. Subordinate replied solemnly that if misused it could bring catastrophic disaster. Even at the cost of his life he would protect it. The scene shifted to the demonic beast world. inside the Beast King Hall. Suddenly, a violent explosion resounded through the hall. The Divine Lord inside the hall stared in shock at the figure before him. Impossible. Chumo stood silently, looking straight at him. Divine Lord said that if it were you, I would understand. But why is it AI-er? AI-er stood in front of him, blocking his path. The Divine Lord muttered in disbelief that this was utterly outrageous. AI-er confidently raised her fist, preparing to strike again. Is this your final word? Then vanish along with that rotten order where the strong devour the weak. Another thunderous explosion echoed through the Beast King Hall, the shockwave spreading for hundreds of miles. And G excitedly hugged a pillar and shouted, "Long live Lady AI-er." The rabbits in Sabata village also cheered, "Long live AI-er." Chumo placed a crown upon AI-er's head and handed her a rabbit-shaped scepter, saying, "From now on you are the new Divine Lord." AI-er looked at her outfit and complained that the aesthetic taste was terrible. Why it looked so ugly. Chumo laughed. The stubborn Beast King has been dealt with. The weaker races finally have equal status. Your dream has come true, and I can now rest assured. AI-er suddenly fell silent, her eyes dimming. You have taken care of everyone, but what about yourself? She looked up and said that if you are erased from the world line, the system and the echo projection within you will also disappear. But from past to future, neither Earth nor the demonic beast world will remember you. Only I will know. That is truly unfair. Chumo looked at his hand and said he would go to the Kangbai Grand Hall. Once the echo projection is destroyed, everything will return to normal. Before leaving, let us the contract between us. The next battle he will face alone. He does not want to implicate her. AI-er suddenly shouted no. She said firmly that if you are going to confront the echo projection, I will go with you. Having followed you this far, I will continue to stand by your side until the end. Chumo understood AI-er's goodwill and did not argue further. He nodded and said, "All right, then let us go together." Timeline once again shifted back to a later part of the story. Many years passed. At the headquarters of the Dongyun Consortium, the interdimensional device was continuously charged with energy. Researchers rapidly reported 80% then 90%. The spacetime survival index had surpassed theoretical expectation. The coordinates were determined in the NGC 6282 star, region 2.4 billion light-years from Earth. Female researcher exclaimed excitedly that they had finally discovered another planet with life. However, a thunderous roar of a strange creature suddenly echoed back from that planet. The people in the laboratory immediately clutched their heads and covered their ears. That sound caused them extreme discomfort. The interdimensional stone within the protective enclosure suddenly stopped vibrating, and the energy supply also stalled. The female specialist struggled to steady herself and asked whether everyone had seen the illusion accompanied by the roar just now. A man replied that he had seen two enormous dragons, one white and one red, encircling that distant planet. Another person, still rubbing his numb hands, said that size was not the most terrifying aspect, but that the two dragons seemed to have noticed them and were actively obstructing the observation. At that moment, the laboratory door opened, and a round of applause sounded as if in praise. The person who entered was a man, and as soon as he appeared, he said that a planet brimming with vitality and possessing special abilities as well. They had worked hard. Seeing him arrive, the specialists immediately bowed. "Chairman, esteemed chairman." The chairman reached out to touch the glass enclosure containing the interdimensional stone, smiling faintly as he said that previous generations had been truly foolish to hide this treasure. Did they not realize it could bring immense benefits to Dongyun, they would certainly pioneer a new world. Female specialist cautiously reported that the planet was 2.4 billion light-years from Earth. If they followed the original plan of direct traversal, it would consume enormous energy and be difficult to achieve. Chairman Seelick looked at her and asked in return whether there was not still the option of consciousness transmission. Female specialist hesitated and said that plan was too risky and would require at least 5 to 10 years of verification before human trials could be conducted. Upon hearing this, the chairman frowned and repeated 5 to 10 years. His expression darkened. Was she joking? If it were delayed for that many years, how much profit would Dongyun lose? Chairman immediately ordered that the intermediate testing phase be skipped and that it proceed directly on a human body. The female specialist angrily shouted that doing so was no different from treating human life as worthless. It was an act of murder. She would not continue working for them. The chairman replied coldly that it was up to her. There was no shortage of people willing to replace her. Watching her leave in anger, he turned to instruct Nan Feng to monitor her, not to let her speak carelessly, and when necessary to seize her weakness to force her back to work. Nan Feng lowered his head and further reported that a person with a compatibility frequency matching the interdimensional stone had been found in Donghai City. His name was Lin N. The chairman nodded and said, "Good, go and invite him here." Then after a moment of thought he added that for the consciousness transmission experiment, there might be no need for the subject to remain conscious. The researcher responded that as long as the brain remained intact it would be sufficient. Chairman. The chairman adjusted his glasses and said to create an unexpected incident for Lin N and then bring him here. Standing before the interdimensional stone, he revealed an excited expression as he thought of the grand experiment and the enormous profits, telling himself there was no need for guilt because everything was for conquering the sea of stars and allowing their voice to resonate throughout the universe.